Once again, here at Forbes Field in Pittsburgh, the weatherman has given us absolutely ideal weather for baseball. The temperature, just as we came on the air this afternoon, 70 degrees, and another not quite so bright but sunny afternoon. Not quite so bright because there is a very noticeable haze over the ballpark here at Forbes Field this afternoon. But other than that, weather conditions are perfect. And the song that all of the ball players were singing around the batting cage prior to the ball game today, of course, was one called There's No Tomorrow. As Casey Stengel said yesterday, this thing has now settled down to a one-game series. And as he so often has been in the past, Mr. Stengel is more than just a little bit right again. All that has gone before is meaningless insofar as this seventh game is concerned. And it matters not that the Yankees have scored 46 runs on 78 base hits in 6 games to date. They must win today, or it's all in vain. And should the Yankees lose, of course, people who look back on this series would forever ask themselves, how could the Yankees score all of those runs and still not win? And, of course, too much cannot be said about the great relief hurling of little Elroy Face in the 3 previous Pirate wins. But unless he is able to repeat, if called upon this afternoon in the 7th and deciding game, those previous efforts will today not mean a thing. Just as in the last 4 World Series involving the New York Yankees, the 1960 edition has now moved to its 7th game. Today is the day. This is the game. The point of no return. Below us, warming up, a pair of outstanding right-handers. For the New York Yankees, making his second start in the 1960 World Series, is Bob Turley. And making his third start for Danny Murtaugh and the Pittsburgh Pirates, Vernon Law. It looks as though we will have a capacity crowd here at Forbes Field. The umpires have just now made their appearance. Dick Grote will present the lineup card for the Pittsburgh Pirates, and charging out of that dugout off the third base side comes Casey Stengel. And we're just a couple of moments away from the big one, the 7th, the final, the deciding game of the 1960 World Series. Vernon Law is 2-0 in the 1960 World Series, and of course Bob Turley has 1 victory and no defeat in the 1960 series. And now the Yankee batting order for the final game. Leading off, second base, Bobby Richardson. Batting 2, shortstop, Tony Kubek. Batting 3, Roger Maris, right field. Batting 4, Mickey Mantle, center field. Batting 5, Yogi Berra, left field. Batting 6, Bill Skowron, first base. Batting 7, Johnny Blanchard, the catcher. Batting 8, Cletus Boyer, third base, and the pitcher, Bob Turley. The Pirates will bat with Bill Verdon hitting number 1 in center field. Dick Grote playing shortstop, batting 2. Bob Skinner back in the lineup, batting 3 and playing left field. Rocky Nelson bats 4 and plays first base. Batting 5 in right field, Roberto Clemente. Number 6 hitter, Burgess, the catcher. Batting 7, Don Hoke, the third. Number 8 hitter is Mazeroski, the second baseman. And then the pitcher, Vernon Law. And as Richardson steps in for the New York Yankees, and we come to the payoff game of the 1960 World Series, it is again with a great deal of pleasure that I turn this microphone over to the man from Chicago and the Chicago Cubs, Jack Quinlan.
Thank you, Chuck, and hi once again, baseball fans. Here's Richardson leading off. The fine Yankee second baseman takes the first pitch from outside for ball 1. The umpires in this ball game from the National League, Bill Jakowski behind the plate, Nestor Shylock of the American League at first base, Dusty Bogus of the National League at second. Line drive hit right back to Grote, and he nails it for 1 out. Richardson lines to shortstop Dick Grote. Dusty Bogus of the National League at second. John Stevens of the American League is the third base umpire. Stan Landis from the National League is down the foul line in left field. And Jim Honachik of the American League down the foul line in right field. 1 out and nobody on as Richardson hit a screaming line drive right back to Dick Grote. Here's Kubek, the Yankee shortstop, left-handed batter. The pitch to him is a ball that's blowing inside. In the series so far, Kubek has 10 hits in 27 at-bats for an average of 370. He's driven in 3 runs. Left-handed batter who during the course of the season for the Yankees hit 273. Here's a pop foul down the left side out of play, back into the crowd. And the count on Kubek is even up at ball 1 and strike 1. Vernon Law has has won 2 of the 3 Pirate victories in this series. The other one was captured by Harvey Haddix. In Game 1, Law beat Art Ditmar 6-4 here at Forbes Field, and Vernon Law also won game number 4, 3-2 over Ralph Terry at New York. Kubek lifts a high pop-up out into short right. Mazeroski back on the grass, makes the catch, 2 gone. Kubek pops up on a change-of-pace curveball to Bill Mazeroski, and they're 2 gone, and the Bucks whip that ball around the infield. The Tiger at third base, Don Hoke, flips the ball back to Vernon Law. Here's Roger Maris now, the Yankee right fielder. Bill Stafford and Bobby Shantz, a right-hander and a left-hander, warming up in the Yankee bullpen. Maris hitting .320 in the series. He takes the first pitch, a fastball from Law, inside for a ball. Rogers had 8 for 25, 2 homers, 2 runs driven in. Bob Skinner playing left field for the Pirates. First time we've seen him in over a week. Here's the pitch to Maris. A ball that's outside. 2-0 on Roger. Bill Verdon in center field and Roberto Clemente in right. It's Don Hoke at third, Dick Grote at short, Mazeroski at second, and Rocky Nelson playing first. Burgess catching, and tall Vernon Law on the mound. 2-0 to Maris. Roger takes a strike call right over the plate, held high. 2 balls and 1 strike. 2 out and nobody on base. The 25th World Series for the New York Yankees. They have 18 World Championships, 7 of them under Casey Stengel. Here's the 2-1 pitch on the way. Fastball inside to Maris, and it's 3-1 now. Frank Crissetti coaching at third for the Yankees. Ralph Houk down in the first base coach's box. 3-1 on Maris with 2 gone in the top of the first. On a hazy afternoon, but sunny at Forbes Field. 3-1 pitch. A foul ball. He tried to check his swing, and the ball jumped off the bat and went right back here to the screen. 3-2 on Maris with 2 gone. As Chuck told you earlier, these Bombers have really been hitting. They've scored 46 runs and made 78 hits. They have a team batting average of .341 in the first 6 games of this series. Now the windup by Law. 3-2 pitch to Roger Maris. A swing and a high pop-up on the infield. In foul territory moves third baseman Don Hoke. Down the line, he's got it. Retires the side. 3 up and 3 down in the top of the first inning for New York. And after half an inning, it's the Yankees nothing and the Pirates nothing. We go to the bottom of the first inning. Center fielder Bill Verdon starts it off for the Pirates. He's had 5 hits in 25 at-bats in the series, an average of 200, well below the 264 that he hit during the course of the regular season. Verdon, however, has been a standout on defense through the first 6 games in center field. Bob Turley on the mound. During the course of the year for the Yankees, he won 9, he lost 3. Included among his 9 wins was 1 shutout. Here's the windup by the big right-hander. First pitch to Bill Verdon. A ball, it's high and inside. Well, over the last 6 months, since April, each team has played 160 games, but this is the only one that counts. 154 regular season games, 6 World Series games, and this one, Game 7. Here's a swing and a long drive to deep left center. Yogi Berra moving back. He's under the ball. Should make the play and does, and there's 1 out. Verdon flies to the left fielder, Yogi Berra. 1 gone. It brings up the National League batting champion, shortstop, and captain Dick Grote of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Grote has had only 5 hits in 24 at-bats for an average of 208 in the World Series. During the year, he hit .325, good enough to lead the National League. Setting up the Yankee defense, Berra in left, Mantle in center, Maris in right. Clete Boyer at third, Tony Kubek at short, Richardson at second, and Moose Skowron at first. Pitch to Grote, high over his head, ball 1. Turley on the mound has a World Series record of 4 wins and 3 defeats. 2 years ago, he won 2 games in the series against the Milwaukee Braves. 1-0 pitch by Turley. Swinging a high pop fly out behind short. Here's Kubek back on the grass. Berra coming in. Kubek calling, still backing up. He's under the ball and makes the play. 2 gone. Grote pops up to the opposing shortstop, Kubek. And here's Bob Skinner, who's been out of action for a week with a jammed left thumb. Skinner has had 1 for 3. Played in only the first game and jammed his thumb sliding into third base, and he's been out of action ever since. During the season, Skinner hit .273, clubbed 15 home runs, and drove in 86 runs. 2 out, nobody on base. The bottom of the first, no score. The Yankees and the Pirates with all the gold on the line, the blue chips on the table. It's the end of the line. Here's a curve, a slow curve thrown in by Turley, and it gets the inside corner letter high. 1 strike on Skinner. Mickey Vernon coaching the first base, Frank Osiak at third. Jam crowd at Forbes Field. Wind up, 0-1 pitch. Skinner takes a slow curve outside. A ball and a strike. Skinner, left-handed batter. Big lanky fella from San Diego. Here's the pitch by Turley. Here's a fastball foul back here, and it's onto the net right behind the plate. A ball and 2 strikes. Skinner was signed by the Pirates on the strength of his fine showing in high school and American Legion ball back at La Jolla and San Diego. He's one of the most respected left-handed batters in the National League. The plate umpire, Bill Jakowski, now has called time. Evidently, a ball got away from somebody in the Yankee bullpen out here. Stafford and Shands continuing to throw just in case Turley has trouble. They're 2 gone, nobody on base. The last half of the first, no score. A ball, 2 strikes on left-handed swinging Bob Skinner. Turley rocks back and fires a curve, and it's inside. 2-2. 300 feet down the right field line. Then the high screen, which extends from the foul pole over to right field at the 375 sign. 436 to right center. 457 to the deepest part of left center. And here's Turley winding. 2-2 on the way. Ball high and outside. Yes, sir, the marbles are all on the ground in this one. It's now or never. This is it. The Pirate victories have been by scores of 6-4, 3-2, and 5-2. The Yankee wins have been 16-3, 10-0, and 12-0. 3 balls, 2 strikes on Skinner with 2 gone. The windup and the pitch by Turley. So there's the first base runner of the afternoon. Skinner walks on a 3-2 pitch, and it brings up the first baseman, Rocky Nelson. Nelson's had 2 out of 6 so far in the series, a 333 average. During the year, he hit an even 300. The Rock hit 7 home runs and drove in 35 runs. The Pirates have not been hitting during this series the way they hit during the course of the season. They had a team batting average during the regular campaign of 276, better than anybody in either league. During the World Series, however, the Pirate team batting average is 241. 100 points below the Yankees. Skinner on first and 2 out. Pitch to Rocky Nelson. Curveball, it's inside, ball 1. Johnny Blanchard doing the catching. Elston Howard was hit yesterday and suffered a broken bone in the right hand. Blanchard doing the catching again today, and Yogi Berra stationed once again in left field. He's well off that foul line, however. They're playing Rocky around to the right in the Yankee outfield. Skinner on first, 2 gone. Pitch to Nelson. A ball, it's down low, 2-0. Bob Turley won game number 2 right here at Forbes Field when he beat Bob Friend 16-3. Turley has had 6 days of rest. He should be as strong as a bull. He was a 700 percentage pitcher virtually all of 1960, but his performance was a bit disappointing in comparison with his great season of 2 years ago. Turley stretching, now he backs off the rubber. Skinner, a very fast man on first base with 2 gone in the bottom of the first, no score. Skinner takes his lead, and Turley fires the pitch. A curveball, strike on the inside corner at the knees. Nelson looks at the plate, then looks back at the umpire, Jakowski, and raises one eyebrow about 2 inches over his eye, as if to say, how can you call that one a strike? 2-1 on Rocky. The Yankees won 15 ball games in a row, closing out the 1960 season, which set a major league record for consecutive wins closing out a season. Skinner on first base, 2 gone. Turley's 2-1 pitch to Nelson. A swing and a wild deep to right field, way back. Hey, a home run. Rocky Nelson just hit a 2-1 pitch over the screen in the lower seats in right field. him. A curveball, a strike on the outside corner. Clemente has had 8 hits in 25 at-bats in the series. A .320 average. With 2 runs driven in. During the year, Roberto hit 314. Oh, the Pirate fans are going wacky here in the first inning on a 2-run shot by Rocky Nelson. Here's the pitch. Changeup, popped up down the right field line, curving foul. Maris moving over, might have room. He can't get it. It lands on the canopy on top of the Pittsburgh bullpen. 2 strikes on Clemente. On a 3-2 pitch, Bob Skinner drew a walk, and on a 2-1 pitch, Rocky Nelson belted one into the right field seats for 2 runs. All the fans here at Forbes Field are jabbing each other in the ribs with their elbows, talking to each other. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Clemente. Sidearm curve. It's over his head. It flattens him. A ball and 2 strikes. Rocky hit 7 home runs during the year, but none was as big as this one that he just hit in the first inning with a man on against Bob Turley. Here's the windup. 1-2 pitch to Clemente. Swinging a high pop-up out behind second base. Bobby Richardson backpedaling. He's under the ball on the grass, and he should make the play and does to retire the side. In the inning, 2 runs and 1 hit. Nobody left on. And at the end of 1 inning, the Pirates 2, the Yankees nothing. Well, the Pirates lead 2-0 as we swing to the top half of inning number 2, and Mickey Mantle, the Yankee center fielder, will lead off. He'll be followed by Yogi Berra and then Bill Skowron. Mantle has had 7 for 20 during the series, hitting at a .350 clip, 3 home runs and 9 runs driven in. Batting left-handed against right-hander Vernon Law. Here's a fastball inside. Backs him away, and it's ball 1. Mantle led the American League in home runs this season with 40. He had 94 runs driven across and a batting average of .276. Pitched by Vernon Law. Fastball fouled off the mask of the plate umpire Bill Zukowski. And this ball goes back into the box seats behind the plate. 1-1 on Mantle, with the Pirates leading 2-0 on Rocky Nelson's home run with a man on. Don Hoke, Pepper Pot, third baseman, talking it up for the Bucks. Dick Groth, their captain, at short. Mazeroski second. Nelson playing with arms folded in front of his chest over here at first. Now the 1-1 delivery to Mantle. A ball that's inside. He attempted the bunt, jerked the bat out of the way, and the pitch was a curve, and it was in too close. 2 balls and 1 strike on Mantle. Fans around Forbes Field thought that Mickey did attempt and pushed the bat at the pitch, but Zukowski says no, he did not. 2-1 pitch. Changeup swung on. Well hit right center. Here's Burton racing back and over. He's under the ball. He makes the catch. Mantle in a change to pace curveball to deep right center, and Bill Burton caught it. 1 gone in the top half of the second. Here is Yogi Berra now, the Yankee left fielder, who's had 6 for 18 in the series, batting .333 with 4 runs driven in. Played in over 1,800 games in regular season competition, and he now is 3rd on the all-time Yankee list. Lou Gehrig played in 2,164, Babe Ruth in 2,084. 1 out and nobody on in the second. There's a strike, a breaking ball on the outside corner just above the knees. 1 strike on Berra. Pirates 2, Yankees nothing. We're in the second inning. The windup, the pitch by the Deacon on the way. Fastball foul behind Ralph Houck, the Yankee coach at first base. Hits the box seat railing. And it's 2 strikes on Yogi Berra. Game number 7, the end of the line. In Vernon Law's 2 previous appearances in the series, he pitched a total of 13 1/3 innings and won both games. Here's a ball low and away. 1-2 on Berra. Dangerous Yankee left-handed batter. 1 away. Vernon Law winding. 30-year-old right-hander kicks the left leg and delivers 1-2. Swinging a ground ball. Home to his left. A diving, scrambling stop. To his knees. He throws. John Holt. The Hawk back to the ground. Hit to his left. Throws to his knees. And from a kneeling position, scramble to his feet and threw the ball to Nelson. And there's 2 men gone. Well, I'll tell you, he saw dollar signs written all over that ball. There's 2 gone. A great play by Don Holt, the Pirate third baseman. Here's Bill Skowron now, the Yankee first baseman. who's been one of the hitting stars with 10 hits in 27 at-bats for a batting average of .370. He swings and he misses a law-breaking pitch. Strike one. Moose has 1 homer and 5 runs driven in the series. Pirates 2, Yankees nothing, top half of the second. 2 out and nobody on. Law has retired the first 5 Yankees in a row. Fastball low. Bill Skowron trying to get a hold of one. 1-1 the count. The windup. The pitch by Vernon Law. Here's a pitch inside up around the fist. He has to lean back away from it. 2 balls and 1 strike. Law with the sign winding. 2-1 pitch to Skowron. A ball is high. Pittsburgh last played in the World Series in 1927, 3 years before Vernon Law was even born. And they were swept 4 straight by these same Yankees. Last World's Championship was in 1925 for the Pirates when they beat Washington in 7 games. 3-1 pitch, curve swung on foul. Back toward the roof on the first base side. And it lands up there on the roof and is caught by a photographer. It's a full count of 3-2 on Bill Skowron. During the regular season, the Moose was the only Yankee to hit better than 300. He ended up at .309, 26 homers and 91 RBIs. The windup, the 3-2 pitch to Skowron. Swinging a chopper to the shortstop throat. Should get it. Here's the fake to Rocky Nelson. Retires the side. 3 up and 3 down again in the top half of the second for New York. No runs, no hits, and none left. After 1.5 innings of play, the Pirates 2, the Yankees nothing. Smokey Burgess leads off in the last half of the second inning for Pittsburgh. He's had 4 hits in 15 at-bats with no runs driven in. A .267 batting average in World Series play. During the year, Burgess hit .294 with 7 homers and 39 RBIs. Bob Turley 2 runs behind. Winding the first pitch to Smokey Burgess. A high outside curve. Stafford is still throwing in the Yankee bullpen. Shantz has sat down on the bullpen bench out there now. 1-0 on Burgess, leading off the last half of the second for the Bucks. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on it. Got there. Past first base on the right field line. Here's Burgess rounding first. He's going to be held to a long single as Maris quickly fires that ball into Kubek at second base. A line shot between Skowron and the line, and here's Casey Samuel coming out of the Yankee dugout. Walking to the mound. He's had Stafford warming up. Shantz was warming up in the first inning. Stafford's been throwing since the ball game started, and Casey's looking out to the bullpen, and I believe he's going to make a change here. Of course, you have to go with your best in this one because, as Chuck mentioned earlier, there is no tomorrow. This is it. This is the end of the line as far as it can go, and Bill Stafford's being called in to relieve Bob Turley. Turley worked 1 inning and to 1 batter in the second. He allowed 2 runs and 2 hits. He didn't strike out anybody. He walked a man. And Billy Stafford, who was in a ball game the other day in New York and did such a creditable job in a relief role, is being called in. He worked 5 innings, Stafford, in a ball game at Yankee Stadium the other day. Did not allow a run. Gave up only 3 hits. Struck out 2. And here's Turley heading for the showers. It's up to Bill Stafford now to stop the Pirates. Everyone was wondering, of course, when these Bucks were going to begin hitting. They've not been hitting the way they did during 154 games during the National League campaign. As I mentioned, they had only a 241 batting average in the 6 previous games of this World Series here in 1960. In the bottom of the first inning, though, with 2 out, Bob Skinner walked and Rocky Nelson drilled him home with a blast into the lower seats in right field. And then leading off the last half of the second against Turley, Smokey Burgess lined a bullet past Bill Skowron down the right field line for a single. And immediately, Casey Stengel jumped out of the Yankee dugout at third base, went to the mound, and made a pitching change. On the mound now is young Bill Stafford, the newest member of the Yankee pitching staff. 22-year-old right-hander from Athens, New York. He was called up to the Yankees in mid-August, and he was one of the club's most effective pitchers down the stretch, and he also boasts the lowest earned run average on the Yankee pitching staff. He was purchased from the Richmond Farm Club. He has displayed excellent control in his brief big league career. Don Hope now, the scrappy Pittsburgh third baseman, and one of the prime candidates for the most valuable player award in the National League this year. Hope is hitting 250 in series play with 5 hits and 20 at-bats. He's driven in 3 Pittsburgh runs. Smokey Burgess on first. There's nobody out. Hope takes one high and inside for ball 1. The Pirates 2, the Yankees nothing. The ball game in the last half of inning number 2. The first 6 games has drawn a total attendance of 313,130 fans. Burgess leads at first. Stafford fires. Curveball up around the head. 2-0 on Don Hope. Johnny Blanchard gets a new baseball from the plate umpire, carries it about a third of the way out to the hill, rubs it up, and then fires it back to Bill Stafford. Taken out early by manager Casey Stengel. Even though he had had 6 days rest, Stengel did not care for what he saw. Here's the pitch to Hope. Ball 3 low and outside. The on-deck man is Bill Mazeroski. Game number 7 of the 1960 World Series. Burgess leads 3-0 pitch by Stafford is ball 4 down low. Bill Mazeroski. Lee Boyer, the Yankee third baseman, has called time. He has gone to the mound to talk to the pitcher. Mazeroski hitting .286 in the World Series with 6 for 21. During the year, Billy the Kid batted .273. Up until Rocky Nelson hit a home run in the first inning today, Mazeroski had the only Pittsburgh home run of this World Series. Now, the Bucks have hit 2 home runs. The Yankees, of course, have 8. Ralph Terry is warming up now along with Bobby Shands in the Yankee bullpen. Here's the pitch. Maz bunts a little dribbler down the third base line. They let it roll, and it rolls foul. He bunted one down the third base line, and about halfway toward third, the ball rolled over the foul line as both Stafford and Boyer, the pitcher and third baseman, went after it. And the runners go back. Burgess to second and Hope to first. There is nobody out. The Pirates lead 2-0 here in the last half of the second inning. Jack Quinlan and Chuck Thompson reporting the play-by-play story from Forbes Field. The ballpark that was built in 1909 and that is being shook to the rafters by the fans here today. 1 strike on Mazeroski, right-handed batter. Reliever Bill Stafford looks in to get the sign from Blanchard. Burgess leads away from second. Hope leads at first. Here's the bunt down the third base line. The pitcher has it. Throws to first base. He's safe. The bases are loaded. Bobby Richardson took the throw from the pitcher Stafford, and Mazeroski beat it out for a hit. The bases are loaded with nobody out for Vernon Law. Hit number 3 by the Pirates. A beautiful bunch by Mazeroski as he laid one down the third base line. The pitcher Stafford jumped off the hill, came over to the foul line, picked up the ball, and fired to first base to Richardson covering, but it was too late, and all hands were safe. And again, Casey Stengel is making his way to the hill. Ralph Terry, a right-hander, and little Bobby Shands, a veteran southpaw, are throwing in the New York bullpen down the left field line. The batter is going to be the Pirate pitcher, Vernon Law. Stengel talking to Stafford and Blanchard. Old Casey's jaw wigwagging up and down out there. He's going to leave Stafford in to pitch to the pitcher, Vernon Law. The Pirates have the bases loaded with nobody out. They lead 2-0 here in the last half of the second inning. Law has had 2 for 4 with 1 run driven in. During the year, Vernon hit 181. He hit 1 homer and drove in 7 runs. Stafford in hot water up to his neck winding. Here's the pitch to Vernon Law on the way. It's a slider that's outside, ball 1. out a bunt to load him up. 1-1 delivery. A little half swing, and he fouls it off here into the Pittsburgh dugout at first base. And it's a ball and 2 strikes. The Bucks 2, the Yankees nothing. And the Pirates threatening to get more here. The bases full. Nobody out in the last half of inning number 2. Beautiful sunny day at Forbes Field. Another piece of cooperation from the weatherman. Stafford winding now. The 1-2 pitch to Vernon Law. A swing and a tap to the mound. Here's the throw to the plate out. Here's the relay to first base. It's a double play. A double play from Stafford to Blanchard to the first baseman Skowron. Burgess is forced at the plate. On the play, Don Hoke moves to third and Mazeroski goes to second base. So Law gets into a double play from the pitcher to the catcher to the first baseman. And now the Pirates have runners on second and third with 2 out, and the batter is Bill Verdon. Fine pitching by Bill Stafford. He still is not out of it, however. 22-year-old right-hander coming in here in a toughest spot that he could possibly be in. And so far, he's done a fine job after walking Hope and giving up that bunt single to Mazeroski. He made the pitcher tap into a double play. And now here's Bill Verdon, who hit a fly ball to Yogi Berra back in the first inning. The windup and the pitch to Verdon. A swing and a shot foul into the upper deck in right field. Got around on a curveball, and they rammed it upstairs, but foul by a long margin. 1 strike on Verdon. The last 5 World Series that the Yankees have been in have gone the limit, 7 games. So far, many World Series records have been broken. Many series records have been tied. And there'll be more broken and tied in this ball game here today. 1 strike on Verdon. Pirate teammates on second and third. 2 gone in the last half of the second. The Bucks lead by 2. Young Bill Stafford winding. 0-1 to Verdon. Curveball foul down the left side out of play into the upper deck. Hits the roof and drops downstairs. 2 strikes to count on Verdon. New baseball is handed to the catcher Blanchard. He rubs it up, fires it out to Bill Stafford. This kid may be 22, but he has shown a lot of moxie down through the stretch. And he's done a terrific job in the World Series thus far. He's out in front of the batter, 2 strikes. Wind up by Stafford. New York right-hander fires a fastball high and inside. He has to jump out of the way. 1-2 on Verdon. 2 hits and a walk loaded him up. But then Law tapped into the double play by way of home plate. Buck runners on second and third lead away. Mazeroski at second. Hoke down the line at third. 1-2 pitch to Bill Verdon. Curveball line right center. Here's Maris coming on. Can't get it. A base hit. 1 run scores. Here's the other man scoring. Maris fumbles the ball and Verdon takes it second. Bill Verdon lined a shot into right center field. Roger Maris came over, had trouble picking the ball up, and 2 more runs are in. And the Pirates lead 4-0 here in the second inning. They may charge Maris with an error. It's a base hit, a single for Verdon, and an error on Roger Maris for failing to come up with a ball. 2 more runs are in, and the Pirates lead 4-0. Here's Grote hitting a foul ball down the right field line, curving back out of play, and it's 1 strike on Dick Grote. 2 runs in the bottom of the second, and Pittsburgh is now in front, 4-0 over the Yankees. 2 runs driven in on the hit by Verdon. His 4th and 5th RBIs of the series. Here's a tap down the third base line to the third baseman Boyer. The peg over to first base, and it's in time to retire the side. Grote didn't mean to swing, but he couldn't hold up. In the inning, 2 runs on 3 hits, 1 error, and 1 man left on. And at the end of 2 innings of play, it's the Pirates 4 and the Yankees nothing. Here's John Blanchard leading off the top half of the third for the Yankees, hitting a high pop foul out of play behind the New York dugout on the third base side. 1 strike. Blanchard has had 4 for 7 for the Yankees in the World Series, with 1 run driven in. A batting average of .571 in series play. 27-year-old catcher from Minneapolis, left-handed batter. Here's Law's 0-1 pitch on the way. Swinging a chop right back to the by Law, and he's going to throw him out. Vernon Law leaps and spear and gone in the top half of the third. The Pirates 4, the Yankees nothing. 7 men in a row have now been retired by Vernon Law. It brings up the Yankee third baseman Cletus Boyer, who has just walked up to the plate with a broken bat, and he's going to have to get a new one back here in the bat rack. 1 out, nobody on here in the third. The Yankees, so far in 6 ball games, have scored 46 runs and have 78 hits, a team batting average of 341. Compared to 17 runs scored by Pittsburgh on only 49 hits and a Pirate team average of 241, 100 points less. But so far in this baby, it's been Pittsburgh. 4 runs and 4 hits. Here's the pitch by Law to Cleet Boyer. Shortens up on the bat like he's going to lay a bunt down, and he took a strike. 0-1. Bobby Shands loosening up. The pitcher due up next. Here's the pitch. Swinging a fly ball out into short center. Here's Mazeroski going out. Burden coming on. Maz under the ball. Makes the catch. And the 2 men gone. Hector Lopez is going to come out now to hit for Billy Stafford. Hector Lopez, who has 2 hits in 6 at-bats for a .333 average in the World Series. Right-handed batter. Coming out to hit for the pitcher, Bill Stafford. Vernon Law, bad ankle and all, has now retired 8 Yankees in a row. Bobby Shands will be the next New York pitcher. He's warming up out here in the Yankee bullpen. The Pirates scored 2 runs in the first and 2 in the second. They lead 4-0 with New York at bat in the top half of the third. Lopez in that crouch, close stance. The pitch to him as they curve it's low for ball 1. Skinner in left, Burden in center, and Clemente in right. Hoke, Grote, Mazeroski, and Nelson around the Buck infield. Pitch to Hector Lopez, swinging a long drive foul down the right field line and up near the football press box and off the roof and downstairs. A ball and a strike on Hector Lopez. On the road this year, the Yankees won 42 games and lost 35. Here's the pitch. Swing on a fastball, and he rams a foul into the upper deck, and a great play is made by a fan. A leaping 2-handed catch by a spectator down the right field line upstairs. It was at Yankee Stadium where the Bombers were so destructive and so brilliant against the American League opposition. They won 55 and lost 22 at New York. Here's a shot. Base hit in the hole between Hoke and Grote. Lopez lines a single into left field, and there's the first Yankee base runner. Hit number 1 off Vernon Law. Brings up the top of the order, Bobby Richardson, one of the real outstanding stars in this series so far. In the first inning today, leading off, he hit a line drive right back to Dick Grote, the Pirate shortstop. Little Bobby Richardson has 12 runs driven in the World Series, which is an all-time series record. Here's a curve, it's high, ball 1. Little fella, but what power. He demonstrated it the other day in New York. Saturday when he hit a grand slam home run at Yankee Stadium off Clem Labine. Lopez at first, 2 gone. Richardson swings and hammers one into left field. Bob Skinner's there, comes in at second, makes the catch to retire on stride. No runs and 1 hit, and 1 man left on. And at the end of 2.5 innings of play, the Pirates 4, the Yankees nothing. Little left-hander Bobby Shands becomes the 3rd Yankee pitcher of the ball game. He has been in 2 games, pitching a total of 1 1/3 innings. Has not allowed a run, nor a hit. Here's a little fellow with a heart as big as his entire body. From Pottstown, Pennsylvania. 5 feet 6 1/4, 154 pounds. Back in 1952, he was the American League's most valuable player with the Philadelphia A's when he won 24 and lost only 7. Bob Skinner, the Pirate left fielder, leads off against Shands, who is pitcher number 3 for New York. The Pirates 4, the Yankees nothing. Skinner drew a walk and scored on Rocky Nelson's tremendous home run in the first inning. Here's a ball that's high and outside. Still has some pain in the left thumb, which he jammed in the opening game here. He has quite a bit of tape wrapped around the bat handle to cut down on the pain when he swings. A ground ball to the first baseman, Skowron. Up with it, flips to the pitcher covering, and Skinner's out. Skowron to Bobby Shantz, who covered. One away, and here's a hand for Rocky Nelson. Rocky put the Bucks in the lead with a wallop into the lower seats in right field with a man on in the first. The Bucks scored 2 more in the second. They now lead 4-0 here in the last half of the third. 1 out and nobody on base. Pirates trying for their first World Championship in many, many years. 35 years. 1925, the last time they raised the World Championship flag over Forbes Field. Shantz winding. Little southpaw fires a curveball that's high to Nelson for ball 1. The Yankees are shooting for their 19th World Championship. In this Game 7, the wrap-up, the final game of the 1960 World Series. Here's the pitch to Nelson. Slow curve swung on and hammered foul down the right field line upstairs. 1 ball and 1 strike on Rocky Nelson. Again, he gave the crowd a thrill, but this time he pulled it foul down the right field line. New baseball thrown out to the pitcher. Looks in, gets the sign from Blanchard, winding now. Little left-hander fires to Nelson. A ball is high. 2 balls and 1 strike. 1 out and nobody on in the bottom half of the third. Pirates 4, Yankees nothing. Shantz, the third New York pitcher of the ball game, into the windup. Here's the pitch. It's a curve. It's high and inside. 3 balls and 1 strike. On deck is Roberto Clemente, the Pittsburgh right fielder. Well, out here yesterday to watch the 6th game of the series were 38,580. Here's the 3-1 pitch to Nelson. High curve, he walks him, ball 4. Rocky Nelson gets the 3rd walk issued by Yankee pitchers. Shirley allowed 1. Stafford gave up a walk, and now Shantz has walked Rocky Nelson with 1 out in the last half of the third. Here's Clemente, who popped up to Bobby Richardson the first time at bat today. Casey Stengel on the next to top step of the New York dugout here at third base, watching everything. Shantz into the stretch. Pitch to Clemente. He bunts foul off here to the left, and it's strike 1. Clemente was one of several National Leaguers to hit better than 300. He ended up the year with a 314 average. Hope walking up and down here in front of the Pirate bench on the first base dugout, talking to his teammates. Well, they have figured out that the winning share will be approximately $8,500 for each winner, and the loser will get around $2,500 less than that. Pitch to Clemente, curveball down low. 1-1 on Roberto. Yogi Berra deep in left, Mantle deep in center, Roger Maris in right. Rocky Nelson on first, 1 out. The last half of the third with the Pirates leading 4-0. 1-1 on Clemente. Right-handed batter waits. Here's Shantz firing. Swinging the chopper to the second baseman, Richardson. Up with it. Tosses to Kubek 1. Relay to first to double play.
Kind of weather, Atlantic keeps your car on the go, 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 so keep on the go with Atlantic.
Hello, everybody. This is Bob Delaney, and in just a moment, the Red Sox-Yankee game with Phil Rizzuto and Mel Allen bringing you the play-by-play description. This broadcast comes to you by courtesy of the Atlantic Refining Company and P. Valentine & Sons in cooperation with Sports Network by authority of the Yankees. It's intended solely for the private enjoyment of our listening audience, and any rebroadcast or other use of this play-by-play description without the express consent of the Yankees is prohibited. A lovely day in Boston today, and we're just about set to join Phil Rizzuto, who'll be sending us the starting lineups. For those of you who did not remain up until the wee hours, we'll remind you that the Red Sox last night, Red Sox winning 2-1. This afternoon, Ralph Terry goes for the Yankees, and Gene Conley for the Boston Red Sox. The The temperature today in Boston is about 65 degrees. It's quite comparable to the weather we're enjoying in New York. The bullpen brigade has just made its way out towards the bullpen in right field. And so it's time now for us to join Phil Rizzuto with the starting lineups.
And now we have the starting lineups for you. Ralph Houck has really shaken up the Yankee lineup. As a matter of fact, driving home in the bus last night after the ball game, Ralph was saying that he's not going to go with the old theory that you need a lot of right-hand hitters here at Fenway Park, because whenever you put the right-hand hitters in, they try to hit the ball over the fence, and as a result, they're swinging at bad pitches. So he stacked his batting lineup with left-handed power. He has 5 left-hand hitters. Leading off today, playing third base, Clete Boyer, an unusual spot for Boyer in the lineup. Tony Kubek moved down in the second spot in the batting order. Tony playing shortstop. In right field will be Roger Maris, batting third. Mickey Mantle will be in center field, hitting cleanup. In left field today and batting fifth, Yogi Berra. Bill Skowron will be at first base, batting sixth. Doing the catching and batting seventh, Johnny Blanchard. Bobby Richardson will be at second base, batting in the 8th position, and doing the pitching and batting ninth, Ralph Terry. For the Boston Red Sox, leading off playing second base, Chuck Schilling. In center field and batting second will be Gary Geiger. Vic Wertz, who got the winning hit last night, driving in Jackie Jensen. The Red Sox defeated the Yankees 2-1. Wertz will be at first base, batting third. Jensen, who along with scoring the winning run, had a homer last night, will be in right field hitting the cleanup spot. At third base, batting fifth, Frank Malzone. Jim Pagliarone will be the catcher, batting in the 6th position. Carroll Hardy batting 7th and playing left field. The shortstop batting 8th will be Don Budden. And doing the pitching and batting 9th, Gene Conley. The umpires for today's game, and right now they're gathered at home plate with Ralph Houck and Mike Higgins. Calling balls and strikes, Bob Stewart. At first base, Charlie Berry. Umpiring at second, Joe Linsalata. And Frank Umont will be calling them at third base. They break up the huddle at home plate. And we'll be ready to go down in the field in just a little while. As we told you, there were no other games in the American League yesterday, so the Yankees dropped a half game to Detroit, to Cleveland, well, to everybody, except for the Red Sox, who picked up a full game on them. But Baltimore, now tied with the Yankees, are just percentage points actually behind New York. But the Yankees and the Orioles are both 5 games behind the league-leading Detroit Tigers. Cleveland in second place, 3.5 games out. And in the National League, Cincinnati defeated the league-leading Giants 5-1. And Los Angeles, behind Sandy Koufax, defeated the St. Louis Cardinals and Larry Jackson last night 2-1. So the Dodgers picked up a full game, and they're now a game and a half behind the Giants. Cincinnati and Pittsburgh follow. And there go the Red Sox out on the field. Walking out to the mound is Gene Conley. Boy, he is big, I'll tell you. But right now, we'll have our national anthem. Another good-sized crowd here today, not quite as large as last night. This is always a good baseball city, Boston. Gene Conley has won 2 and lost 3 on the year. No record against the Yankees. It's Conley's 8th appearance of the year and the 7th as a starter. Remember, he pitched against the Yankees last time out. And against Ralph Terry, Conley allowed just 2 runs in 7 innings on 7 hits. He walked 1 and struck out 3. Both of Conley's wins have been shutouts. The last one was against Detroit on May the 18th. It's a 4-hitter. Lee Boyer will be leading off for the Yankees today. Frank Crissetti goes to the coaching box at third, and Wally Moses down to first. Conley is 6 feet 8 inches tall, the tallest ball player in the major leagues, 227 pounds. And he's played basketball for the Boston Celtics since the 1958-59 season. He's the only man to play 2 major professional sports in the same city. And as you know, basketball is a grueling game. But it didn't take Conley long to get in shape for baseball. About 10 days. Went out and pitched the game and won it. Conley's been in the big league since 1954. Actually, was up with the old Boston Braves in 52, but only for 4 ball games. Clete Boyer steps into the batter's box. Boyer batting .243. 4 doubles, 1 triple, 2 homers, and 12 RBIs. Big Gene Conley checks the sign from Pagliarone. Pitch to Boyer is a swing and a miss, strike 1 at a high fastball. Pagliarone is 6 feet 3 inches tall, so this must be the tallest batter in both leagues. The 1 strike curveball is low outside, 1-1. Here's the 1-1 delivery. It's over the inside corner, strike 2 call. Outfield straight away on Boyer. Pitch is a line drive, base hit to left field, in the hole between third and short. Carroll Hardy up with it. Boyer opens the ball game with a line shot to left. That brings up Tony Kubek. Tony's batting .299. Dipped under the 300 mark last night. He has 9 doubles, 1 triple, 3 homers, and 12 RBIs. Vic Wertz holding the bag against Boyer. Malzone is in at third. Here's the stretch. The pitch to Kubek is bunted foul down the third base line. So Malzone must have had a hunch. He was playing in on Kubek. Still, Tony tried to drop one down. Bunted foul. Starting to cloud up a little bit, though there's no threat of rain at 8. Boyer with a short leadoff first. The stretch. The pitch is fouled out of play and back at third base. Strike 2. Roger Maris on deck. Nothing in 2 on Kubek. The stretch, and the pitch is outside. Ball 1. For some of you fans driving around or near the stadium, the Yankee Stadium advance ticket window is open today until 5 o'clock for your ticket shopping convenience. The one at Grand Central Terminal is not open today, though. All right, Conley sets. Pitch is a swing and a miss, strike 3. Got the fastball by Kubek. Conley's first strikeout, and here's Roger Maris. Roger batting .231. 2 doubles, 9 homers, and 23 RBIs. Very enthusiastic fans up here in Fenway Park. And adds something to the ball game. Peps up the ball players and everybody around. Boyer leads off first. Pitch to Maris is hit deep, but foul to right field, way back there. And up on top of the roof and right on out of the ballpark. Maris really got a hold of an inside fastball. Drilled it deep over the roof, but foul. A long strike. Outfield shifting around towards right on Maris and deep. Here's the stretch by Conley. His pitch is a line drive, base hit, past the second baseman to right center. Boyer around second, digging for third, and Maris holds it first with a single. Second hit off Conley. And all the noise because Mickey Mantle's coming up there. Mickey batting .306. 5 doubles, 1 triple, 11 homers, and 27 RBI. Nick accounted for the lone Yankee run last night with his long home run into the Yankee bullpen in right field. Infield in double play depth with 1 out, runners at first and third. The top of the first inning, no score in this ball game. On deck, Yogi Berra. Stretch by Conley. Pitch to Mantle. Inside, ball 1. Maris at first. Boyer at third. Conley sets. Pitch is outside, ball 2. 2-0. Ready again. Mantle takes a strike on the outside corner. 2 balls, 1 strike. Conley throwing hard here in the top of the first inning. Ready for the 2-1 delivery. He checks his swing, and it's just a little bit high, ball 3. 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike on Mickey. The pitch is swung at it, missed, strike 2, and Mickey let go of the bat with 1 hand and swings that right arm up in the air. He has his wrist heavily taped and is also having a little trouble with his right shoulder, not counting the legs. Full count on Mantle with 1 away. Let's see if Maris will be going. Boyer is at third, Maris at first. Here's the stretch. There goes Maris. It's strike 3. He dropped the ball. No, wait, he foul tipped it. He must have just gotten a little piece of that ball, and Pagliarone dropped it. Catcher picks up some dirt and throws it down. Maris was going with the pitch. And I'd wondered why Pagliarone didn't pounce on the ball and throw to second, but Mantle just nicked it. So he's got a life. Still 3-2 on Mickey. Here's the stretch. There goes Maris. There's a drive to deep right field, way back there. The ball is in the bullpen for a home run for Mantle. And there's the difference. They say baseball is a game of inches. And Pagliarone held on to that foul tip. Mantle would have been out of there. He got a life and hits a 3-run homer into the Yankee bullpen. So Mantle comes up with his 12th home run of the year, and he now has 30 runs batted in. The Yankees lead 3-0, and here's Yogi Berra batting .309. 4 doubles, 5 homers, and 18 runs batted in. Pitch to Yogi is foul tip back, strike 1. funny about Mickey. He looked there swinging at 2 pitches and missing, even the foul tip, and then he hits one 9 miles. Yogi hits one to right center field. Going back is Jensen in the center fielder. In the center field, Geiger makes a one-handed catch against the Red Sox bullpen wall. It didn't look like that ball was going to travel that far, but Geiger at the last second leap caught it one-handed and then just brushed lightly against the wall in front of the Red Sox bullpen. So it's 2 out. And here's Bill Skowron. The Moose batting .282, 7 doubles, 1 triple, 6 homers, and 25 runs batted in. 3-0 the Yankees lead, top of the first. Conley's pitch is outside, ball 1. Fastball is low, ball 2. Nothing pitch is high, ball 3, 3-0. Strike call, 3-1 the count on Skowron. On deck is Johnny Blanchard. Here's the windup by Conley. Pitch is a swing and a line drive, base hit to left center field. And Skowron's on with a solid single as the Yankees have gotten to Conley here in the first inning. Hit number 4 off Conley. And it'll bring up Johnny Blanchard. Blanchard batting .222, 1 double, 3 homers, and 7 runs batted in. Two out. Stretch by Conley. Pitch to Blanchard is a curve outside, ball 1. Blanchard pops one to short left center field. The shortstop Budden moving back and makes the catch with his back to the infield. So for the Yankees in the top of the first inning, 3 runs on 4 base hits. No Red Sox errors. 1 man left to score at the end of 1/2 inning. The Yankees 3 and the Red Sox coming to bat.
For pleasure driving that is a pleasure, you need something more than a freshly washed car and a bright sunny day. For one thing, you need to be sure that your carburetor is clean to do its job at peak efficiency. And that's why more and more motorists from New England to Florida have started to use Atlantic Imperial gasoline regularly. This quality gasoline cleans your carburetor as you drive and keeps it clean. You see, Atlantic Imperial removes the harmful deposits of dirt that get past your engine's air cleaner and build up on the lower walls of your carburetor. These deposits can cause rough idling, stalling, and gasoline waste. But once you've used Atlantic Imperial for a while, you'll feel the difference. And as long as you use it, Atlantic Imperial will keep new deposits from forming in your carburetor. See your Atlantic dealer soon. Use Atlantic Imperial, the gasoline that cleans your carburetor as you drive and keeps it clean.
Ralph Terry is out on the mound for the New York Yankees. Terry has won 2 and lost none this year, and he's 1-0 against the Red Sox. Lifetime against Boston, 10 wins and 5 defeats. This is Terry's 9th appearance of the year and his 8th as a starter. The Yankees have won 5 of the games that Terry has started. Schilling batting .233, stepping into the batter's box, leading off for the Red Sox. Has 7 doubles, 1 homer, and 17 runs batted in. Yankees 3 and the Red Sox nothing. This is the first inning. Terry's first pitch is right over, strike 1 call. Schilling bats him right-handed. Curve is low. Ball 1, 1-1. Perry is 6'3" and 190 pounds. He looks small compared to that Conley out on the mound. The 1-1 pitch. Curveball hit on the ground, foul outside of third. Billy Herman knocks it down. Couldn't hold on to it. The third base coach for the Red Sox. Rudy York is coaching over at first. A couple of pretty good hitters in their day. Herman, one of the best hit-and-run men ever in baseball. And York, one of the big power hitters. Curve is outside, and low. Ball 2, 2-2. Perry, pitching with practically a no wind-up delivery. The 2-2 pitch. Hit in front of the plate and bounces back to the screen. Ball 3, 3-2. Field in beautiful condition here at Fenway Park. Ready now for the payoff pitch to Schilling. He swings and lines it foul down the left field line, back into the seats. Count holds at 3-2. Yogi Berra's in left field for the Yankees defensively. The pitch is a ground ball in the hole. Richardson to his left is up with it. His throw is in time on a beautiful play by Richardson and Skowron. Bobby went back on the edge of the outfield grass, picked it up, had a throw off balance, and threw it in the dirt, and Skowron backhanded, scooped it out of the dirt. Just did nip Chuck Schilling. Richardson has more than made up in his fielding and defensive play, and his low average shows so far as batting goes. Here's Gary Geiger batting .213. 4 doubles, a triple, 4 homers, and 8 runs batted in. Left-hand hitting center fielder. The curve is inside. Ball 1 to Geiger. On deck, Vic Wertz. 3-0. The Yankees are leading. Last half of the first inning. The 1-0 pitch is popped in the air. Boyer, the third baseman, moving back under it. He's in fair territory and makes the catch for the second out. Two-way. And here's Vic Wertz. Wertz batting .267. 5 doubles, 3 homers, and 12 runs batted in. Left-hand hitter with an open stance. Big, powerful man. Takes a pitch high, ball 1. Fastball high outside, ball 2. Johnny Blanchard rifles the ball back to Terry. Ralph goes to the rosin bag. On deck is Jackie Jensen. Yankee outfield deep, mantle deep, and shading in right center a little bit for Wertz. Fastball is lined to left center field. Yogi going back, and it's over his head, bouncing off the wall. Wertz around first, digging for second, and he'll be in with a stand-up double. So Vic Wertz, with Mantle playing in right center, hit a solid line drive to left center, 1 hop off the wall, and comes up with his 6th double of the year. Here's Jackie Jensen. Jensen batting .210, has 3 doubles, 4 homers, and 12 runs batted in. Jackie has 2 of his 4 homers against the Yankees, and both of them off Whitey Ford. 2 outs. Terry sets. Pitch to Jensen is high, ball 1. They have painted the walls olive green this year instead of the light green. And it really is pretty. The left field wall runs from the left field foul line almost straight across to center field. One reason why right-hand hitters love to hit in this spot. Curve is over. Strike one, 1-1. On deck, Frank Malzone. Blanchard out to the mound to talk with Terry. Jensen steps back to have a little chat with Bob Stewart, the plate umpire. Dick Wirtz leading off second base. Terry stretches. Fastball is low, ball 2. 2-1. Yankees play the Red Sox again tomorrow night. And then on Thursday afternoon, before going out to Chicago for a 3-game series, Friday night, Saturday afternoon, and Sunday afternoon. Terry sets. Pitch is in there. Strike 2, 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Terry leans over and checks the sign from Blanchard. Wirtz with a good-sized lead off second, and Jensen asks for time and steps out of the box. Terry taking a little too long getting the sign. All right, now Terry sets. Curve foul back. Out of play. Jensen's doing a lot of walk around that batter's box. Two balls, 2 strikes on Jensen. Terry ready. Curve low, and it's a full count, 3-2. Blanchard having a little trouble picking up the ball, though Wirtz does not advance, and the crowd gets on Johnny. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. The Yankees 3, the Red Sox nothing. Bottom of the first inning. Mantle hit a 3-run homer in the top of the first, and the Yankees out in front. Now we're ready for the payoff pitch. Here's the stretch. Pitch is strike 3 called. It was a curveball. Jensen took it, and Bob Stewart said it had part of the plate. So Jackie was curved on a 3-2 pitch and caught looking. For the Red Sox in the bottom of the first, no runs, 1 hit, no Yankee errors, 1 man left. The score at the end of 1 full inning, the Yankees 3 and the Red Sox nothing. And we pause for station identification.
You are in tune with Quality Modern Radio, 1460 on your dial. This is WOKO, Albany, New York. WOKO time, 26.5 minutes past 2.
On the scoreboard in the American League, Los Angeles at Washington. It's 1-1 at the end of 2. Garver against Hobart. Earl Averill home in the second with nobody on for L.A. Minnesota at Cleveland for a pair. In the first game at the end of 3, Minnesota 2, the Indians nothing. Pasquale against Hawkins. Baltimore is at Chicago for 2. The first game just getting underway. It's Barber against Shaw. Kansas City at Detroit in a doubleheader. Archer against Marcy in the first game. In the National League, Cincinnati at San Francisco playing 2 games at the end of 2.5 innings. It's Cincinnati 3, the Giants nothing. Maloney for Cincinnati. Jones started. Fisher in the third. Pinson homered in the first with nobody on, and Maloney helping his own cause in the third with a man on. St. Louis is at Los Angeles for a single game. Milwaukee at Philadelphia for a pair. In the first game, it's 0-0 at the end of 2.5. Buell against Feresi. Chicago's at Pittsburgh for 2, and at the end of 5 innings, all tied up 1-1. Ellsworth against Mizell. Andre Rogers homered in the fourth for the Cubs with nobody on. Bobby Richardson Richardson leads off for the Yankees here in the top of the second. Bobby batting .205. Has 1 triple and 10 RBIs. Conley's pitch to Richardson, inside, ball 1. Bobby, by the way, has resigned as Yankee player representative, and he's going to be replaced by Art Ditmar as alternate, who will serve until the players hold their election. Bobby felt that the position was too time-consuming with his family up here. There's a drive to deep right center field. Jensen going over and makes the running catch in deep right center. That ball just seemed to hang up there. It was in the hole, and Jensen went a long ways from right field, but he caught it one away. Brings up Ralph Terry. Terry batting .333, 5 for 15, 1 double, 1 RBI. One out, nobody on. Pitch to Terry is in there. Strike 1 called. Foul back in the seats and out of play. Strike 2. Nothing in 2 on Terry. Here's Conley's pitch. It's a ground ball to the shortstop. Button in. Up with it. Throw to Vic Wirtz in time to get Ralph. It's 2 away. It'll bring up Clete Boyer, who opened the ball game with a single to left field. And he scored along with Maris on Mantle's 12th home of the year in the first inning. Boyer taking plenty of time, giving Terry a little more time to get into the bench and rest a little before he has to get back out on the mound to pitch. Two out and nobody on. Conley's pitch to Boyer is in there. Strike 1 call. The Yankees last night added another bonus player to their minor league system. They signed New England William E. Billy Madden. And everybody was after him. He's a left-hand hitting 16-year-old catcher. Boyer takes the pitch low, 1-1. 18 years old. I said 16, but he's 18 years old. The 1-1 pitch, low outside, ball 2, 2-1. Is a ground ball past the pitcher, the shortstop near second up with a throw to first just in time to get Boyer. That was a fine play by Don Budden on a ball that was hit off the end of the bat, in which Conley misjudged the speed, and Budden had to come up fast with it for the Yankees in the top of the second. Nothing across the score at the end of an inning and a half. New York 3 and the Red Sox nothing.
You know, something new has been added to the do-it-yourself list. Yes, now you can clean the carburetor of your car, remove dirt in the vital throttle plate area without even raising the hood. How? Just use Atlantic Imperial regularly. You see, dirt deposits build up on the lower walls of most carburetors. In time, these deposits can affect the action of the throttle plate and cause it to feed the wrong mixture of air and gasoline to your engine. Now, this results in rough idling, frequent stalling, and actual gasoline waste. But after a few thousand miles of driving with Atlantic Imperial gasoline, this carburetor dirt will be gone, washed harmlessly away. And for as long as you use Atlantic Imperial, you need not worry about new deposits forming. That's why more and more people these days are using Atlantic Imperial. It's the quality gasoline that cleans your carburetor as you drive and keeps it clean.
Frank Malzone leads off for the Red Sox in the bottom of the second. Frank just can't seem to get going. Here's a fellow who has a batting average close to 300, lifetime-wise, that is, in the American League. And right now he's batting 141, has 1 double, 2 homers, and 6 RBIs. He's too good a ball player to be down there. 3-0 the Yankees lead. Terry's pitch to Malzone is low, ball 1. Next pitch is hit on the ground to the shortstop. Kubek on a big hop. His throw to Skowron in time to get Malzone. That's 1 away. Brings up Jim Pagliarone, the catcher, batting .261. Big Jim has 3 doubles, 3 homers, and 10 runs batted in. Pagliarone credits his catching ability right now to the hard work of Mickey Owen when he was with the Red Sox. Mickey worked with him every day, every day. The pitch to the right-hand hitting catcher is in there. Strike 1 called. Of course, Bill Dickey helped Yogi Berra quite a bit when Yogi first came to the Yankees. When you get that good coaching and training, it pays off. Curve inside, 1-1. One out, nobody on. Yankees leading 3-0. Bottom of the second. Pitch is outside, ball 2. Man, I can't wait for that hot weather to get here. And around August, we'll probably be looking for some cool weather, but this weather's been ridiculous. The pitch is low, ball 3. 3-1. Now the clouds are getting blacker up there. The wind's getting colder. Three and 1 on Jim Pagliarone. Terry's pitch is in there. Strike 2 called. 3-2. Full count. The payoff pitch. Drive deep to left field. That ball's going to be off the wall. Yogi plays it off the wall on 1 hop, and Pagliarone is held to a long single. As Berra played that wall a la Ted Williams out there. The old Splendid Splinter could play him off a solid line drive. That hit the wall. Yogi caught it on 1 hop and had the ball into second base just as the big catcher rounded first. A line single to left. Remember when I was a kid and I used to hear games broadcast from Fenway Park, and they'd say a ball hit the wall and he's held to a single. I couldn't believe it until I came up here to play. Carroll Hardy, the left fielder, the batter, hitting .224, 4 doubles, a triple, and 5 runs batted in. Pitch to Hardy. It's a curve in there. Strike 1 called. On deck is Don Budden, the shortstop. Skowron holding first against the Red Sox catcher. Here's a stretch by Rice. Ball bunted down third. It's a good one. That's going to be a base hit. Boyer doesn't even make a play. A beautiful bunt by Carroll Hardy. That is one of the best, if not the best, bunt I've seen all year by a right-handed batter. He fooled everybody. Laid it down, and Boyer didn't even make a try. Just picked it up, caught him flat-footed. And that's hit number 3 off Terry. And now the tying run is at the plate. Don Budden, the shortstop, batting .245, 6 doubles and 4 runs batted in. 1 away. Yankees leading 3-0. Pitch to Budden. Right fastball right down the pipe. Hardy at first, Pagliarone at second. Stretch by Terry. Curve in the dirt, knocked down by Blanchard. Johnny pounces on it, keeps the runners from advancing. Boy, that catching's a tough job when you get those curved balls in the dirt. Got to get your body in front of it. Of course, you have a lot of gear on to protect you. The chest protector, the shin guards, and the mask. A lot of ball players call them the tools of ignorance. Jokingly, because if you're a good catcher, you can get to the big leagues faster than any other position. Pitch inside, ball 2, 2-1. Gene Conley, due to be the next batter, is a pretty good hitting pitcher. Runners lead off first and second. Terry sets. 2-1 pitch. Curve high, ball 3. 3-1. Terry changes the rosin bag. He moves that rosin bag around like it's diamonds or something. Touches it very gently. Moves it from the right side of the rubber to the left side. 3 balls, 1 strike, and 1 out. Runners at first and second. Pitch is a curve. In there, strike 2, and it's a full count. So Terry curved him on a 3-1 pitch. The pitcher's got to have pretty good control of that curveball to do that. Once again, we have a full count on a Red Sox batter. Here's Terry's stretch. Fastball fouled back up on the roof, out of play. Ralph tried to sneak the fast one by him, hoping that Budden was looking for the curve. Not a good idea to guess with 2 strikes on you, because if you're looking for the curve and they throw the fastball, you can't get around. And Terry ready for the 3-2 pitch. Fastball popped in the air to the infield. The infield fly rule is called. Budden is automatically out. Richardson makes the catch at second base. And it's 2 away. Here comes Gene Conley. Conley has 1 base hit this year. That one against the Yankees, and it was a double. He has driven in 1 run. 2 out, 2 on. The Yankees lead 3-0 in the bottom of the second. Flying around above us with a big banner in back of it advertising WEEI, which is a CBS affiliate up here in Boston. All right, big Gene Conley steps into the batter's box. The bat looks like a toothpick in his hands. He's so big. Terry sets. Pitch to Conley is fouled back on the screen and out of play. Carroll Hardy at first. Jim Pagliarone is at second with 2 out. Ready. His curve is fouled off to the left of the plate. Strike 2. Nothing in 2 on the big right-hand hitting pitcher for the Red Sox, Gene Conley. Taking a lot of time getting the signal. Now he's ready. Here's his stretch. It hit his bat. I think if it didn't hit his bat, it would have hit Conley. It was in on him, would have hit him right on the chest. And he swung that bat in self-defense. A fastball coming right in towards his chest. He just got his bat out there and deflected it off into the stands to the right of the plate. Terry ready. Ground ball hit the short. Kubek coming in, up with it. His throw to first base in time to get Conley, and he can move down that line for a big fella.
Tim Taylor is at fullback, Horning at a halfback. Star the quarter. Dowler to the right, McGee to the left. Long count by Bart. And off to the left comes Horning. He cuts and comes for about 3 to the 38. Greer, Scott, Rosie Greer, Tom Scott team up to make the stop. Gain on the play as the ball is spotted just 1 yard to the 37, and it's second down 9. The Giants with Cabbage, Mozalewski, Greer, and Robustelli up front. Livingston, Huff, and Scott, the linebackers. Barnes, Morrison, Patton, and Lynch are the deep men. Second down 9. Starr has the Packers ready. Snap of the ball. Bart Starr off to the left after a fake is going to run. He's at the 35, 40, 45, flag down. Giant 41-yard line, fumbles. The ball is loose, picked up by the Giants' Jimmy Patton. Swings to his left to the Giant 40, goes to the 45. I remind you, a penalty flag was dropped, and down goes Patton at the 42-yard line. Barnes made the tackle on Starr. A penalty marker was dropped as the ball was snapped. It was against Green Bay, declined, of course, by the Giants, and here is the first break of the game, I do believe, Jim, that we could say has gone to the Giants.
That's right. The Giants on that play took a page out of the Packer book in the first half and put the rush on Bart Starr, but he ducked under him and took off.
We have a bit of confusion because some members of the Packer offense are not leaving the field. They're coming back on the field. And the ball is picked up by the referee and is being placed now at the Giant 47-yard line. The Packers' offensive unit is going back on the field. And apparently one of the officials had blown the ball dead. Jim, that's all I can figure at this moment, because at the Giant 47 is where Starr hit the ground. That I remember.
There seems to be no question about it now that one of the officials had indicated to the Giants that it was their ball, but another one had blown it dead up there on the 47-48 yard line, before the 47-yard line. So as confusion reigns here for just a moment, it's going to be squared away, and it's going to be the Green Bay Packers ball. There's no question about that, and you can bet that the New York Giants are mighty unhappy about it. Kyle Rote, the offensive captain of the Giants, is having a discussion down there as to what did happen. I see now that the linesmen, now not the head linesmen, but the linesmen are now moving as if the ball is going to be placed somewhere around the Packer 41-yard line. And all I guarantee you right now is confusion. I admit to being confused. And the ball now, instead of being at the Giant 47, is being taken back to near the Packer 40, now the 35-yard line. Illegal procedure against Green Bay has been indicated by one of the officials, but Andy Robustelli of the Giants, one of their captains, isn't satisfied. He's now asking for further explanation from the officials. I'll assure you that 36 players and coaches on each squad are a little bit confused at this time here, but the officiating in the National Football League is truly outstanding, and it's squared away right now, and it is Green Bay's ball. There's no question about that, Ray.
It's their ball. They've lost 5 yards on an illegal procedure penalty, and it's 1st and 15 Packers from their 35-yard line. The play was dead. In other words, when the ball was snapped, nothing counted after that, the way it turns out. So we're set to go. Bart Starr calls signals from the Packer 35, gives to Hall Horning, cuts off to his right, cuts in at the 35, 40, 45-yard line. Hall Horning hit down finally by Sam Huff and Erich Barnes. Gain on the play, 10 yards. Second down, 5, Green Bay from the 45. And again, great blocking by the Green Bay offensive line. Sprung Horning loose at the line of scrimmage as he made his cut back toward the middle. 2nd and 5, Green Bay from the 45. Second half just underway, Packers leading 24-0. McGee to the left, Dowler to the right, Ron Kramer a tight left end. Giants dig in, Packers are ready. Long count by Starr. Snap of the ball. Straight ahead, Taylor runs into Huff. Gain on the play, 1.5 yards. Huff hit him high. Bent him back. Forward progress. A gain of 1 at most. It'll bring up 3rd down and a long 4. Packers ball, their 46. And a key 3rd down play comes up. No scoring here in the second half. Green Bay leading by 24-0. And we have a slight lull in the activities now as Jimmy Ringo came to one of the officials to ask a question, but we're quickly set to go. The Packers lead on 3 first-half touchdowns, 2 on passes by Starr, 1 on a run by Horning, and a field goal by Horning on the last play of the half. They lead 24-0. Dowler to the right as the Packers come out of the huddle. McGee to the left. 3rd down and a long 4. Green Bay from their own 46. Snap of the ball. Starr falls down, gets up, throws quickly, and it's off target by a good margin. Bart that time trying to backpedal and pass, fell down, got up, but his pass intended for McGee, a quickie out on the left flat, was far short of its target. It is incomplete, and the Packers will apparently be forced to punt. This will be, to my best recollection, Jim, just the second punt of the game by Green Bay.
That's right, and Starr, incidentally, is getting fine protection and has the entire afternoon to this point.
Wells and Morrison are deep for the anticipated punt by Boyd Dowler. The pass from center. The kick is partially blocked. It is going to land at the Giant 45, roll to the 40. It is picked up by one of the Giant linemen, Ray. It is fumbled now, and one of the Packers tried to go for the ball, but the Giants wind up with it near their own 40. That was Larry Hayes, a rookie from Vanderbilt, who picked up that partially blocked punt. But it went beyond the line of scrimmage. Hayes picked it up, fumbled, recovered by the Giants. New York has the ball, their own 41-yard line. It's amazing how things even out. It was near their own 41 a moment ago that the Giants apparently had the ball, although they did not. Connerly at quarterback wearing sneakers. Snap to Connerly. He fades the pass. He throws out on the left flat to Webster. Spins away from one man, but he's submerged at the 35-yard line. A quick pass in the left flat as Connerly first faked the handoff, threw out to the left, trying to take advantage of the tremendous defensive charge in Green Bay and set up some sort of a screen pass. There is a loss on the play of 5 yards, 2nd down, 15. Giants moving left to right from their own 35. Third quarter has about 10 minutes left. Packers lead 24-0. Rote to the right, Schaffner to the left. Fading the pass, Connerly. He gives to Webster, and down he goes on a draw play. Lost 4 yards. A tremendous defensive charge led by Dave Hanner, the veteran tackle from Arkansas for the Packers. Loss on the play, 4 yards. It'll be 3rd and 20. So this time, instead of the screen, Connerly tried to take advantage of that defensive charge and set up the draw play, but Hanner was waiting. 3rd and 20, the Giants from their own 30.5. To the right, Rote. To the left, Schaffner. Snap of the ball, Connerly fades the pass. He has time, he's throwing over the middle, and it is Walton with the ball, and he catches it at midfield. He's hit down almost immediately. He may be short of a first down. The ball will be spotted right on the 50. It will be 4th and about 1. Score, Packers 24, Giants nothing. Time left in the third period, a little better than 9 minutes. A new unit comes in, led by Don Chandler, the punter. The Packers are dropping back Willie Wood and Lou Carpenter, if indeed it is to be a punt. Third quarter still has 9 minutes left unofficially. Chandler is in punt formation. Morrison is in front of him, blocking for him by about 8 yards. Pass from center. And it is a punt. And it's a beauty to the left corner. It will land at the 15 and go out of bounds. Deep in Packer territory at around the 14 or 15-yard line. The Packers will have the ball on a 24-0 lead. And it'll be Starr, Taylor, Horning, Dowler, McGee, Ron Kramer, Bob Skoronsky, Norm Masters, Forrest Gregg, Fuzzy Thurston, and Jim Ringo for Green Bay. The offensive unit
the Giants will have Katkavage, Modzalewski, Greer, Robustelli. Livingston, Huff, and Scott, the linebackers. Barnes, Morrison, Patton, and Lynch, the 4 deep men. First down, Packers from their 14.5. Moving right to left. Snap. Off to the left side comes Taylor, and he is down for a loss of about a half yard, trying to slant out to the left. Tom Scott, the right linebacker of the Giants from Virginia, made the defensive play.
Apparently, at halftime, the defensive coach of the Giants must have felt that the linebackers especially were committing themselves too quickly in that first half, and they seem so far in the third period here to be waiting just a fraction of a second longer before committing themselves.
It winds up no gain, and second down 10. To the left, McGee. To the right, Dowler. With about 8 minutes left in the third quarter, and the Packers leading the Giants 24-0. Starr fades to pass. He throws out to the right, intended for Horning. It is short and incomplete. A tremendous rush that time put on by Rosie Greer and Jim Katkavage. Forced Starr to throw before he planned. It is incomplete, and Tom Moore comes into the Packer backfield. He'll replace Jimmy Taylor. It'll be 3rd and 10, the Packers. The hand is for Jimmy Taylor, who has performed so well for Green Bay throughout the entire season. Packers, 3rd and 10 play coming up deep in their own territory. McGee will be splitting about 6-7 yards at left end. Dowler, a wide flanker to the right side. Starr gives to Paul Horning. He goes out to the right. He's going to make his cut. He comes to the 20, and that's all. About 5 yards for Horning, and it'll be 4th and 5 as Erich Barnes, a former Purdue player, made the main defensive move for New York. And in goes the kicking team. Now, the last time the Packers punted, Boyd Dowler's punt was partially blocked. He is in there again to punt. We believe that Bob Sims, who played at Rutgers, is responsible for partially blocking the last punt. Dowler will be kicking from the 5. Pass to center. Big rush for the Giants. This kicks away. It's tremendous. It is going to drive Morrison back over his hand. He drops the ball. He is going for it at the 22-yard line. It's loose. Everybody's fighting. Packers have it. Gregg recovered that punt as Joe Morrison, going backwards, saw the ball roll off his fingertips. Joe Wells tried to go for it. A 60-yard punt winds up being fumbled by New York, recovered by the Packers' Forrest Gregg. And so the Packers now have come up with 2 pass interceptions, and now the recovery of a fumble. First down, Green Bay at the Giant 22-yard line. Far side of the field at the inbounds marker. Starr asks the crowd to be quiet. Tom Moore, straight ahead, finds a big hole, fights to the 20 to the 15-yard line. Hit down by Sam Huff. A quick opener behind blocking by the right side of the Packer line. Ringo, Masters, and Gregg. Forward progress. 16-yard line. Gain of 6. Second down 4. About 6 minutes left in the third period. The Packers leading 24-0. There has been no scoring in the third quarter. Dowler goes to the right as the Packers break huddle. Tom Moore and Paul Horning lining up behind Starr. Max McGee is to the left. Ball is snapped. It is Paul Horning going straight ahead. Fumble at the 15-yard line. Horning fumbled as he was hit. After a gain of about 1, players on file. Let's see who's on the ball. Packers apparently recovered. The ball will be spotted just nose of the ball over the 15. Norm Masters, I believe, fell on it. Gain of 1. Third down, 3. A little over 5 minutes left in the third period. Robustelli that time and Greer forced the fumble with their hard tackle of Horning.
3rd and 3 at the Giant 15. Bart looks over the Giant defense. Snap of the ball. Takes on a run off to the right, throws instead, and it is batted down and almost intercepted by Barnes at the 5-yard line. That time, Starr wanted to hit Horning, but his pass was off target, and Barnes grabbed the ball and threw it to the ground disgustedly because he was unable to hold on to the ball with an apparent sure interception within his grasp, and so the field goal kicking unit is on the field.
Barnes really hates himself on that one, Ray.
Oh, boy. 4th down and 3, and Starr will hold for Horning's apparent attempt at a field goal at the Giant 22. The ball will be placed. Ball is snapped, down, kick is in the air. It's good. There's timeout on the field with the score. The Green Bay Packers 27, the New York Giants nothing.
You get a lot you like with a marble filter, flavor, pack, or box. Filter.
Hey, wait a minute. I thought it was Filter Flavor Flip-Top Box.
No, that's the old song. Now Marlboro comes in a king-size soft pack, too, so they changed the words.
Oh.
You get a lot you like with a marble filter, flavor, pack, or box.
Same cigarette?
Same good Marlboro flavor, both ways. Some people like the soft pack, some like the box, so we give them a choice.
Fits right into the song, too, doesn't it?
You get a lot you like with a marble filter, flavor, pack, or box.
Marlboro, the filter cigarette with the unfiltered taste.
With about 5 minutes left in the 3rd period, the Green Bay Packers' Ben Agajanian is about to kick off. The Giants' deep men are Joe Wells and Bob Gators as the Packers lead 27-0.
Ray, call it breaks or whatever you want. It's really heads-up football, but a couple of pass interceptions and a tremendous kick by Boyd Dowler led to the scoring by the Packers.
Agajanian's kick is a very deep one. It is into the end zone. It'll be over the end line. Gators watches it roll over the end line for a touchback, and the Giants will have the ball at their own 20-yard line. And the quarterback will again be the veteran Charlie Connerly. We'll pick up the other members of the New York Giant offensive unit. Alex Webster, number 29, will be in there. Joel Wells, the first-year back from Clemson. Kyle Rote will be the flanker. Del Schaffner and Joe Walton, the ends. Rote goes to the right, Schaffner to the left. The Giants set from their own 20. Connerly fades to pass. Gives ground, throws a screen out to Webster. He comes and is hit from behind and down at the 25-yard line. Out on the right flat, a quick screen with Kyle Rote leading the blocking. Henry Jordan caught him from behind. Gain on the play, 5 yards, 2nd down, 5. 3rd quarter, Packers lead 27-0 here in Green Bay, Wisconsin, with a little better than 4 minutes left in the period. That's unofficial. In the National Football League, the back judge keeps the official time. Up front, the interior linemen for New York: Roosevelt Brown, Darrell Dess, Ray Waiteka, Mickey Walker, Jack Stroud. 2nd down, 5, New York from the 25. Connerly fades to pass. He's looking, he's throwing out to the left, and it is off the left hand of Joe Walton and incomplete, out of bounds at about the 42-yard line of New York. Curry and John Simak over to cover. Walton got his left hand on it, but that's all. 3rd and 5. 4 minutes left in the 3rd period. Packers lead. Webster goes out. Phil King comes in, a change in the offensive backfield of New York. The only scoring here in the second half. Paul Horning's 2nd field goal of the game. From 22 yards out, it was set up when the Giants fumbled a punt, and the Packers' Forrest Gregg recovered. Phil King, along with Wells, lining up behind Connerly on 3rd and 5 from the Giant 25, and Connerly fades to pass. He looks, he's being chased, he throws, and it is almost intercepted by Bill Forrester at the 30, and it's incomplete. It was intended for Wells. But Willie Davis again put tremendous pressure on the passer. We have unofficially the Giants completing 6 of 19 passes with 2 interceptions. And the Packers' defensive unit has been mighty tough today. So it's 4th and 5, and the Giants' Don Chandler is in to punt. Willie Wood, Lou Carpenter are deep for the Packers. The punt will come from about the Giant 10. The ball is snapped to Chandler. The punt is away. It is off to the left. Fair catch by Willie Wood at the Packer 41-2-yard line. He is run into, and a penalty flag is dropped. A penalty is being measured against the Giants as Willie Wood was run into after signaling for a fair catch and making the catch. First down, the Packers at the Giant 43-yard line after the penalty is measured off. Bart Starr, Paul Horning, Tom Moore, Boyd Dowler, the flanker to the right, McGee's foot left, Ron Kramer, tight left end. Starr fades the pass, throws to the right to Dowler, has it at the 40, to the 40-35, out of bounds at about the 32-yard line. Barnes made the tackle. A quick pass as Dowler went about 5 yards, was a stationary target. Starr hit him perfectly. Gain on the play is to the Giant 32-yard line of 11 yards and a Packer first down. Late in the third period, just under 4 minutes remaining, Packers leading by 27-0. The ball is at the inbounds marker on the far side of the field. The shadows begin to creep across City Stadium here at Green Bay, covering about perhaps a third of the field right now. Only Dowler is out wide. He's to the right side. Paul Horning straight ahead to about the 26-yard line. Andy Robustelli was the first to meet Horning. Blocking led by Skoronski, Thurston. Gain on the play, about 6 yards. Second and a long 4 at the Giant 26-yard line. Out of the huddle come the Packers, and out to the right goes Dowler to the far sideline. On the open field side, split wide by about 10 yards is Max McGee. Starr fades to pass. Has good protection. He's throwing for Dowler. He has it at the Giant 13-yard line. Barnes shoved him out of bounds. Dowler that time took that pass, and Jim, he couldn't have been more than inches inside that sideline.
He was just in there, and Rich Barnes, of course, figured he was out, but the official was right on it, right along the sideline there. As he caught the ball, he did have it inbounds, definitely, and then stepped out after he had clear possession of the ball.
The Packer drive continues on a first down at the Giant 13.5. Again to the right, Dowler, to the left, McGee. Horning and Tom Moore behind the quarterback Starr. Snap of the ball. Off to the left is Horning looking for a receiver. Still looking. He's throwing for McGee, and it is just off his hand in the end zone in the left corner. That time, Horning threw with somebody grasping at his leg, and he had an awful lot of time, Jim.
Paul Horning is playing one of his better games, although he's played a lot of great ones over the years here in Green Bay. And incidentally, his mother is sitting right below us here, and you know that she's mighty proud of her son this afternoon, as I'm sure she's had many afternoons in college and as a professional football player, to have a great deal of pride in him.
Tom Moore comes out. Jim Taylor goes in. Second down, 10, Green Bay at the Giant 14. So it's Horning and Taylor now behind Bart Starr. Starr fades to pass. Has good protection. Being rushed from the one side. He throws now for Ron Kramer. Touchdown! Ron Kramer in the left corner. Got behind the defensive back. Starr hit him beautifully. Ron Kramer has his second touchdown as he went down and out to his left to the corner of the end zone. Czar has fired his third touchdown pass, his second to Kramer. Horning will try to make it 34. Ball is down. It's kicked. The penalty flag is dropped. Referee Renix is waiting. It's good. The penalty was against the Giants. There's timeout on the field with the score now. The Green Bay Packers 34. The New York Giants nothing.
If you know your pro football, you'll probably know the answer to this. Can you name the famous lineman who's now a big name in Major League Baseball? Be careful now. This question could fool you. While you're thinking of the answer.
Why don't you settle back and have a full wave and smoke settle back with a wild world? Make yourself comfortable whenever you smoke. Have a wild world cigarette.
Who was that lineman? Cal Hubbard. Today, he's the chief umpire of the American League. But from 1927 to 1936, he was an all-pro tackle with the Packers and the Giants. Now, here's another one. What's the filter cigarette with the unfiltered taste? You guessed it, Marlboro.
You get a lot like with a Marlboro. Filtered, flavored, pack or box.
Well, Jim, so far in this game, there's just no doubt about it. It's been the Packers' day, and they just can't seem to do anything wrong.
A team effort is the desire of every coach and every football player and every football fan, too, and we're seeing it here. 11 men or 22 men defensively and offensively for the Green Bay Packers this afternoon.
Ben Agajanian kicks. Joel Wells takes it at the 10, comes to the 15, 20, swings to the left, 25, to the 30, to the 35, 34-yard line, and there he's down. Elijah Pitts, Willie Wood are there to make the play. Giants ball, first down at their 34-yard line. If you joined us late, we will tell you that the Giants threatened once in the first half, and on 4th and goal from the Packers 6, a pass fell incomplete. That's been their biggest threat. Y.A. Tittle is back in at quarterback. Behind him are Phil King and Bob Gators. And Tittle asks the crowd to be quiet. The referee joins him. The fans in Green Bay today, and I guess we should add the phrase that Jim, understandably so, have so far had an awful lot to cheer about.
Certainly have. People often wonder why a quarterback will do that, ask the fans to be quiet, and you've heard of audibles, and perhaps you wondered what that meant. He changes occasionally the offensive play when he comes up and looks over the defense.
We're ready to go now. Y.A. Tittle looks over the defense. Giant ball there, 34, moving left to right, late third quarter. Packers lead 34-0. Tittle fades, throws to Kyle Rote in the right flat. He fumbles, and the ball is recovered. First by a Packer, then a Giant is on it, and it's a Giants ball at their own 48. Joe Walton winds up with the ball. The pass was to Rote, ruled complete. When tackled, fumbled, one of the Packers, Tom Bettis, was on the ball. He slid off. Joe Walton was Johnny on the spot. Giant ball.
Fine effort by Joe Walton, incidentally. He was about 10 yards away, but he just never gave up that he had a chance to get that ball. He dove on it.
It's a Giant first down at the Giant 48. To the right, Rote. To the left, Schaffner. And fading the pass, Y.A. Tittle. He throws, and it is complete to Schaffner. He's at the Packer 40. He's at the 32-yard line. And down he goes at the 34-yard line. Del Schaffner is hit by Tittle, and the Giants are on the move. Willie Wood makes the tackle. First down, New York. Forward progress ruled the Packer 32-yard line. About a minute left in the third period. The Giants desperately trying to get in there for a score. They trail 34-0 with just about a minute unofficially left in the third quarter. Y.A. Tittle back at the helm as he was at the start of the game. Schaffner splits to the left side. Kyle Rote flanks right. Now they go into a spread formation, strong to the left. Tittle fades, tries to hand off, falls down at the 39-yard line. Tittle that time faking a handoff to the only back who had lined up behind him. That was Bob Gators. Fell down. Loss on the play from the 32 to the 39 of 7 yards, second down 17, and only seconds remaining according to the scoreboard clock in the third period. Bart Starr has thrown 3 touchdown passes. Horning has run for another. Horning has kicked 2 field goals and has converted successfully after every 6-pointer. The Giants break huddle on 2nd and 17 from the Packer 39. The Giants moving left to right and looking into the sun. Schaffner to the left and Rote to the right. Tittle throws quickly to Schaffner. He catches it, gets away from one man, and he is going to be hit down at the 31-yard line by Willie Wood. A quick pass, Tittle to Schaffner, running a slant in from his split left end position. Gain on the play to the 31-yard line of 8 yards, third down and 9. And we may not have time for another play in this period. There's the gun. That's the end of the third quarter with the score. The Green Bay Packers.
All down in the field now, the 2 starting pitchers taking the warm-up tosses. So right now would be a good time to light up a Viceroy. Viceroy's not too strong, not too light. Viceroy's got the taste that's right. That's right. And say, how about checking your supply of cold Rheingold? That's Rheingold Extra Dry. Yes, sir, put some Rheingold on ice, because it can add a lot to your enjoyment of the game. Here is a beer with clean, clear taste, brisk and bright all the way through. Rheingold is beer as beer should taste. Dry tells you why. Well, here we are in Houston's Colts Stadium for the very first Colt Met game in Texas. In the only other meeting between these two clubs, it took place in New York with the Colts winning on a 3-run home run in the 11th inning 5-2. The stadium here is a temporary one in lieu of a multi-million-dollar one to be completed by the start of the 1963 season. It's a single-deck stadium with no roof, and there has been some comment about the lighting. We'll talk a little more about that later on, right after this word. You know, a ball player can look awfully good in the spring, but it isn't until he's been around the league twice that the manager knows he's right. That's a pretty good way to judge filter cigarettes, too. Give all 7 of the liters a go-around, and you'll find some taste so strong, well, you wouldn't know they had a filter at all. Others taste so light that there's no more fun or flavor in smoking. But when you smoke Viceroy, you know you're enjoying big league taste. Because, my friend, Viceroy tastes the way you'd like a filter cigarette to taste. Yep, Viceroy's not too strong, not too light. Viceroy's got the taste that's right. Remember, there's no need to play a wild hunch when it comes to filter cigarettes. Play the percentages, and you're sure to come up with Viceroy. Prove it for yourself. Smoke all 7 leading filter cigarettes and see how the ball bounces. I'll bet you'll find some taste too strong, some taste too light. But Viceroy's got the taste that's right. That's right, fans. Better change to Viceroy. Well, now they're going over the ground rules in this big stadium at 360 feet down the left field and right field lines. Only 2 home runs have ever been hit over the right field fence here in this ballpark. It's sort of the reverse, the antithesis of the ballpark in San Francisco, Candlestick Park. The wind blows in from right field very strongly. 420 feet to center field, and out in center, left center, 427, also in center, right center. There go the Houston Colts out on the field, and we will give you their starting lineup. Playing in the left field, Al Spangler. Batting in the leadoff position. Batting second and playing third base, Billy Goodman, a recent acquisition. Batting in the third position, playing in right field, Ramon Mejias. Batting fourth and playing first base, Norm Locker. Batting in the fifth position and playing in center field, Carl Warwick. Batting sixth and doing the catching, Hal Smith. The seventh batter will be Bob Ascomani. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. To continue on with the starting lineups, after Bob Ascomani in the seventh position, we have the eighth batter playing shortstop, Don Budden. And on the mound, pitching, batting in the ninth position, Jim Golden. For the New York Mets, who currently now have moved ahead of the Houston Colts, the leadoff man will be Jim Hickman. He'll be playing in center field. Batting second and playing shortstop, Elio Chacon. The third batter will be the right fielder just arriving from Syracuse, Joe Christopher. Batting in the fourth position in left field, Frank Thomas. Batting fifth, playing first base, Ed Boucher. Batting in the sixth position, playing at second base, Charlie Neal. Batting after Charlie Neal, in the seventh position, the third baseman, Felix Mantilla. And batting eighth, doing the catching, Sammy Taylor. And on the mound for the New York Mets will be Dave Hillman. He'll be making his first start for the Mets this year. The ballpark is located not too far from downtown. You can look over the left field fence and see the city of Houston, a large part of the main part of the city. And we're all set to go now in a ball game, the first game ever between the New York Mets and the Houston Colts here in Texas. And to tell you all about it, once again, one of the top announcers in baseball, the top announcer in sports for the last 3 years, Lindsey Nelson.
Thanks very much, Ralph Kiner. And Jim Hickman steps into the batter's box to lead off for the New York Mets. He's a right-hand batter, and he has a batting average of 282. Jim Golden has a record of 1 victory and 1 loss. He is into the windup, and here is the pitch. It's in there for a called strike one. Ed Sudol, the umpire behind the plate, Al Foreman at first, Tom Gorman at second, and Bill Jakowski around at third. There was a little electronic difficulty with the playing of the national anthem here tonight, so that the players were caught standing at attention for a little while there. Here's a swing and a miss. Strike two count now to Jim Hickman, leading off for the New York Mets, who have won 9 of their last 12 games. They have played the Houston Colt 45s only one time. That was at the Polo Grounds in New York early in the season. And the Colt 45s won it in extra innings by a score of 5-2, and Don Budden hit a home run. Here is the 2-strike pitch. It's in there for called strike 3, and Hickman is called out on strike. So Jim Golden gets the first man to face him, and that brings up Elio Chacon with a batting average of 260. Chacon wearing number 7 on his back. Right-hand batter. He has been swinging a hot stick of late. Defensively, the Houston Colt 45s on the infield have Norm Larker at first, Bob Ospromani at second, Don Budden at short, and Billy Goodman around at third. Al Spangler in left, Carl Warwick in center, Roman Mejias in right, Hal Smith catching, and Jim Golden the pitcher. A warm night in Houston, Texas. Pitch is swung out, and there's a fly ball going out into short center field. Second baseman, Aspromani, is over calling, and Aspromani takes it for the out. 2 men out, nobody on base now for the New York Mets, and here is Joe Christopher coming around. Joe Christopher rejoined the New York Mets late this afternoon. Gus Bell was left in Milwaukee with the Braves in completion of the deal whereby the Mets acquired Frank Thomas before the start of the season. And when Bell was left with the Milwaukee Braves, Joe Christopher was brought back from Syracuse, where he was hitting .336 and had 6 home runs. He is a right-hand batter. Spent the last few years with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Jim Golden winds and fires, has a swing and a fly ball out into center field. Carl Warwick is coming, and going back is Aspromani, and the second baseman, Aspromani, takes it out in short center field. So Christopher popped out, and in the top half of the first inning, the New York Mets are out with no runs, on no hits, no errors, and nobody left. And at the end of 1/2 inning of play, the score is the New York Mets nothing, and the Houston Colt 45s coming up nothing. And now a word from Viceroy Cigarettes.
I was called on the steps to the dance one night. Swing your partner and circle to the right. I took a breather after a while, and the belle of the ball walked up with a smile.
Ah, you smoke filters, I see. The regular kind are too strong for me.
Yep, I got a Viceroy just for you. You heard about the filter.
Tastes good, too.
Viceroy tastes the way you'd like a filter cigarette to taste. Not too strong, not too light. Viceroy's got the taste that's right.
That's right, that's right.
Well, we set out the rest of the dance. Change your partner. Not a chance.
That's right.
I want you to know, and I'll take all bets. If you smoke all 7 filter cigarettes, you'll find some too strong.
Some too light.
But Viceroy's got the taste that's right.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
As we go now to the bottom half of the first inning, the Houston Colt 45s will send up Al Spangler, Billy Goodman, and Roman Mejias. Pitching tonight in his first start for the New York Mets is right-hander Dave Hillman. Hillman has appeared 5 times in relief, has no won or lost record with the New York Mets this season. Hillman is 34 years old. Last season with the Boston Red Sox, he had a record of 3 victories and 2 losses. He is looking in now to get the sign from catcher Sammy Taylor. Left-hand batter Al Spangler standing in the batting box. He has a batting average of 267. He has good speed. Pitch is in there for a called strike one. Spangler was an expansion draft selection of the Houston Colt 45s off the roster of the Milwaukee Braves. Dave Hillman came to the major leagues with the Chicago Cubs in 1956. Here's a swing and a fly ball going out into short center. Elio Chacon, the shortstop, is out and calling, and he takes it for the out behind the bag at second in short center. There is one away. And that will bring up the veteran Billy Goodman, left-hand batter. Has an early season batting average of 150, picked up as a free agent by the Houston Colt 45s, one-time batting champion of the American League when he was with the Boston Red Sox. And he is facing Dave Hillman. Hillman came to the major league after he had posted a tremendous record with Los Angeles in the Pacific Coast League in 1956. 21 victories and 7 losses that year for Hillman in the Pacific Coast League, and that got him a job at Chicago. He is still waiting to get a sign from catcher Sammy Taylor. Dips into the windup. And now stops as Al Spangler backs out of the batter's box, and we start the procedure all over again. Or rather, Billy Goodman stepped out of the batter's box. There's the pitch, and it goes for ball one. Billy Goodman batting number 2 in the batting order. Jimmy Adair is coaching at first base. Or manager Harry Kraft's Houston Colt 45s, and Lum Harris is around at third. Bottom half of the first, 0-0. The game having just begun in Houston, Texas. That pitch is low in the dirt. It's 2-0 now. Roman Mejia swinging the bats in the on-deck circle for Houston. As Dave Hillman is set to work, the 2-0 pitch swung on and fouled off for strike one. Before the start of tonight's ball game, the entire Met squad was introduced here, one by one on the public address system, sort of an opening day procedure as they ran out onto the field to line up. The entire squad being introduced to the Houston fans here. It's 2-1 pitch, swung on, and has a fly ball down the left field line. Frank Thomas is going over near the line, and he hauls it down for the out. So Billy Goodman has flied out to Thomas in left. 2 away, nobody on for the Houston Colt 45s in the bottom of the first, with Roman Mejia coming up. He was up and down between the Pittsburgh Pirates and Columbus for several seasons. Right now he is leading this club at bat, and listen to the hand he gets here in Houston. Roman Mejia is a right-hand batter. He's hitting 298. He has 8 home runs and 22 runs batted in. He is and a big man in the attack for the Houston Colt 45s, and manager Harry Kraft has him batting number 3 in the batting order. Dave Hillman is set to work. The pitch to Mejia. In there for a call, strike one. During the pregame introductions, of course, it goes without saying that the biggest hand, and an ovation, in fact, went to manager Casey Stengel as he was announced and ran out onto the field. Rogers Hornsby, native Texan, of course, got a tremendous hand as well, as did Salahimas, who lives here in Houston. Here's a swing and a ground ball, fielded by Hillman. He fires on to Boucher at first in time, and Mejias has grounded out to retire the side. Mejias going from Hillman to Boucher as the Colt 45s are out in order in the bottom half of the first inning with no runs on no hits, no errors, and nobody left. And at the end of 1 full inning of play, here in Houston, the score is the New York Mets 0 and the Houston Colt 45s 0. And now to bring you up to date on scores of other games around the majors, here's Bob Murphy.
All right, Lindsay, in the National League tonight at St. Louis, the Cardinals lead the Phillies 2-1 at the end of 2.5. Dennis Bennett hurling for the Phillies, and Ray Washburn relieved Ernie Broglio in the first inning for the Cardinals. Roy Seaver's a homer in the second, nobody on. Cincinnati and Milwaukee postponed rain. The Mets left there just in time. The weather beautiful while they were there. At the end of 5.5, the Pirates lead the Chicago Cubs 5-4. Ellsworth for the Cubs. Tommy Sturdivant relieved Earl Francis for Pittsburgh in the third inning. Later tonight, San Francisco at Los Angeles on the West Coast. In the American League, at the end of 7, the Minnesota Twins lead Washington 4-2 as Camilo Pascual tries for his 6th of the year. Ed Hobaugh relieved Dave Stenhouse in the 7th. Home runs in the game by Harmon Killebrew and Jim Pearsall, both of the bases clear. Cleveland 7, the Orioles 6 at the end of 6. Home runs by Don Dillard, Woody Hell, Jim Gentile, and Jackie Brandt hit 2. Relief pitchers in that game now are Hoyt Wilhelm and Barry Latman. The starters were Skinny Brown and Mudcat Grant. At the end of 6, Kansas City 7, the Red Sox 4, Walker for the A's, Fornelli's in relief for the Red Sox. At the end of 3, Detroit 6, and the White Sox 2, Boytak with Fisher on in relief of early win. Calavito, Fernandez, and Aparicio have homered. The Yankees and the Angels not scheduled. That's the complete rundown, and now here's Lindsay as we go along to the second.
All right, Bob Murphy, thanks very much. Frank Thomas steps into the batter's box here. He has a batting average of 323. To lead the Mets in that department, he has 11 home runs and 27 runs batted in. Frank Thomas has hit safely in 9 consecutive games. Was a big man in the Milwaukee series. Facing right-handed Jim Golden, who has a season's record of 1 victory and 1 loss. For the Houston Colts 45s, Golden winds and fires. The pitch is high to Frank Thomas. It is ball 1. This is the first game of a 2-game set here in Houston. Same 2 teams will meet here again tomorrow night. We'll be on the air again tomorrow night, as usual, at 9:55 p.m. New York time. Here's a pitch to Thomas. Swung on, and it's a drive off the glove of shortstop Don Budden. And Thomas is on at first base. A sharp liner, and Budden got his glove on it, but it found its way. It scored as a base hit. It is scored as a base hit for Frank Thomas. And now he has hit safely in 10 consecutive ball games as Thomas gets the first base hit of the night. For the New York Mets, he is on at first, and Ed Boucher, the first baseman, is up. Boucher, a left-hand batter with a season's batting average of 204. That includes 3 home runs. Batting number 5 in manager Casey Single's batting order. Golden checks Thomas and deals to the plate, and the pitch is outside for ball 1. Golden is a 26-year-old right-hander. He was 1-1 with the Dodgers in 1961. After he won 20 and lost only 9 with St. Paul in 1960. Pitch is in there for a called strike to Ed Boucher. Jim Golden was purchased in the National League player pool for $50,000 by the Houston Colts 45. There is nobody out for the Mets, batting here in the top half of the second inning. Here's a swing and a ground ball back to Golden. He fires to Budden, and the play goes on out to second base. He is safe there, and Bob Astromonte had to back up Budden. And both runners are safe. Runners at first and second. It's an error on the throw on Golden. An error on the throw. Fielder's choice and an error there as the ground ball went right back to the mound. Golden turned to fire to Budden, but the ball went on past, and Astromonte fortunately was backing him up to keep it from going through. That held Thomas at second base. Boucher is on at first, and coming up is Charlie Neal, a right-hand batter. Charlie Neal has a season's batting average of 282. Thomas at second, Boucher at first. Still nobody out. Golden's pitch misses low and away for ball 1 to Charlie Neal. He looks down to Coach Salahimas at third to get a sign. Nothing ball game. Charlie Neal has 4 home runs. He had one of them yesterday. He has batted in 16 runs. The Mets, of course, were in Milwaukee yesterday, where they swept both ends of a doubleheader. The Houston Colts 45s were in San Francisco, where they split with the San Francisco Giants. Runners at first and second leading. Pitch to Neal. He shortens up to bunt, but takes it low for ball 2. Charlie Neal shortening up to attempt the sacrifice to move the runners up, but instead took it low for a ball, and it's 2-0. Felix Mantilla has moved into the on-deck circle now for the New York Mets. Mantilla has a batting average of 313. Again, Jim Golden is into the stretch. Here's the pitch, and it's right down to Pike for a called strike 1, and it was taken by Charlie Neal all the way. 2-1 now the count. First baseman Norm Larker defensively playing in on the edge of the grass in anticipation of a bunt attempt down toward first. This is a 2-1 pitch on the way, and it is bunted down the first baseline. Foul ball fielded by Larker. Off in foul territory. Thomas was all the way to third, and Ed Boucher was all the way to second. So the runners are returning, and the count to Charlie Neal will be 2 balls and 2 strikes. Game being played tonight at Colts Stadium here in Houston, an open-air stadium with no rooftop. But it's a warm night here in Houston tonight. The proposed new Dome Stadium to be located about 1,000 yards from this particular area here in Houston. It's 2-2 pitch to Neal, and it's a ground ball to the right side, going through for a base hit. Frank Thomas turns at third, and he's coming on as Mejias comes up the throw to the plate. Thomas scores, and Boucher moves to third, and Charlie Neal goes to second on the throw to the plate. So gives Neal a single to right and a run batted in. The Mets are out in front by a score of 1-0 with runners now at second and third. Still nobody out. And coming up, Felix Mantilla. Ball grounded through the hole on the right side into right field for a base hit off the bat of Charlie Neal. Scoring Frank Thomas from second, and when Mejias elected to go home with the throw, it came all the way, and Neal moved to second as Ed Boucher had moved to third. Mantilla is a right-hand batter. The Mets out in front by a score of 1-0 here in the top half of the second inning. Mantilla has 2 home runs this season. Wind blows out to left here, as Ralph kind of told you. Here's a curveball missing low and away. It's ball 1. Catcher Sammy Taylor now on deck for the New York Mets. The Mets wasted no time in getting Joe Christopher into the lineup. He arrived here in Houston late this afternoon and started the ball game in right field, batting number 3 in Casey Single's batting order. Here's a pitch to Mantilla, in there for a called strike. It is 1-1. Of course, when Gus Bell joined the Milwaukee Braves, they had to make room for him to get down to the 25-player limit, so they farmed out Mike Kresnick, a rookie outfielder. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Mantilla, missing low and away for ball 2. It's 2-1. Ed Boucher, the base runner at third. Charlie Neal, the base runner at second. Right-hander Jim Golden looking in for a sign from catcher Hal Smith. Works for the windup. Pitch misses outside. It's 3-1 now to Mantilla. Cookie Lavagetta coaching at first tonight for the Mets, of course, as usual, and Solly Hemus around at third. Solly makes his off-season home here in Houston, Texas. Vinegar Ben Mizell got a tremendous ovation when he was introduced during the pregame introductions here. Of course, he had some great performances on behalf of the Houston Buffs in the Texas League during his minor league career. Here's a pitch inside, ball 4. Mantilla has walked, and the bases are loaded. Mantilla goes down to first. Charlie Neal holds at second. Ed Boucher is at third, and coming up, left-hand batter and catcher Sammy Taylor, batting number 8 in the batting order for the New York Mets. Batting average of 173. Now Dave Justy is working in the bullpen for the Houston Colt 45s as the Mets have loaded up the bases with nobody out, and they have 1 run in here in the top half of the second inning. The full windup by Golden, the pitch, and it's low and away for ball 1. Boucher at third, Charlie Neal at second, Felix Mantilla at first. Again, Golden works for the windup. Pitch is low for ball 2. It's 2-0 now to Sammy Taylor. Hal Smith steps a few feet out in front of the plate to fire the ball back out to Jim Golden. This is a colorful ballpark. The various sections of the park painted in different colors. And, of course, with no roof out in the open air, they're clearly visible, bright colors. Here is a 2-0 pitch to Taylor. Swung on as a drive. It's going down the right field line, but pulling over into foul territory and out of play. Well, Sammy Taylor picked on a 2-0 pitch and pulled it far down the right field line, but on over into foul territory and out of play. So the count to him, 2 balls and 1 strike. Bases loaded, nobody out. The usherettes here in this stadium are dressed in baseball uniforms circa 1900, or along about there. Swinging a foul ball, coming back and into the stands, out of play. 2-2 the count now to Sammy Taylor. This park, of course, is presumed to be a temporary stadium, Colt Stadium, to be used until the new air-conditioned dome stadium that is proposed can be completed. Here is a 2-2 pitch to Taylor. Swung on as a drive out of the left field. Al Spangler is going back. He takes it. Boucher tags it third, and it's coming on. He'll score easily. And Boucher comes across the plate, scoring after the catch. Taylor's drive to Spangler out and left. So the Mets are out in front by a score of 2-0. Runners holding at first and second. One man out, and pitcher Dave Hillman is coming up. Sammy Taylor gets a sacrifice fly and a run batted in for getting Boucher across after the catch. Hillman is a right-hand batter. He's a right-hander all the way, 34 years old. And he's wearing number 34 on his back now. When the Mets started this road trip and picked up his road uniform, he changed numbers. You'll recall, those of you who have seen him at the Polo Grounds, he wore number 27 there. He's wearing number 34 now. Golden working with the stretch. Runners leading first and second. The pitch is swung on and missed for strike one. One man out for the Mets in the top half of the second inning. Pitcher Jim Golden checks the runners. Set to work. Hillman bunts it off foul. Trying to sacrifice. It goes to strike two. You know, long before Colts Stadium was completed, the 45s had ticket orders from fans saying that they wanted seats where they could see inside the visitors' dugout. Got quite a few of those, and the Colt officials really couldn't figure it out until they got a letter from one fellow who said, I want to be where I can see Casey Stengel. And that's what they've come out for, a good many of them, and he got a tremendous ovation when he first showed up here tonight. 2-strike count to Hillman. Runners at first and second take their leads. Golden into the stretch. Here's the pitch. Swung out and missed for strike three. He struck him out. Two men out. That is strikeout number 2 this evening for Jim Golden. And we'll bring up leadoff man Jim Hickman. He's been up one time and struck out. There is a lot of western atmosphere about this ball club. On the road, the Colt 45s travel in western attire. There's a swing and a miss by Hickman at the plate. They are retired right on down to the cowboy boots. Strike one is the count to right-hand batter Hickman, with Charlie Neal at second and Felix Mantilla at first. And Elio Chacon now on deck with two men out. Swung on, and there's a fly ball out into left field. Spangler is coming on, and Al Spangler makes the catch, coming in on the run to retire the side. So Hickman flies out to left, and in the top half of the second inning, the New York Mets got 2 runs on 2 hits. There was 1 error and 2 men left on base. And so at the end of 1 1/2 innings of play in Houston, Texas, the score is the New York Mets 2 and the Houston Colt 45s nothing. Ever notice how a manager juggles his lineup until he comes up with a winner? He tries all his ball players and moves them around until he finds the right men for the right positions. And then he sticks with them. It makes sense in cigarette smoking, too. Try all 7 leading filter cigarettes, and I'll bet your taste will tell you to stick with Viceroy. Because some cigarettes taste too strong. They might just as well not have a filter at all. And others taste too light. They take all the fun and flavor out of smoking. But when you smoke a Viceroy, you'll know you've come up with a winner, because Viceroy is not too strong, not too light. Viceroy's got the taste that's right.
If your filter cigarette is tasting too strong, don't you sometimes wonder if your brand is wrong?
Well, Viceroy tastes the way you'd like a filtered cigarette to taste. Not too strong.
Not too light. Viceroy's got the taste that's right.
That's right.
That's right.
This is Lindsey Nelson with Ralph Kiner and Bob Murphy here at Colt Stadium in Houston, Texas, where the Colt 45s will be coming up in the bottom half of the second inning, with the Mets out in front now with a 2-run lead. And it'll be Norm Larker, formerly of the Los Angeles Dodgers, leading up. The year before last, he hit 323 with the Dodgers, led National League batters for a good part of the year, and finished second in the batting race. He is a left-hand batter. With the Colt 45s, he is hitting 272, bats cleanup. He was in the batter's box, and now turns out and says something to Ed Sudol. He wants the umpire to look at the ball. Sudol looks at it and fires it right on back to pitcher Dave Hillman. Colt 45s just back from a 7-game road trip to the West Coast, where they engaged the Dodgers and the Giants. Hillman winds and fires to Larker. It's swung on and fouled on the third baseline. Foul ball fielded back there by Felix Mantilla.
We were saying that there is quite a Western atmosphere to this ball club. There's quite a Texas atmosphere, of course, to the ball club, as there should be. Manager Harry Kraft is from Throckmorton, Texas. General Manager Paul Richards is from Waxahachie, Texas. Coach Bobby Bregan has lived for many years in Fort Worth, Texas. Here's a strike one pitch to Larker. Goes high for ball one. It's 1-1. Coach Jimmy Adair, who brought out the lineup cards for manager Harry Kraft, was born in Waxahachie, Texas, now lives in Carrollton, Texas. Pitching coach Cod Deal is from neighboring Oklahoma. 1-1, the count to Norm Larker at the plate, leading off for the Houston Colt 45s in the second inning. He takes the fastball in there for a called strike and now takes a practice swing. Sorry you let that one go. He took a rip right after it had been called. It is 1-2. This stadium cost $1.5 million and seats 32,221. That is the seating capacity. This will be a 1-2 pitch from Hillman to Larker. Swung on a ground ball to the right side. Charlie Neal has it on a big hop, and he plays to Ed Boucher, and Norm Larker has grounded out second to first. That will bring up Carl Warwick. Warwick was obtained by the Houston Colt 45s from the St. Louis Cardinals in the deal that sent pitcher Bobby Shantz to St. Louis. Warwick gets the hand. He was installed in center field right away when he got here. He's batting .270. He has 3 home runs, and he has batted in 11 runs. Dave Hillman, in his first start for the New York Mets, dips into the windup. Here's the pitch on the way. It is bunted down to third baseline. Catcher Sammy Taylor has it. He fires on the first. Not in time, and the throw goes by. On down the line in right field. And Warwick is on his way to second. Joe Christopher up for the ball, and Warwick's on his way to third. Christopher fires it in, and Carl Warwick pulls up at third base. It is a hit and an error. Scored as a base hit for Carl Warwick, and an error on the throw by Sammy Taylor, the catcher. That is the first hit off Dave Hillman. The ball was bunted in front of the plate and slightly to the left side. Catcher Sammy Taylor out there pounced on it, had to pivot and fired on. It's doubtful whether he would have been able to get him. And the ball got away and went on down into right field, and Warwick continued all the way to third before the ball could be retrieved by Joe Christopher. So now it is Carl Warwick at third. One man out, and catcher Hal Smith coming up. He formerly of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Base hit for Warwick, an error on Taylor on the play. The Mets with a 2-run lead keep the infield deep with one man out. Smith, of course, big right-hand batter. Pitches in there for a called strike. You'll recall in the 7th game of the 1960 World Series in Pittsburgh, this fellow Hal Smith hit a home run over the left field wall that put the Pittsburgh Pirates out in front of the New York Yankees at the time. The Yankees later tied it up in the top of the 9th, and Bill Mazeroski won it for the Pirates in the bottom of the 9th to give them the World Championship. But here's the fellow who hit the big blow that got Pittsburgh back in the ballgame to begin with, Hal Smith. Tries to check it, but brings it around slowly, and it's strike 2. Sort of fishing with the bat as he brought it around, trying to hold back, but umpire Ed Sudol behind the plate says it's all the way around for a strike. Smith has a batting average of .253, including 3 home runs this season. Speaking of player personnel, Jim Busby started the season as a Colt coach. He is now on the active player list for the Houston Colt 45s. Busby, of course, played for General Manager Paul Richards when Richards was field manager at Baltimore, and he also played for Richards at Chicago. He was an all-round athlete at Texas Christian University during his collegiate days. Here's a swing and a pop-up off the line at third. Mantilla is there. He takes the ball. He's out there 2 away, and now in order to allow our stations to identify themselves, we pause now for station identification.
810 on your dial. This is WGY, the General Electric Station, Schenectady.
This is Lindsey Nelson with Bob Murphy and Ralph Shiner in Houston, Texas, where Hal Smith has just fouled out to Felix Mantilla behind the bag at third. And coming up now for Houston, Bob Aspromonte, up for his first time with 2 men out and a runner at third. The Mets leading by a score of 2-0 in the bottom half of the second inning. Aspromonte is hitting .281. He has 3 home runs and has batted in 18 runs.
Pitch is low for a ball to Aspromonte. New York Mets, incidentally, have sent Marv Thornberry to Johns Hopkins in Baltimore for examination and possible treatment of a knee that has bothered him. So Thornberry is not available for duty tonight or in this series. Leading down the line at third is base runner Carl Warwick. Pitch is low and away. It's ball 2 now to Bob Aspromonte, who bats number 7 in the batting order for manager Harry Kraft of the Houston Colt 45. Houston players on the front of their caps have the 45s instead of Colts, as they want to impress upon you the fact that they are guns and not animals. Here's a 2-0 pitch to Aspromonte. It's low for ball 3. So Dave Hillman has gone out 3-0 to Aspromonte with Don Budden on deck now for Houston. Colt 45's got off to an amazing start this season. They opened up with a 3-game sweep of the series with the Chicago Cubs. This 3-0 pitch in there for a call, strike 1. 3-1 to Aspromonte. Aspromonte swinging the bat, waiting for the pitch from Dave Hillman. He works for the full windup. Here's the pitch swung on and popped up in foul territory. Taylor's coming back, may have a play. Sammy Taylor waiting, and he takes it for the out. That retires the side, as Aspromonte has fouled out to the catcher. And the Colt 45s are out in the bottom half of the second inning with no runs on 1 hit. There was 1 error and 1 man left on base. And so at the end of 2 complete innings of play in Houston, Texas, the score is the New York Mets 2 and the Houston Colt 45 nothing. Well, the New York Mets will be taking on Houston right here again tomorrow night. We'll be on the air at 9:55 p.m. New York time. And then the Mets will move into Los Angeles to take on the Los Angeles Dodgers Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday afternoon game in San Francisco against the Giants, a Sunday doubleheader in San Francisco against the Giants. We'll be broadcasting all of those games, of course. And then the Mets will come home for a big Memorial Day doubleheader against the Los Angeles Dodgers at the Polo Grounds, followed by a night game the following night. And then the San Francisco Giants follow the Dodgers in. If you'd like to purchase tickets for any of those games or any future games to be played by the Mets at the Polo Grounds this season, you can do that at a number of convenient locations, east side, west side, or all around the town. There's a Met ticket office in Grand Central Station at the foot of the Vanderbilt Avenue ramp. There's another Met ticket office in Pennsylvania Station at the Long Island Waiting Room. There's a ticket office open at the Polo Grounds 7 days a week. You can order your tickets by mail, addressing your request to Ticket Manager, Polo Grounds, New York 39, New York. Box seats $3.50, reserve seats $2.50. Enclosed 25 cents additionally for postage and handling, or you can make ticket reservations at any Howard Clothes store in the greater New York area. Coming in here right now is Bob Murphy.
Thank you, Lindsay. Elio Chacon now to lead off against right-hander Jim Golden. The game moving along to the third with the Mets in front 2-0. Golden out of his windup. Starts him off with a curve, but it's outside and low. 1 ball and no strikes. Joe Christopher will be batting next, and then Frank Thomas. Now Elio wants Ed Sudol to examine the ball. Sudol looking it over, then puts it back in play as he takes it out to Jim Golden. Now Golden cranks up, around comes the arm. He bluffs at a bunt, and the pitch is over, a call strike. 1 ball, 1 strike on Elio Chacon. Elio hitting at .257. 0 for 1 tonight. He hit a pop fly taken by second baseman Aspromonte, his first time up. Pitching 1-1. Drives him back from the plate. He had to twist and turn away, and the count is 2-1. Now Jim Golden looking into Hal Smith to pick up his sign. Nobody on, nobody out. We're in the top of the third. Mets in front 2-0. He again bluffs at a bunt, then takes it. It's out of the strike zone. 3-1 on Elio Chacon. Elio has a lot of speed. He's a threat to bunt, and many times he'll bluff that threat. Keep that third baseman, Billy Goodman, in close. 3-1 the count now on Chacon. And the pitch by Golden, a little bit inside. It's ball 4, and Chacon walks. There is the second walk given up by Jim Golden. It brings up Joe Christopher. Joe checking in with the New York Mets just shortly before game time, getting his uniform on and all set to go. And now Christopher wants Ed Sudol to examine the ball. Joe, right-hand batter, has good speed, and he can hit with power. Norm Larker holding against Chacon now. Goodman in close at third. A foul ball off to the right, no play. He went after a curveball hit late. The Mets now have won 9 of their last 12 games. Now Hal Smith crouched behind the plate. Budden and Aspermani set up a double play depth. Goodman in close at third. A throw to first, not in time. Joe Christopher wagging that bat around, now cocks it. The pitch by Jim Golden. He bluffs the bunt, takes the pitch, and it's off the outside edge. 1 ball and 1 strike. The last 2 weeks, the Houston Colt 45s have been playing nothing but the Dodgers and the Giants. They've had a tough assignment. They played 14 straight games with them. And, of course, right after this series, the New York Mets will have 13 consecutive games with the Dodgers and Giants. Throw to first. Elio diving back in head first. On this road trip, the Mets will play 3 in Los Angeles, 3 in San Francisco, then fly home to New York to play 3 with the Dodgers and 4 with the Giants. Strike on the outside corner. Good one by Jim Golden, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes to Joe Christopher.
It's Yankee baseball time again. This Yankee game is brought to you by the Atlantic Refining Company and your Atlantic dealer, who for the 27th consecutive year has been Major League Baseball's longest continuous radio and television sponsor. And by P. Valentine & Sons, brewers of today's great Valentine beer, the beer Golden Mellow from the Golden Harvest. Well, a look at the field tells us it won't be long before the cry of play ball. So I hope you're all set to enjoy this ball game with a 1-beer Golden Mellow from the Golden Harvest. Today's Valentine. Enjoy the crisp, clean, naturally more refreshing taste of Golden Mellow Valentine beer. This broadcast is brought to you by the Atlantic Refining Company and the P. Valentine & Sons of Newark, New Jersey, in cooperation with Sports Network and by authority of the Yankees. It's intended solely for the private enjoyment of you, our listening audience, and any rebroadcast or other use of this play-by-play description without the express consent of the Yankees is prohibited. We'll face Ralph Perry. And before we get to the batting order, 2 things. One, Whitey Ford will not be able to pitch today. The muscle injury he sustained in his last outing when he pitched no-hit ball for 7 innings. And had to depart. That was against the Angels on the 22nd of May. It was a day-to-day proposition. Whitey was expected to pitch, but he will not, due to that shoulder strain suffered in that game. And Bob Curley will work the second game of the doubleheader. Paul Boychuk figures to work for the Detroit Tigers. And the other is the feeling that we all have for Al Kaline, who in making a spectacular play that ended yesterday's game, suffered a fractured shoulder blade right near the socket
of it up on top as I talked to the Tiger trainer, just to give you a general idea, not the technical report. And so Al may be out anywhere from 6 weeks to 8. And now the Yankees are taking the field. The Tigers will line up with Wood second, Bruton center, Maxwell right, Cash first, Colavito in left, McAuliffe third, Fernandez short, Brown catching, Larry pitching. The Yankees, Richardson second, Tresh short, Pepitone first, Maris center, Blanchard right, Berra left, Howard catching, Boyer third, Terry pitching, and now our national anthem. For the Detroit Tigers, Larry and Brown, and for New York, Terry and Howard. And the best battery of them all, baseball and Valentine beer. For those of you who didn't get yesterday's scores, Washington defeated Cleveland last night 8-6, so that the Yanks and Indians are still deadlocked for first. Minnesota beat Chicago 4-1 to move within a game of first place. Kansas City 8, Los Angeles 7, Boston 12, Baltimore 6. And the Tigers beat the Yankees 2-1. In the National League, San Francisco beat the Mets 7-6 in 10 innings, enjoying a game-and-a-half lead over Los Angeles. Winners over Philadelphia 6-3. Cincinnati beat Chicago 11-6 last night. St. Louis 4. Milwaukee 3 last night. The Cardinals are third, 4.5 out. And Houston shut out Pittsburgh last night 2-0. Today, Roberts against DeLocke. Baltimore at Boston. Cleveland and Washington. Perry against Daniels. And in the National League, we have nothing to report thus far. So we're all set for the start of the first game of the doubleheader at Yankee Stadium with Jake Wood, whose triple yesterday drove in 1 run and set up the second, which he scored on a sacrifice fly hit by Bruton, which was sufficient to enable the Tigers to take the Yankees 2-1 for the second straight day by a 1-run score. Cherry's pitch is swung on, bounced foul down the third base line. Strike one. Berra in left, Maris in center, Blanchard in right. Boyer back at third after having been out of action for a while as a result of being hit by a pitch on the left wrist, May 23rd. Ralph Terry's delivery is low and outside. Jake Wood had a bunting notion. Counts 1-1. Terry has a record of 5-4. 1 ball, 1 strike. And the pitch to the right-hand batter is in there, strike 2. Johnny Rice of Chicago is back of the plate. Joe Paparella of Iron, Pennsylvania, is umpiring at first base. Next pitch is swung on and popped high and foul near the stands. Howard is under it and has it. There's 1 away. Charlie Bruton. Pitch to Bruton is foul to the left of the plate, strike one. The next pitch is swung on and fouled off the plate. Strike two, 0-2. Bruton batting .294. Once the plate umpire looks the ball over. Bill Kinnaman from Daytona Beach, Florida, umpiring at second. Here's the pitch, and blown inside. He's originally from Nebraska. And Hank Soar, up Rhode Island way, is umpiring at third. He's born in Alton, Rhode Island, lives in Pawtucket. The 1-2 pitch, change up outside, ball 2-2. Charlie Maxwell is on deck. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 1 out. Carried to the windup, and the pitch swung on and fouled to the right of the plate. Slow curve over toward the Yankee dugout. Manager Ralph Howard feeling the ball. It came right across the top step. A 2-2 count. George Myatt coaching at third base. Phil Cavaretta at first. Now the 2-2 delivery, and Bruton swings and misses. Strike 3. Fastball struck him out. With 2 away, up comes Charlie Maxwell, who has not been in many games this year. He's appeared in 9. He's had 1 for 7. And used, of course, largely as a pinch hitter. But as you fans who follow the game very closely know, Charlie Maxwell has had many of his best days against the Yankees. And here at Yankee Stadium, too. The pitch swung on. There's the drive. It's deep to right field. Blanchard has got a beat on it right at the barrier and has it. Charlie Maxwell almost got his, remember the usual Sunday homer for Charlie Maxwell, 1 or more? First pitch, and Blanchard had to back up to the barrier for it. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left on. At the end of the first half of the first inning, Detroit nothing, and New York coming to bat.
Enjoy today's Valentine beer and taste how Golden Mellow good a beer can be.
Golden Harvest.
Golden Mellow good from the Golden Harvest.
Golden Harvest.
Refreshing and mellow from the Golden Harvest.
Golden Harvest. Golden Mellow. Valentine beer.
Barley, specially grown, hopped, mellowed 2 weeks longer on the vine. That's the Golden Harvest for Golden Mellow Valentine beer. Next time, better make it Valentine, America's finest since 1840.
So have a golden Valentine. From Valentine's Golden Harvest time. Refreshing and mellow every time. Golden Mellow. Valentine beer.
The last half of the first inning at Yankee Stadium, Frank Larry doing the pitching, making his 6th start of the season only. Last year, Frank, of course, was quite active, having a real good year. He was in 36 games, won 23, lost 9. 4 of his wins came over the Yankees, against whom he has a lifetime record of 28-10. Bobby Richardson up. The Tiger right-hander's pitch is swung on and hit up into the air into right field. And Charlie Maxwell makes the catch and is one away. Frank Larry was out of action from April 26th until May 15th because of a sore shoulder. He worked on May 20th against the Indians, only went 2 innings. He beat the Yankees April 13th. 5-3, he went 7 innings. Tom Tresh at bat. Larry's pitch in there for a strike. 0-1. Larry's next delivery. Curve is low, ball 1, 1-1. One ball, 1 strike. And the next pitch. It's outside, ball 2, 2-1. Joe Pepitone to follow. Now the 2-1 pitch. Curve is swung on. Little dribbler hit by the mound, coming in fast as Wood up with it. Throws to first in time on a great play. Jake Wood taking a base hit away from Tom Tresh, making a very difficult play. The ball was just a trickler by the mound. Wood came in from deep second, and on the dead run, leaning over, scooped the ball up and flipped across the letters to the bag and just got Tresh by a step as Norm Cash stretched to receive the throw to make the difference. Now here's Joe Pepitone. Hitting .278. 2 away. Pitch to the left-hand batter, swung on line to right field for a base hit. Charlie Maxwell throws on in to Jake Wood. Pepitone lines a single to right. And up comes Roger Maris, hitting .273. First inning. 2 away. Larry's pitch over the outside corner, strike 1. Salavito in left, Bruton in center, Maxwell in right. McAuliffe third, Fernandez short, Wood second, Cash first, and Brown back to the plate. Joe Pepitone, who just singled, has had 8 hits in his last 19 times at bat. Pepitone leading away from first. The pitch to Maris, swung on and hit foul beyond third, out of play. Strike 2, 0-2. No score. It's the last half of the first inning. Frank Larry ready. Throws over to first instead. Pepitone's back. Tigers are not playing the overshift on Maris. Larry sits, delivers, and the pitch is outside as a fastball. Up to now, Larry has not done too much firing for the strike. It may be because of the arm ailment, which has hampered him earlier in the season. He showed him the fastball there, but made it bad. And the pitch swung on as a tap to short, taken by Fernandez. Sips on second for the 4th out of Pepitone. And the side is retired. No runs, 1 hit. No errors, 1 left on. And at the end of the first inning, Detroit nothing. And New York, nothing. From Baltimore to Boston, Roberts against DeLoche, Cleveland, Washington, Perry against Daniels, who still have no score. That's all we have to report at the moment. I want to remind you about the big date coming up at Yankee Stadium, their 16th annual Old Timers Day, Saturday afternoon, July the 28th. Reuniting the 2 Major League All-Star teams of 25 years ago era, or circa 1937. In addition to honoring the 4 new members of the Hall of Fame, Bob Feller, Jackie Robinson, Bill McKechnie, and Eddie Roush. 25 years ago this summer at Old Griffith Stadium in Washington, the American League All-Stars defeated the cream of the National League 8-3 in the 5th Midsummer Dream Game. Lefty Gomez the winner, Dizzy Dean the loser. And the National League was managed by Bill Terry and the American League by Joe McCarthy, both of whom have been invited to repeat those assignments on this quarter-century observation of that All-Star game. So we hope that you'll be on hand that day. The White Sox will be here for the regular game, Saturday, July the 28th. Norm Cash leads off in the second inning for Detroit. Ralph Terry's pitch swung on, popped up toward third. Boyer backing up, but it is Tresh who has the beat on it, and he makes the catch. Tresh caught it in behind Boyer. Cleat was shading in a little, just in case Cash leading off had some sort of bunting notion. Rocky Colavito, batting .221. Cash was hitting .228. The pitch to Rocky is a little high, perhaps a little inside, ball 1. Dick McAuliffe on deck. Rocky got off to a rocky start, but over the last 9 games or so, he's begun to hit like the clouding Colavito we know. Now the pitch. Swung on. There's a high fly to deep left. Yogi moving under it. Waiting, and he makes the catch. 2 down. Up comes Dick McAuliffe, a native of Hartford, a resident of Unionville, Connecticut, whose home run drove in 3 runs in the first inning Friday night. As the Tigers edge the Yankees 5-4. The left-hand batter, stockily built, holds the bat high and off the left shoulder, chokes on the bat just a little. The pitch is a curveball in, strike 1. 0-1. No score. We're in the first half of the second. Boyer in close, wide of third. The next pitch is a changeup. It hits foul beyond third. McAuliffe will hit to the opposite field. He saw that change of pace, and he tried to hit it into the left field area. Now with 2 strikes, as all batters will do, go with the pitch. Here it is. Fastball swung on and hit high in the air to left center. Maris and Berra, and Yogi says, "I'll take it," and he does. And so the side is retired. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left on at the end of an inning and a half. Detroit nothing and New York nothing. But now let's talk about something. Gold and mellow good Valentine. Wherever people have a thirst, wherever the best is ready to pour or ready to go, you'll find Valentine beer getting the nod. Last night we had the privilege of addressing the New Jersey State Junior Chamber of Commerce in convention assembled down at Asbury Park. And we were delighted to observe all the bright new labels. And the Golden Harvest is why. Every drop of today's great Valentine beer is brewed from selected grains of choice barley, specially grown and gathered from costlier premium hops that are vine ripened and mellowed 2 weeks longer. 2 weeks longer than the hops that go in any other beer. Only Valentine brews from this Golden Harvest, and that's why only Valentine tastes so mellow good, crisp, clean, naturally more refreshing. This month of May is National Tavern Month, so I hope you'll drop in to your friendly tavern and ask the man for Valentine. Have a good visit. Blanchard leads off in the last of the second for New York. The pitch is swung on line into right field for a base hit. Charlie Maxwell whips the throw back into Jake Wood. John Blanchard hits the first pitch to right. And here's Yogi Berra. Batting 185. Blanchard 235. Elston Howard on deck. Tigers nothing, Yankees nothing. It's the second inning. Frank Larry gets the sign from Dick Brown. Takes the stretch. And the pitch to Berra. In there for a strike. Yogi telegraphed the take. Swung around just a bunt. And they knew he wasn't about to be bunting. 0-1 the count on Yogi. Larry again to his stretch. And the pitch. Swung on, foul to the left of the plate, out of play. 0-2. And those of you who have been following these games of the Tigers closely may be conscious of the fact it seems to be a definite pitching pattern. Naturally, a pitcher's got to have his stuff on that given day, but they've been staying right ahead of the hitters, putting it in there. Here's the two-strike pitch. Yogi swings, bounces to Cash, steps on first, throws to second. Fernandez, the tag of Blanchard, double play. And in many instances, not wasting pitches. So Berra bounces into the double play. Cash taking the hopper, stepping on first, throwing down to Fernandez to put the tag on Blanchard for the double play. With two away, here now is Elston Howard, hitting .248. No score. It's the last of the second. Larry into the windup, and the pitch is outside, ball one. One ball, no strikes. And the next pitch. Curveball in there, strike one, 1-1. Frank has always said, I've had lots of occasions to talk with him, he just has confidence against the Yankees. Here's the pitch. Swung on line off the glove of Jake Wood, who made a diving effort at the ball, but he didn't quite come up with it. If he had, you'd have heard this crowd roaring. He dove for the ball, gets up, brushing the dirt off the front of his uniform. I didn't think he'd ever get that close to it. And a line drive through the middle, and he dove and got a glove on him. Couldn't hold it. It's a base hit for Howard. And here's Fleet Boyer coming up, batting .311. Tigers and Yankees scoreless. It's the second inning. Frank Larry's pitch, curve, low outside. One ball, no strikes. The Tiger right-hander delivers. Fastball outside, ball two. Now, Frank has always had the good skills. And it was a source of wonderment to many people why Frank wasn't close to a 20-game winner almost every year. But when it come to pitching against New York, he had that little extra desire. 2-0 pitch swung on to high fly ball into right center. Charlie Maxwell moves over under it and makes the catch, and the side's retired. No runs, 2 hits. No errors, and 1 left on. At the end of 2 innings, no score, the Yankees having the game's 3 hits. Of course, last year, Frank proved the point. He won 23 games and has been a 20-game winner before that. In 1956, he was a 21-game winner. And he had years of winning 16 and 17 and 15. Overall, Frank Larry, going into this year, had won 117 games and lost 93. And this year, he's 1-2. On the Valentine scoreboard, Baltimore nothing, Boston batting in the first inning. Roberts against the lot. Cleveland knocked out Benny Daniels in the first inning and scored 2 runs. Ed Hobaugh coming in to relieve Daniels. Jim Perry pitching for Cleveland. Minnesota, Chicago, scheduled for a doubleheader. But activity is delayed because of rain. Los Angeles, Kansas City, scheduled for 2. In the National League, New York at San Francisco, Philadelphia at Los Angeles, scheduled for doubleheaders. Pittsburgh at Houston, Chicago at Cincinnati, single games. Milwaukee at St. Louis, about to begin, single game. Shaw and Gibson. We move to the third inning of the first game at Yankee Stadium. Chico Fernandez up. He swings the first pitch at the third, 2 hops. Boyer flips it on to Pepitone. 1 away. Fernandez bouncing out to third. Now Dick Brown. Hitting .252. Fernandez is hitting .259. Ralph Terry's pitch fastball, a little high, perhaps a little outside. Ball 1. Nothing pitch, fastball is inside, around the knees, ball 2. Detroit and New York scoreless. It's the first half of the third inning. First game of the doubleheader. And Tigers, winning 2 in a row, have moved to within 3 games of first place. They've begun to roll. The 2-0 pitch, swung on, lined into left, and it's going to be in there for a hit. Barrett takes it on the hop. Brown turns first and holds up with a long single to left. They first hit off Ralph Perry. Now here's Frank Larry, who's had 2 for 8. And on occasion has won his own ball game against New York. I recall, I think it was last year, hit one into the stands here to win a tight duel. Jake Wood on deck. So with 1 out, Dick Brown on first. No score. Boyer shortened up at third. Ralph Terry gets the sign from Ellie Howard into the stretch and the pitch. It's low, ball 1. There was no indication of any bunt by Larry. Now he turns and looks at George Myers coaching at third to see if Bob Sheffing has ordered any change in assignment. 1 ball, no strikes. Ralph Terry delivers. The pitch is a curve, high and inside, ball 2. And again, Larry is ready to swing. Two balls, no strikes. Now, Ralph Terry hollers something to Boyer. 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out. And the pitch. It's in there for a strike, 2-1. A low fastball, low in the strike zone. Baltimore, Boston, scoreless at the end of the first inning. The 2-1 pitch, swung on and fouled back behind the plate over toward Jake Wood in the on-deck circle, who makes a one-handed catch. Two balls, 2 strikes. Dick Brown on first, 1 out, third inning, no score. Ralph Terry delivers, and Frank Larry swings and lines it into center for a base hit. Taken on the first hop by Maris. Brown stops at second. Maris throws into Tom Stretch. So Frank Larry got his pitch and lines a single to center. And now the Tigers have something brewing with Jake Wood coming up. Billy Bruton to follow. With 1 out, they get their first 2 hits off Ralph Terry. right-hand batter. Swung on, hit by third to left field for a base hit. Dick Brown rounds third, and he heads on in to score. Larry stops at second. 1-0, Detroit. Three straight base hits off Ralph Terry. Jake Wood rams one by Clete Boyer, scoring Dick Brown. Wood's 14th run batted in. And here's Billy Bruton, struck out in the first inning. Charlie Maxwell to follow, and the Yankee bullpen gets a call. Larry leading away from second, Wood from first. 1 out, and the pitch in there, strike one, 0-1. Tex Clevenger starts to warm up for New York. Pitch to Bruton, swung on, bounced foul down to Phil Cavaretta, first base coach. Strike two, 0-2. Nothing in favor of the Tigers. It's the first of the third. Dick Brown having scored. Frank Larry's on second, Jake Wood on first. The left hand hitting Bill Bruton up. Now the pitch. Fastball, it's in there, called strike three. Got the inside corner with a fastball. Here's Charlie Maxwell, who sent Blanchard to the right field bullpen gate for his fly in the first inning. Norm Cash on deck. Two on, two out, one in. Charlie Maxwell digs in, left-hand batter, and the pitch. Curve outside, ball one. Charlie's a fastball hitter, basically. But you can't hang a curve on anybody. It's a great invitation. Ralph ready. And the pitch. Fastball swung on and missed. Throw down to second. Frank Larry gets back. 1-1 the count on Charlie Maxwell. Crowded him with a fastball. He took a real good cut. While Maxwell is played as a pull hitter, he can ride that curveball or the pitch away from the opposite field. But he's trying right now with two mates on, 2 outs to pull. And the pitch. Swung on, hit to the box. He hit right off the end of the bat. Terry throws to Pepitone. Maxwell is retired, and so are the Tigers. 1 run, 3 hits, no errors, and 2 left on. Threw him a fastball. It sailed away from him. He hit it right off the end of the bat. You can hear the bat crack. At the end of 2.5 innings, Detroit 1, New York 0.
So Golden Mellow Good. Today's Valentine beer. Have you tried it? So Golden Mellow Good. Golden Mellow. Valentine beer. Barley, specially grown. Hop, mellow 2 weeks longer on the vine. That's the golden harvest for Golden Mellow Valentine beer. Next time, better make it Valentine, America's finest since 1840. So have a golden Valentine. From Valentine's golden harvest time. Refreshing and mellow every time. Golden Mellow Valentine beer.
We pause for station identification.
This is WOKO 1460 on your dial, the Capital District station with the sound reputation. 27.5 minutes before 3.
In the last half of the third inning, Detroit leading New York 1-0. Ralph Terry leads off. Bobby Richardson on deck and Tom Tresh to follow. Terry's had 3 for 27. Frank Larry into the windup. Around comes the right arm, and the pitch to the right-hand batter. Swung on, foul back, strike one. Outfield about straight away. Now the one-strike pitch. It's bunted, but right out in front of the plate. Brown up with it. Throws on to first, and Terry is out. One away. Ralph Terry seeking to bunt his way on. Never got the ball past the dirt part of the infield before the grass, you know, the little cutout area around home plate. So he was an easy play. Now, Bobby Richardson flying to right in the first inning. Tigers 1, Yankees 0. It's the last of the third. Frank Larry to the windup, and the pitch in there for a strike. 0-1. The one-strike pitch. Curve is lined to short. Fernandez takes it for the second out. 2 away. And now here's Tom Tresh, who grounded to second in the first inning. One to nothing in favor of Detroit. 2 away in the third, and the pitch to Tresh. Starts him off with a curveball for a strike. He's slow curving them a lot. And the next pitch on the way. Fastball outside, 1-1. Actually, Larry hasn't had to work too hard as yet. The 1-1 pitch. Curve going inside. Ball 2, 2-1. Detroit leading 1-0. Last of the third. Now the 2-1 pitch. Mid sails high outside. Ball 3, 3-1. Three balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. The right-hander into the windup. In comes the pitch to Tresh. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. Full count. Made him swing at a bad pitch. He'll do that a lot. He'll get you so set up and figure he'll take a chance. He's got that kind of control. The ball looks good coming up. And when you swing, it's a bad ball. So with the count 3-2 and 2 outs, Larry's delivery is high outside, ball 4, and Tresh draws the walk. The Yankees now in this series Pepitone swings and lines it into center for a base hit. Stopping at second is Tresh. The throw comes in to Fernandez. And there are runners on first and second, 2 outs, and Maris up. Roger Maris grounded to short in the first inning. There are 2 outs, 1-0, Detroit. They pitch outside, ball 1. Started to say a moment ago, the Yankees have had 3 walks in the series. Mossy gave up 1 Friday night, Aguirre 1 yesterday, and Larry 1 today. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 away. Frank Larry into the stretch. And the pitch. Curveball over, strike 1, 1-1. A 1-1 count. Tresh moves off second. Pepitone off first, 2 away, 1-0 Detroit, 3rd inning. The pitch is swung on and fouled off to back of 3rd, out of play. A 1-2 count. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. 1-0 Detroit. It's the 3rd inning. Getting the sign from Dick Brown. Into the stretch. Now the pitch. Outside, ball 2-2. Fastball, high and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and 2 on. 1-0 Detroit, 3rd inning. Larry to the stretch, the pitch, and Maris swings and grounds it foul. He curved him in tight. Hit him on the handle that time. Moving that ball around well. Tom Tresh on second, Joe Pepitone on first. Two outs, a 2-2 count. Maris asked for time. Now he moves back in. And at this point, Frank Larry...
And we're looking forward to a ball game here this afternoon that will send one of these two into the World Series naturally. Now, I think George Kell has the lineups for us, so I'll sit back and check on the records of the pitchers, and we'll be ready to go with the action here from Dodger Stadium in very few minutes now. George, you do have the lineups and the umpires, et cetera, have you not?
Right, Al. I think everything's set up here. For the visiting Giants first. Leading off and playing left field today will be Harvey Keene. Batting in the second position and playing second base will be Chuck Hiller. Chuck Hiller will be at second base. Batting in the number 3 position and playing in right field will be Philip Alou. Alou will be in right field. Batting fourth and playing center field will be the incomparable Willie Mays. Willie Mays in center field. Batting fifth and playing at first base will be Orlando Cepeda. Cepeda will be at first base. Batting sixth and doing the catching will be Ed Bailey. Ed Bailey will be the catcher. Tom Holler, who was injured in yesterday's ball game, reported ready for action today, and it could be that he'll get into the ball game. He is not in the starting lineup, but Dark says he can play if needed. Batting seventh and playing at third base will be Jim Davenport. Davenport at third base. Batting eighth and playing shortstop will be Jose Pagan. Pagan will be the shortstop. And batting ninth and doing the pitching for the Giants today will be a big, tall right-hander, Juan Marichal. Marichal has won 18 and lost 11 this year. For the Dodgers, leading off and playing shortstop will be Maury Wills. Maury Wills, the shortstop. Batting second and playing second base will be Jim Gilliam. Gilliam at second base. Batting third and playing left field will be Duke Snyder. Snyder in left field, and the captain, Duke Snyder, of the Dodgers, has just moved up to home plate, along with the 4 umpires. And here's Whitey Lockman coming out with the lineup for the Giants. Batting fourth and playing at third base today will be Tommy Davis. Davis at third base. Batting fifth and playing first base will be Wally Moon. Moon at first base. Batting sixth and playing right field will be Frank Howard. Howard in right field. Batting seventh and doing the catching will be John Roseborough. Roseborough, the catcher. Batting eighth and playing in center field will be Willie Davis. Davis in center field. And batting ninth and doing the pitching for the Dodgers will be Johnny Padres, a left-hander. The umpires, Bodges will be behind the plate. Donatelli at first base. Jocko Conlon down at second base, and Al Barlick will be on at third. Well, right now, moving into the mic, all set to bring you the play-by-play is Al Helfer of the Houston Colts. And Al, we picked you up mighty strong in Detroit all summer. You're big in Detroit. Is that right, George? Oh, you come in there with the Houston Colt Network like gangbusters.
Well, we were very fortunate listening to you. Thank you very much, George. Well, hi, everybody. It's very good to be here with George Kell this afternoon. He'll bring you the final action of the ball game to be played here between the Los Angeles Dodgers and the San Francisco Giants. We expect an afternoon of baseball that will be nip and tuck all the way, especially when it's being pitched by Johnny Padres and Juan Marichal. These two men know that the pressure is down on their shoulders. Their ball clubs will be depending upon them here this afternoon. Johnny Padres, the would-be New York left-hander, is out on the mound now. Let us set the Dodgers for you defensively. It's the same ball club. Started the ball game yesterday. For the Dodgers at first base will be Wally Moon. At second base, Jim Gilliam. The shortstop will be Maury Wills. At third base, Tommy Davis. Out in left field, the veteran Duke Snyder. Despite the fact that his knee has kicked up on him slightly, he's out in left field. In center field, Willie Davis. And in right field is Big Frank Howard. Behind the plate, Johnny Roseborough. And out on the mound, the southpaw, Johnny Padres. Johnny getting ready now for his first pitch to Harvey Keene, the leadoff man of the San Francisco Giants. Keene batting at 3-0-3. The pitch in there for the strike. So this ball game is on the fire. Johnny Padres, who first began his professional pitching career back in the year of 1951 at Newport News in the Piedmont League. Johnny works fastball to the plate, and that's in there. Strike two. The Los Angeles Dodgers, the San Francisco Giants. In 20 ball games played between these two teams, they stand off at 10-10. They're 1-1 here in this series. The pitch swung on by Keene. Line shot to left field, base hit. Snyder over, grabs it on the skip, fires it back in, and Keene is a base runner at first. So Johnny Padres has been touched for the first base hit in the ball game. Padres, incidentally, has pitched 250 innings of ball this year, and his earned run average is 3.85. He has given up 70 walks and 178 strikeouts he has amassed. Hitting left-handed now is Chuck Hiller, batting at 275, choking up on the handle. The pitch, there's the bunt, pushed down the first base side, and the Dodgers were expecting it. It goes foul. So right away, Alvin Dark and company are trying to get that runner right down to second base and get off and scoring right away. Boy, there certainly was a Donnybrook here yesterday. Believe me, a final score of 8-7. People went home from here yesterday hoarse but happy. Harvey Keene takes his lead at first base now. Hiller up at the plate. Squares off to bump this ball, and he does out in front of the plate. It's going to be played by Roseborough. His only chance is to go to first. Gilliam covers first base, takes the dive. The sacrifice works, and Keene moves down to second base. So Chuck Hiller will not be counted as a time at bat on this one. Billy Palou, the right fielder, coming up now. This fellow has been a tower of strength, too, for the San Francisco Giants. This year, he has batted at .316 for them. He has 25 home runs and 98 runs driven in. He's a right-hand hitter standing deep at the plate. Overly close stance, with his left foot forward to the plate, holds that bat way down by the knob. Harvey Keene is the runner at second base. Padres checks him over the shoulder, delivers a curveball that slammed foul into the ground for strike one. No balls and one strike. Following Alou, we'll have the big guy, Willie Mays. Johnny Padres, who is no stranger to the pressure and the tension that rests on his shoulders right now. He's an old pro. He's been out there a long time. Down comes the pitch. Right in off the hips. 1 ball and 1 strike. Johnny Padres has pitched in 5 World Series games with the Dodgers. In 53 and 55, when they were the Brooklyn Dodgers, he appeared in ball games for them. And as the Los Angeles Dodgers in 1959, Johnny pitched in 2 games in that World Series. So Johnny knows what it is to be out there when the chips are down. Behind the plate, Johnny Roseboro pops him as a target. Down comes the pitch. Swung on and beaten down into the ground again. Strike 2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. For Philippe Alou, the outfield has fanned around the left and playing him deep. The hole in the outfield is in right center, 390 feet to the right center wall. Gilliam, playing at second base, is pulled over behind second almost for this right-hand hitter, and he's playing back on the rim of the outfield grass. Needless to say, the left side of the Dodger infield is deep. Keene at second. The pitch to the plate, taken on the inside, down across the shoes. 2 balls and 2 strikes. In case you just hooked up with us, the NBC microphones are here again today at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, California. The ball game has started with Keene having singled to left field, Hiller sacrificing him down to second. He is at second base right now. Up at the plate is Philippe Alou. His count is 2 balls and 2 strikes, and there is no score. Johnny Padres on the mound for the Dodgers. Comes set. Delivers fastball, swung on, broken bat, hit right back to the mound. Padres turns, throws over to first base to Moon as Keene holds at second. So there are 2 outs here in the top half of the first inning. That brings on Willie Mays, who leads the majors in home runs with 49, has 140 runs driven in, and batting at .304. Willie Mays digging in. Mays in yesterday's ball game had 1 base hit, and that came in the 8th inning. He did not score any runs, nor did he drive any in. He flied twice to center, fouled out to the catcher, forced a man, and singled to left his last time up. So he was 1 for 5 yesterday. Right-hand hitter, many times has been called the meal ticket of the San Francisco Giants. Johnny Padres is ready, comes set, looks at Mays, delivers to him, fastball, ripped in there for the strike. Johnny Padres is going in this ball game, ladies and gentlemen, on 2 days' rest. Drysdale yesterday gave all he had. He was a tired pitcher. Jack Sanford had to go out after 5 innings. Jack had been suffering from flu, but went yesterday for his ball club, went as far as he could. Padres fastball inside. Mays jumping back to take it right across the knees. The count is 1 ball and 1 strike. For Mays, the outfield fanned the left playing deep. And here in this brilliant California sunshine, we have very little breeze blowing. What we do have is blowing out towards center field. Harvey Keene, with 2 out, is still on at second base in this scoreless ball game. Johnny Padres takes his sign from Johnny Roseboro. The left-hander goes to the stretch and comes set. Checks his runner, delivers the plate fastball. Punch foul off to the right of the plate, back into the second tier out of play. Ball, 2-strike count on Willie Mays. Should Willie get on, we'll have Orlando Cepeda. Orlando, the first baseman of the San Francisco Giants. Padres, with his right hand on his knee, leans forward, gets his sign. Roseboro wigwags him to him. And then time is called. They can't seem to get together on the signals, and Roseboro trots out to the mound and have a talk with Padres. We're in the top half of the first inning here at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, California. It has come right down to the very last wire. Ball club that wins this one will meet the New York Yankees starting tomorrow in the World Series. See the commissioners here looking on at this one this afternoon. Now for the 1-2 delivery. An overhand fastball swung on by Willie Mays and popped foul. That one's back to the crowd out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Willie. Wide spread eagle stance with his right-hand hitter. He spreads himself out pretty well in batter's box. Harvey Keene takes a pretty good-sized lead at second base. It's a scoreless ball game. Top of the first inning, 2 outs. Padres delivers a soft curve ball. Is hammered right back to the mound on the check swing. He goes to the first base in time. Oh, that's all. As Willie Mays tried to check his swing, but couldn't. He tapped it back to the mound, and Padres got him. No runs. There was 1 base hit. There were no errors, and 1 man was left on. So the score at the end of half an inning. It's the Giants nothing, and the Los Angeles Dodgers are now coming to bat. And now, here is a message from our sponsor.
There's new advanced thinking at Studebaker. Advanced thinking puts you years ahead. Advanced thinking, we're first with the future. Studebaker's thinking ahead. Advanced new Almonte, brand new dream car.
Advanced new cruiser, spanking new.
Advanced new Lark. Advanced Hawk 2. The ride of the future is waiting for you. Studebaker's first with disc brakes of the future. New supercharged power for safety and fun.
First with a flair of tomorrow, too.
The drive of the future is ready for you. Advanced thinking from Studebaker. First with the future and ready for you.
Ready for you now at your Studebaker dealers. The cars with advanced thinking. This is Introduction Week. Your Studebaker dealer invites you to come in and drive the cars with the exclusive features of tomorrow. From Studebaker for 63. We move into the last half of inning number 1 here now. The Los Angeles Dodgers get their first whack at it. They'll be facing right-hander Juan Marichal. This fellow's a pretty good pitcher. Marichal has won 18 this year and has lost 11. As George Kell has already told you, he's 3-1, 3 wins, 1 loss with the Los Angeles Dodgers, and 6-4 with them on a lifetime. Maury Wills, the switch hitter, is the first man up, batting left-handed, hitting at .296. Marichal comes to him with an overhand curve and drills it in there for the strike. Jim Davenport is up shallow at third base. Orlando Cepeda is up shallow at first base. They're expecting Wills might be trying to bunt his way on. He's the scat back on the base paths, and they don't want him to get there if they can keep him off. Pitch is hit right back to the mound. Off the bare hand of Marichal is after that, but it throws wild at first base. Maury Wills is going on to second base, and that's where he'll stay at second base. An error will be charged to the pitcher. However, Maury Wills will capture first base on the base hit. A wrap off the bare hand of Juan Marichal, and his wild throw finally trying desperately to get Maury Wills at first base puts Maury on second for the first error in the ball game. So here we go. Marichal is charged with the error. Right away, he's in trouble here in the last half of the first inning. He's given up the first hit to the LA Dodgers, and Alvin Dark comes off the mound to see if Marichal is all right. He tried to field that ball with his bare right hand. And as we used to say back home, give the devil his due. The young fella undoubtedly had a stinging right hand when he fielded that ball finally and made his throw to first base. Alvin Dark is questioning Marichal, and apparently he's all right. He wants to keep on going. Juan Marichal, first start pitching in the States, 1958 at Michigan City, Midwest League. Came through Springfield and Tacoma to the San Francisco Giants. He was born down in Laguna Verde in Dominican Republic. He's 24 years old. Will be 25 on the 20th of this month. He pitches now to Jim Gilliam, who swings on the first pitch and pops it up. Back by second base. Hiller calls for it and grabs it. So there's the first out. Gilliam wandered up there batting at .273. Now comes the veteran Duke Snider. Duke Snider standing up there. The Duke playing his 80th ball game for the Dodgers this year. He's hitting at .271. He has 5 home runs, 30 runs batted in. Maury Wills' lead at second base is short. Pagan, the shortstop, is in behind him. The pitch to the plate swung on by the Duke and popped up in foul ground. This will come back over the net and out of play. Setting the Giants for you here defensively in the last half of the first inning, Cepeda is at first base. Chuck Hiller is your second baseman. Jose Pagan is at shortstop. At third is Jim Davenport. Out in left field is Harvey Keene. The center fielder, Willie Mays. And in right field, Philippe Bellew. Bailey is behind the plate. Ed Bailey. Marshall pitching. He does this time, and it's swung on. There's a high pop up for the mound. Coming on is Jim Davenport, the third baseman. Calls for it, and he's got it. Turns around to make sure that Maury Wills doesn't try to dig for third base. So there are 2 outs here in the last half of the first inning of this very important ball game. Maury Wills, who singled off the pitcher's bare right hand and moved on to second base on the error throw at first base by Marshall, is riding at second, representing the possible first run in the ball game. If you recall, in the top half of the first inning, the Giants got Harvey Keene to second, but he died there with 1 out. Philippe Bellew hit back to the mound, and so did Willie Mays. Willie Mays hit back to the mound on a check swing. He was trying to check up on a change-up curve that had been thrown to him, and he tapped it back to the mound. So Padres had gotten out of his first inning, and now Marshall is trying to wade around in hot water here and get out of the last half of the first inning. Jim Davenport goes deep now at third base. Pagan goes deep at shortstop and allows Wills to take a couple of steps lead with this big right-hand hitter up there. Leading the league at 344 is Tommy Davis with 26 home runs and 151 runs driven in. He leads in that department, too. There's the attempted pickoff, or the start of one. The throw is not made from the mound, however, as Maury Wills went diving back in on his stomach. Yesterday, on his 30th birthday, he stole his 101st base this year and also scored the winning run. Marshall delivers, and Davis takes a cut at it and fouls it back. No balls and 1 strike. That's the count on Tommy Davis. He'll be followed by Wally Moon should he get on. So both sides have had a threat here in the first inning. The Giants could not cash in on theirs. Let's see what the Dodgers can do with their opportunity. Maury Wills leading at second base now, taking a pretty good size lead. Both the second baseman and the shortstop are pinching in on him to keep him close. Marshall stretches, comes set, checks the runner. Delivers now to Davis. An overhand pitch that's outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Marshall throws the slider. His curveball sinks pretty well. He's one of the few guys I can remember in the league, left, that goes into the big stretch and the big windup. In comes the pitch. It's Kerr right across the fists. Oh, it's 1 ball, 2 strikes now. Marshall never gives you the impression that he's pitching in a hurry. His movements are all very deliberate. Hiding that ball behind his back, he takes his sign now from Ed Bailey. Looks down at Tommy Davis, the right-hand hitter, standing just off the plate. Looks at Wills at second base now. Checks him as he comes set. Rears back, delivers. The pitch is swung on and popped out into very short left field. The shortstop back, Pagan has it, and the inning is over. Well, that's it here in the last half of the first inning. No runs. There was 1 hit. There was an error. And there was 1 man left on. So the score at the end of 1 full inning of play. It's the Giants nothing, and the Dodgers have nothing. Well, the chips are down here in Los Angeles today, and Schlitz is happy to again be your host. When good things happen, Schlitz is always on hand. So settle back and enjoy a friendly glass of Schlitz. No question about who the winner will be when you get together with Schlitz. Real gusto in a great light beer.
Let's get together with a glass of Schlitz. That great light beer from Schlitz. Get that real gusto only Schlitz has got.
From the creamy white collar
to the very last drop. So let's get together with a glass of Schlitz. A friendly glass of Schlitz. Real gusto in a great light beer.
Schlitz, the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company, Milwaukee and other cities.
So there's no scores. We go into the top of the second. Cepeda will lead off, and here's Allen.
All right, George, all set to go here. Orlando Cepeda hitting at .306 with 35 home runs and 113 runs driven in. A right-hand batter, overly close stance, stands way deep in plate. It's about as deep in batter's box as law will allow. Fastball fired to him by Padres is over for the strike. Johnny Padres, who has won 15 this year and lost 13. Only one time has he beaten the San Francisco Giants, and 3 times they have tabbed him. Padres is ready now. Delivers overhand fastball, swung on and hit out into very short right center field. Second baseman Gilliam under it, makes the catch. Oh, one away here in the top half of the second inning of the scoreless ball game. That'll bring on Ed Bailey. We should like to remind you once again, everybody, that throughout the afternoon, the NBC network will follow the orbital flight of Commander Sherrill, and we'll bring you all of the latest information, even if it necessitates our cutting in and out of the ball game to do so. Sure, you'll want to know just as much about that gentleman as you do about the men who are playing ball here. Curveball to Ed Bailey is in there for the strike. The ball is 1 strike. Bailey batting at .228, 17 home runs, and 45 runs driven in. In rides a pitch to Eddie. It's low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Bailey played in the first ball game in this playoff series up at Candlestick Park in San Francisco. Had 1 hit. Swings on this pitch and hits it down to the right side. Wally Moon digs it out of the dirt at first base. Steps on first. That's all for Bailey. 2 up, 2 down here in the top half of the second inning of this scoreless ball game, and that'll bring along Jim Davenport, who has been dropped down to hit in the number 7 position. Yesterday, Davenport hit in the number 2 spot. Was up 6 times and had a pair of base hits and 1 run driven in. Right-handed batsman. .297 is his batting percentage. He has 14 home runs and 57 runs driven in. Padres feeds him the fastball, and that's inside for ball 1. The plate umpire here this afternoon, Dusty Bogus. Augie Donatelli at first base. At second is Jocko Conlon, and at third is Al Barley. The coaches here for the Giants this afternoon. Westrom at first, Lockman at third. Soft curve offered to the plate. It's low, and Davenport's count now goes to 2 balls and no strikes. Johnny Padres, who on the 30th day of September became 30 years old. Here comes the pitch, low and on the inside. So Johnny's gotten behind here to Davenport on a 3-0 count. There are 2 outs here in the top of the second inning. There are no base runners for the Giants, and there is no score in the ball game. Padres rears back now, comes in with a fastball and lays it down the pike. Count is 3 balls and 1 strike. First ball game, very fine ball game as far as Billy Pierce was concerned. He pitched a magnificent game for the Giants at Candlestick. Pitch is swung on and makes it 8.2. That's a 3-2 count now on Jim Davenport. Billy Pierce pitched a fine 3-hitter and won it 8-0, first ball game. And in yesterday's nip and tuck affair, the Giants used 8 pitchers to the Dodgers 5 before the ball game went to the Dodgers 8-7. High fly ball hit the center field. Davis should have this one easily, and he does. Richard cards inside. Nothing across here in the top half of the second inning as the Giants go quietly, and the score at the end of an inning and a half. San Francisco nothing, and Los Angeles nothing. And now, here is a commercial message.
Howdy, folks. This is Art Baker. I want to tell you about one of the most unusual products I've ever used. It's called STP, a special oil concentrate developed in Germany and now made in America. STP blends with your oil and coats every moving part of the engine with a film of the slipperiest oil you can imagine, reducing friction to almost nothing, giving you more usable power. What makes STP so special is that after people use it, they notice such an improvement in their car's performance that they go out and brag on it, just as I'm doing now. The wonders of STP were discovered by race and sport car enthusiasts interested in more speed. Then truck operators noticed how much better and longer their equipment operated after it had been added to their oil. And now motorists looking for more compression and power are also discovering STP. I hope you'll try a pint of STP yourself and end up bragging like the rest of us. Available at service stations, garages, and car dealers everywhere. STP, just $1.35 per pint.
Well, we go into the bottom of the second inning. There's no score in the ball game. Each team with one hit. The Giants have committed one error. Wally Moon, the first baseman, will be leading off for the Dodgers. Here's Al.
All right, George. Wally Moon stepping up to the plate here, batting at .245. He's appearing in his 95th ball game for the Los Angeles Dodgers this year. This left-handed batter with a .245 average has 4 home runs and 31 runs driven in. Juan Marichal starts his motion, kicks and throws. Moon takes. That's low. 1 ball and no strikes. Up shallow at third base with the left-hand hitter up there is Jim Davenport, the right side of the infield deep. However, Cepeda at first is not playing duty. He's playing about midway back. Overhand curveball is swung on by Moon and popped up in foul ground off the first base side. Across comes hitter, back goes Cepeda. Cepeda calls for it, and Cepeda in foul ground makes the catch. Oh, Moon is out of there. Here's the first out in the last half of inning number 2. Here's the big guy for the Los Angeles Dodgers. 6'7", 250-pound Frank Howard. And when he steps up there with that bat, it looks like a toothpick in his hand. He stands away from the plate, sort of catty-cornered across it, left foot forward to the plate, and steps into the pitches in order to get more power. Marichal is ready, delivers to him, and the curve stays high. And when you pitch high to this guy, it's way upstairs. 1 ball and no strikes. A count on Frank Howard. 1 out, the base is empty, bottom of the second inning, no score. Marichal, the right-hander, going against Johnny Podres, the left-hander. Outfield fan to the left, they're playing deep. Marichal delivers 1-0. Howard swings on it. Grass cutter to shortstop. Pagan up with it. Throws on to first base to Cepeda, and that's all for Howard. He's out from short to first, and that'll bring up Johnny Roseborough. Catcher Johnny Roseborough hits left-handed and stands deep at the plate and guards it from behind. He crowds up on it somewhat. He's batting at .251. He has hit 7 home runs. Swings on the first pitch and pops it up. Out in very short right field goes Chuck Hiller, the second baseman. Under it, makes the catch. And that's all for the Dodgers here in the last half of the second inning as they go bang, 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 right down in order. Nothing across, and a score at the end of 2 full innings of play now. It's the Giants nothing, the Dodgers have nothing. Now, here's a message from our sponsor.
Together with a glass of Schlitz. That great light beer from Schlitz.
The beer that made Milwaukee famous simply because it tastes so good.
Real gusto in a great light beer.
The Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company, Milwaukee and other cities.
Before we pick up the action here in the top half of the third inning, we pause 30 seconds for station identification.
This is WGY, the General Electric Station, Schenectady.
We move along now into the top half of inning number 3. Jose Pagan, the shortstop, up for his first time, tries to bunt the first pitch and fouls it away to the right for strike 1. Pagan, a .256 hitter and a right-handed batsman, has hit 7 home runs this year, 57 runs driven in for San Francisco. We have all the earmarks of a tight ball game in which runs may possibly be as scarce as hen's teeth here this afternoon. They'll be playing this one right down to the nubbin. Johnny Podres, the left-hander, doing the pitching for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Rears back, delivers 0-1 to the place, swung on and lined in the left field for a base hit. Snyder has the ball now and fires it back in to Maury Wills, who goes out to make the relay. And Jose Pagan is on. Rifle shot to left field. That'll be hit number 2 off Padres. Both hits have been to left field. Harvey Keene opened the ball game in the first inning by blasting one into left field on a line shot, and Pagan has just duplicated that. Now here is Juan Marichal. This fella is not a bad hitting pitcher. Very businesslike up at the plate. He's had 20 base hits in 87 times up, a percentage standing of .230. He's hit no home runs, however, but he does have 10 runs driven in for the ball club. Juan Marichal, the right-hand hitter, stands about midway in batter's box all the way around. Padres checks him. They're expecting the bunt. The throw to first base, that's just to keep Pagan close. He wasn't going much of anywhere. Tommy Davis is shallow at third. He's already creeping in. Down comes the pitch. There is the attempted bunt. It's popped foul down the first base side. Wally Moon almost had a chance for it, but had overran the ball, and it drops untouched for a strike. So the count is no balls, 1 strike on Juan Marichal. He, of course, is hitting number 9 in the San Francisco order. He'll be followed by the leadoff-er, Harvey Keene. Johnny Padres comes set now. See what Marichal is going to do on this pitch. He squares off, does bunt this one back toward the mound. Johnny Padres plays it. He goes back to second base and throws the ball away. Getting up and moving on into third base is Pagan. So it was the choice of Johnny Padres to fire that ball back to second base to Maury Wills in an attempt to get Pagan moving down to second base. And Johnny threw it away for an error. Now, both errors in this ball game have been charged to the pitchers. Marichal has one, now Padres has one. Well, Marichal becomes a base runner at first base on the fielder's choice. Pagan moving all the way around to third base on Johnny Padres' throwing error. Pagan at third base now. Marichal at first. Here's Harvey Keene. He's had 1 base hit today, a single to left field. Padres delivers to him, bucks it across the outside corner, knee high for the strike. This could or could not be the turning point in this ball game. Marichal at first, Pagan at third. In comes the pitch to Keene. A soft curve is lined into left field for a base hit. Pagan comes in easily to score. Marichal goes to second to hold on. Snyder up for the ball, throws into Maury Wills. So the nothing-nothingness has been broken. Give Harvey Keene the run driven in, his 68th of the year. That's hit number 3, run number 1 given up now by Padres. Marichal is on at second base, and Chuck Hiller, the Giants' second baseman, is coming up to bat. Prior to this ball game today, the determination that you could read on the faces of the ball players very readily be seen. And the fans here this afternoon have been surprisingly quiet. Everyone's sitting around in anticipation, and well they might. Padres is ready now. Looks back at second, then delivers the plate. There's the attempted bunt missed, and the throw by Roseboro back to try to pick Marichal off at second base. It's thrown high, and Marichal comes on over to third base with Willie Davis firing back into the plate to make sure he doesn't try to come around and score. So Roseboro will be charged with an error, allowing Marichal, whom he had picked off. Marichal was moving. His throw allows Marichal to come over to third base. Harvey Keene played it close. He stayed right at first. He didn't move. So the Dodgers now have 2 errors. Runners at first and third. The pitch is swung on. There's a fly ball hit into left field. Duke Snyder coming in for it. The tag up at third. Marichal will not try. Snyder throws in the cutoff play, and they have the runner between first and second in the horsey. The throw by Gilliam hits the runner in the back. Marichal scores. The throw to the plate is not in time. Sends a fly ball to Duke Snyder, and Marichal bluffed coming in. He wasn't going to bother. He started to duck back into third base. The cutoff play was made by third baseman Tommy Davis, and he threw up to Gilliam as they had Keene in a horsey between first and second. And then Gilliam, grabbing the ball, throwing it back to first base to Moon to cover there, hit Gilliam in the back. Or hit Keene in the back. And Keene got back safely to first base, and on the rundown, then Marshall came on in to score. We'll check up with the official score and see how he's going to score this one. Second run is in here in the third inning. The pitch is swung on and hit up the middle into center field by Alou for a base hit. Here comes the throw into third base, and it gets away from Tommy Davis. Back it up is Padres, and runners wind up at second and third. So Alou singles up the middle. Harvey Keene moves around to third base. On the throw in, Philippe Alou moves down to second. Walter Alston comes off the bench charging. That'll be hit number 4 given up by Padres. We're still waiting for the official score's verdict as to whether an error will be charged to Gilliam on the throw to first base. Right now, the totals read on the board. The Giants 3 runs, 2 runs, 4 hits, and 1 error. And for the Dodgers, no runs, 1 hit, and 2 errors. We do know that 1 error has been charged to Padres, 1 to Roseboro on the overthrow of second base. And we'll see now if they're going to charge another error. Well, as soon as the information comes over, we'll give it to you. But right now, rest assured it is 2-0 in favor of the San Francisco Giants on 4 base hits. An error is being charged. An error is being charged to Jim Gilliam as we had expected. So the run Marshall scores on that error. And also Harvey Keene was allowed his life at first base on that error. So that will be the 3rd error in the ball game for the Dodgers. Up at the plate, Willie Mays, and he's being intentionally walked. Intentionally passed. So that'll load him up. Willie Mays at first base on the intentional base on balls. That'll bring on Orlando Cepeda, the first baseman. Philippe Alou is on at second base. Harvey Keene is on at third base. So the bases are loaded with only 1 out here in the top of the 3rd inning. 2 runs have come scampering across the plate on 3 base hits. There have been 2 errors in the inning for the Los Angeles Dodgers. 1 charge to Roseboro and 1 charge to Jim Gilliam. Padres, with his back to the wall now, starts his motion. Delivers to Cepeda. The pitch is swung on and fouled away. Right up the third base side. Down in the bullpen for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Looks as though we're going to have some activity. Probably will be Eddie Roebuck if he starts actually to throw. Orlando Cepeda 0 for 1 in this ball game. He popped up to second base in the 2nd inning. Game time, he was hitting at .306. The bases are loaded. Harvey Keene at 3rd. Philippe Alou at 2nd. Mays is on at 1st, having been intentionally passed. Of course, the LA Dodgers are hoping for the opportunity of a double play. Padres is ready now. Comes set. Delivers. The pitch is swung on and hit down to Gilliam. He goes to second to Wills for 1 out to throw on the first. Double play. Cepeda, who has been the big wheel with the bat against these Los Angeles Dodgers all year long, and particularly here in this stadium, has just hit into a double play from Gilliam to Wills and on to Moon at first base. Racing Willie Mays on the front end of the double play. 2 men were left on. 2 runs on 3 base hits, 2 errors, 2 left, and the score at the end of 2 1/2 innings of play. It is the Giants 2, and the LA Dodgers have nothing.
Well, the Giants picking up 2 runs here in the top of the 3rd to go out in front 2-0 as the Dodgers committed 3 big errors in the 3rd inning, so they have their backs to the wall as they come to bat here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Willie Davis, the center fielder, will lead off, and here's Al.
All right, George, here is Willie Davis with his .286 batting averaged 21 home runs and 85 runs driven in. He hits left-handed. Swings on the first pitch by Marshall and doesn't get it. Davis standing back in now. Padres will follow. No one cracking up in the bullpen for the Dodgers. Marshall delivers soft curveball, hit off the end of the bat down to third base. Davenport up with it, throws on to first base to Cepeda, and that's all for Willie Davis. 1 up, 1 out. Last half of the third inning. Ball game that has the Giants leading 2-0. Johnny Padres coming up the bat. Johnny hitting left-handed, batting at 163. He has hit 1 home run this year and has 5 runs driven in. He's had 14 base hits for 86 times up. Hitting left-handed, he backs off from a fastball, and it's ripped in there for the strike. No ball, 1 strike count. Pitch to the plate, swung line, hit down across the carpet to second. Hiller gobbles it up out of the dirt, throws on to Cepeda at first base, and Padres is down. 2 up, 2 down in the bottom of the third inning. Batter coming up now will be Wills. Maury Wills. Maury Wills came up in the top half as a top batter in the last half of the first inning.
This is Joe Gaddis along with George Kelly, welcoming you to the 7th game of the 1962 World Series. This is it. Forget the rest of the season. Forget the playoffs, the averages, what you did in this ballpark, that ballpark. It's all wrapped up today. And it'll be Ralph Perry for the Yankees and Jack Stanford for the San Francisco Giants. Sky is high here. There's not a cloud in the sky. And it's going from left field to right field. And they will be shading towards the right field line. Now, this broadcast is authorized under broadcasting rights granted by the Commissioner of Baseball solely for the entertainment of our listening audience. And any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express consent of the Commissioner is prohibited. The grass has been cut in the outfield. Yesterday, it was not cut in the outfield. It was still a bit damp. The ground crew couldn't get out there, but they were able to work on it. And this ground crew, you certainly have to tip your hat to them. They have really been putting in the extra hours, extra work, and extra detail to get this field in the great shape that it is. The outfield grass is cut, and that was another thing that the outfielders were concerned about. Just how would that ball react once it scooted off that grass? It's a little bit faster than it was yesterday, but not that much is the way the ball players were saying it. The thing that is bothering the outfielders more than anything is the wind. The lineup for this big 7th game of the World Series for the Yankees is the same lineup that Ralph Houk has been using throughout the series. Kubek leads off at shortstop. Batting second, it's the second baseman, Bobby Richardson. Batting third, it's the left fielder, Tom Trace. Trace in left field. Batting fourth, it's the center fielder, Mickey Mantle. Mantle in center field. Batting fifth, the right fielder, Roger Maris. Maris in right field. Batting sixth, the catcher, Elston Howard. Howard the catcher. Batting seventh, it's Moose Fallon, the first baseman. Fallon at first base. Batting eighth, it's the third baseman, Cletus Boyer. Boyer at third base. And batting ninth, it's the pitcher, Ralph Perry. For the San Francisco Giants, leading off, it's Felipe Alou, A-L-O-U, Felipe Alou in right field. Batting second, the second baseman, Chuck Hiller. Hiller, the second baseman. Batting third, the center fielder, Willie Mays. Mays in center field. Batting fourth, the left fielder, McCovey. Willie McCovey in left field. Batting fifth, the first baseman, Orlando Cepeda. Cepeda at first base. Batting sixth is the catcher, Haller. Tom Haller, the catcher. Batting seventh, the third baseman, Jim Davenport. Davenport at third base. Batting eighth, it's the shortstop, Jose Pagan. Pagan, the shortstop. And batting ninth, it's the pitcher, Jack Stanford. Stanford against Ralph Perry. Both ball clubs certainly teed up for this ball game. That has to be the understatement of the year. How do you get up? Get up any more for a ball game than these ball clubs have for this one? The Giants, they've been counted out 900 times during the regular season. They kept coming back. This whole series has been one of really alternating victories. That's the way it's been. The Yankees won the first game by the score of 6-2. Giants came back to win the second one, 2-0. Yankees won the third game, 3-2. Giants won the fourth game, 7-3. Yankees won the fifth game, 5-3. And yesterday, the Giants won it behind Billy Pierce, 5-2. And today, this is it. One whole year wrapped up in one ball game. The umpires just making their way out, coming down that first base line. Manager Ralph House of the New York Yankees comes out of their dugout from the third base side, ready to hand them the lineup cards. And Whitey Laughlin, our coach, manager Alvin Dark, hands in the Giant lineup. The big Stan Landis will be the plate umpire. So the stage is set. Sanford against Terry. Jack Sanford on the mound does a little of the work that the groundskeeper's been doing for a couple days. He digs their favorite spot on the pitching slab. Pitchers like to do it. Hitters like to do it in the batter's box to find that comfortable spot. And George Kell, I can't imagine that until you get that first ground ball or get hit by that first foul tip, it's going to be a little tough to get comfortable for a game like this because those butterflies certainly have to be flying around. There's no doubt about it, Joe. I was down on the field before the ball game, as you were, and the ball players seem to be a relaxed group of athletes, but they cannot be that relaxed here today in this all-important seventh ball game. As you said a moment ago, the entire season is wrapped up into one ball game here today. A lot of these fellows have been through it before, some of them going through it for the first time, but the tension has got to be the same for everybody. This is it, and they all feel it. And I think this feeling even prevails through this tremendous crowd here today. As the Giants taking the field just a moment ago, they let out a tremendous roar, of course, to the hometown team, but they feel the tension right here in the stand. Tony Kubek stepping in to lead off for the Yankees here in the first inning. Sanford gets ready, and here's the first pitch of the ball game. He tries to bunt, and he hits it. One strike to Kubek. Tony has a .280 batting average. He's been to the plate 25 times, and he has 7 hits. Tony has no home runs. He's batted in 1 run. This will be the third meeting in this series between Sanford and Terry. They've won 1 game each. Sanford won here in Candlestick, and Ralph back in New York. A pitch to Kubek. Outside, a fastball off the corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. In the first 2 ball games that Sanford pitched, he was behind the batters a lot, but he didn't walk many, coming in with a 2-0 pitch, most of the time with good pitches. Here's the pitch. Outside, another fastball to miss the corner. Ball 2 and strike 1. It'll be Kubek, Richardson, and Tommy Trace for the Yankees here in the first inning. The 7th game of the 1962 World Series. Sanford ready. The 2-1 pitch. Here's a fly ball. Hits the center field. Willie Mays moving in. He's there, and he makes the catch. Tony Kubek out on a fly to center. That'll bring up the second baseman, Bobby Richardson. Bobby's a right-handed batter. He has a .160 batting average. 4 hits and 25 trips in the series. He has no home runs, no runs batted in. Giants playing straight away and not too deep. Everybody's going to play shallow in left field today. Here's the pitch to Bobby. Ball, it's inside, a curveball. Missed the corner. 1 ball and a strike. Willie McCovey is in left field for the Giants. Mays in center, and Felipe Lou playing in right field today. Sanford into the windup. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Curve down low. Got this one over the plate, but too low. Ball 2 and no strike. Sanford didn't like to call on it too much. Stopped and looked in to Stan Landis. Just on the first 2 hitters, George, we might be able to get a pattern through nothing but fastballs to Kubek, nothing but curves to Richardson. Here's the pitch. It's down low. A fastball low and in. 3-0 to Bobby. Tommy Trace, the left fielder, is waiting in the on-deck circle. Yankees batting in the first inning with 1 out and no one on. A ball 3 and a no-strike count. Sanford taking a little time, gets ready. Here's the pitch. Down low, he walks him. Bobby Richardson draws a walk.
will put a runner at first base with one out. And the batter will be Tom Tresh, the left fielder. Tommy's batting average posted at .333 for this series. He's hit in 24 trips. Tommy has 1 home run and 4 runs batted in. A home run, a 3-run homer coming against Sanford at Yankee Stadium. Price is a switch batter. He's batting left-handed against Sanford. Here's the pitch. Right, he got a fastball over the outside corner. Davenport is playing in close at third. Jimmy's about even with the bag. Cepeda holds against the runner at first. And both Pagan and Hiller have moved in a couple of steps. They are cheating on the double play. Here's the one-strike pitch. Outside, from just off the corner. Sanford is aiming everything for the outside part of the plate to these left-handed batters. 1 ball and 1 strike. He's got a couple spots that will help him out if he can get him to hit that ball into left field, because left center field will be a real tough job to hit one out of here the way that wind is blowing. Sanford checks his runner. Here's the 1-1 pitch. He swings and hits a pop fly behind third. Davenport is chasing it. He's over near the stands, and he makes the catch. Jimmy Davenport making a fine play as he stayed with that high pop fly, caught it, and crashed into the barrier. There's 2 down, and the batter will be Mickey Mantle. George, remember in the ball game over here, the second one, Tom Haller made some fine catches of some foul balls that stay in play. Anything that's hit towards the third base line, you better chase it because it'll blow back in play. Mantle with an .091 batting average. He's been to the plate 22 times. He has 2 hits. Mickey has no home runs in this series, no runs batted in. He's batting left-handed against Sanford. Here's a quick throw to first. Richardson back in time. Bobby at first base with 2 outs here in the first inning. There's no score. Sanford gets set. The pitch to Mantle. Ball, it's down low. 1 ball and no strike. Some of the riders were kidding House on the bench before the ball game about using the same lineup every day. Ralph said, one thing I found out early in my managing career is go with the best you have every day. Don't shuffle the lineup around. Just put the best you've got in there and play them. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch to Mickey. Strike. He got a fastball over it. Right down the middle of that one. The Giants are deep and around to the right for Mantle. A bright, sunshiny afternoon. A strong breeze blowing in from left field. We said before, the wind normally quiet here until about 3 o'clock, but today it started moving in about 10 o'clock this morning. Here's the pitch to Mickey. He swings and hits a high fly ball to left field. Willie McCovey is waiting on it. Still waiting. He's got it. Mickey Mantle out on a high fly to left field. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 man left. And the score at the end of the first half, the first inning, the Yankees nothing with the Giants coming to bat.
We'll be back with more exciting action from the 7th game of the 1962 World Series after this.
Excuse me, sir, but what's that you're raising up there?
The prime rate. Going up today.
Oh, I see.
Some days it goes up, some days it goes down.
And what exactly does the prime rate do?
Mostly it scares people silly. Little higher.
If the bank prime rate is scaring you out of a new car, ask your GM dealer about GMAC. GMAC has financing right now at rates that make sense. So get that new Chevy, Pontiac, Olds, Buick, Cadillac, or GMC truck you want with help from GMAC, the financing people from General Motors.
You're going to die of thirst this summer if it has to depend on the weather to get the water it needs. So be sure you've got quality hoses you can depend on from True Value Hardware stores. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you True Value nylon reinforced vinyl hoses are designed to stand up to the heat and remain flexible in cold weather. And right now you can get their 60-foot True Value hose for $9.99 or the super rugged 75-foot length for $14.99. Both have 5/8-inch inner diameter and are available only from participating True Value Hardware stores. And now, more action from Game 7 of the 1962 World Series.
Well, no scores. We go into the bottom of the first inning. It'll be Felipe Lou to lead off for the Giants. He'll be followed by the second baseman, Chuck Hiller, and then the center fielder, Willie Mays. Ralph Terry completing his warm-up tosses. Elston Howard goes down to second with a throw, and we're ready to go. Lou, a right-handed batter, has a .318 batting average, 7 hits and 22 trips. Lou has batted in 1 run in this series. Large and enthusiastic crowd on hand here today, and needless to say, Giant rooters here. Ralph Terry gets ready. The pitch to Lou. He swings and pops it up behind the plate. Here's Howard coming back. It's going to be out of play. That's him back in the crowd. 1 strike to Lou. Terry won 23 ball games and lost 12 during the regular season. As we said previously, he's won 1 and lost 1 in this World Series. Lou taking a little time before he gets back in. A leap right down on the end of the bat. Terry into the windup. The pitch. He swings and hits a pop fly outside of first base. Cowern is over there waiting. He's got it. Moose was battling the high sky on that one. Felipe Lou fouls to the first baseman. We'll bring up the second baseman, Chuck Hiller. Chuck's a left-handed batter. He has a .318 batting average, 7 hits and 22 trips. Chuck has 1 home run in this series. That was a grand slam homer. He's batted in 5 runs. Chuck strokes the bat. Terry, a tall, slender right-hander. Checks his sign with Elston Howard. The pitch. Ball. It's outside. Hiller uses a big stick-handle bat, and during batting practice, it was almost dream conditions for him as he sprayed the ball all over the ballpark. He wasn't trying to hit one out of here. He was just trying to hit it right up the middle and to left field, just hitting over the ball, hoping he could hit the ball down, get the ground ball base hit. There's a 1-0 pitch. He swings and fouls it back from in the crowd. 1 ball, 1 strike. Chuck has had a couple of hits in the left field, and the Yankees are playing in that way. Didn't get a chance to ask Alvin Dark, but I just wonder if it was on orders from him, George. But batting practice was no playful matter with these Giants. Larry Jansen threw a lot of curveballs, and they were trying to do something with him. The pitch to Hiller. He swings and hits a high fly ball down the left field line. Here's Price racing into foul territory. He can't get it. The ball is in the seat. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Hiller. Price had a little bit of trouble as he got near the bullpen. There was no chance to make the play, but I say trouble because he stumbled on the mound, and he's kind of flexing his legs out there now because it's a high mound in the bullpen, and he stumbled as he got near the wall. The wind does not seem to be blowing quite as hard now as it did at the start of this ball game. And one weatherman said here today the winds would be dying down during the afternoon. Terry gets ready. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Ball is down low. He's up the fastball over the too low. The count is even to Hiller at 2-2. We're in the bottom of the first inning. In case you joined us late, there's no score in the ball game. Giants batting, 1 out with no one on. Here's the 2-2 pitch. He swings and hits a bounce to the first. Cowern has it. Up on the bag, and Chuck Hiller is out. Well, it's 2 down, and here's the center fielder, Willie Mays. Greeting Willie as he steps in. Mays a tremendous favorite here in San Francisco, and well, he should be. Willie's batting average in this series posted at .250, 6 hits and 24 trips. Terry delivers. There's a fly ball hits the left field. Tommy Craig moving in. He's got it to sides retired. Willie Mays sending a fly ball to strike in left field. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left. And the score at the end of 1 full inning of play, the Giants nothing, the Yankees nothing.
Game 7 of the World Series of 1962 continues after this. You're listening to a classic World Series from the archives of NBC Radio Sports. Game 7 of the World Series of 1962.
we move along into the top of the second inning. There's no score in the ball game. The Yankees had a base runner in the first inning. Bobby Richardson drew a walk, but he was stranded at first base as Craig fouled to the third baseman and Mantle flied to left field. Roger Maris will be the leadoff man for the Yankees. He'll be followed by Elston Howard and then Bill Skowron. Lodge has a .211 batting average, 4 hits and 19 trips. 1 home run and 5 runs batted in. Here's Sanford's first pitch. Ball. Strike. He went up to the right end. Maris was going to bunt. He raced up in front of the box, took the pitch, and Landis went up to the right end. Sanford ready. The pitch. There's a line drive to the first baseman. Maris hit that one like a bullet. A liner right straight to Davenport at third base. Sure, that'll not only make you talk to yourself, but you'll enjoy the conversation with yourself. There's one guy over there, and he hit a shot, something that Maris has been trying to do most of the series, and hit the ball very hard. Normally, that would be a base hit, but Davenport playing wide of the bag, the only man over there in Lower Slobovia, and he comes up with the play. Maris really mumbling as he went back to the bench, and you can hardly blame him. I know what he's thinking, Joe. Only one man and about 150 feet there, and the ball hit like a bullet. He didn't have time to move, and it's right in his glove. Well, there's one away, and the batter will be Elston Howard. Ellie has a .176 batting average, 3 hits in this series and 17 trips. Strong right-handed batter. Here's the pitch. Foul ball. It's back on the screen. 1 strike. Sanford using the little kick motion on that pitch. The first time he's used it today, but he's used it a lot throughout this series. I was talking to some of the Yankees on the plane coming out here from New York, and they said it was effective. Very effective, especially with 2 strikes. George, it's also a telltale for manager Alvin Dark. When he gets sloppy with the leg movements, it's a tip-off he's getting tired. The pitch to Howard. There's a ground ball hit to the third baseman. Davenport flips it over to first. He's out. Elston Howard goes out. Davenport to Cepeda. That's 2 down, and the batter will be Bill Skowron. Bill has a .214 batting average. He has 3 hits and 14 trips. 1 run batted in. Bill right down on the end of the bat. Sanford gets ready. Here's the first pitch. Ball. It's inside. 1 ball and no strike. To give you an idea how hard the wind is blowing in from left field, Skowron unloaded one in batting practice that looked like it was going into the base, and it hit the top of the fence and bounded back. The 1-0 pitch. A swing and a foul tip. And falling right at the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. We're in the top of the second inning. There's no score in the ball game. 2 outs with no one on. Howard taking a little time. That ball might have hit him on the hand. Did miss him, George, and he walked out to kind of get his bearings back as they put the ball to Sanford. Now he'll take a little bit of time giving the sign. 1 ball, 1 strike to Skowron. Sanford gets ready. Here's the pitch. Curveball. It's up high. Ball 2 and strike 1. Sanford had great success against Howard and Skowron at Yankee Stadium. He was keeping the curveball low and on the outside part of the plate. Which is a good way to pick anybody, Joe. Make an announcer out of all those guys who keep it there. Sanford taking a little time as he looks in. Here's the 2-1 pitch. He swings and bounces it foul off to the left. That'll even the count at 2-2. How about those clubhouse meetings when you just start, they always say, well, keep that fastball up and in before you get in and that curveball down. You got to get it down, though. And, of course, it's always high and tight, low and away, which is the perfect pitching pattern. If you could do that, that Hall of Fame would really be crowded with pitchers. No hitters, definitely not. The only hitters that can hit that curveball low and outside, like Bob Skinner said, that's the ball players that have gone to announcing. They can hit that curveball low and outside. A ball 2 and a strike 2 count to Skowron. Sanford taking too much time to suit Bill, so he steps out. Moose just takes 1 step out of the box and looks out to Sanford, as if to say, what's the reason for the delay? Now he's back in. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Inside, he got the fastball too close. 3-2 to Bill.
2 outs with no one on here in the top of the second inning. There's no score. The 7th and final game of this 1962 World Series. Sanford ready. The pitch. There's a ground ball. It's slowly to the shortstop. Pagan has it to throw to first. He's out. Bill Snellen goes out. Short to first. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left. And the score at the end of the first half of the second inning, the Yankees nothing, the Giants nothing.
Back with more action from this classic World Series game of 1962 after this. NBC Radio is presenting a rebroadcast of Game 7 of the 1962 World Series. The New York Yankees versus the San Francisco Giants.
Well, we move along into the bottom of the second inning. No score in the ball game. Willie McCovey will lead off for the Giants. He'll be followed by Orlando Cepeda, and then the catcher, Tom Haller. It's Sanford against Perry here today in the 7th game. Pitchers meeting for the 3rd time in this World Series. They each have a win. McCovey, a big left-handed batter, has a 182 batting average. Willie has 2 hits and 11 trips. He has 1 home run and 1 run batted in. The homer coming against Perry here at Candlestick Park. The Yankees move deep and far to the right for McCovey. Here's the first pitch. Ball outside. 1 ball and no strike. Perry, of course, will be trying to keep everything away from Willie. He'll want to hit that outside corner. McCovey looking for something inside that he can pull down that right field line. Here's the 1-0 pitch. He swings and pops it up outside of first base. Here's Howard chasing it along with Starr, and Elston Howard. He can't make the play on it. He does. A tough play for Howard. He was looking right up into the sun over near the Giant dugout, but he made the catch. So there's 1 away, and the batter will be Orlando Cepeda. Orlando's batting average at 188. He has 3 hits in 16 trips. All 3 of Orlando's hits coming in yesterday's game. He has 2 runs batted in. Perry ready. The pitch. There's a ground ball hit down the third baseline. It's foul. Boy, you're moving across the line. A 1-strike count.
Orlando was having some fun in the clubhouse after the game, sitting with the newspaper man. That how come they waited until yesterday to come around? He said, I've been with the club for all World Series. Nobody come around. Of course, somebody just finally honestly gave the answer. He said, keep hitting him. They'll be around. Don't hit and we'll see you.
Here's a 1-strike pitch. Curve. It's in the dirt. Elston Howard goes down on both knees to block this one. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Yankees shade him a little bit to right center. He Mantle just a little bit to the right of second base. Deep in the outfield. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Strike 2. He cuts the corner with a good hard slider. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cepeda gets very deep in the box. Perry ready. The 1-2 pitch. Curve down low. That'll even the count at 2-2. Bottom of the second inning. There's 1 out with no one on. There's no score in the ball game. Only 1 base runner so far in this game. Bobby Richardson drew a walk in the first inning. Perry looking in. Here's the 2-2 pitch. He swings and foul tips it right into the mid of Elston Howard. A strikeout for Ralph Terry. That's 2 down, and the batter will be the catcher, Tom Haller. Tom has a .364 batting average, 4 hits and 11 trips, 1 home run and 3 runs batted in. Tom's a tall, left-handed batter. Terry into the windup. Here's the pitch. Strike. He's got the fastball over the corner. A 1-strike count to Tom Haller, batting in the second inning with 2 outs and no one on. The Yankees nothing and the Giants nothing. Terry pounds his glove. Here's the pitch. High pop fly behind shortstop. Kubek drifting back, shades his eyes. He's got it. The side's retired. Tom Haller pops to the shortstop. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left. And the score at the end of 2, the Giants nothing, the Yankees nothing.
This original 1962 World Series broadcast will continue on the NBC Radio Network. NBC Radio Sports is presenting a classic World Series broadcast. Game 7 of 1962, featuring superstars Willie Mays, Willie McCovey, Mickey Mantle, and Roger Maris.
Well, at the end of 2, there's no score. For the Yankees, no runs, no hits, no errors. For the Giants, no runs, no hits, no errors. It'll be Cletus Boyer to lead off. He'll be followed by Ralph Terry and then Tony Kubek. Jack Stanford still taking his warm-up tosses. Jack was a little slow getting out to the mound. Tom Haller makes the throw down to second base. Clete Boyer steps in. We're ready to go here in the top of the 3rd inning. Boy, this is it. All the pitchers are in the bullpen today. Even Billy Pierce for the Giants and Whitey Ford for the Yankees. Both said they would be ready to go again today. Boyer, a right-handed batter, has a .278 batting average. Clete has 5 hits in the series and 18 trips. There's a line drive to right. Alou is there and makes the catch. Boyer hit that one like a bullet. Right straight to Alou in right field. And the batter will be Ralph Terry. There's Ralph coming on. Drops at the on-deck circle. He gets the rosin on his hand. Willie Mays is the quarterback as far as the outfield is concerned, moving the guys around. He's just moved McCovey in. And Willie plays pretty deep for just about everybody. With Ralph Terry up there, Willie Mays wanting McCovey to move in because that wind is blowing directly in. A real tough job, hit one hard in the left field to get over his head. Terry, a right-handed batter. Stanford ready. Here's the first pitch. Nice. He got a fastball right down the middle. A 1-strike count to Ralph Terry. He's batting with 1 out and no one on in the 3rd inning. No score in the ball game. Stanford looking in. Here's the pitch. Strike 2. He took the corner with this one. Strike 2 count. The Giants have shortened up all around. McCovey, Mays, and Alou shortened up and playing Ralph a little bit to right field. Stanford checks the sign. Here's the 2-strike pitch. A swing and a miss. He tried to check it, but he's gone too far on the low curveball. Terry goes down swinging. The first strikeout in the ball game for Stanford. It's 2 down, and the batter will be Tony Kubek. Tony sent a fly ball to Willie Mays his first time at bat. Tony, a left-handed batter. Stanford ready. Here's the first pitch. A swing and a miss. Low curve at the knees. 1 strike to Kubek. The umpires today, Stan Landis is behind the plate, Jim Honachik at first base, Al Barlick at second base, Charlie Berry at third, Ken Burkhardt and Hank Storer down the line. There's a fastball outside. 1 ball and 1 strike to Kubek. Ken Burkhardt down the left field line and Hank Storer down the right field line.
Sanford gets ready. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Outside again, trying to catch the corner with a fastball. Ball 2 and strike 1.
It'll be a job for Kubek to try to hit a ball between McCovey and the line in left field. McCovey really guarding that line as if he wants to give Willie Mays as much running room as possible, George.
Sanford into the windup. The 2-1 pitch. Here's a ground ball to left field. A solid base hit for Kubek as he punched an outside fastball between Davenport and Pagan into left field. That's the first hit of the ball game. Puts a runner at first base with 2 outs, and the batter will be Bobby Richardson. Bobby drew a walk his first time at bat. Sanford wanted a new baseball after Kubek punched that one to left field. Sam Landis makes the exchange. So we keep an eye on Kubek at first base. He might be running here with 2 outs. He's thrown out. The Yankees would still have Bobby Richardson to lead off in the next inning. Here's the pitch. Ball, it's up high. Bobby was ready to bunt. Shortened up, took the high pitch. 1 ball and no strike. Davenport has moved in close at third. Jimmy is playing about even with the bag right now. A scoreless ball game. We're in the top of the 3rd inning. Sanford gets set. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Inside. Fastball in on the 5th. Ball 2 and no strike. Jack has been having trouble getting the ball over to Bobby Richardson. He walked him his first time at bat on a 3-1 pitch. Now he's behind with a ball 2 and a no-strike count. Jack checks his runner at first base. Quick throw to first. Kubek back in time. Boyer opened this inning with a line drive to right. Terry struck out, and Kubek singled to left field. Here's the pitch. Right, he got the fastball. Quick throw to first. Kubek back in time. Tony slipped. Fowler made a wide throw. A good throw would have had him at first base as Kubek slipped. Fell, trying to get back to first base, and then he had to crawl to the bag. But Fowler's throw was wide, and Orlando Cepeda had no chance to put the tag on him.
The tip off for the other base runners because Kubek wasn't really going anywhere. He was just trying to get back to first base. The footing is not solid.
There's the pitch to Richardson. Inside. He checked his swing on a high inside fastball. 3-1 to Bobby. Richardson out of the box for a moment, looking down to third where he checks with Frankie Saucetti to see if the hit sign is on for this 3-1 pitch.
He's one of those guys, too, like know that runner's going to break up that infield because he can pick his spots.
Sanford gets set. Here's the pitch. Down low, he walks him. Bobby Richardson walks again. That's 2 walks given up by Sanford. Both times it's been Bobby. So the Yankees have runners at first and second with 2 outs. And the batter will be Tommy Tresh, the left fielder. Tommy's 0 for 1. He fouled to Davenport his first time at bat. Well, this is the first threat of the ball game. 2 on with 2 outs. Giants play straight, pretty much straight away. Sanford gets set. Here's the first pitch. He swings and hits a high pop fly down the left field line. Davenport is chasing it along with McCovey, but it's going back in the crowd. A high pop fly down the left field line near the Giant bullpen. The wind moving that one right back into the crowd. A 1-strike count to Tommy Tresh. Tommy has 8 hits in this series. Kubek had 7 going into this ball game. He singled in this inning, so he's all tied with Tommy for number of hits. Sanford taking a little time as he looks in. Boy, he doesn't want to make a mistake here. Here's the pitch. Ball outside. 1-1 to Tresh. It was a 3-run homer by Tresh in Yankee Stadium that beat Sanford in the 5th game of this series. A 3-run homer coming with a score tied at 2-2.
chokes about a little bit as he waits. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Ball, it's up high. Ball 2 and strike 1. Boy, you can hear the rumble through this crowd every time Sanford delivers a bad pitch. Mickey Mantle is in the on-deck circle, Joe.
You can bet that's one thing that Haller reminded Sanford about as he went out to talk to him. The one defense that you can't come up with is the one for the base on balls. And with the wind the way it is here in this ballpark, you want him to hit the ball because right now it's blowing directly in, and it's not going to help any ball hit anywhere. It's going to hurt it. But unless you get that ball in that strike zone, you're going to be in serious trouble.
Sanford gets that. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Ball outside, way outside. 3-1 to Tommy Trace. Sanford is pitching high today. That is something unusual for him. In the first 2 games, he was low, Joe.
Right, and the 2 tip-offs, as far as the pitching of Sanford, is the leg motion. If he gets sloppy with that or gets the ball up, it's an indication that he's not really sharp. And he has to pitch down with everything.
Jack's taking a little time as he looks in. Yankees have runners at first and second with 2 outs. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Right to the outside corner with a fastball. Went right on the corner as he threaded the needle. So it's 3-2 to Tommy Trace. The runners will be moving. 3-2 and 2 outs. Drew back at second base. Bobby Richardson at first base. Sanford gets that. He whirls to throw to second. Holds the ball as nobody going over to cover. Well, the pickoff play at second base yesterday that did not work was a vital play in the ball game. Here's the pitch. A ground ball hit to the second baseman. Hiller has it. Here's the flip to first. Tommy Trace goes out second and third. No runs in the inning on 1 hit. There were no errors. 2 men left. And the score at the end of the first half of the 3rd inning, the Giants nothing, the Yankees nothing.
We'll be back with more exciting action from the 7th game of the 1962 World Series after this.
Hi, Pat Summerall to remind you that good household help is hard to find, except at True Value hardware stores. There you'll find a selection of quality-designed Rubbermaid products to provide helpful convenience all over the house. Use Rubbermaid stackable storage bins to organize kitchen utensils, or in the family room to store small toys and sewing notions. Rubbermaid shower accessories will help keep bathrooms looking neat. Plus, you'll find durable Rubbermaid pitchers, waste baskets, and more at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers. And now, more action from Game 7 of the 1962 World Series. Now we go into the bottom of the 3rd inning. No score in the ball game. The Yankees making a threat in the top of this inning. That's 2 on with 2 outs, and Trace bounced to the second baseman.
George, that was a pretty good indication of what manager Dark has been saying about Sanford all year, that he just won't give in to that hitter. When he got to 3-2, it was a breaking ball that Trace hit. And even though Mickey Mantle was on deck, the big home run hitter, Sanford was not going to give in to Trace and match him with the fastball. He went to the breaking ball, and Tommy was a bit out in front of it, hit a nice ground ball to Hiller, and Sanford was out of it. Doctor said it so many times that Sanford just will not give in to the hitter, and that's been the difference in just being a good and a great pitcher.
There's Jimmy Davenport to lead off for the Giants in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Ralph Perry delivers. Strike. He got the fastball over. A 1-strike count. Davenport's batting average, 158. He has 3 hits in 19 fifths. Jimmy has 1 run batted in. Boy, he's made some great plays at third base throughout this series. There's a foul ball. It'll be out of play. And coming back into the upper deck. A strike 2 count. Jimmy made 1 good play today. Might have been in self-defense as Roger Merritt slammed a bullet at him at third base. He got the glove up in time. Terry ready. The pitch. Foul ball. He checked his swing. Ball
hit his bat, sailed over the giant dugout back into the lower deck. Still strike two. We're in the bottom of the third inning. There's no score in the ball game. Jimmy Davenport, the leadoff man for the Giants. Perry into the windup. Here's the pitch. In tight. He pushed him back. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Perry has thrown mostly fastballs today. He will throw a lot of slow curves before the afternoon is over. There's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit on the ground, foul. Still a ball and 2 strikes. Joe, I think the wind might affect the pitching somewhere. I think pitchers like to throw the curves into the wind, don't they?
When it's throwing the way it is, George, they get that big break and they don't have good control of it. I know as Terry, we mentioned, he came out mighty early to warm up.
There's the 1-2 pitch. There's the curve. It's up high. 2-2 to Davenport.
Not that good quick breaker, that dive bomber type curveball. You can still control that pretty well, but that big lollipop, that big roundhouse curveball, that's the one that's a little bit of a problem on a day like today.
Perry gets ready. Here's the 2-2 pitch. High fly ball. Hit down the right field line. Richardson chasing it along with Maris. The wind is taking it away from Bobby, and he can't make a play on it. Bobby was having all kinds of trouble. Not only with the wind, but with a high sky and the sun here, and he chased it over near the stands, and he finally overran the ball. It fell behind him.
He probably took a look, too, at just how close he was to those stands. It's a tough thing to get familiar with it because unless you're at the warning track, which is some 8 or 9 feet from the stands, and you can feel that gravel under your feet, you're really not sure where you are. And there's a lot of room to roam here, and I tell you, you start to run a few feet, you can get lost, and Bobby had all kinds of problems on that one.
There's the 2-2 pitch. A swing and a foul tip. This one comes out of the mid of Howard coming behind the plate. Still 2-2. Jimmy Davenport, the leadoff man for the Giants in the bottom of the third inning. Boy, he's made some great plays at third base throughout this job.
Well, good afternoon, baseball fans. This is George Bryson with Bob Neal, welcoming you to the Cleveland Stadium in Cleveland, Ohio, and the 1963 All-Star Baseball Game. Brought to you by
Gillette, maker of the Gillette Slim Adjustable Razor, and remarkable Super Blue Blades, extra rich foamy instant lather, convenient Right Guard Power Spray deodorant, and new Sun Up aftershave for that top of the morning feeling.
And by the Chrysler Corporation, makers of Plymouth, Valiant, Chrysler, Imperial, Dodge, Dodge Dart, and Dodge Trucks. All with the first and only 5-year or 50,000-mile warranty.
Gillette Safety Razor Company and the Chrysler Corporation will also bring you exclusively on NBC the World Series, the annual blue and gray football game, and the 1964 Rose Bowl game. This program is authorized under broadcasting rights granted by the Commissioner of Baseball, solely for the entertainment of our audience. And any publication, reproduction, other use of the pictures, descriptions, and accounts of this game without the express consent of the Commissioner is prohibited. Any commercial or other use of the program, such as by charging admission for its showing, is similarly prohibited unless authorized in writing by the Commissioner. Well, baseball fans, here we are in the city of Cleveland. The 34th All-Star Game, and it marks the 3rd time that this classic between the stars of the American League and the National League have visited the shores of Lake Erie. It's a beautiful day, white clouds floating, a blue sky we can see, the temperature just right, a fine day for a ball game. It's appropriate, I think, that Cleveland's Municipal Stadium, which the Indians have established most of the attendance records of the major leagues, also owns the crowd record for this Midsummer Classic, which dates back to 1933. It was on July the 8th in 1935, and almost 70,000 sat in this ballpark. Watch the American Leaguers defeat the National Leaguers 4-1. Crowd figure still stands as a record for the event. And 19 years later, on July the 14th, 1954, the All-Star Game returned to Cleveland Stadium, and the second biggest gathering in the history of the event, 68,751, saw the American League outlast the National League 11-9. And here we are once again now. The new stars of the game, new names for the most part, but the same great game of baseball. There have been 33 games between the two leagues. American League holds the edge 17-15. One game ended in a tie. Some of the great names have played in these All-Star games, and I think a fitting start to the series. Dramatic All-Star games, individual deeds through the years. Initial contest was featured by a two-run home run off the bat of Babe Ruth. First of many notable blows that have been hit in these games. The American League defeated the National League 4-2, and Lefty Gomez received credit for the victory, Bill Hallahan being charged with the defeat. Now, both the games played here in Cleveland Stadium rate were the most exciting ones of the series. In the first one, Gomez and the Indians' Mel Harder combined to toss the nifty four-hitter in pitching their mates to a 4-1 victory over the National League. More great names. Jimmy Fox. There's a Fox in the ball game today. But the Double X was a different one. Big, strong hitter. And he had a two-run homer in the first half of the first inning. The last half of the first inning to send the American League off to an early lead. Later, he accounted for a third run with a single. Names like Archie Vaughan, Bill Terry, Gomez, Joe Vosmick, Babe Ruth, Carl Hubble, Jimmy Fox, Joe DiMaggio, Ted Williams, Bobby Dorr, Stan Musial, Red Changist, Enos Slaughter, Manny Minoso, Whitey Ford, Willie Mays, and just a few who have been outstanding in these ball games. And I suppose, too, there's a bit of difference that you can find in this one as compared to the World Series. The World Series pits the two winning teams. Here, it's kind of a dream, really, because a dream fulfilled, because you see the greats as selected by the teammates themselves who will play in this ball game. Now let's take a quick look at the starting lineups. These have been selected by the ball clubs, the ball players themselves on a vote. Tommy Davis will lead off of the Dodgers. He'll be in left field. Hank Aaron of the Braves will be in right field hitting second. Batting third at first base will be Bill White. The squads are going to be introduced right now, and we'll go along with what we're doing here, and they'll come to two or three names that I'm certain that you'll hear a tremendous ovation. Alvin Dark has just been greeted. Batting fourth for the National League will be the center fielder, Willie Mays. Ed Bailey of the Giants is the catcher. He'll be batting fifth. Kenny Boyer of the Cardinals at third base, hitting sixth in the order. Dick Grote, also of the Cardinals, at shortstop, hitting seventh. Julian Javier will be at second base. He, too, with the St. Louis Cardinals. And the pitcher from the Cincinnati Reds will be Jim O'Toole, a left-hander. Looking now at the American League. They'll lead off with Nelson Fox of the Chicago White Sox at second base. Batting second in center field, his first year. First All-Star game, Albie Pearson. Batting third, the right fielder Al Kaline of the Tigers. Frank Malzone will be batting fourth. He's the third baseman. Leon Wagner of the Angels in left field hitting fifth. Of the Minnesota Twins, their great catcher Earl Batty will hit sixth. And the Yankees' sensational first baseman playing in his first All-Star game, Joe Pepitone will hit seventh. And Zoilo Versalles in his first one will be at shortstop, a nifty man with a glove. And Ken McBride, a right-hander, but very similar to O'Toole in equipment, personality, and so forth, will do the pitching. Ken McBride, by the way, has been a very good pitcher, though he's been in two previous All-Star assignments. Last year, he could not appear because of a broken rib. First year, did not get into the ball game. This year will be the starting pitcher. He's been selected. Well, it's pretty tough, you know, for Gene Mach to pick out a man to start a ball game with all the talent lined up here. McBride, Monbouquet, Pizarro, Raditz, Brandt, Boughton, Bunning, such names as that. And McBride has had a fine June. He has not lost a ball game since the last week in May, and he's won 6 in June. He's a right-hander. Now, Jim O'Toole, a young fellow who was born and raised in Chicago, the son of a policeman there. And Jim O'Toole and the Cincinnati organization has come a long, long way. They laughed a little bit, I think, when it was learned that he put T-H-I-N-K in letters on the fingers of his glove. But he's done that, and he's now become one of the great pitchers of the game. McBride was born in Huntsville, Alabama. He now lives here in Cleveland. Warren Spahn is coming out now. 14 All-Star appearances for him. And now for the 20th year. Listen to this one.
St. Louis Cardinals outfielder Stan Musial.
Stan the man.
And now, the starting lineup.
They will be now giving the starting lineups.
And playing left field from the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Introducing Tommy Davis right at the moment. We've already given you the lineup. We'll give you something about some of these fellows as they come out now.
Second, and playing right field from the Milwaukee Braves, Hank Aaron.
Hank Aaron has been introduced. There has been a slight change in the batting order, but we have it correctly now, I think. But right now, with pleasure, I'd like to tell you this, that the All-Star Baseball game is being brought to you from Cleveland Stadium in Cleveland, Ohio. Now, you know Bob Neal, a really great player, kind out on this field today, are the fellows who keep working at it. They're never satisfied completely with their performance.
Well, you said it, George, and that's one reason Gillette has always been the standout in shaving products. They're always pushing ahead with research and manufacturing improvements. Gillette's newest product is cool, refreshing Sun-Up Aftershave. Right now, you can get it free with the purchase of the 150 Gillette Slim Adjustable Razor Set. Sun-Up gives you the top-of-the-morning feeling, a wonderful sense of well-being that lasts. And its crisp, masculine fragrance makes a hit with the ladies, too. The Slim Adjustable Razor has Gillette's exclusive precision dial with 9 different blade settings. One is exactly right for you, no matter what your combination of skin and beard. Fans, try Gillette's new Sun-Up Aftershave free with the Slim Adjustable Razor Set at $1.50 plus tax. Or get it free with Gillette Super Blue Blade 15s at $1 plus tax. Well, George, the spectacular moments of the All-Star Game are here today, and you're sure capturing them for us.
Well, I tell you, I don't think there's a greater thrill in the world that you can have than the one you get when you see a ball game start. The first game of the season, the last game of the season, the All-Star Game, the World Series. And looking down there now, as the National League is lined up between home plate and third base, money, all the money in the world could not buy that talent that's there. Those 25 ball players, managers, and coaches. And the same thing will go on the American League side. And I think it's interesting to note, Bob, that the Yankee manager, who's manager of the American League, has been introduced to this Cleveland crowd. Taking a look at the other personnel on the ball club, Sam Mealy of the Twins and Johnny Pesky of the Red Sox, both successful managers, will be the coaches. Of course, Ralph Houck, the manager of the Yankees, is the manager of this ball club. Alvin Dark runs the National League club. Gene Mock of the Phillies, last year's National League Manager of the Year, will coach at third base. And Bob Kennedy of the Chicago Cubs will be working at first base. Now, the umpires are a little different than most of us around the league get a chance to see. Hank Sower of the American League will work back of the plate. Bill Zukowski of the National League at first base. At second base will be Al Smith of the American League. Paul Pryor will work at third. He's of the National League. Now, the difference is that we add 2 umpires. Don Harvey will work out along the left field line, the National League umpire. And down along the right field line, Bill Haller, who is a brother of a young gentleman who plays in the National League. Kenny McBride and Jim O'Toole, both of them warming up right now. They have just introduced Norm Seaburn. The unusual type uniforms, and all the National League ball players have now turned to see Norm in the Kelly green and gold. Although Cleveland has a very colorful uniform, a home uniform, that is, very colorful. This could be a coming thing in baseball. Color being added to the ballparks. You might be interested in knowing in the American League that the oldest man playing in this ball game is Nelson Fox. He's 35. The youngest, Zoilo Versailles, 22, and what a future. A present, really. The heaviest man is Dick Raditz, a fireballing pitcher of the Red Sox. He weighs 235. And the lightest, well, I think you already know, that would be little Albie Pearson at 141, and he's gained 6 pounds since he started to play baseball. The average age of the American League, 27 years. Average height, 6 feet. The weight, 189. And that just about tells you the American League story. There are many, many other things that can be said about these ball players. Let's go now to the National League and check. The oldest man there, Stan the Man. He's 42 years old. The youngest is Ray Culp. He's 21. Drysdale, the tallest, 6'6". Maury Wills, the shortest, 5'5". They've introduced Mudcat Grant now, a pitcher with the Cleveland Indians, and a good one. And he gets quite an ovation from the fans here. Don Drysdale, Ed Bailey, Johnny Edwards, and Joe Torre lead in the weight department. Each weighs 205. And Maury Wills is the lightest man on the National League squad, 160.
And playing center field from the Los Angeles Angels, Albie Pearson.
Little Albie's being introduced right now. Now, I suppose that watching Albie Pearson play baseball can certainly be a kind of a lift to those of you who are not born to grow to be 6 feet tall. Albie has showed that he can do it, and he's done it. Al Kaline, one of the great names in baseball, has just been introduced. The ground crew here, getting that infield absolutely sharp. This big ballpark holds 73,811 fans. And they've seen the great ones play here. The ball can get out. It's 410 feet to center field. 380 in each of the slots in right center, deep right center and left center. 365 in straightaway right center and left center. It's 320 feet right down the line, but then it goes out sharply to a wire fence stretching all the way across. There have been 192 home runs hit in this ballpark last year. There were that many. The Tigers ballpark, Tiger Stadium, saw the most in the league, 208. Minnesota, they hit 194 with that power-laden team, and right here, 192. Tricky wind, though it does not affect the play itself, the most part. We'll find banners in this ballpark, one blowing one direction and one another. And I'm sure that all of us here in this booth and connected with this broadcast are very much in debt, too, and wish to compliment those responsible here in Cleveland for all the facilities we have. They're just great. Announcing the umpires now, and they're coming out. Duke Snyder of the white sidewalls, they say, is down there, and Duke, the white sidewalls denote the gray hair that come along the top of his ears. Umpires being announced. The players have returned now to the foul lines. We're just a few minutes away from the start of this contest. Jimmy O'Toole is still warming up. And Ken McBride has finished. A Marine Corps color guard in deep left center field. Flag is ready. Sonny Watkins Orchestra, singer, our national anthem. Let's pause now 10 seconds for station identification.
This is WGY, 10 on your radio dial, Schenectady.
One of the peculiar things I saw as they lined up, and all these ball players, there are some years on some, and most are young. Only one real, the fellow who's lost most of his hair, and really shouldn't, I think, Dick Grote. Dick is only 32 years old, but getting down pretty close to the skin there, but a fine ball player. But now, ladies and gentlemen, along our 310 station network, the Armed Forces Radio, it's my great pleasure to introduce to you man of long-standing broadcasting and televising the ball games here in Cleveland, Bob Neal. Bob?
Thank you very much, George, and hello, baseball fans all around the world. This has been a spectacular moment that the fans of this area have waited for, not only for Cleveland, but all over the United States. Young, old, they're all here to see the wonderful dream game of baseball, the All-Star Game. Ken McBride, who was born on Huntsville, Alabama, who lives in the west side of Cleveland when he's not pursuing the happiness of the Los Angeles Angels, moves out in the direction of the mound. He's a right-hander, and this is his first All-Star Game start. He's 27, 6'1", 195-pounder. He's won 9 and lost 6 for the Angels so far. He is considered by many managers in the American League as being the proud possessor of perhaps the best curveball in the game. Frank Malzone, playing third base today for the Boston Red Sox, is a especially proud gentleman because his lovely wife presented him with a new baby boy this morning, and mother and baby doing well in Needham, Massachusetts. So Mr. Malzone indeed probably have a young all-star all of his own on this very appropriate day. At shortstop is Zolo Versales from the Minnesota Twins. This is his first All-Star game. He's perhaps the most excited young man in town. Second base, Nellie Fox, who's been around for some time. And at first base is Joe Pepitone, who also is a rookie, came up part of last year with the Yankees, and this must be quite an honor for him. In left field, Leon Wagner, who started his career in the National League and who came back from Toronto and with the Los Angeles Angels. In center, Albie Pearson, probably the smallest man to ever play in an All-Star affair, and Al Kaline out in right field. Earl Batty of the Minnesota Twins will handle the catching as McBride takes his warm-up tosses. Hank Soar, plate umpire, ready to move in. At first base is Bill Jakowski of the National League. At second base is Al Smith of the American League. And at third base is Mr. Pryor. So ready to step in from the Los Angeles Dodgers is Tommy Davis. Davis, a right-hand batter, stands about halfway deep in the batter's box. His feet are fairly close, and he strides into the ball. He carries a .327 batting average with the Dodgers. He's hit 8 home runs. And the outfield is playing him straight away. The breeze blowing to right center. First pitch, a little low with a curve, and it's ball 1. Wagner is deep in left. Albie Pearson straight away in center, and Al Kaline away from the line in right field. Left side of the infield backed up. Here's the 1-ball delivery. Outside, ball 2. Batty working out to the side of the plate as Davis, who stands fairly upright, solidly built, holds that bat right on the end. McBride with a 2-ball delivery comes down. And a strike catches the outside corner, 2-1. The All-Star game underway. The breeze is blowing towards right center. It's about 15 miles per hour. Here's the look in, the windup, the 2-1 delivery. A ground ball, slow roller. Malzone charging in, fires across to first, and there's one away. Nice play by Frank Malzone on a chopper to the left side. Came in about 5 steps on the infield grass, got it across to Joe Pepitone, and there's one away as Ken McBride disposes of the first batter from the National League. Here now is a man of outstanding talents. Superlatives would be a little hard to come by to match all of his talents. Hank Aaron of the Milwaukee Braves, called Henry by his close friends. Aaron stands in, right-hand batter, looks at the pitch low outside, ball 1. Aaron currently is hitting .310 for the Braves, has 24 home runs, 63 RBIs. He's a slender build, but a fine ability, muscular-wise. Loose wrists, and he takes a little outside, ball 2. Well, McBride went to a 2-ball count before he was able to get Davis to work. So let's see how he works now on Henry Aaron of the Milwaukee Braves. Outfield around the left, playing him to pull, and the shortstop's deep. There's a ground ball. One hopper to Malzone, the third baseman. Flips across to Pepitone, and there's 2 away. So Malzone and Pepitone have had pretty much the activity. 2 up and 2 down for the National League in the top of the first inning, and from the St. Louis Cardinals, Bill White.
Number 12, Bill White.
Bill White started out in life, wanted to be a doctor, got a Bachelor of Science degree,
and he has been pursuing a very gainful occupation, playing for the St. Louis Cardinals. Takes a swing and fouls it off, strike one. There's no score in the ball game. This is the top of the first inning. 2 down for the National League. Bill White started today with a .320 average, and he has 14 home runs for the Cardinals. He's driven in 60 runs. He has power, and the American League is pulled around to the right respectfully. 2 down, 1 strike. Here's McBride's delivery. Ground ball foul, wide of first, goes right by first base coach Bob Kennedy. And the count is 2 strikes. We've just gotten underway. McBride disposing of the first 2 men to face him, Tommy Davis of the Dodgers, who bounced out third to first, and Hank Aaron, who also bounced out Malzone to Pepitone. 2 up, 2 down, 2 strikes on Bill White. McBride checks now with Batty. Into the windup, and the 2-strike pitch coming down. Slow curve is a little too high. 1-2. Sun shining brightly. It's about 72 degrees. Perfect day for baseball with some beautiful fleecy clouds up ahead. The 1-2 pitch. Curveball fouls it off. Back near the screen comes Earl Batty, and it's on the screen, out of play. 1 ball, 2 strike count remains. McBride changed up a little and gave him a change-up curveball. Bill White went after it, but fouled it back, out of play. 2 down, nobody on. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The All-Star game in Cleveland's Municipal Stadium. Fine crowd on hand. Now McBride will work again with the new ball. Outfield shading just a little to the right for White. Nellie Fox deep near the edge of the outfield grass at second base. 1-2 pitch. There's a bouncer down to Fox, the second baseman. Flips to Pepitone, and the side is retired. 3 up and 3 down for the National League. So at the middle of the first inning, there is no score. Those San Francisco Giants certainly making a strong bid for their second straight National League pennant. And one of the top reasons is big Orlando Cepeda. He's really blasted some beauties this year. And speaking of Orlando, he's been a Gillette fan for many years. Right now, he's going along with millions of other fans for Gillette's special offer. Cool, refreshing sun-up aftershave free with the $1.50 Gillette Slim Adjustable Razor Set. Gillette Sun-Up gives you a sense of well-being that lasts, has a crisp, masculine fragrance both men and women prefer. Sun-Up is the perfect way to top off a comfortable shave with the Gillette Slim Adjustable. This is the razor with the precision micrometer dial. 9 different blade settings for light to extra heavy beards. One just right for you. Here's a shaving special you won't want to miss. The Gillette Slim Adjustable Razor with free Gillette Sun-Up Aftershave, $1.50 plus tax. Or Sun-Up free with Gillette Super Blue Blade 15s at $1 plus tax. Nellie Fox will be leading it off for the American League. And Nelson is perhaps the last of the bottle bat swingers. Doc Kramer was the man who originally got him to switch into it. Nellie's philosophy is that the little man in baseball should not be swinging for the fence, but try and get on and let somebody else push him ahead. The outfield for the National League has moved in tight, with the center fielder Mays virtually at deep second base. Davis is in shallow in left, and Aaron's backed up in right. The first pitch is outside from O'Toole, the left-hander. Jim O'Toole is known as a nervous worker. He likes to walk around and fidget a lot. He's a fine performer. He's won 13 ball games. And he works now with the 1-ball delivery. Outside with a curve, and it's ball 2. O'Toole is 26, 6 foot, 200 pounds. 1961, lost 2 games in the World Series. Hails from Chicago. 2-ball delivery. Catches the corner for a strike. Jim O'Toole, as George Bryson pointed out to you, in his early days had think printed across his glove so that he could concentrate. And he is a worker. 2-1 pitch. There's a little looper hit out into center field, going to drop in for a base hit. First hit of the ball game by Nellie Fox, who plays that bat like a musician plays that bow, and he just looped one out over second base. A base hit for Fox. The American League gets the first hit of the ball game, and coming up now is the other little man in the game today, Albie Pearson. Albie Pearson, 5'5" and about 141-pounder. Left-hand batter against the left-hander O'Toole. Outfield remaining in shallow. Fox leads away. White holds against him. Here's the pitch. Too high with a curve, ball one. The breeze is out towards right center.
One of the things not known about Albie very well is he at one time was a fighter. He had some professional fights. His father had over 100.
My, that is interesting. There's Fox leading away. O'Toole checks him and works down to the plate, and he's going to bunt it, and he takes it for a strike. In very fast on the play was Boyer, charging in for a possible bunt. Sam Mealy, the manager of the Minnesota Twins, coaching at first base, moves in to say something to Fox. Johnny Pesky, the manager of the Boston Red Sox, coaching over at third, and he also is watching the situation. All right, the 1-1 pitch, nobody out. No score in the last of the first inning. There's a high foul cut off near the stands. The breeze will take it out of play. Over is Bill White and the catcher, Ed Bailey, but no chance. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. We're scoreless. We're in the last half of the first inning of the All-Star game from the Municipal Stadium in Cleveland, Ohio. Nellie Fox, the first base runner of the ball game, holds close at first. White, a very fancy man with a glove, holding against him. Outfield shallow. Here's O'Toole, the left-hander, checking on Fox. Here's the pitch. And he checked his swing, and it's inside. Started to go, held up 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ed Bailey, who hails from the unusually named town of Strawberry Plains, Tennessee, handling the catching. All right, O'Toole is set, checks on Fox at first, is ready to work, and the pitch coming down to Pearson. Tries to hold off, fouls it back, out of play, and the count holds 2 balls, 2 strikes. O'Toole is solidly built. He has big, broad shoulders. In his first year in professional baseball, won 20 games. No score in the ball game. Nellie Fox, the base runner, leads away. White holds against him. O'Toole, the left-hander, ready to work on the 2-2. Down she comes. There's a base hit over the head of Bill White. Going out in the corner. Aaron coming over as Fox goes on for third. Pearson makes the turn and holds as the throw goes into second base. Bouncing ball that bounced high over the head of Bill White. He had no chance for it. He could have been on a ladder and not been able to reach it. It took a very high bounce over his head and went down the right field line. So the American League now has a runner at third, a runner at first, as Albie Pearson drills a single, and Nellie Fox moves around to third base. 2 men on, nobody out. And Al Kaline, the batter. Kaline, the fine outfielder of the Detroit Tigers, who can do everything, stands deep right-hand batter, waiting on O'Toole, who checks the runners at third and first. Pitch, big curve, outside, ball one. Kaline suffered a muscle spasm in the back of his right leg on Saturday, but despite that, he's here. Great honor to be selected, and he's living up to his magnificent standard as a professional baseball player. Here's the check on the runners. O'Toole comes down with a pitch. There's a fly ball hit into left field. Coming in under it is Davis. Fox tags up. Here he comes. There's the throw coming, and it may be close. The runner going down. Here's the tag of the plate. He's out. Davis threw a magnificent strike into the plate to Ed Bailey, and they got Nellie Fox coming in. Boy, what a throw Davis made. Albie Pearson moved down to second on the throw into the plate. So no sacrifice fly, and now as Kaline hits a fly ball to left, and Davis's magnificent throw to the plate gets Nellie Fox. No run for the American League, and Pearson on the throw goes to second base. Well, the fans, you can hear them, are buzzing. Davis threw himself a shot in there like he'd fired it out of a rifle. The batter now is Frank Malzone, the newest papa. Stands in, right-hand batter. O'Toole, the lefty, works his strike. Fastball in the outside corner, about a letter high. Outfield is pulled around to the left. Davis near the corner. Willie Mays in left center, and Hank Aaron well away from the line in right. He's way over by the right center field area. Javier, the second baseman, back near the edge of the grass for the National League, wide away from the bag. Malzone waits on the one-strike pitch. Look back to second. Here she comes. Foul back, and it's strike 2. Well, the American League fans in the Cleveland area who do not have an opportunity to see too many of the National League stars are still really buzzing over that throw made by Davis to the plate. And they got Nellie Fox, I would say, rather easily. 2 strikes to Malzone. A runner on second for the American League, no score. American League has had 2 hits. Here's the check by O'Toole. Look back to Albie Pearson, and the pitch coming down. Outside, fastball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Malzone was tempted, but held off. Frank is having one of the fine years of a very bright Major League career. Sam Mealy motioning out to Albie Pearson, the base runner at second. 2 out, no score, 1 ball, 2 strikes, last of the first inning. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 2. Oh, it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Albie Pearson taking a very short lead from second base. As you know, the entire St. Louis Cardinal infield has Boyer at third, Grote at short, Javier at second, and Bill White at first. Here's a little looper going out in the left center field. Might drop in. Going out is Grote, and he's got it. Fine play by Dick Grote. Running away from the infield, grabbed that one. So the American League does not score, and at the end of the first inning, there is no score. You know, thousands of fans at this historic All-Star game today are keeping their own scorecards so they can relive every thrill in the days to come. Now, just imagine running out of ink in the middle of a big inning. You'd really be out of luck. But now with the famous paper-made piggyback pen, because the piggyback pen carries its own spare refill, when you run out of ink, you simply unscrew the cap, reverse the sections inside, and in seconds you're ready to write again. You see, the piggyback pen has 2 points, 2 ink supplies, a paper-made exclusive. You never have to worry about running out of ink. Like all paper-made pens, the piggyback positively won't skip. It even writes over butter. And it's unconditionally guaranteed to perform, or we replace it free. So don't take a chance in running out of ink at a ball game or anywhere. Get the world's only pen with a built-in spare refill, the Paper-Mate Piggyback. Get a Paper-Mate Piggyback in a variety of color combinations, only $1.69. Fans have seen some real thrills in the early moments of this game. Fine catch by Dick Grote of a little blooper that looked like it was headed out there. And here now, as we move to the top of the second inning, no score, is Willie Mays. Ken McBride retired the first 3 men to face him on bouncers to the third baseman. Mays looks at a fastball outside, ball 1. The outfield is shaded around to the left for Willie. McBride ready, the 1-ball pitch. Curve is low. Ball 2. Willie Mays of the San Francisco Giants, hitting .271. He's got 16 home runs and 41 RBIs. The 2-ball pitch. Strike on the outside corner, just above the knees. McBride has gone to 3 hitters so far with a 2-ball count and then has come back to get them. On deck is Ed Bailey of the San Francisco Giants. Here's the pitch outside, ball 3. 3 balls and a strike. Ken McBride, a lad from the west side of Cleveland, pitching for the Los Angeles Angels and the American League, facing Willie Mays. 3-1 pitch coming down. Missed, ball 4. So the National League has its first base runner in the person of Willie Mays. Dangerous man anytime on the bases. And up now is Ed Bailey.
From the San Francisco Giants, the catcher.
Bailey, of course, has played in Cleveland when the Cincinnati Reds and the Indians combined in a Sandlot baseball benefit program. Bailey came on to Cleveland, and so he has seen this ballpark. Bailey, a left-hand batter, with Willie Mays jumping off to a good lead. Joe Pepitone of the Yankees, the first baseman for the American League, holds against him. Here's the stretch and the pitch. A little low inside, ball 1. Batty keeping an eye on Mays. Bailey hitting .250 for the season in the National League so far, has 13 home runs, 39 RBIs. Mays again jumps off to a lead. Outfield is pulled to the right for this left-hand batter. Here's the check on him. And the pitch. He checked his swing, and it's ball 2. No score. We're in the top of the second inning. American League has had 2 hits. National League has its first base runner in the person of Willie Mays. He drew a walk. Now Ken McBride again looks in for the sign from Batty, checks on Mays, about a 4-step lead away from first. Pepitone holds against him, throw over, he's back. Bill Jakowski of the National League, the umpire at first base, standing right over the bag. Again, McBride stretches, checks, and delivers, and he gets it low outside, ball 3. So McBride has started to dig himself a little hole. He's given up a pass to Mays. He stands 3-0 against Ed Bailey, who checks now with Gene Mauch, the manager of the Philadelphia Phillies, coaching at third, who has checked with Alvin Dark, the manager of the National League team. Mays again with a shorter lead, 3 steps. Checked by McBride on him. Here's the pitch. Strike called. Got the outside corner. Now let's see whether Bailey goes on the 3-1. He's checking with his third base coach. Moves back in. Earl Batty catching for the American League, shouting out encouragement to Ken McBride. Mays leads away. There he goes. 3-1 pitch swung on. Throw down to second base. The tag by Versalles, and he's safe. Mays had a big jump on the ball. A good throw by Batty right over the top of the bag. Versalles came in beautifully, tried a backhand swipe at Mays, but this base runner, Willie Mays, I'm sure you heard of him, gets in there safely. Stolen base for Willie Mays. 3 balls, 2 strikes now to Bailey. National League with a runner on second. Nobody out, no score. Outfield to the right. Here's the check and the pitch. Foul, back out of play. Willie Mays had picked up 3 stolen bases in all-star competition. This is his 4th. Thank you, George. Kind of exciting to watch Willie, George, even when he just stands there. You keep expecting something.
I guess he's a perfect ball player. He has everything.
Willie looking into the plate. 3-2 pitch coming down. And it's ball 4. And Ed Bailey draws a walk. And the National League now has a runner at second, a runner at first. And nobody out. So Ken McBride has given up 2 walks. And up now is Ken Boyer. His brother Cletus is the third baseman for the New York Yankees. And when you talk to one of the Boyer brothers, he always wants to tell you about the other one. Ken, with the Cardinals, hitting .302, has 8 home runs, 52 RBI. A fierce competitor and certainly a fine all-star. Stands in, right-hand batter, feet fairly close together. And McBride gives him a curve, and he pops it to the right side. The infield fly rule will be in effect. Nellie Fox calling for the ball. He has it, and 1 away. 1 down, 2 on, no score. We're in the top of the second inning. Up now is Dick Grote, formerly of the Pittsburgh Pirates, now the captain of the St. Louis Cardinals, and a very inspirational leader. Dick Grote, so far on the year, is hitting .326. He's had 5 home runs, 40 RBIs for the St. Louis Cardinals. A right-hand batter. Stands with his feet fairly wide apart over a closed stance. Here's the pitch. Fastball, strike on the inside corner. Willie Mays, the base runner on second. Ed Bailey, the runner at first. 1 out. 1 strike. And Grote the batter. Grote hits to almost every field, and he rarely strikes out. Versalles trying to keep Mays close. Here's the pitch. Ground ball left side. Malzone can't get it. Base hit. Here's Willie Mays going around third. He's come on to score as Wagner throws into third. Boy, that ball had eyes as it went beyond the reach of Malzone. Versalles tried for it, and he couldn't get to it, and rolled out into left field. So the first hit for the National League is Dick Grote, and the first run of the ball game goes to the National League as Willie Mays comes on to score. Bailey holds at second base. Run batted in for Grote, and Julian Javier, second baseman from the St. Louis Cardinals, right-hand batter. Bats out of a slight crouch, bat close together, wide stance. Ken McBride checks the 2 runners. Here's the pitch. Here's a drive deep in the left field. If it stays fair, it is curving, and it is a foul ball. Boy, that didn't miss by much. This is Javier's first All-Star game, and he had some ideas. He's a very slender build, and apparently is loaded with power. So Julian Javier hitting .270. He's hit 5 home runs for the Cards, has driven in 22 runs. The outfield playing straight away. It's the National League 1, the American League nothing, as we play in the top of the second. 1 out. Here's the pitch, and it's a strike. Curveball cut the outside corner. Strike 2. We were checking some of these players last night on the pronunciation of the names. And Julian kidding us about the J being sort of a H in Spanish. Somebody asked him if he had a son, if he'd call him Junior. 2-strike pitch is a curve, strike 3. Big curveball. Started at him, broke over. So the first strikeout goes to Ken McBride as he gets Julian Javier. And it brings up Jim O'Toole. O'Toole is no automatic out. He prides himself, as most pitchers do, on his ability to swing that bat. He got the bill of a hitter, and up he comes from the Cincinnati Reds, their fine left-hander, Jim O'Toole. We're starting to get a little activity in the American League bullpen as Jim Bunning is up and starting to throw. Here's the stretch now. The pitch coming to O'Toole. A foul back out of play. Strike 1. 2 down, 2 on. National League leads 1-0. Willie Mays drew a walk, stole second. Bailey walked. Boyer popped to the second baseman, and Grote, with a single between the shortstop and the third baseman, brings in the first run of the game. Now Ken McBride checks with Earl Batty. Ed Bailey the runner at second. Dick Grote the runner at first. Here's the pitch. Outside, fastball, 1-1. Bright day for this great affair. Large fleecy clouds out over Lake Erie. As you know, the Municipal Stadium in Cleveland is on the shores of Lake Erie. And the breeze is slight. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Ground ball to the shortstop. Versalles has it. Goes to Fox for the force on Grote coming over. And so the National League picks up a run. Middle of the second inning. The score, National League 1, the American League nothing. These All-Star games are usually pretty tight battles, aren't they, George?
Well, they sure are, Bob, except for 1946. Remember that one? The Americans jumped to a 2-run lead in the first inning and kept on going to a 12-0 win.
Yes, they had the stuff it takes to stay out in front. It's like Gillette. They've got the research and manufacturing skill that produces superior men's products. Gillette Right Guard, for example, the country's leading power spray deodorant, gives 24-hour protection in just 2 seconds. Its cool, refreshing mist dries on contact, gets right through for complete protection against odor. 79 cents, or the new economy king size for only $1. Another Gillette winner is extra rich, foamy instant lather that keeps your beard drenched through the entire shave. It gives you a refreshing lift, a clean, cool shave every time with K34 antiseptic to kill harmful facial bacteria. Gillette Foamy, 79 cents, or the giant economy size, only 98 cents.
Sideline warming up the pitch at that time, O'Toole was Maury Wills, of all people.
Well, that's unusual, but that shows the great ability of these All-Stars and their desire to get in the game somehow, doesn't it, George? Here's Leon Wagner, powerfully built left-hand batter against the left-hander O'Toole. Swings and misses. Wagner had himself a wonderful year last year with the...
Well, Joe, looking at Joe DiMaggio and Stan Musial, just brings to mind the fact that these World Series brings the best in baseball together.
Certainly does that, all right, Ernie, and I can imagine that Musial and DiMaggio will be talking about the 42 World Series, which was the first one for the man. And he is just having a great time as he poses for pictures with the great Yankee Clipper DiMaggio. Whitey Ford continues to warm up, and Whitey, of course, no stranger to these World Series, but I tell you something. And you can't help but think about it. You see them here every October, and as the guys kid about it, they seem to hang around that extra week. Until that first pitch is made and until that first foul tip, they're all nervous. That fellow who gives you that answer that it's just another ball game, forget about it. He's just whistling in the dark, Ernie.
Well, you know, I was interested in the comment Whitey Ford had. He said he loves to pitch in the World Series. He thinks it's a big game, and it does a lot for him. It makes him a better pitcher, and his record has certainly proved that.
The record certainly proves it in the way he seems to rise to the occasion. And when you look at it in statistics, it's always impressive, 24-7 as far as percentages. But, you know, the way ball players measure pitchers, and you can measure any one of the pitchers that'll be going in this series because it's going to be a series everybody expects great pitching. The way ball players measure him is how good a pitcher is he with that man on third base and less than 2 outs, where that ground ball will score that run with the infield back, or that fly ball. And that's the big thing when you describe either a Koufax or a Padres or a Drysdale or a Ford. They seem to know what they have to do in a particular spot. I know I was talking about Whitey with Yogi, and I said, Yogi, he reminds me of a discount house pitcher. Here's the guy that he just soon, as we said earlier, make 3 pitches and get 3 outs. But if he has to strike out somebody, then you see him tug on that belt a little bit and go to work. And then it's a battle between Ford and the hitter. Over the course of the summer, tough ball games with the Dodgers, Sandy Koufax the same way. All you have to do is look at his strikeout record, and you can see what this guy specializes in. 306 strikeouts. 306 anything, Ernie, is a lot.
It's a good batting average, even.
You know, they try to figure out what's the big difference in Koufax, and he says that when he realized that he didn't have to throw every pitch with all his might, he became a pitcher, and that he can spot his fastball. The pitches that get you in trouble is the one you have to come in 3 balls and 1 strike or 2 balls and no strikes when that hitter is ahead of you and they can look for a pitch. Up until the last couple of years, Koufax would just rear back and throw that real hard fastball in the strike zone. But now he can spot that fastball, and that's the difference between a good pitcher and a mediocre one. The good one can throw it low and inside if he has to. Well, there go the Yankees on the field, and Mickey Mantle just about got himself a very early shower as the ground crew kind of soaking the infield. We're working around first base, and Mantle ran right through the hose being held by the ground crew here. The 1963 World Series, the Los Angeles Dodgers and the New York Yankees. Koufax has just finished his warm-up tosses. Ford continues to warm up with his coach, Jim Hagan. And the Marine color guard will now raise the colors in center field. And our national anthem.
Star of Guy Lombardo's production around the world in 80 days, accompanied by Guy Lombardo and his Royal Canadians, sings our national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Elaine Malbin.
Oh,
We pause 10 seconds for station identification.
Play safe and serve your guest Saratoga Vichy, the perfect mixer. Everyone likes world-famous Saratoga Vichy's dry taste. Makes any mixed drink taste better. Get Saratoga Vichy with the bright yellow label. WGY Schenectady.
The 1963 World Series about to get underway. Whitey Ford has just finished his warm-up process. He is headed for the Yankee dugout, and right next to it is Stan the Man Musial. Seated alongside the Commissioner of Baseball, Commissioner Ford Frick, and the Yankee great, the Yankee Clipper Joe DiMaggio. And Musial will throw out the first ball to get this great World Series underway. All the Yankees poised on the top step of the dugout. They want to see this. The Dodgers the same way on the third base side. The crowd starting to rise to its feet. Joe DiMaggio. DiMaggio standing. You can hear in the background the applause for the Yankee great. He hands that baseball to Stan the Man Musial. DiMaggio and Musial. I think I could play in that outfield and help it. This World Series is being broadcast over 540 radio stations in the United States and Canada, plus many others in Mexico and Latin America. And how happy we are to be able to bring you this 1963 World Series. You know, oddly enough, started to say, oddly enough, they both looked nervous as they stood there, DiMaggio and Musial, and what a tremendous feeling came over this ballpark as Stan the Man threw out the first ball, and now both DiMaggio and Musial through the Yankee dugout to watch this 1963 World Series. Whitey Ford against Sandy Koufax, the Dodgers against the Yankees, and now to start the play-by-play from the Detroit Tigers, Ernie Harwell.
Thank you, Joe, and hi, everybody. Well, Joe, it just shows you Stan started out as a minor league pitcher, and he made the World Series pitching, didn't he?
Yes, he did, Ernie.
Whitey Ford taking his final tune-ups now, ready to face Maury Wills, the switch-hitting shortstop. Maury, the great base stealer of the Dodgers. Incidentally, today is the birthday of Maury Wills. He's 31 years old. And celebrating it, leading off the 1963 World Series. Wills will be batting right-handed. He hit .302 for the season and had 34 runs batted in. And one of the great duels in this series is expected to be the speed of Wills and the other Dodgers against the Yankee pitching and defense. Joe Paparella, the senior man in the American League, is umpiring behind the plate. Tom Gorman of the National League at first base, Larry Knapp of the American League at second, and Shag Crawford of the National League at third. John Wright down the right field line, and Tony Benzon of the National League down the left field line. Ford ready to pitch. Here's a foul back. Series is underway. Whitey Ford gave him a fastball, and Wills fouled it off. Outfield is rather shallow and straight away on Maury Wills. Boyer playing in tight at third. He's got to be ready. Ford, the winningest pitcher in World Series history, trying for his 11th victory in the series. Ball up high. High, tight fastball. He started the bunt and then didn't.
You can see that scouting report in action, Ernie, as that whole infield broke like a used track team when he shortened up the bunt.
Yes, sir. That Boyer was coming right in. Here's the pitch. Swinging a fly ball down the right field line. Going back is Pepitone. It's a foul ball and out of play. Little short pop fly that fell just in front of the seats in foul territory. Ball not high enough for Joe to get under. The temperature today is 71 degrees. Clear sky. Will stepping back into the batter's box. The World Series just getting underway at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Whitey Ford winds and pitches. Here's a strike. Oh, he struck him out. Ford plays the fastball on the outside corner, and Maury Wills is called out on strike. Here's Jim Gilliam now, another switch hitter. There are 4 switch hitters in the series, 2 on each side. Mantle and Tresh for the Yankees. Gilliam batted .282 last year, this season. There's a foul back and out of play. Back on the screen. Swinging on the person.
It's a double plus when I get that Wills because he's a key man on the offense for the Dodgers, and Gilliam is a much better hitter with Wills on because he likes to hit with that infield broken up, and Wills, of course, a good runner. So Ford solves 2 problems by getting Wills.
Jim Gilliam waiting. Here it comes. He swings the bounding ball to short. Kubek grabs it. The throw to Pepitone in time. 2 up and 2 down. Now here is Willie Davis, the center fielder and a left-hand batter. He's 245, 9 home runs and 60 RBIs. Born in Arkansas but lives in California. Grew up around the Los Angeles area. Another Dodger speedster, and Boya is in tight on the grass inside the bag at third. Ford pitching. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball down around the knees. The 7th opening World Series game for Whitey Ford. He delivers. It's a strike. Fastball that time. Strike 2, the count on Willie Davis. The first 2 Dodgers have gone down 1-2 against Whitey Ford here in the opening inning. Now Whitey ready, delivers. There's a swing and a miss. He struck him out. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. And at the end of a half inning, Dodgers nothing, Yankees nothing. This is just Ralph Houk's 3rd year as Yankee manager, and he's shooting for his 3rd world title. When Mel Allen asked Ralph, have you tried the new Gillette stainless blade? Listen to what he said.
Tried it. Mel, I feel like I discovered it. That first shave, wow, never experienced such comfort. And each Gillette stainless gives me plenty more shaves just like it.
As soon as these incomparable blades are released in the city, men start passing the good word. Because on any steel, it's the edge that counts. And Gillette edges are the sharpest, easiest shaving in the world. You shave quick with comfort you never thought possible. Every shave with each blade is clean, equally smooth and easy, because Gillette has achieved unequal uniformity from blade to blade, dispenser to dispenser. Get supreme shaving luxury with the Gillette stainless at the lowest price per blade, 6 for 89 cents. Now Sandy Koufax takes to the mound. Warming up now, ready to pitch to the Yankees in the last half of the first inning.
Ernie, I think the Dodgers already set a pattern as far as what they're thinking about in regards to Whitey Ford. Nobody was taking any pitches. They were jumping on the first good pitch that Whitey threw in there. Usually it takes a pitcher maybe 5 or 6 hitters to find out whether a club is taking, whether they'll go to the opposite field. But with Whitey Ford in the first 3 Dodgers, he found out one thing for sure. They weren't up there taking.
Here's Tony Kubek, the shortstop, to lead off for New York. Kubek delivers. It's a strike call. That one up about ladder high toward the outside corner. No score in the first inning. The Yankees at bat. Tony batted .257 this year. He swings on a low one and fouls it out of the middle of Roseboro. Strike 2, the count on the Yankee leadoff man. Center fielder Willie Davis a little bit to left center. Kubek hits to all sides. There's a very wide pitch, and the count is 1-2. Both these pitchers in this game grew up around New York. Whitey Ford out in Queens. Koufax in Brooklyn. Koufax is more of a basketball star in his youth than baseball. Here's a swing and a miss. He struck him out on a curveball. A sweeping curve fans Tony Kubek. Joe, they say it's bad luck to strike out that first man. Each pitcher did it.
Yeah, but I'm the other way. You can't strike out 27. You don't get that first one. And I'll say one other thing, Ernie. That the fellow who thought that the curveball is an optical illusion, I wish he'd get him to this ballpark today because both these guys seem to have great curveballs going.
Here's Bobby Richardson, who hit .265 this year. He swings and misses. One strike on the boy from Sumter, South Carolina, Bobby Richardson. Koufax pitching. There's a curve foul back and out of play. Strike 2. Koufax gives the Yankees a pretty high kick. Must help hiding the ball as he releases it. Big, tall, rangy guy. Now the windup and the pitch to Bob. He swings and misses. Blew that past one by him. Koufax strikes out the first 2. Here's Tom Tresh, son of the famous major leaguer. Tom, Rookie of the Year last year, and this season at .269, had 25 home runs and 71 RBIs. Outfield bends around to left, batting right-handed. Here's the ball outside. Tresh and Mantle hitting number 3 and number 4. The switch hitters in the Yankee lineup. Koufax comes right back. The pitch is a curve. It's a little bit in too close. 2-0. First time a batter has been ahead of a pitcher in this game. Yep, there's a slow curve over. Throw all varieties, don't they, Joe?
And from all different angles, there's a tip-off on his Koufax, Ernie. 2 balls and no strikes. Not only a curveball, but he let up on it. That'll pop your shoestrings every time.
Now the wind-up and the pitch. Tresh swings and fouls it upstairs, out of play. 2-2 the count on Tom.
I think as the game progresses, 2 big factors here. The high sky, there are no clouds that help on those pop flies, and the shadows. Once the shadows cover home plate, these 2 guys who can really fire, it's going to help the pitcher.
Shadow right now is cutting across behind the plate. It won't be very long before it's across in front. Here's the pitch. It's a strike call. He struck him out. Koufax. Strike out for 5. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. And at the end of 1 full inning, Los Angeles nothing, New York nothing. Here's the biggest pen bargain going, the Papermate free fill, and that means free refills. Yes, buy one famous Papermate piggyback pen for just $1.69, get an extra piggyback refill free. Or buy a handsome Papermate Capri pen for just $1.95, get an extra jumbo refill free. Yes, you get Papermate quality and free refills, too. You know, Papermate pens never skip. They even write over butter. And every Papermate is guaranteed. It must write or we replace it. Now's the time to get yourself or anyone in your family a new Papermate pen while this free refill offer lasts. Buy a Papermate piggyback pen for $1.69. Get an extra piggyback refill free. Or buy a Papermate Capri pen for $1.95. Get an extra jumbo refill free. Come to the Papermate Refill now, wherever Papermate pens are sold. No score at the end of one full inning, and Tommy Davis leading off against Whitey Ford in the Dodgers second. There's a ball down low, the fastball from Whitey. Tommy, the left fielder, right-hand batter, led the National League with a .326 mark. Had the most RBIs on the Dodger Club, 88. There's a ground ball hit slowly toward Kubek. He grabs it on the big hop. Throw to Pepitone in time. One up and one down in the Dodgers second. No score in this battle, and Frank Howard, the biggest guy physically in this series, steps up. He hit .273 for Los Angeles this year. Had the most home runs for them, 28, and knocked in 64 runs. Big Bahamas from Green Bay, Wisconsin. He takes a fastball outside from Whitey Ford.
This guy can get fooled with the pitch and still hit it well over 400 feet. I'd say that batter uses, only he could put wires on it.
Here's the windup and the pitch on the way. He takes a strike on the outside corner. 1-1 to count. Outfield deep and a little bit to left, the infield back. One out, nobody on, no score, second inning. There's a drive into center field. Mantle is going back, still going. It is over his head, up against the fence. The first hit of the game. Howard goes in standing with a double. The series' first hit. A long drive into deep left center over the head of Mickey Mantle. And Howard is on with a two-bagger.
Looked like a low fastball or a low slider. It was inside, and the big guy jumped on it, and he hit it to the deepest part of his ballpark and hit that wall on a fly. Tremendous power.
Here's Bill Skowron now, the ex-Yankee, back to play against his old teammate. This will be the 8th World Series for Skowron. As a Dodger this year, he batted .203 and had 4 home runs and 19 RBIs. He appeared in 89 games. Facing Whitey Ford. Man on second. Howard, one man down. No score, second inning. The pitch is a ball outside. Ford's been wasting that first pitch on quite a few of the hitters. The outside fastball to open them up. Now the set by Whitey, who looks to second. The pitch to Skowron is swung on a bounding ball up the middle. It is through for a base hit. Howard is rounding third. He's coming home to score, and the Dodgers lead 1-0 on the single by Skowron. Bill Skowron, the ex-Yankee, hits the grounder through the box, scoring Frank Howard from second, and the Dodgers take a 1-0 lead in the first game of the World Series. Second inning, Los Angeles with a man at first base and one away. Dick Trzaskowski playing second base. A right-hand batter now faces Whitey Ford. He had .226 this year in 104 games. Ball up high, fastball outside. Ford's been giving him that fastball outside quite a bit on that first pitch, Joe.
He's got an idea they'll be jumping on that first ball and being first ball hitters, and if they are, they're going to have to hit his pitch.
Now the set by Whitey. The pitch is a strike up there, letter high, and over the plate. 1-1 on Trzaskowski.
That good pitcher can always spot the hitter one pitch and come right back and get even.
Man on first. One man down, 1-0. The Dodgers lead the Yankees in the second. The 1-1 delivery. He swings. There's a drive into center field for a base hit. Skowron holds it second as Mantle picks up the ball. And Trzaskowski singles his first time at bat in the World Series. Well, there's a fellow who spent 11 years in the minor league. And in his first time at bat in the World Series, hits Whitey Ford for a single. 2 men on for the Dodgers, and 1 away. That'll bring to bat John Roseborough. 3 straight hits for the Dodgers. A double by Howard, a single by Skowron, and a single by Krasuski. The Dodgers have scored. They lead 1-0 in the second. And Roseboro, a left-hand batter, up to face 44. 236 this season. Swing and a miss on a knee-high fastball.
They have really swung around to play Roseboro to pull to the right side, and just saw Cooper give the sign to Boyer. Should Roseboro squib that ball off the end of the bat, we might see the oddity of the double play from the third baseman to the shortstop over to first, because Richardson is way over.
Now the step by Ford. The pitch swung on. There's a fly ball hit deep. It may be foul. Down the line, we'll watch it. And it's a fair ball for a home run. A 3-run homer by Roseboro. A high fly down the right field foul line. The holding line all the way and winning the seats in fair territory. A home run is 4-0 Los Angeles. Here's Koufax at a strike called. Whitey Ford into action, delivers, swing and a miss by Sandy. 2 strikes on him now. The Dodgers breaking in front here with 4 runs in the second inning. The pitch is swung on and popped foul out of play back upstairs. 2 strikes. Well, this is the 7th World Series game for Roseboro, but that's his first home run in series competition. 4-0, Dodgers lead. The pitch on the way. Swing. There's a fly ball to short right. Maris is there, backs up a step or so now, and makes the catch. Koufax is out on a fly to Roger Maris. Means there are 2 down with the bases empty, and Maury Wills, who struck out to start the ball game, will be up for his second appearance. After Tommy Davis bounced to short, the Dodgers came up with 4 straight hits off Whitey Ford. A double by Howard, singles by Skowron and Krasuski, and then the 3-run homer by Roseboro. Here's Maury Wills now. Outfield shallow and straight away. Ford began his motion, and time was called by Paparella at the plate. Strike. Fastball header high.
And Will's doing a lot of little things that make a good leadoff man, trying to give Koufax a little breather. He stalled a little bit for time, then took a pitch.
There's another strike, a curve over. Two-strike count on Wills. Ford delivers. It's a strike called on the inside corner. Struck him out. That's the third strikeout for Whitey Ford. And in the Dodgers' second inning, they pick up 4 runs on 4 hits. There were no errors and nobody left. And at the end of 1 1/2 innings, Los Angeles 4, New York nothing. Well, the World Series veteran around this ballpark today is Yogi Berra. Yogi has played in 74 World Series games. And we have a recording of Yogi with Mel Allen. Let's hear it.
Tell me, Yogi, how long have you been shaving with a Gillette Slim Adjustable Razor?
Over a year now, Mel, but I still can't get over the smooth, easy shaves I get. And clean, really clean.
Yogi goes for the easy, clean shaves he gets with a Slim Adjustable Razor. So will you. Its exclusive 9-position micrometer dial lets you choose the exact blade setting to suit your skin and beard. And its compact shaving head lets you get into those hard-to-reach spots with ease. For tops and shaving convenience and refreshment, use extra-rich, foamy instant lather shave cream. Get them all right now to savings as a Gillette World Series special. Slim Adjustable Razor with Super Blue Blades plus foamy, regular, or menthol. A $2.29 value for only $1.79. You save 50 cents. The Yankees batting now, the second inning, and the Dodgers lead them 4-0. Here's Mickey Mantle, batting right-handed and swinging on Koufax's first delivery. Strike. Koufax struck out the first three men he faced. There's a ball up high, 1-1. Dodgers 4, Yanks nothing, second inning. There's a foul on the screen. Fastball foul back. Now the shade of the light tower has cut right across the plate.
You know, a lot of times if a pitcher has control problems and he jumps out to a lead, the other ball club will take pitches, trying to get a walk and get something started, but the Yankees are not taking anything. They're still swinging at that first good strike.
Now the windup by Sandy. He delivers. It's a strike call. The fourth straight strikeout for Sandy Koufax. Here's Roger Maris. Roger, who has been out of the lineup with injuries, as has Mickey Mantle throughout the year. Up to face Koufax, and the left-handed batter looks at a high fastball, ball one. Maris at 269. He appeared in only 89 games. At 23 home runs and 53 RBIs. There's a tap hit toward first base, may be foul. It is rolling into foul territory and picked up there by Skowron. Mort Cooper in 1943 in the World Series, pitching for the St. Louis Cardinals against the New York Yankees, struck out the first 5 batters that he faced. Koufax has a chance to tie that record if he can get Maris on strikes. There's a foul ball hit past the Yankee dugout on the ground. A little tap as he checked his swing. 1-2, the count on Raj. Well, the most consecutive strikeouts in a ball game in the World Series is 6. Now the 1-2 delivery. It's a ball outside. He curved him wide. A big sweeper. Gilliam is very wide of the bag at third, almost playing into the hole between short and third. And Wills, the shortstop, pulled over towards second base. The windup, Sandy delivers. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Dodgers lead 4-0 over the Yankees at 5 in a row. Tying the most consecutive strikeouts beginning a ball game. Now with Howard at bat, Koufax has a chance to tie the record of 6 anytime in the ball game. There's a high foul fly, may be in play. Here comes Roseboro over near the seats in front of the Yankee dugout and makes the catch. Reaching almost in to pull it to his mitt. The Yankees in the second. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. And at the end of 2, Los Angeles 4, New York nothing. Well, John Roseboro made a nice catch right there, and we taped a recorded chat that Vince Scully had with John. Here it is.
Tell me, John, have you tried the new Gillette stainless blade?
You bet I have, Vin, and I still find it hard to believe any blade could give you such a comfortable shave. So many of them, too. The Gillette stainless is really tops.
That, in effect, is what men are saying about the new Gillette stainless blade, because on any steel, it's the edge that counts. And Gillette has the sharpest, easiest shaving edges in the world. One blade will prove to you these superb mirror finish edges on long-lasting stainless steel can mean in comfort and convenience. The first shave, smooth, easy, almost beyond belief. more just like it in every blade. But beyond that, blade after blade, you'll find unequaled uniformity. Get the dispenser of 6 incomparable Gillette stainless blades for 89 cents, the lowest price per blade. Whitey Ford on the mound now, pitching to Jim Gilliam, and the right-hand batter takes the ball down low. Ball 1 on Jim. 4-0, the Dodgers lead in the third. They scored their 4 in the second off Whitey Ford. There's a high foul fly. It'll be back at the plate at auto play. 1-1 on Gilliam. This World Series for Gilliam. He's the veteran in pointed series on this Dodger ball club. Ford ready, pitches. There's a ball up too high, 2-1. Jim was born in Nashville, now lives out in Los Angeles. Frank Howard opening the surge in the second with a double, then Skowron and Suzuki singled, and Roseboro followed with a home run to give the Dodgers their 4. There's a drive into right center for a base hit. Mantle over the glove side to field the ball, and Gilliam has a leadoff single here in the Los Angeles third. That'll bring up Willie Davis, the willowy left-hand batter, who plays center field for Walter Austin. Davis struck out to end the first inning.
Elston Howard has motioned over to the Yankee bench. Let me know something with Gilliam on, because Davis, the left-hand hitter, is screening him.
He squares, he bunts to the ball and misses. Strike 1 on Davis. Oh, Boyer in almost on top of Willie on that one.
Ernie, he's going to have to make that first baseman feel that ball, because that Boyer's looking right down his Adam's apple.
Ford takes a little more time before letting this one go. 4-0 Dodgers, third inning. The pitch, Davis swings a bounding ball toward Richardson. He's going to second with it for 1 to Kubek, and it's a force out. Willie Davis safe at first base. The play going second to Short, who covered at second. We'll bring up Tommy Davis, who has bounced to Kubek, his only time at bat. Dodgers 4, Yanks nothing, third inning, the opening game of the 1963 World Series. Whitey Ford, who won 24 in the regulation campaign, pitching against Koufax on a bright sunny afternoon. Tommy Davis fouls it off on the ground over toward the Dodger dugout. Willie Davis on first base on the fourth. It's 1 away here in the third. Richardson has pulled to his right a little bit over towards second. Kubek has deepened and gone into the hole at short. Now Ford sets and pitches. There's a line drive to right, a base hit. Willie Davis headed for third. Here's Maris. His throw to Boyer. He's safe. A single. A man at first, a man at third. They told us that fella could go from first to third, Joe.
One of the best descriptions I've ever heard of Willie Davis, Ernie, is that he will make a stand-up double into a slide-in triple. And he just about did that, because Maris uncorked a fine throw, but I tell you, they'll first and third and grab that brass ring every time. They don't even look for where the ball is or look for a sign. They just take for granted they should be on third base when that base hit is to right field.
Well, here's that big right-hand batting outfielder now, Frank Howard. Started the damage against Ford in the second with a long two-base hit. He's up with a man at first and a man at third and 1 away. He swings a ground ball foul down past third base.
Dodgers. So we have the same situation that we had here yesterday in game number 1. 2 left-handers vying against each other. One a very experienced southpaw, one a little bit younger and a good bit less experienced. However, the roles are reversed, because this afternoon the youngster is the Yankee pitcher. That's Al Downing, who won 13 and lost 4 over the regulation campaign in the American League. And Podgers, representing Los Angeles,
is the veteran. Johnny won 14 and lost 4 for the Dodgers. Padres has a good curveball, a good fastball, a changeup, and has a lot of savvy that comes with being a veteran pitcher. Downing has idolized Whitey Ford throughout his boyhood and more or less patterned his pitching along with that of his idol, Whitey. Downing throws a fastball that moves. When he's going very well, it'll move down, and he also has a little bit of a screwball, plus a good curve. He has good control and a fine pickoff move to first base. This broadcast is authorized under broadcasting rights granted by the Commissioner of Baseball solely for the entertainment of our listening audience, and any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express consent of the Commissioner is prohibited. A little unusual that we've seen 4 left-handers here in the first 2 games. In fact, this is the first time in series history that 4 left-handers have started the first 2 games of the series, and this fact is brought about by the condition of Yankee Stadium more than anything else. The short fence here in Yankee Stadium, as you more than likely know, is the right field fence. About 290-something down that right field line, and in left, it's a much deeper distance and falls away a great deal quicker. So the easy spot to hit the home run is in the right field corner. Also, by sending left-handers to the mound, the 2 managers make the switch hitters in the lineup, and there are 2 on each side, swing around to the right-hand side of the plate, bat right-handed, and increase the distance to the home run territory. So that's why we're seeing the left-handers here in New York, whereas the next game in Los Angeles, we'll see a couple of right-handers more than likely, Boughton and Drysdale opening in the series in L.A. A terrific day this afternoon in New York. It's a little bit overcast when we first came out here, but the weather has cleared. The sun has burned off the haze, and we'll have another fine crowd in Yankee Stadium this afternoon. Well, let's get to the batting orders for the 2 teams here in the 1963 World Series. For the Los Angeles Dodgers, it'll be Maury Will leading off and playing shortstop. Maury failed to hit in 5 turns at bat in the first game yesterday. Batting number 2 and playing at third base is Jim Gilliam. He had 1 hit in 4 trips yesterday. Incidentally, the 2 lineups are exactly the same as they were in the opening game, with the exception of the pitchers. The number 3 hitter for Walt Austin's club is Willie Davis, the center fielder. He went 0 for 3 yesterday, but scored a run. The cleanup hitter is Tommy Davis, the left fielder, who led the hitters in the first game of the series with 3 hits in 4 trips. Batting number 5 is the big right-hand hitting right fielder Frank Howard. Howard in right field and batting number 5. He had the first hit of the series yesterday, a long 2-base hit over the head of Mickey Mantle into deep center field, and scored the first run of the series. Bill Skowron is playing first base for the Dodgers, and he is batting number 6. Skowron came through with 2 hits for 3 against his former teammates, the Yankees, and said that it was a great source of satisfaction to him that he could contribute to the Dodger victory yesterday. Batting after Skowron, it will be Dick Tracewski, the second baseman. Tracewski had 1 for 4 in the first game yesterday. Johnny Roseboro, the catcher and number 8 hitter for the Dodgers. Roseboro hit a 3-run homer, which was the key blow of the Dodger victory. And batting 9th and working on the mound, it will be Johnny Padres of Los Angeles. Now for the Yankee lineup, it'll be Tony Kubek. He leads off. He's at shortstop. Kubek at short. He had 1 for 4 yesterday. Bobby Richardson is the number 2 hitter, and Bobby went 0 for 3 yesterday. He's the Yankee second baseman. The number 3 batter for New York is Tom Tresh, the left fielder. Tom had a home run yesterday to score both the Yankee runs, 1 for 3. Mickey Mantle, the center fielder, bats number 4. Mantle failed to hit in 3 trips in the opening game. Roger Maris, the right fielder, he went 0 for 4 yesterday. Then Elston Howard, the Yankee catcher, bats next. Elston had 1 hit in 4 trips in the opening game. Joe Pepitone, the Yankee first baseman, bats number 7. Pepitone at first base, and he had 2 of the 6 hits allowed by Koufax in the game of yesterday. Batting number 8 is Clete Boyer, the Yankee third baseman. Boyer at third, he had 1 for 4 in the opener. And on the mound, the left-hander, Al Downing. The 2 pitchers still warming up right down below us. The second game of the 1963 World Series is being brought to you from Yankee Stadium.
You know, I'm not giving away any trade secret by telling you that the most popular spot for new car buyers is the low-price field. Now, that's where Ford is, that's where Chevy is, and hold on to your hats, that's where the 1964 Dodge is. That's right, Dodge. Looks like a high-priced car, and from behind the wheel it sure feels like a high-priced car. But the 1964 Dodge is in the low-priced field. Dodge is what most people want in a car and think their budgets just can't make it. The looks are there. It's a beautiful automobile. It's built for the driver, built to keep him comfortable and to keep his budget balanced. The 1964 Dodge. High-priced look, high-priced feel, but priced model for model with Ford and Chevy. Right where you want it. In the low-priced field. You see the 1964 Dodge. One of the dependable, now at your dependable Dodge dealers.
Well, as we told you, Johnny Podres is the pitcher today with a World Series experience. This will be a World Series debut for the Yankee hurler, Al Downing. Podres has a 3 victory and 1 defeat record in series competition and has won more series games than any pitcher in the history of the Dodgers. In 1953, he started the 5th game of the series at Brooklyn, losing to the Yankees 11-7. In 1955, he pitched 2 complete game victories in 2 starts against the Yankees, winning the 3rd game at Brooklyn 8-3 and the 7th game, the big game at Yankee Stadium, by a score of 2-0. He did not pitch in the 1956 series, and in 59 he started twice against Chicago, winning the 2nd game and pitching 3 1/3 with no decision in the 6th game of the series. Podres is 31 years old, and he hails from Witherby, New York. He got his start in baseball in 51 in Newport News, and first came up to the Dodgers in 1953. And now our national anthem.
The nationally famous television and recording artist Tony Martin, accompanied by the Tommy Dorsey Orchestra, will sing our national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, Tony Martin.
two hurlers who had stopped their warm-ups during the national anthem now resume action in warming up right to the side of home plate. We were telling you about Johnny Podgers. Now we'd like to give you a little information about Al Downing. He's a boy from Trenton, New Jersey, and 22 years old. He broke in with Binghamton in the Eastern League in 1961 and joined the Yankees also that season, winning none and losing one. And the last 2 years, he has pitched at both Richmond and with the Yankees. Last year with the Yankees, he had no wins and no losses. And this year, after winning 3 and losing 2 at Richmond, was brought up to the parent club, New York, and won 13 and lost 5. He's the youngest Yankee in the World Series. The Yankees signed him out of Trenton, New Jersey High School and gave him a bonus of $15,000. Al Downing, in his first appearance in World Series competition, will be working against the veteran Johnny Podgers. Well, the umpires meeting at home plate, along with the managers, Walt Austin and Ralph Houck, and the Yankees are taking the field. We pause 10 seconds for station identification.
810 and you dial WGY Schenectady. World Series ball players watch their weight. If you do too, drink Saratoga Vichy. Not a single calorie in Saratoga Vichy, and it really quenches your thirst. Get Saratoga Vichy with a bright yellow label.
3. Sunny skies, not many clouds. The clouds that were around us in the morning have all gone away. And a bright sunny day, a perfect day for baseball at Yankee Stadium. Ballpark opened back in 1923. It's a former marshland area up here in the Bronx, and it's the house, of course, that Babe Ruth built. So Al Downing out on the mound taking his tune-up tosses as we get ready for game number 2 of the World Series, and it's our pleasure to bring back Joe Garagiola.
Thank you very much, Ernie. Al Downing continues to throw with Elston Howard as catcher and plate umpire Tom Gorman leaning over as they do during the season to kind of get the beat as to what kind of stuff and what kind of speed Downing has on his different pitches. Maury Wills to lead it off. Pete Reeser is coaching at third base. It's Joe Becker coaching at first base. The Dodgers yesterday beat the Yankees 5-2. A tremendous pitching job by Sandy Koufax. And today it's Al Downing, who, to borrow John Roseborough's description of Koufax's fastball, it'll be Downing who'll be pouring on the fire as he comes with that high, hard one. Youngster with a great arm. Defensively, it's Pepitone at first, Richardson at second, Kubak is at short, and Cleve Boyer, a very shallow third base. Here's the first pitch of the ball game. It's high, and it's ball 1. Maury Wills shortened up as if to bunt, and everybody broke into a sprint. In the outfield, it's Tom Fresh in left field. Mickey Mantle is in center field. Roger Maris is in right field. Mantle is playing way over in right center. Not very deep. 1 ball, no strikes. Downing delivers. It's a strike. Downing comes from right on top. He comes overhand, much like Sandy Koufax. He's not as tall as Sandy. He comes right from the top. Here's the 1-1 pitch by Downing. It's low and it's ball 2. One of the big topics of conversation today was the stolen base of Tommy Davis yesterday with the pitching of Sandy Koufax, who was kind of lost in the shuffle. But the Dodgers as much as sent out a message, and it was not answered, and we can look for some running today. Strike on the outside corner, a good fastball. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes on Maury Wills. Tom Gorman is the plate umpire. Larry Knapp is at first. It's Shag Crawford at second base. Joe Paparella is at third. Tony Venzon along the left field line, and it's John Rice along the right field line. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Maury Wills waits. Downing has the signed to 2-2 pitch. Is high and it's outside. It's a full count. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Downing with a real good fastball, a curveball, and a slider. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Wills waits. Downing delivers. Swung on and fouled off out of play. Wills just gets a piece of that ball. This little guy is happy to just hit over the ball, get 3 hops, and test his inner soles. He's not what you'd call a power hitter. You can get a hold of one every once in a while. But if he gets that ground ball, percentage is certainly with him. He can really move. Al Downing ready again. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swung on, a bouncy ball up the middle, into center field. It's a base hit for Maury Wills. Makes a wide turn, and we're liable to see some action in a hurry. Elston Howard goes out to talk to Al Downing. That ball, a curveball. It got by Downing. He made a grab for it. Bobby Richardson tried to backhand it. It got by him into center field for a base hit. Wills has the green light at all times. He doesn't have to wait for a sign. Manager Alston just turns him loose. Whenever you think you can make it, you go right ahead. Wills a good lead. Downing at the belt. The pitch is a strike call. As Gilliam shortened up as if to bunt. Bluffed an attempt. Boyer broke in. Wills did not give it a false start off first base. Wills likes to measure him. He's got 3 different leads that he can take. 1 strike to count on Jim Gilliam. Downing at the belt. Wills a good lead. They got him picked off. Pepitone throws to the shortstop. Kubek, and he's in there. Maury Wills outran that ball. Al Downing had him picked off. Wills broke too soon. Downing to Pepitone. Pepitone through to Kubek, and with the head first slide, Maury Wills beat the throw. He outran that ball. Nothing but sheer speed that time. Yes, sir, sheer speed. Maury Wills measured Downing with that first lead that he took, and then broke, but he broke too soon. And now he's on at second base, and he's got a big lead. 1 strike to count on Jim Gilliam. Here's the pitch. It's outside, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. This is a pet attack of the Dodgers, the single, the stolen base, and then a ground ball to the right side where Wills can take third as the hitter Gilliam is being thrown out at first base. That's the job he's trying to accomplish. If he gets a base hit, very happy, but the ground ball is what he's looking for. The pitch by Downing is low, and it's ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike. Maury Wills, when he measures the pitcher, he'll take 1 lead. He calls it a one-way lead. It's an exaggerated lead, and with the slightest move of the pitcher, he'll break back to the bag. And then he's got a 2-way lead where he can either break for second or go back to the bag. It's not as exaggerated. And then he's got the one where when he takes that lead, he is stealing. And he had that 3rd lead because he broke a split second too soon. Big lead off second base. Does his pickoff throw? It is not in time as Richardson cut in behind him. And boys, when that Wills gets on at second base, he's got everybody in the ballpark, including the vendors, moving. Mantle backing up the play. They count 2 balls and 1 strike on Jim Gilliam. Downing checks Wills. Here's the pitch to Gilliam. It's low and it's ball 3. The infield plays Gilliam just a shade to pull. Kubek over near the hole between short and third. It's Richardson that Wills has to watch for as Richardson at second base shades towards the bag. 3 balls, 1 strike. We're in the top half of the first inning. Maury Wills. A big lead off second. Here's the pitch by Downing to Gilliam. Swung on, line drive, right field. It's a base hit. Up with the ball is Maris. Wills is going to be held at third as the throw comes in, and there goes Gilliam to second. And there goes the Dodger running that you've heard so much about. Gilliam trying to hit that ball in the right field, at least get the ground ball, gets the base hit. And Maury Wills held up at third base by Coach Pete Reeser with nobody out. The throw coming towards the plate. Went all the way to Elston Howard, and Jim Gilliam, not hesitating, has moved on over to second base. So two singles literally turned into a big inning started by the Dodgers as they've got base runners at second and third, nobody out, and Willie Davis is the hitter. A single and speed, that's been it. Maury Wills, big lead off third base. Here's the pitch to Willie Davis. Swung on line drive, right field. Roger Maris stumbles, falls. It's a base hit. 2 runs will score. Wills comes in. Gilliam comes in to score. Willie Davis is at second base with a double. The Dodgers lead 2-0.
Trouble on that ball. He lost his footing out on the turf, fell, it went past him, hit the wall, and by the time he could retrieve it and get it back into the infield, 2 Dodger runs had scored, and they lead 2-0. A little conference out on the mound now.
Ralph Hoff, the Yankee manager, out talking to his young pitcher and catcher. Pete Reeser goes out to talk to Willie Davis, who may have stumbled a bit as he rounded first base. And second with Reeser now. And Willie Davis says he's all right. Dodgers 2. And the Yankees nothing. And here is Tommy Davis, who yesterday had 3 for 4. Nobody out. 2 runs are in. A single, a stolen base by Maury Wills. Went to third on Gilliam's single, who went to second on the throw, and Willie Davis has just doubled. 2-0. Tommy Davis waits the pitch by Downing. It's low and it's ball 1. Wills, Gilliam, Willie Davis, and Tommy Davis. All speedsters. They can really move. A track team looking for a tournament is what they look like. I tell you, they won't really with like the big heavyweight blast, but they'll peck and they'll run and they'll scramble, and before you know it, they'll have 2 runs in and a base runner on somewhere. They did it all summer in the National League. Willie Davis a big lead off second base. They play Tommy Davis to pull. Here's a pitch by Downing. Swung on, it's popped up. Short right field. Roger Maris is coming over near the line. Willie Davis is tagging up. Maris makes the catch, the throw. Davis holds. Roger Maris uncorked the strike. And that Maris can throw that ball. So there's 1 out. Willie Davis still at second base, and here is big Frank Howard. Howard hit a ball here yesterday as hard as any ball has ever been hit in this ballpark, according to the Yankee ball players. There's 1 man out, 2 runs are in. Dodgers on 3 hits have scored 2 runs. Willie Davis is at second base. Howard, a good fastball hitter. Downing, a fastball pitcher. Great big guy, waits. Downing at the belt, delivers. Starts to swing, holds up, the curveball goes low, and it's ball 1. They've got a spot for Howard if they want to pitch carefully. First base is open. Be one of those spots where don't give him that good room service fastball to hit. Make him hit your pitch. If he wants to chase the bad ball, all right. Downing delivers. A let-up, swung on. A beautiful let-up pitch by Al Downing, which was a bit of a surprise for Frank Howard, and he was about maybe 4 or 5 minutes ahead of it. And this big guy starts that big bat coming. I tell you, he's got to swing because that bat looks like it comes towards you in sections. 1 ball, 1 strike. Downing delivers. Swung on, bouncing ball. Kubek has it to play, will be at first base. The throw, Pepitone digs it out, and Willie Davis, very daring base running, enables him to go to third base. Kubek hesitated. And there's a pretty good tip-off on Dodger speed. When you're on at second base, they will usually tell you, the coaches will, make that ball be to your left. As you're facing home plate, make it be to your left, and then you can come on over to third. This ball was a good 6 or 8 feet to Willie Davis's right. Kubek wisely went to first. Low throw, but Pepitone dug it out. Here is Bill Scarron. Strike, a fastball. Scarron had himself a good day yesterday against his old teammates with 2 base hits. 2 men out. Willie Davis is on at third base. Willie, a false start. The pitch by Downey, swung on and fouled back. So it's 2 strikes. Willie Davis giving it a real false and a big start off third base. Of course, Downey's got the edge now. All he's got to do is throw a strike. You don't have to worry too much about Willie Davis. With 2 outs, if he throws a strike, Scarron will have to take, and all he can do is shake Willie Davis's hand. Davis dancing off third, trying to distract the young left-hander. 2 runs are in. Here's the 2-strike pitch by Downey. Low. That's ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 2-0. The Dodgers are leading. Davis dancing off third. Downing gives him a look. Now he's ready, and here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. He struck him out. Muscaro out on strikes, and that ends the inning. The Dodgers, in the top half of the first inning, 2 runs on 3 hits. There were no errors, and 1 man was left on base. And so, at the middle of the first inning, the score is Los Angeles 2 and the Yankees nothing.
Good day, sir. Fill up?
Yes, regular gas, please.
Check the ramen water?
No, thanks.
How about the spark plug? Still a change?
No.
Brakes?
No.
Clean glasses?
No.
So a button on your shirt?
No, I'm in good
Stitch your
shape.
lapels? I can do everything here.
You see, I've got the certified car care plan.
What's that?
Well, that's Chrysler Motors Car Health Plan.
Gee, that sounds impressive. I bet it's called the Beagle.
No, it's an economical program. It's designed to prolong the life of your car and keep it running like clockwork.
Hey, you know, I'm very good at window wiping and hood slamming. May I slam your hood?
Certified Car Care has only highly trained mechanics using factory-approved parts and equipment.
I can take a radiator cap off in a twist. I call it my cap and a half. Can you do that?
That's very nice. But you know, all Chrysler, Plymouth, and Dodge dealers have certified car care.
Yeah, but can they salute as good as me? You want to see a salute?
For the Yankees, it'll be Tony Kubek, Bobby Richardson, and Tom Tresh. Johnny Padres has just completed his warm-up tosses. Kubek in that batter's spot. Frank Corsetti coaches at third base. Yogi Berra coaches at first. Johnny Padres, good fastball, good curveball, excellent change of pace. There's a curveball attempted bunt and strike 1. Kubek trying to bunt that ball, missed it, and it's strike 1. Padres can really change speeds. He changes both off his fastball and his curveball. Slow, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Tommy Davis in left field kind of guards the left field line. Willie Davis shades Kubek towards left center. Howard is normal, so the big gap is in right center field. Here's the 1-1 pitch by Padres to Kubek, a fastball and a strike. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Muscaron at first base, Kazuski at second, Wills the shortstop, and Gilliam at third base. That's the Dodger infield. Curveball swung on, line drive. Willie Davis is right there and makes the catch. He had him played perfectly. The ball was hit good, but once again, when you have those scouting reports, they'll set the defense, but it's up to that pitcher to deliver that ball to where the fella can't do any more than where you have your defense stacked. And the Dodgers certainly stacked it to protect left center, and Kubek hit a line drive right to Willie Davis. 1 out, and here's Bobby Richardson. Richardson, right-hand hitter, spray-type hitter, doesn't strike out much. Padres delivers, swung on, one hopper right to Trzaskowski. He has it over to first, and they're 2 away. Looked like that ball was going to go right back up the middle as Padres made a bluff at it, but it was to his left, and Trzaskowski made it on the first hop. So there are 2 outs, and here is Tom Tresh. Tresh had a 2-run homer yesterday. Bats right-handed against the left-hander Johnny Podres. Dodgers lead 2-0. Swung on, hot smash, past Gilliam into left field. That's a base hit. Up with the ball is Tommy Davis as Tresh makes that wide turn at first. And that brings up Mickey Mantle. Mantle batting right-handed against the left-hander Padres. They're trying to keep these Yankees from popping them into that short right field section. And, of course, the Yankees the same thing. Here's the pitch to Mantle, high, and it's ball 1. So the left-handers all working here at the Yankee Stadium. Yesterday, Koufax and Ford. Today, Padres and Downing. 1 ball, no strikes. Mantle waits. Tresh a lead off first base. 2-0, the Dodgers are leading. We're in the bottom half of the first inning. Padres delivers, swung on, a fly ball, right center field. Howard going back, calling for the ball, one-handed grab, near the track. Frank Howard reached up like he was goaltending and made the grab on the high fly ball hit by Mickey Mantle, and that ends the bottom half of the first for the Yankees. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 man was left on base. And so at the end of the first inning, the score is Los Angeles 2, and the New York Yankees, nothing.
Take a beautiful new car. Give it a high-priced look, a high-priced feel. Then put it smack into the low-priced field. Mister, that's the 1964 Dodge. It's a low-priced car that doesn't look like one or feel like one. It's a high-performance car that'll take turnpike curves or rocky roads with easy grace. It'll give the response you want when you want it. When you look at the 64 Dodge, mister, you know that here is no ordinary automobile. From the tire treads up, it's quality constructed, built, and backed by men who know their business. And their business is automobiles. You don't have to take a Dodge on first sight, though you might like to. Get in and let the comfort surround you. Let the performance thrill. And then you'll want to get down to cases with your Dodge dealer. Compare Dodge prices. Then drive Dodge home. The 1964 Dodge, one of the dependables.
Trzaskowski in the batter's box. Downing delivers, and Trzaskowski fouls it off a high fastball, and he had a real good cut. Mantle plays very shallow in center field. When you come to the ballpark, you can get a pretty good idea of how the ball club is pitching a particular ball player by watching the center fielder. He is usually the key man. Curveball, didn't mean to swing, hits his bat, fouls it off, and a strike 2. In the outfield, it's the center fielder who is the swing man, shading one way or the other, and in the infield, it's either the shortstop or the second baseman. 2 strikes, no balls to count on Dick Trzaskowski. We're in the top of the second. The Dodgers are leading 2-0. Downing ready. The 2-strike pitch is swung on and missed. He struck him out. And that's the second strikeout for Downing. He's got a real good slider. And usually, I tell you from the broadcast booth, it's hard to tell a slider. It's almost impossible as far as the break of the ball. You can call a slider by the actions of the catcher or the hitter. Here is Roseboro. Swung on and missed strike 1. And I know the first time I saw Downing pitch, I said to Yogi after the game, I said, boy, that kid's got some curveball. He said, no, that's a slider. So that's how big it breaks. Roseboro waits the pitch by Downing. He attempts to bunt, misses it, and it's strike two. Well, there you are. There's the fellow that hit the big home run yesterday, but he's got that kind of speed where he can bunt and beat it out. And he can bunt with 2 strikes and beat it out. Not that they'll be thinking about it here. They play Roseboro to pull that ball. It's swung way around to the right side. Pepitone guards that line. Richardson is back. Kubek near the bag. Mantle is in right center. 2 strikes and no balls to count. Downing delivers. Struck him out. A fastball over the inside corner. Roseboro took it. Tom Gorman, the plate umpire, indicates that it did get that inside corner, and there are 2 outs, and that's 3 men in a row that Downing has struck out. And here is Johnny Podridge. Podridge not a bad hitting pitcher. He gets that bat on that ball. Downing ready. Delivers, and it's inside. Ball 1. Tresh not too deep in left field. Mantle is playing kind of a extra shallow center field. He's in. Maris normal. Strike is called a fastball. One ball and 1 strike with 2 outs. The Dodgers 2 and the Yankees nothing. We're in the top of the 2nd inning. Dodger speed paid off for those 2 runs. 1-1 pitch. Swung on, line drive. Center field. It's going to drop for a base hit. 2 hops to Mantle, and Podridge is on. Downing hung a curveball, and Podridge just laid that bat out there. And Maury Wills comes up with Podridge on at first base, so if nothing else, you'll be clogging the baselines with Podridge on there. It'll get in the way of Wills should he get on. In fact, in the International League one year, Paul Richards used to walk the pitcher when Sam Jethro would come up just to put somebody in front of him. Either a pitcher or a fat catcher will clog him up, Ernie.
One or the other, eh?
Maury Wills waits and Downing delivers. It's a strike, a fastball. Pepitone holds Podridge close. Even though Podridge is a pitcher, the Yankees are not taking anything for granted. And that's the way they've played this game, and the record speaks for itself. Downing delivers. Strike 2. And now Maury Wills wants to take a look at that ball. May have sounded a bit too fast as it came across. Of course, the least little speck on a ball, and I tell you, when you're in that batter's box, your concentration is so great that least little bit of dirt on that baseball, and it'll come up there looking like a barber pole. Tom Gorman gives Downing, the pitcher, a new baseball, a nice white one. He proceeds to rub it up, and he's got the same effect as he had before. 2 strikes, no balls. Wills waits. The pitch by Downing. Swung on, line drive, right field. It is a foul ball. Foul ball. John Rice, the right field foul line, had to wait until that ball landed. Foul by a couple feet. And Podridge was off and running. And I tell you, he better get a big jump if this Wills hits one that way, where it slices, he's got a chance for extra bases. Podridge liable to be the victim of a hit-and-run driver or hit-and-run runner. Podridge is back. Wills is in that batter's box. Downing is looking for a sign. Has it, and here's the pitch. Curveball right back to Downing.
This is Joe Garagiola along with Ernie Harwell, welcoming you to the 3rd game of the 1963 World Series, brought to you by
Gillette, maker of the Gillette Slim Adjustable Razor and remarkable Super Blue Blades, extra rich foamy instant lather, convenient Right Guard Power Spray deodorant, and new Sun Up aftershave for that top of the morning feeling.
and by Chrysler Corporation, makers of the new 1964 Plymouth, Chrysler, the Imperial, Dodge, and Dodge trucks. Today your host is Chrysler Imperial. In appreciation of your continued support, Gillette and Chrysler also bring you the annual Blue-Gray football game
and the 1964 Rose Bowl game exclusively on NBC. Jim Bouton will be the pitcher for the Yankees. He has just come out of the Yankee dugout. He starts to warm up with Coach Jim Hegan. That Yankee dugout is along the first base line. Don Drysdale, who is the pitcher for the Dodgers, is yet to come out. A beautiful day for baseball here in Los Angeles. Dodger Stadium jam-packed as the Dodger fans have just been waiting weeks, literally waiting outside this ballpark weeks to see this World Series game. The Dodgers lead by 2 games, having won the first 2 games in Yankee Stadium. The first one, Sandy Koufax, the big winner, the score 5-2. In the second ball game, Johnny Padres, the score 4-1. Big Don Drysdale has just come out with Joe Becker, the coach of the Los Angeles Dodgers, to start to loosen up. Bouton has won 21 games and lost 7. Drysdale has won 19. He has lost 17. The weather, as we said, beautiful. In fact, it's great all the way around for the fans and for the players. The weatherman here in Los Angeles, obviously a Dodger fan, said yesterday that there was 40% chance that it might rain, and then quickly added, I hope not. Well, it doesn't look like there's a chance for rain. And it's just a great day to be here at Dodger Stadium to watch this third game of the World Series. For the ball players, there's enough clouds up there to break up the high sky, those little angels that help on pop flies, and the ball players are happy with the weather. The infield is fast as far as the dirt part is concerned. The grass part is slow, and it's soft, which is a little bit different than what the Yankee ball players found during the course of the regular American League season. And we're saying that usually it's hard and fast all over, but the infield, especially in front of home plate, which has just been sodded, is a bit slow. This broadcast is authorized under broadcasting rights granted by the Commissioner of Baseball solely for the entertainment of our listening audience, and any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express consent of the Commissioner is prohibited. You hear about the short fence in right field in Yankee Stadium. There is no such thing here at Dodger Stadium. The ballpark, 330 down both the right field line and the left field line. The slots in left center and in right center, where most of the home runs are hit, are 380. Dead center field, 410. You really have to put a charge into a ball to get it into those seats. And, of course, like most of the ballparks, let's put it that way, ball players say that the ball travels much better during the daytime than at night. Of course, that depends a whole lot on that pitcher. Get the right guy out there at nighttime, that ball's going to travel pretty good at that. There's a big lineup change. In respect to the Yankee lineup, Roger Maris is not in the lineup, nor is he in uniform. It'll be John Blanchard in right field, replacing the injured Roger Maris. Remember, Roger got hurt in that second game as he ran into the fence trying to make the play on Tommy Davis's ball, which ended up a triple. Here are the lineups, so if you got your pencils and scorecards or pencil and paper ready, here's the way they'll line up. The Yankees, it'll be Tony Kubek leading off at shortstop. Kubek, shortstop. Batting second, it's Bobby Richardson. Richardson, second base. Batting third, Tom Tresh in left field. Tresh, left field. In the cleanup spot, it'll be Mickey Mantle in center field. Mantle, center field. Batting fifth, Pepitone at first base. Joe Pepitone, first base. Batting sixth, it's the catcher Elston Howard. Howard, the catcher. Batting seventh, it's John Blanchard in right field. Blanchard, right field. Batting eighth, it's Boyer at third base. Boyer. And batting ninth, it'll be Jim Bouton. Bouton has won 21. He has lost 7. The Dodgers, with Bouton, a right-hander pitching, have changed their lineup just a bit. Maury Wills will lead it off at shortstop. Wills, shortstop. Jim Gilliam bats second. Gilliam at second base. Gilliam, second base. Batting third, it's center fielder Willie Davis. Willie Davis is center field. In the cleanup spot, it's Tommy Davis, the left fielder. Tommy Davis in left field. Batting fifth, it's Ron Fairley. Fairley will be in right field. And bat fifth, Ron Fairley, right field. Batting sixth, Skowron, the first baseman. Moose Skowron at first base. Batting seventh, it's John Roseborough. Roseborough, the catcher. Batting eighth, it's Trzaskowski, the second baseman. Dick Trzaskowski. And batting ninth, Don Drysdale. Drysdale on the season won 19 and lost 17. This ballpark, as we told you, a big ballpark. And as far as the background is concerned, it's interesting that the hitters and the catchers, which is kind of odd in a sense, do complain a little bit because when the overhanded pitcher is working, because you're looking out towards center field, looking up, and you're looking into the sky. In center field, here at Dodger Stadium, they have a big green backdrop to give the hitters a little better background, and it is a very effective background when the fellow comes sidearm or is about 3/4. Now, Drysdale, you'll be able to see the ball just a little bit better than you can a Jim Bouton who comes from right over the top, because you're looking up and looking into the sky. It's a little bit of an edge, and just one of the little things that ball players look for when they do go into different ballparks. Drysdale in yesterday's workout made a very interesting point when he was talking about that the Yankee hitters will be looking at 3 different type pitchers when he goes today. In the first game, Sandy Koufax, who came directly overhanded, strictly a fastball overpowering type pitcher, and Johnny Padres, who changed speeds very effectively, a left-hander, a 3/4 pitcher, and now Don Drysdale, a sidearm sinker balling right-hander who can really make it tough on right-hand hitters. His fastball is his best pitch, and one of the best descriptions ever of Don Drysdale put out by Dick Groat, now with the Cardinals, when Groat said it all when he said batting against Drysdale is like trying to keep an appointment with the dentist. That's who it'll be, Don Drysdale, who is warming up along third against Jim Bouton, who continues to throw along the first base line. The third game of the 1963 World Series is being brought to you from Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles.
When Don Drysdale takes to the mound here, it'll be his third game in World Series competition. Don was talking with Vin Scully not long ago. Let's listen in.
Hey, Don, that's a real clean-looking shave you've got there.
Sure, Vin. It's a Gillette shave. Nothing like it to keep a man looking his best, and there's nothing like it for comfort.
Don Drysdale and millions of men know the easy way to look and feel their best. A quick, refreshing all Gillette shave. Foamy Instant Lather Shave Cream gives whiskers a super soaking. Keeps them moist from first easy stroke to last. Slip a Super Blue Blade in your slim adjustable razor and dial the blade setting that's just right for your particular skin and beard. Gillette's exclusive micrometer dial has 9 settings. Lower numbers for lighter beards, higher numbers for heavy beards. Right now, as a Gillette World Series special, get the slim adjustable razor with Super Blue Blades, plus foamy, regular or menthol, for only $1.79. It's a $2.29 value, so you save 50 cents.
Jim Bouton has just completed his warm-up tosses. Don Drysdale continues to fire that ball along the third base line. A beautiful day for baseball. Man, you couldn't order a better day than they have here at Los Angeles today. This ballpark jammed. You know, one other thing that's very unique as far as Dodger Stadium is concerned, they have seats which are field level. First time I ever saw seats like that was over in Japan. And Mr. O'Malley and the Dodgers have placed seats at field level to give the fans just the field level view. And boy, you just can't get any more in a ball game and not be in one and to be at field level. and every seat in this ballpark taken. The umpire is just coming out towards home plate. The color guard is out in center field. Manager Walter Alston is coming up towards home plate. From the third base dugout, Ralph Howe, the major, coming out from the first base dugout. And in the lineup cards, which makes it official. Roger Maris not in the lineup, not in uniform. He was taking treatment right up until a few minutes ago. He said he'll be a spectator. We're looking out towards center field now as the color guard gets set to raise the colors here. The umpires still gathered around home plate. Don Drysdale still throwing. Boughton has resumed his throwing. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem, Melchior, sung by Mr. Lawrence Melchior at the Dodger Stadium. Melchior. The playing and the singing of the national anthem, we get closer and closer to the beginning of this third game. You know, many times it's an overworked phrase. They say it's a big ball game, but believe you me, every game is a big game. In a World Series, a 7-game series, the mechanics of it is show you that every game is a big game. These Dodgers with the 2-game bulge go with Don Drysdale. Sandy Koufax ready to go tomorrow. The Yankees, they know exactly where they are, and they feel that if they can just stay closer than they have the last 2 games, they've been out of the game very, very early, which is a thing these Dodgers have done in the first 2 games, is jump out to that early lead. Yankees expecting the Dodgers to run even more here in Dodger Stadium before the home folks. It's interesting to point out that when you talk to manager Walter Alston, Maury Wills, who of course is the leading man, a youngster little leaguer, has just thrown a perfect strike from 60 feet 6 inches. A boy named Tom Berry, a pitcher and shortstop. He just got out there like he'd been pitching before tremendous crowds all his life and threw a perfect strike. Starting to tell you that Maury Wills, manager Walter Alston, turns a lot of them loose, but especially Maury Wills, and he is one of the few ball players I have ever heard of that has a stop sign where the manager tells him not to run on a particular situation, such with the man on third and Wills on first, where that big gap is between first and second. It's unusual that they put stop signs on you because most of the time managers have a tough time getting you to really take off, but not with Mr. Wills. We now pause 10 seconds for station identification.
WGY Schenectady. Don't strike out with just any old mixer. Mix with a winner, Saratoga Vichy, the world's perfect mixer. Distinctively dry, delightfully carbonated, Saratoga Vichy with a bright yellow label.
Both Drysdale and Bowden continue to warm up. The umpires are all stationed. It'll be Larry Knapp behind the plate of the American League. At first base, it's Shags Crawford of the National League. At second base, it's Joe Paparella of the American League. At third base, Tom Gorman of the National League. Down the left field foul line, it's John Rice of the American League. And in right field is Tony Venzon of the National League. And you know, you hear about pressure and the pressure on the ball players and the tremendous outside pressures they get during the World Series. And it's sometimes taken for granted that the umpires that we have just named, what tremendous pressure they're under. Because here they are, 6 of them, who have no rooting interest in any ball club. They just umpire the ball as it comes across that plate, or does the man get to that bag before that ball does? There go the Dodgers. The Dodgers, with a tremendous roar, take the field, and defensively Moose Skowron at first base, Krasuski at second base, at shortstop Maury Wills, at third base it's Jim Gilliam. In left field, Tommy Davis. In center field, Willie Davis. In right field, it's Ron Fairley. The catcher is John Roseborough. The pitcher is Don Drysdale. Coaching at third base is Frank Crosetti, and as usual, it's Yogi Berra at first base visiting with Moose Skowron. Over in Yankee Stadium, can you imagine? Yogi was talking to Moose and telling him, boy, the shadows are in left field are really tough here. And Moose said, Yogi, remember, I played 12 years here. But Yogi, the ever-friendly and ever-helpful coach, is just visiting with the Moose and trying to con him out of a couple base hits and maybe talk him into a double play or two. But they got to do it with the ball and the bat. The throw goes down to second base. Around the horn, Wills to Gilliam. Gilliam flips it to Don Drysdale. Tony Kubek in that batter's box. Outfielders, infielders, and the catcher check the high sky. Drysdale with the pinch of the rosin bag, ready for the first pitch of the 1963 third game of the World Series. And to bring you the play-by-play, here is Ernie Harwell.
Well, thank you, Joe, and hi again, everybody. Tony Kubek, the batter. He's had 1 for 8 in the first 2 series games. The left-hand batter takes a high fastball. We're underway. Ball 1 from the big right-hander, Don Drysdale. In World Series competition, Don has won 1 and lost none. He pitches, and it's a fastball wide. 2-0 on the Yankee leadoff man. Gilliam in a little close at third base. The other infielders are back, and the outfield is playing to left a little bit on Tony Kubek. Drysdale winds and pitches. Here's a strike, a fastball, and Larry Knapp going up with the right hand. 2-1. That's the count on the leadoff man. The Dodgers lead in the series, 2 victories to none. Here's the pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. A 2-2 count. Bobby Richardson waiting out on deck. Now the big right-hander winds and pitches, and there's a foul fly that'll be out of play on the third base side. Still 2-2 on Tony. Willie Davis, the center fielder, shades over to the left center field side. Kubek hits up that left center alley quite a bit. Waiting on the 2-2 delivery. Here it comes. Swing, there's a fly ball to left. It'll be foul and in the seats. Still 2-2 on Kubek. Kubek hit .257 over the regular season. Dad played the outfield in the Milwaukee Ball Club when Milwaukee was in the old association. Left-hand batter waiting. It's a 2-2 count on Kubek. Drysdale ready to work. The pitch on the way. Swinging a foul. Back off the plate and into the seats. Still 2-2. Drysdale ready. He pitches. Swinging another foul ball out of play. Tony making him work here on his first batter. Drysdale had 19 victories over the regular season. He lost 17. Struck out 251 for the year. The pitch on the way. Swing, a bounding foul right at the plate. Larry Knapp giving it a quick call.
A pretty good tip-off on this Drysdale speed is the way they got the defense set up. Kubek, a straight-type hitter, he does hit a lot to left center field, but this Dodger defense has Tommy Davis in left field guarding the line. Willie Davis is way over in left center field, a lot of room in right center.
Tony waits on the 2-2 delivery. Here it comes. Swung on a bounding ball wide at first. Skowron backs up. Drysdale covers, takes the throw in time. The underhand toss from Skowron getting Kubek on a close play at first base. It was a high hopping ground ball wide of the bag at first base. Here's Bobby Richardson, the young man from South Carolina with 1 hit in 7 trips in the first 2 games. Gilliam about even with the bag at third on Bobby. Drysdale, the big right-hander, delivers. Here's a foul ball out of play. Back of the plate, over the screen, in the seats. With a fastball pitcher such as Drysdale, you see a lot of fouls. A lot of baseballs used. Don Reddy delivers. Here's a foul again, this one on the screen. Strike 2, the count on Richardson. We're just underway in game number 3 of the 1963 World Series. 1 out and nobody on in the first inning. There's a fly ball lifted back at first base. Skowron backpedals into foul territory, makes the catch. Richardson fouls out to first baseman Bill Skowron. And they're 2 up and 2 down with Tom Tresh. Taylor, Michigan coming to bat. The Yankee left fielder has 3 hits for 7, 1 home run, and 2 RBIs. Been the leading Yankee hitter in the first 2 games. Switch batter batting left-handed against Drysdale. It's a strike and above the knees on the inside corner. Outfield swung around to right on Tom Tresh. No score, first inning. 2 out and the bases after the Yankees batting. Swing and a miss on a fastball up in the letters. Strike 2 on Tresh. Mantle waiting out on deck. Now the windup by Drysdale. He delivers. Watch out, in tight. And almost hit him with a fastball. And a jackknife out of the way of that one. 1 and 2. Tommy Davis, the left fielder, over toward left center. Willie Davis in right center. And Fairley is a deep right fielder right now. The windup, the pitch on the way. Tresh takes a fastball wide. It's a 2-2 count on him. Here's the motion in the pitch. He swings. And the inning is over. They're out 1, 2, 3. At the end of the first half of the first, Yankees nothing and the Dodgers nothing. The Yankees defending this afternoon on Jim Bouton. And the other day we tape recorded a brief conversation Mel Allen had with Jim. Let's listen.
Say, Jim, have you tried the new Gillette stainless blade?
I have, Mel. I've been getting comfort I never dreamed of, right from the first stroke. In fact, every single shave from each blade is the easiest I've ever had.
There's a simple reason for the great things you're hearing about the new Gillette stainless blade. It's this. On stainless steel, on any steel, it's the edge that counts. And Gillette edges are the world's sharpest, easiest shaving. Mirror finished, incredibly smooth, and yet they're truly durable. You get smooth shaves, fast, effortless shaves, with more of them per blade. And there's unparalleled uniformity from blade to blade, dispenser to dispenser. Enjoy the incomparable Gillette stainless at the lowest price per blade, $6 for 89 cents. Jim Bouton, the young Yankee right-hander, in his first World Series competition, up on the mound now to face the Dodgers. With no score in the last half of the first inning here at Dodger Stadium. And we're happy to bring it to you on the NBC Radio Network this afternoon. Here's Maury Wills, the switch hitter, batting left-handed against Bouton. Maury has 2 hits for 9 trips in the opening 2 games of the series. There's a bunt back to the mound. Bouton fields it. The throw to first is in plenty of time. Bouton to Pepitone. Here's Jim Gilliam. The Dodger third baseman has 2 hits for 8 trips so far in the series. Wills bunted that ball a little too hard, and he bunted it straight back to the mound. An easy play for Bouton. Bouton won 27 for the season and lost 7. There's a fastball up high on Gilliam. Ball 1. Outfield straightaway. The infield back except for Boyle wide of the bag and even with it at third. It's a ball in too close. 2-0. Elston Howard doing the catching for the Yankees. They have Pepitone at first. Richardson at second, Kubek at short, Boy at third. In left field, it's Tresh. In center, Mickey Mantle. And in right, John Blanchard. No score in the last half of the first inning at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles. Now the windup, the 2-0 delivery. It's a strike, letter high and in there. Larry Knapp up for the right-hand call. Larry, a former boxing referee. Bouton checking out his sign. It's a 2-1 count on Gilliam. 1 out and none on. Here comes a fastball that is out of the mitt after a tip foul by Gilliam. And it's a 2-2 count. Tried to move away from that one and it hit his bat. Now Bouton winds and pitches. There's a curve in too tight. 3-2, full count. Bouton's second year with the Yankees. His first one, he won 7 and lost 7 in '62. 21-7 for this season. 6-footer. He delivers very wide, and Gilliam draws a walk. That ball almost got by Elston Howard. High and wide. Here's Willie Davis, who has 2 hits for 7. And 2 RBIs in the first 2 games of the series. Both of Willie's hits were doubles. Slender left-hand batter. No score first inning. Man on first for the Dodgers. They have 1 away. Davis takes the ball inside, throw to first by Howard, and Gilliam is back easily. Boya on the inner grass at third base. Davis about ready and then decides he'll step away from the plate for a moment. Fountain up to pick up his sign again from Howard. It's a curveball down low over the plate, but too low. 2-0 the count on Davis. Davis started this new hitting stance toward the end of the year in the series at Philadelphia. And he finished the season in quite a blaze of base hits. Before that, he had experimented with many batting stances. Leans in, waiting, bent at the knees. 2-0 pitch. Swung on as a drive to right. Here's Blanchard coming in. He's there to make the catch. Davis lines to Blanchard in right field. Gilliam is still at first. There are 2 out, and here's Tommy Davis, who is the leading hitter in the World Series right now with a .625 percentage. A right-hand batting outfielder with 5 hits and 8 trips. 2 of those have been triples. 1 RBI. Tommy Davis at bat. 2 out and 1 on for the Dodgers. No score, first inning at Dodger Stadium. It's a curve down low, blocked out in front by Elston Howard. Gilliam on with a base on balls. It's the game's only runner so far. Outfield is deep and to left. Fountain sets, pitches. There's a foul ball out of play in the seats back at the plate. 1-1 the count on him. Fountain was born in Newark, New Jersey. He lives in Ridgewood, but he grew up around the Chicago area. Didn't make his high school team up there around Chicago Heights, but really got started in an American Legion competition. Runner goes. The pitch is swung on. There's a line drive to right. It'll be a foul ball. He sent Gilliam that time, and Tommy Davis sliced the foul to right.
A pretty good gamble with Fountain pitching the tough pitch to handle with a fellow like this is the overhanded curveball. He has thrown a couple of them that have popped out of Elston Howard's glove. That particular pitch was a fastball, and it would have been a close play at second base. Gilliam, another one of these runners that manager Walter Olson just turns loose. He doesn't have to worry about them. They can get a good jump. They can take off. He just lets them go on their own.
Jim Boughton, the Yankee hurler, up on the mound, ready to pitch again. It's a 1-2 count. Davis swings the ground ball foul, bouncing down past third. A little bit too far out in front of that one. I think Boughton changed up on it a little bit. Boughton says he was quite a thin and scrawny youngster when he was in high school. He didn't have much of a physique, and he put on a lot of weight and gained a lot of strength after he started in baseball. Now he pitches at the ball in the dirt, gets away from Howard. Gilliam breaks to second and goes in. A wild pitch by Boughton. The ball hit in front of the plate, blocked off by Howard to the first base side, and Gilliam is on at second now on the wild pitch. Two, that's the count. Man on second for the Dodgers. The scoreless first inning. There are 2 out. Fountain sets, delivers. Here's a line ball to second. Here comes the run to score. Gilliam scores. First is Tommy Davis. 1-0 the Dodgers. Will be a single for Tommy Davis and an RBI. We had to wait on the official scorer's decision. The ball was hit sharply past the mound. Richardson got over. It hit him on the foot and bounded into the right field area. Davis is safe at first. Gilliam scored, and Los Angeles leads in the first inning 1-0. Here's Ron Fairley, the right fielder. He swings and pops it up back of the plate. Elston Howard in foul territory makes the catch, and the inning is over. The Dodgers get one run on one hit. There were no errors and one man left. And at the end of one inning, the Dodgers won, the Yankees nothing. Here's the biggest pen bargain going. The Papermate free fill, and that means free refills. Yes, you buy one famous Papermate piggyback pen for just $1.69. Get an extra piggyback refill free. Or buy a handsome Papermate Capri pen for just $1.95 and get an extra jumbo refill free. You get Papermate quality and free refills too. You know, Papermate pens never skip. They even write over butter. And every Papermate is guaranteed. It must write or we replace it. Now's the time to get yourself or anyone in your family a new Papermate pen while this free refill offer lasts. Buy a Papermate piggyback pen for $1.69, get an extra piggyback refill free, or buy a Papermate Capri pen for $1.95 and get an extra jumbo refill free. Come to the Papermate refill now wherever Papermate pens are sold. The Dodgers, who lead in the series 2-0, have jumped in front again here in game number 3 as they scored in the first inning on a walk to Gilliam, a wild pitch, and a single by Tommy Davis off the foot of the second baseman Bobby Richardson. We have a delay now with Mickey Mantle scheduled to lead off. Gilliam is not yet at his third base position. Mantle has failed to hit so far in the series. He's 0 for 7. He's batting left-handed against the right-handed Drysdale. Drysdale goes to 6'6", weighs 210 pounds. Van Nuys, California is his hometown. Here's the pitch to Mantle. He takes a slow curve across. A big bending curveball floated over on Mickey. Strike one called. Dodgers ahead, 1-0 in the second. The pitch by Drysdale. There's a bunt attempt by Mantle, and it's over the head of the third baseman, back to deep short, fielded by Wills. He has no throw at all, and it's a base hit for Mickey. That's one of the long bunts in World Series history, Joe.
I was going to say, Ernie, get the tape measure out. That ball just jumped off that bat, and if there's any rabbit in that baseball, I'd sure check it because she leaped over Gilliam's head, and there was no possible play, and almost a two-base hit.
Here's Joe Pepitone at bat now, the Yankee first baseman with 2 hits and 7 turns. That's the first Yankee hit, the bunt single by Mickey Mantle, Mantle's first of the series. The pitch is swung on and fouled off the mask of Roseborough, the Dodger catcher. 1 strike on Pepitone. This is Drysdale's 8th year with the Dodgers. The big guy looking in to get his sign, taking a little more time. The Dodgers lead the Yankees 1-0 in the second. Roll to first. Mantle is back easily. Mickey still can't go full speed because of his leg injury. The set, the pitch on the way. Swing and a miss on an inside pitch, about letter high. It appeared there that Pepitone couldn't quite make up his mind. He had started, and then he felt like he had to go ahead. It was sort of a stiff arm swing. Strike 2, the count on Joe. Big Drysdale takes his set position and delivers. Here's a ball that hits Pepitone. It brushed his shirt on the inside pitch. He's hit by the pitch ball, and Mantle will take second. So the Yankees have 2 men on and nobody out in the second inning, with Elston Howard coming to bat. Elston has 3 hits and 8 trips and 1 RBI. He and Tresh are tied for the most Yankee hits in the first 2 games. All 3 of Elston's hits have been singles. Center fielder Willie Davis over in right center, fairly playing Howard almost as a left-hand batter. Now the pitch. Swing and a miss on a fastball. Willie Davis is pulling back more to straightaway center on Elston after that first pitch. 2 and out for New York. Nobody out. The Dodgers lead the Yankees 1-0. Second inning. Here's a set now by right-hander Drysdale. And the pitch. Howard bunts the ball. It's a foul ball and out of play. Way up in the air and finally into the seats just to the right of the screen behind home plate. Strike 2 count on Elston Howard. Drysdale won 25 last year and 19 this, but a lot of the National League observers said he was a much better pitcher this season than he was last. Now the runner's edging off. It's a strike 2 count on Elston Howard. He swings and misses. Struck him out. The second strikeout for Don Drysdale. And John Blanchard comes to bat now. This will be John's first time up in this series.
Ernie, this should be a pretty interesting battle because it'll be strength against strength. Drysdale, a great fastball pitcher, against John Blanchard, strictly a fastball hitter and a pull hitter. They have really swung around on him.
Blanchard digging in now against the big right-hander. Drysdale trying to work out of trouble. There were 2 on and none out. He got Howard on strikes. Now pitching to the left-hander. Set by Don. The pitch. It's a ball down low. He checked his swing on a low fastball. Johnny Mize, one of the best ever, saw checking that swing, Joe.
Those good hitters seem to always be able to start that bat and stop it when they want. He was a good one. It looked like he'd always take 6 swings when he'd get up there.
1-0. That's the count on Blanchard. It's a swing, a bounding ball to second base. Krzyzewski is going to first to scour, and the runners move up. Blanchard is out for the second out. Pepitone takes second, and Mantle moves over to third. That'll bring up Clete Boyer with the Yankees at second and third. There are 2 down, and Roseboro goes out to talk with his hurler. Dodgers 1 and the Yankees 0 at Dodger Stadium. We beam it to you on the NBC Radio Network here this afternoon from Los Angeles. Well, they're going to bunch Boy up in the middle a little bit, and it won't matter too much because he'll be passed here on purpose to pitch to the pitcher, Jim Bouton. There's ball 2 intentionally wide to Clete. This will be the first walk on the part of Drysdale. There's the third one outside. I think Drysdale yelling in to say, how many more have we got? And there's number 4. So the pitcher, Jim Bouton, will be coming to bat. Let's see how the outfield's going to play him. I believe they're going to play him to hit the right.
Playing in close enough, Ernie. Get to feel a little crowded up there, like you might be in a phone booth or an elevator, right, as tight as they are on him.
In real close. Yankees have the bases loaded. They're 2 out. in the second. Dodgers lead them 1-0. There's a swing and a miss by Boughton. He swung on a high fastball. Larry Knapp stepped away from his umpiring position and just said a word to Jim right there at the plate. Strike one, the count on him. Bases loaded. Still keeping an eye at Mantle on third. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss again. A fastball right through the middle. Mantle is at third base. Pepitone at second and Boya at first. And the Dodgers lead it 1-0 over the Yanks here in the second inning. Strike two count. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. And that retires the third strikeout for Drysdale. No runs, one hit, no errors, 3 are left. And at the end of 1 1/2 innings, the Dodgers won and the Yankees nothing. During the season, Nelson Howard was the most effective Yankee hitter in Dodger Stadium. Hi, everybody. This is Ernie Harwell with Joe Garagiola. Welcome to the 1963 World Series fourth game, brought to you by
Chrysler Corporation, makers of the new 1964 Plymouth, Chrysler, the Imperial, Dodge, and Dodge Truck. Today, your host is Plymouth.
And by Gillette, maker of the Gillette Slim Adjustable Razor and remarkable Super Blue Blade. Extra rich, foamy instant lather, convenient right guard power spray deodorant, and new Sun Up aftershave for that top of the morning feeling.
In appreciation of your continued support, Chrysler and Gillette also bring you the annual Blue-Gray football game and the 1964 Rose Bowl game exclusively on NBC. This broadcast is authorized under broadcasting rights granted by the Commissioner of Baseball, solely for the entertainment of our listening audience, and any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express consent of the Commissioner is prohibited. The two starting pitchers already have begun to warm up. Whitey Ford, representing the New York Yankees, came out about 3 or 4 minutes ago, and Sandy Koufax, who will be on the mound for Los Angeles, has just begun his warm-up tosses. And on this bright, sunny afternoon in Southern California, one large question confronts all of baseball. Will this fourth game of the 1963 World Series be the final game of the series? Or to put it another way, can the Dodgers win today and end the Yankee domination of World Series history? Since 1922, the New York Yankees have dominated the series 6 times. They've swept through their National League opposition in 4 straight games. But today they are finding out how the other half is felt all this time, as they come into the fourth game with a deficit of no victories and 3 defeats. The Yanks realize that no World Series team has ever rallied from an 0-3 deficit and gone on to win the championship. However, the New Yorkers also know that never has a Yankee team been swept out of a series in 4 straight. They lost the 22 series in 5 games, and there was 1 tie in that one. And in 1942, after the Yankees won the first game, the Cards took the next 4. But a Yankee team has never spared of the kind of defeat that this 1963 edition would face if the Dodgers win here this afternoon. Certainly the Dodger fans are looking forward to their heroes breaking the Yankee domination of this afternoon. But the Yankees have a habit, as you know, of winning crucial games. And today, manager Ralph Houck has nominated the all-time World Series winner, the left-hander Whitey Ford, to keep the New Yorkers in business. Pitching for the Dodgers will be Sandy Koufax, the stylish left-hander who beat Ford in the first game when he set a new World Series record in strikeouts. So this will be a rematch of the starting pitchers of game number 1. Koufax, during the regular season, won 25 and lost 5. A hard-throwing left-hander with a fine overhand curveball. Whitey Ford, during the regular season, won 24 and lost 7. He has more variety of stuff than his pitching rival, and, of course, has a great deal more experience. Koufax in the series has won 1 and lost 1. In his series history, he lost to the White Sox in the 5th game of the 1959 World Series, and then he beat the Yankees 5-2 in the first game of this current series. Whitey Ford has a 10-6 record in series competition, and he is 3-3 with 1 no decision in 7 series starts against the Dodgers. Whitey has won at least 1 game in 7 of his previous 9 series, failing to win only in 1953 and 1958. The weather is great again, no question about it. A little warmer, I believe, than it was here at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles yesterday afternoon. But it couldn't be any better, and we've got another capacity crowd on hand to watch these 2 World Series rivals go at it in Los Angeles. The lineups, there are a couple of changes. In the New York lineup, manager Ralph Houck will use Hector Lopez, his very fine utility man and a right-hand batter, in right field. Roger Maris dressed for action today, but he is not in the starting lineup. And manager Walt Austin of Los Angeles is using Frank Howard, the big right-hand batting right fielder, in right, replacing the left-hand hitting Ron Fairley. The lineups in their entirety will go this way. For the visiting New York Yankees, it'll be Tony Kubek leading off, and he'll be at shortstop. That's Kubek at shortstop. Batting second and playing second base, the veteran Bobby Richardson. Richardson will be at second base. The number 3 hitter for New York is Tom Tresh, the switch-hitting left fielder. Tresh in left. Mickey Mantle, the cleanup man, he's in center field. That's Mantle batting number 4 and playing in center. Elston Howard, the number 5 hitter, he is the catcher. Howard is catching. Then it's Hector Lopez in right field. Lopez is in right. He's followed by Joe Pepitone, the first baseman, and the number 7 batter. Pepitone is at first base. Then it's Clete Boyer batting number 8 and playing third. Boyer at third base, followed by the Yankee pitcher, Whitey Ford. For the Los Angeles Dodgers, Maury Wills will be at shortstop, and he'll lead off. Jim Gilliam will bat number 2. That's Gilliam at third base, batting second. Willie Davis in center field, hitting number 3 for the Dodgers. Davis in center. Tommy Davis is the left fielder and the cleanup hitter. Tommy Davis in left. Frank Howard, the right fielder, bats number 5. Howard is in right. Then the former Yankee, the Dodger first baseman, Bill Skowron, is the number 6 hitter. That's Skowron at first base. Bill is followed by the catcher, John Roseboro. Roseboro is catching and batting number 7. Dick Trzaskowski batting number 8, and he's playing second base. Trzaskowski at second base, and on the mound will be the left-hander, Sandy Koufax. He'll be batting number 9. The 4th game of the 1963 World Series is being brought to you from Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles.
Get up and go, Plymouth, sister, go, go, Plymouth, put your foot down on the floor. You'll never know what's driving, sister, go on driving in a Plymouth 64. You thought you knew beauty till a brand new beauty came to town to show you more. And when you're not out sparking, you will find her parking in the driveway by your door. Get up and go, Plymouth, get to know Plymouth, try a Plymouth 64. Get up and go, Plymouth, just go, go, Plymouth from the very day you do. You got to get up and go, car. Mr. and Joe are gonna get up and go like a Plymouth will go when it's get up and going for you.
The Get Up and Go Plymouth 464 is on display now. Be sure to see it at your nearest Plymouth dealer showroom. You'll be glad you did.
The color guard has made its way toward the center field area. The two pitchers are still warming up down below us, and in just a moment or so, we'll be having our national anthem. It'll be sung this afternoon by Eddie Fisher. The Dodgers with a 3-0 lead over the New York Yankees here in the fourth game of the World Series as the Yankees try to salvage a victory. And the Yankees depending on their veteran left-hander Whitey Ford. Sandy Koufax coming back for his second turn and trying to win his second victory of the series. By the way, the official scorers in the World Series are Lou Hatter of Baltimore, Frank Finch of Los Angeles, and Lynn Schechter of New York. They vote on various decisions on scoring plays. In fact, yesterday they had one play, the ball hit to Richardson, where there was a split vote. Generally, they are unanimous on their decisions, but sometimes they have to vote, and that happened yesterday on the ball hit to Richardson. Koufax, you remember, struck out 15 in the first game, and will have a chance to set a World Series record if he can come up with another big strikeout effort here this afternoon. The umpires are now making their way through the gate, which is right behind home plate, for the pregame conference with the two managers, Walt Austin and Ralph Houck. Managers coming out with their batting orders to exchange, and the umpires and the managers to go over once again the ground rules here at Dodger Stadium. We're happy to be here to bring this one to you as another NBC Radio Network exclusive sports presentation. The Yankee bullpen group is headed down now to the bullpen, hoping that they won't be needed for activity this afternoon. And we're awaiting in a moment the announcement of the national anthem. The umpiring conference is breaking up down below. The two managers head back to their respective dugouts. The Yankee dugout on the first base side here in Dodger Stadium, and the Dodger dugout on the third base side. Shag Crawford will umpire behind the plate. Paparella, Gorman, and Knapp will be on the bases. Benzon and Rice will be down the two foul lines. Now here's the announcement by PA man John Ramsey here at Dodger Stadium.
At this time, selected by our nearest neighbors, the Naval and Marine Corps Reserve Training Center. We are pleased to have with us to sing the national anthem one of the nation's top recording stars, Mr. Eddie Fisher, who will be accompanied by Bob Mitchell at the Dodger Stadium organ. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Eddie Fisher.
Well, the umpire's in position. The Dodgers as yet have not taken their defensive positions. They'll be breaking out of that dugout momentarily now. Sandy Koufax has quite a record here in this ballpark. He's won 11 and lost 1 in 1963 in this park. Tough man anywhere, but has been especially tough in Dodger Stadium. Well, we're going to honor two championship teams from Sandlot Baseball here and the American Legion champions. They have the battery out there. Fellow to toss the ball to his catcher, and that ceremony has been concluded. And now we expect to see the Dodgers come out of the dugout any moment. The leading hitter in this World Series right now is Tommy Davis, along with Skowron, both hitting at a 500 pace. Davis has the most hits. He has 6. Roseboro and Skowron have 3 RBIs to pace the two teams in that department, although the series as a whole has certainly belonged to the pitchers. The Yankees' leading hitter is Hector Lopez, who is starting in right field this afternoon. Hector has 2 hits for 4 trips, and both of those have been doubled. The only man with more than 1 RBI for the Yankees is Tommy Trash, and he has 2. Well, there go the Dodgers to take the lead. Have taken the diamond now, and we pause 10 seconds for station identification.
Get on the ball and mix with the best. Serve world-famous Saratoga Vichy. Saratoga Vichy brings out the best in any highball. Get Saratoga Vichy in the bright yellow label today. WGY Schenectady.
It's the way the National League champions will line up on defense. It'll be Gilliam, Jim Gilliam, at third base. Maury Wills will be at shortstop. Dick Krzyzewski at second. Bill Skowron stationed at first base. In left field, it's Tommy Davis. Willie Davis is in center field for Los Angeles, and Big Frank Howard is out in right. John Roseboro to do the catching, and Sandy Koufax on the mound, the big left-hander. Once again, we see the story of two fellows who grew up around the New York area. Sandy Koufax against Whitey Ford in a World Series battle. Sandy won the first one in New York in the opening game. Tony Kubek will lead off for the Yankees. It's our pleasure to introduce again Joe Garagiola.
Thank you very much, Ernie. Sandy Koufax against Whitey Ford. Both great pitchers, both with different styles. Koufax with a great fastball, a great curveball, and change of speed. Whitey Ford with about 15 different pitches. Koufax is ready. Kubek waits. The first pitch of the ball game is a curveball. It's low, and it's ball 1. With this background, Koufax coming directly overhanded, it gives you the feeling you might be hitting a little bit uphill. Here's the pitch by Koufax, swung on and foul back, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Koufax's curveball, a big breaking curveball. The fancy name is overhanded curveball. One we used to call it was a drop. 1-1 pitch, swung on, foul tip, strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Looks like Kubek is just intent on trying to get the bat on the ball. He's not really swinging hard, trying to spray that ball maybe up the middle or towards left center field. The defense is shifted that way. Tommy Davis in left field guards the line. Willie Davis is over in left center. A lot of room in right center. Here's the 1-2 pitch by Koufax. Foul tip, and it got Shags Crawford. He fires one out to Koufax. Shag Crawford of the National League is behind the plate. Joe Pepperella, the American League, is at first. Tom Gorman, National League, is at second. And Larry Knapp, the umpire, at third base from the American League. Here's the 1-2 pitch again by Koufax. Curveball struck him out. Kubek down swinging. In the first game, Kubek struck out twice. Koufax opens the ball game by striking him out, and here is Bobby Richardson. And this little guy was the yardstick that the Yankees used in measuring the ability of Koufax, because Bobby Richardson struck out 22 times all during the American League season. Koufax got him 3 times in the opening game. Here's the first pitch by Sandy. It's high and it's ball 1. The left field foul line is John Rice of the American League. Down the right field foul line, National League umpire Tony Venzon. 6 umpires working as usual during the World Series. Richardson takes it high and it's outside. It's ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. John Roseborough, the catcher, says that Sandy Koufax can really pour that fire. He says that fastball comes on you rather sudden. 2-0 pitch is a fastball right down the middle. And boy, you watch that Koufax throw that fastball, or listen to it hitting Roseborough's mitt, and then watch that curveball. You can see why ball players run for broadcast booths. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Right to high fastball. When Koufax first came up, he was a wild left-hander. Just reared back and fired, and if it stayed in the park, it was a moral victory. But he's been able to contain that stuff, and he can hit that strike zone. Here he comes. Inside, low, and it's ball 3. Full count. Talking to a former Dodger great, Dolph Camilli. Boy, is a catcher with this club. Talking about how Koufax was able to keep that speed when he gained his control. Swung on and fouled off. A lot of times when a fellow's a hard thrower and rare back and fire him guy, when he does get control, he has to sacrifice some of that speed in order to get control. But not Koufax. He's really got 2 speeds, fast and faster. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swung on, popped up. John Roseborough off with the mask. He's got room under the ball, makes the catch. Wow. 2 away, and it brings up Tom Thresh. 4th game of the 1963 World Series, another NBC Radio Network exclusive sports presentation from Dodger Stadium. This is the big one for the Dodgers. This is the one that you shoot for when you begin spring training. Thresh, batting right-handed, takes a curveball strike. 1 strike, no balls. Koufax ready, and here's a pitch. Outside, just missed. You can hear that crowd, ooh and ah. And Roseborough crouching down low, low target. Koufax delivers. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top half of the first inning. Nobody on. Koufax ready. The pitch. Swung on and missed. Struck him out. 1-2-3 for the Yankees in the top half of the first. And so at the middle of the first inning, the score is Yankees nothing, Dodgers nothing.
Can you help me? I'm trying to find out about this Chrysler Certified Car Care Program.
I would jump up in the air with pleasure to.
You are a mechanic?
For sure, harumph and humbug. I am an auto specialist, a technician extraordinaire, a diagnostician with hands like a surgeon and the eye of an eagle.
Yes, but what can this certified car care do for me?
Are you pulling my entire body? It's the Chrysler Motors Car Health Plan. A physical checkup periodically designed to prolong the life of your car and keep it running in pinkety-pink shape with factory parts and equipment, so that you can junkie jolly on all the turnpikes with a song in your heart and a smile on your speedometer.
Certified Car Care. Chrysler Motors Economical Car Health Plan. Specially trained mechanics using factory-approved parts and equipment. Certified Car Care by men who sell and service the Plymouth, Dodge, Chrysler, and the Imperial. Take advantage of it.
Elston Howard fires that ball down to second base. Richardson to Kupek to Boyer. Maury Wills gets set. He'll bat right-handed against Whitey Ford. Maury Wills. Boyer shortens up at third base. Kubek and Richardson straight away. The outfield not too deep and straight away. Whitey Ford. The left-hander's ready. Here's the first pitch to Wills. Wills takes it low and inside. It's ball one. He's shortened up as if to bunt. Ford, a pitcher who has a good fastball, curveball, slider, change of speeds, and can get that ball over. Low. 2 balls, no strikes. Wills takes a look at Reeser. He's pretty much on his own, this little leadoff man. Here's the 2-0 pitch by Whitey. Strike. Caught that outside corner, and it's 2 balls, 1 strike. Whitey Ford, ready. Wills waits the pitch. Swung on and fouled off out of play, and the count goes 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ford uses that Satchel Paige theory of pitching, keeping that ball as far away from the bat as possible and in that strike zone. I know it sounds impossible, but that Paige did it all the time, and Ford has done a real good job of it. Not an overpowering type pitcher. As he's often said, I just as soon throw 3 pitches and get 3 outs rather than go for the strikeout. He's a discount house pitcher. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Low just missed, and it's a full count. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Joe Becker coaching at first base. Pete Reeser coaching at third base. Here's the 3-2 pitch by Whitey Ford. He walked in. And now the battle is on. Whitey Ford with that real good move. Ford with a great move. When you talk about moves at first base for pickoff plays, there'll be Ford, Warren Spahn, Roger Craig, and Art Mahaffey. They always say that a good move is a half-balk move, and one of the best squelches I ever heard, they claim it's a balk, and umpire said it wasn't, and the guy said, well, at least a half a balk. He said, all right, I'll give him halfway between first and second. Wills leads off. Gilliam waits. There goes Wills. The ball is bunted in the air. Elston Howard makes the play. They've got a double play. Howard flips the Peppertone, and Wills is doubled up. Elston Howard very wisely waited for Peppertone to get back, and it was kind of a little bit of a race between Maury Wills, who did not give up and raced back to the bag, but he was a dead duck as Howard came up with the pop bunt by Gilliam, flipped to Peppertone. It's a double play, and here is Willie Davis. Two men out, nobody on. Willie Davis, the left-hand hitter, and Whitey Ford wants a new baseball.
That was Peppertone running backwards against Maury Wills running forward.
That'd be something to tell the grandchildren about. He had a little bit of an edge on him, though, I believe, a few feet. Willie Davis waits. Whitey Ford delivers. It's high and it's outside, and it's ball 1. Clete Boyer at third base, he doesn't trust anybody. He's in tight. He's on the grass. All these Dodgers, boy, they come with the brand new inner soles. They're ready to run. Swung on and fouled back. The count 1 ball and 1 strike. Whitey Ford gets that new baseball, and he rubs it up. You'd be surprised how sensitive those pitchers' fingers are when they get those baseballs. They can feel that the leather is tighter than others. The seams might be a little bit higher. The stitches maybe not as tight. And they've got to have that ball feel just right. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Curveball goes all the way back to the screen, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. One year when they were talking about the rabbit ball, Tiny Bonham, the late Tiny Bonham, his fingers were so sensitive that he said he could feel the heartbeat of the rabbit. 2 balls, 1 strike. Now they want to look at the baseball again. Shags Crawford really getting the workout. He's made more pitches than both pitchers. He's got a pretty good arm, too. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swung on and missed, and it's strike 2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Nobody on, nothing. We're in the bottom half of the first inning. 4th game of the 1963 World Series. Here comes Whitey Ford again. Swung on and tapped foul. Right into the Yankee dugout, and manager Ralph Howe fields the ball, flips it out of play. The Major. Both these managers, boy, I tell you, they just play a good, sound game of baseball. They give the fellas a ball, and they say, here, play. They don't try to dazzle you with any strategy. They try to just score more runs than the other fellow, and that's what this game's all about. Here's the 2-2 pitch by Whitey Ford. Sidearm, bouncing ball foul right to Joe Becker. And Joe Becker throws it out of play. Another new baseball put in play. Shags Crawford's out of baseball. He's declared bankruptcy already. We'll get some more for you, Shags. Here comes the ball boy with a new supply. Get that ball boy in shape the way we're going. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count. We're in the bottom half of the first inning. Whitey Ford is ready. Here he comes again. Sidearm, swung on and hit foul. Joe Becker has to do a dance down at first base coaching box. Joe Becker really did a dance. He got out of the way. The way he danced, he may have missed a lesson or 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Willie Davis really battling up there. Whitey Ford getting his sign from Elston Howard, taking a bit more time now. Now he's ready. Here he comes again. Swung on and popped up. Foul ball behind the plate. Elston Howard coming back near the screen. It's out of play. Shags Crawford and Elston Howard really had quite a race. Shags trying to get out of the way. That's one of the real tough things for an umpire. Now Shags has something to say to Elston. I'll tell you, if that big Howard would have hit Crawford, he'd have been the victim of a hit-and-run accident. He'd have been leaving it, Crawford. That Howard, a big guy. Set once again now. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here comes Whitey Ford. Fastball way outside, and it's a full count. And Willie Davis has battled to where it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Maury Wills opened with a walk. Junior Gilliam, in an attempted bunt, popped it in the air. Elston Howard made the play, flipped the Pepitone for the double play, and Willie Davis has been up there battling Whitey Ford. And I say he's been up there a while. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Whitey Ford ready. And here's the payoff pitch. Swung on, foul ball. Clete Boyer gives it a chase. No chance for a play. Hit that ball off the end of the bat. Bounced into the Dodger dugout. Don Drysdale on the top step of the dugout hollering at Whitey. Willie Davis is still up there. I tell you, if he was getting paid by the hour, he'd make some money. 3 balls, 2 strikes, sidearm, swung on and missed. He struck him out. Whitey Ford wins the battle. Willie Davis really battled him up there, but Ford gets him on strike, 3 up and 3 down. And so at the end of the first inning, the score, the New York Yankees nothing, the Los Angeles Dodgers nothing.
All around compact, tops them all again in 64. Best all around value, Valiant is the car that offers more.
Yes, again in 64, Valiant offers more of everything you want in a compact car. Smart new styling, hot performance, economy of operation, and quality engineering by Chrysler Corporation. So if you want the best in compact car driving, plus the satisfaction of big car quality, see and drive the new 64 Valiant at your earliest opportunity.
Best all-around compact, Valiant 64 style's hard to beat. Best all-around compact, best looking compact on the street. Valiant.
And why wait? Valiant 64 style is standing in your nearest Plymouth Valiant dealer showroom right now. Plan to see it and drive it this week.
Mickey Mantle, Elston Howard, and Hector Lopez in the top half of the second inning. Fourth game of the 1963 World Series from Dodger Stadium. Here's the first pitch by Koufax. Swung on and missed at strike one. Mantle batting right-handed. Everybody deep on Mantle. Here's the pitch by Koufax. It's inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Gilliam back at third. Wills deep. Krasuski near the bag at second. Skowron is deep. The outfield. Davis, Tommy Davis deep in left. Willie way back in left center. Strike is called over the outside corner. 2 strikes, 1 ball. Koufax's fastball, when he keeps it down low, will tail away from the right-hand hitter. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Curveball. High, ball 2. The umpires say that he starts his curveball much higher than the average pitcher, and you really have to wait for that ball to break. When you're hitting, I imagine it looks like he's breaking from the top of the flagpole. Here's the 2-2 pitch. High, ball 3. Mantle had to go down. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Koufax taking plenty of time. Ready now. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swung on, fly ball, deep right center field. Frank Howard going over there and makes the play. Mickey Mantle flies to Frank Howard in right center field, and there is 1 away, and it brings up Elston Howard. Elston Howard, the Yankee catcher, holds that bat high. Koufax delivers. Swung on and fouled back. Strike 1. Hector Lopez, the on-deck hitter. Koufax struck out Howard 1 time in that record-breaking game he had. Foul back again, a high fastball, and Koufax is quickly out in front with 2 strikes. 2 strikes, no balls. 1 man out, nothing. Top of the second. From Dodger Stadium. Koufax ready, the pitch. Misses outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. One of the amazing things about Koufax, when he misses, he just misses, so the pitch really works for him as it sets up the next one, and here it is. Swung on, popped up. A high fly ball, short center field. Willie Davis is coming in under the ball and makes the catch. Whoops. He just wasn't too sure of it. It's a high sky here. It's not an easy sky for the ball players. Once that ball gets up there, you don't have those little clouds to help you. Willie Davis ran Krasuski and Maury Wills off the ball and made the play. So there are 2 outs, and Hector Lopez is the hitter. Lopez, right-hand hitter, hits that ball a lot to right center and towards the right field line. Curve ball is high, and it's ball 1. Koufax changing speed. Two men out, nobody on. Here's the pitch by Sandy. Curveball swung on, foul tip. 1 ball and 1 strike. Frank Howard in right field had moved over towards the right field line. He's playing Lopez as if he were a left-handed hitter. Willie Davis is shade over in right center. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Fastball foul back and a strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Sandy Koufax against Whitey Ford, the 4th game of the World Series. Another NBC Radio Network exclusive sports presentation. A big ball game. And Koufax is ready, and here's the pitch to Lopez. Swung on, fly ball, center field. Willie Davis is going over. He is there and makes the play. In left center field, Willie Davis got over there. As you could see him almost outrun that ball to make the play. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for the Yankees in the second. And so at the end of 1.5 innings, the score, Yankees nothing, Los Angeles nothing.
Get up and go, Plymouth, Mr. Go, go, Plymouth, put your foot down on the floor. You'll never know drive until you go out driving in a Plymouth 64.
If this is the year you picked to buy a new car, you picked a beautiful year for a beautiful reason, and that is the 1964 Plymouth. Here's the kind of car that really brightens up your driveway. Here's the kind of car that gives you quality. Quality you can rely on. Yet out on the road, here's a new car for 64 that really has get up and go.
You got to get up and go, Ron. Mister and no car's gonna get up and go like a Plymouth. So don't let it get up and going for you.
Why not get up and go see the new 64 Plymouth this week? It's on display right now at all Plymouth dealer showrooms. Your nearest dealer will be happy to give you a test drive and show you the 64 Plymouth's outstanding features.
Bottom half of the second inning, Tommy Davis, Frank Howard, and Moose Skowron. Whitey Ford, the Yankee pitcher. And a left-hander getting his sign. He's ready. Here's the first pitch to Tommy Davis. It's low and it's ball 1. Gets by Elstenauer. You know, the reason that they throw out a lot of these baseballs here at Dodger Stadium, the grass has been dyed green, and every time it hits that grass, looks like it's been left over from an Easter egg hunt. One ball to count. Tommy Davis waits. Outside. And it's ball 2. 2 balls. No strikes. Tommy Davis takes a look at Pete Reeser. This is a pitch controlled by manager Walter Alston, but your 4th place hitter usually turn him loose. He takes it, though, and it's right down the middle, and it's strike 1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Nobody on, nobody out. Bottom of the second, nothing. Tommy Davis waits, and Ford delivers. Swung on, right field, fly ball. Hector Lopez is there, makes the play. And that brings up Frank Howard. Frank Howard, this big guy really put a charge in the one in the Yankee Stadium. And since then, they have thrown him a lot of slow pitches, screwballs, and let-up curveballs, and they've been able to contain him. Whitey Ford ready, and here's the pitch. Slow curveball, high, ball 1. But boy, that takes a little bit of courage to throw this fella a slow ball when you're only 60 feet 6 inches from him. Frank Howard waits, and here's Ford. Another slow curve. Misses, and it's ball 2. He takes a look at Pete Reeser. Reeser just kind of walking around that coach's box. He might just say, hit that ball if it's in there. 2 balls, no strikes. Big Dodger outfielder, Frank Howard. Ford ready now, and here's the 2-0 pitch. Fastball is low, and it's ball 3. It's a look once again at Reeser. You're always hitting when you go into that batter's box. They give you a take sign. And here's the 3-0 pitch to Howard. He was swinging. He does. Line drive, right center field. Hector Lopez comes in, can't make the play. It's a base hit. Frank Howard gets the first base hit of the ball game, a single in the right center field on a 3-0 pitch, which pretty much tells you how Waller Austin's going to play this game. He's playing it wide open. He turned his big man loose, 3-0. Scouring the hitter, the pitch by Ford, tap foul, strike one. Joe Pepitone playing behind the base runner at first base, Frank Howard. They don't expect him to run. He's got good speed, takes those great big strides. He takes 2 strides and he better turn, because if he takes 4, he'll be out of the park. 1 strike to count on Moose Gowan. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. And it's strike 2. Skowron steps out of the batter's box now, puts his hands on his hips, and is kind of taking an inventory, because it looked like he was completely fooled on the last pitch. He just kind of gave it a feeble flick. 2 strikes. Ford delivers. Swung on. Looks like a double play. Kubek to Richardson. 1 out. Over to first it is. They get it. A double play hit into by Moose Skowron from Kubek to Richardson to Pepitone. So it's 1-2-3, although they got 1 base hit in that inning. And so at the end of 2 innings, the score, Yankees nothing, Dodgers nothing.
All around contact. Fan 64 style is the fine.
This is Kurt Gowdy with Harry Carey, bidding you welcome to the 3rd game of the 1964 World Series of Baseball from Yankee Stadium in New York. This series is brought to you by
Chrysler Corporation, makers of the new 1965 Plymouth, Dodge Trucks, Chrysler, and Imperial. Today's hosts, Chrysler and Imperial. And by Gillette, maker of the incomparable Gillette stainless steel blade, the world's sharpest, easiest shaving, #1 in sales by far. And the slim adjustable razor, foamy shaving cream, Right Guard deodorant, and Sun-Up aftershave.
And for your listening pleasure, Chrysler Corporation and Gillette will also bring you on NBC Radio the 1965 Rose Bowl game. In this way, these companies wish to thank you for your support. Game 3. We're all even up. They have split the first 2 games in St. Louis, and now it's Yankee Stadium. The Yankees have 3 games in a row in their own ballpark. If they sweep all 3, the series, of course, would be over. The Cardinals, by winning at least one of these 3 games, can force the series back to St. Louis. The weather started out to be a clear, sunny day this morning, and now it is overcast, and it is chilly here and windy at Yankee Stadium. The temperature is in the 50s. We have a 15-mile-an-hour wind blowing from third base toward first base. In every game played so far in the series, the breeze has been a factor, and it is going to cause trouble today on fly balls and pop-ups, and batters who get the ball up in the air toward right field today are going to be given a big boost. So we'll be calling the wind for you as the game progresses, but it is very definitely a factor in this game. 68,000 fans are here. The ballpark, of course, Yankee Stadium, the famous three-deck stadium. 21 of the Cardinals will be playing here for the first time. Triple deck, casting tricky shadows, but today Lou Brock of the St. Louis Cardinals will get a break. We'll talk more about that later. Right now we want to tell you that this program is authorized under broadcast rights granted by the Commissioner of Baseball solely for the entertainment of our audience. And any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express consent of the Commissioner is prohibited. Left field at Yankee Stadium is a murderous sun field. When the ball leaves the bat, the left fielder has to judge a fly ball against the background of the fans in the third deck, also with the haze and the smoke and the sun just peeps over the edge of the roof. But right now, we'd say Lou Brock has a big break. He's never played there before. Of course, Tommy Tresh has. And Brock will not have a sun field today. It is overcast. And if it were a sun field, and it may be the next couple of days, of course, he may be the man most on the spot. The pitchers today, a veteran for the St. Louis Cardinals, Curt Simmons, who at the age of 21 was with the Phillies when they won the pennant but did not pitch in the World Series. Simmons, a fastballer before he had arm trouble, lost his zip. But when he returned in 1960 from the service, the Phils traded him to the Cardinals, where he completed a remarkable comeback. And in all his years of baseball, this past season has been his best. He has won 18 games, lost 9, and had an earned run average of 3.43. Simmons now is what they call in the trade a junk ball pitcher. Now and then he'll pop that fastball in on you, but he loves to change speeds. He turns the ball over, a screwball, and anybody that can throw a screwball in the major leagues always gives those batters trouble. He has excellent control, and it's this type of pitcher that over the years has given the Yankees more trouble than any other type. The Yankees love to hit against a fastball pitcher all the way, but Simmons, with his change of speeds, his screwball, may give the Yankees real trouble today if he can put that ball where he wants. And also, this is the ballpark that favors a left-handed pitcher with the short right field porch. Jim Bouton, a 25-year-old right-hander, will be starting for the Yankees. This is his third season with New York. And a year ago, he saw action against the Dodgers in the World Series. He lost a heartbreaker to Don Drysdale, 1-0 in the third game. Bouton this past year won 18 games. He had won only 7 games up till the 4th of July, but he finished strong. He won 18, lost 13, with an earned run average of 3.02. The year before, he won 21 games. Bouton has as good a stuff as anyone in the American League when he's right. He has a real hard fastball, a crackling overhand curve, and a changeup. And he has a very unique way of preparing himself for a ball game. He is just now coming out of the Yankee dugout to warm up. And you might say, why is he warming up only 10 minutes before the game? Well, he warmed up a half hour ago. He takes 2 warm-up periods. He warms up for about 10 or 12 minutes, around 30, 35 minutes before the game. Then he comes back and warms up again, 10 minutes before the game. Earlier in the season, he was having troubles in the first and second inning, and he decided that he would take 2 warm-ups and try and pitch the first inning before the ball game ever started. It's been effective for him. In fact, this may be the pattern for some of the other pitchers in baseball who have trouble loosening up early in the game. Well, this third World Series game is being brought to you from Yankee Stadium in New York.
Move up to Chrysler, the most beautiful car in town. This year, drive Chrysler. You get comfort all around.
Chrysler, model 1965. The most beautiful Chrysler ever built. 18 feet of comfort, 2 tons of security. And 7 Newport models are priced at only a few dollars a month more than some of the most popular smaller cars. That's why when your Chrysler dealer says, "See us, we deliver," he means it.
You like the low prices, big values, now easier to own. Move up to Chrysler, the smart new Chrysler. Go out and make your move out today.
Your Chrysler dealer invites you to test drive the all-new, completely different 1965 Chrysler. He'll show you firsthand why Chrysler is the people's choice.
Chrysler is the people's choice. Now let's have the batting orders for the third game of the 1964 World Series. For the visiting Cardinals, leading off and playing center field will be Curt Flood. Flood's in center field. Batting number 2, the left fielder, will be Lou Brock. Brock in left field. Hitting third, playing first base, will be Bill White. White is at third base. Batting cleanup for St. Louis will be Ken Boyer. Boyer, the cleanup man. Dick Grote will be hitting number 5. Grote playing shortstop. Catching and batting number 6 will be the catcher, Tim McCarver. McCarver batting 6th and catching. In right field, hitting number 7, Mike Shannon. Shannon in right field, batting 7th. Javier is still out with a hip injury, and Del Maxville will be playing second base. Maxville at second base. And pitching will be Kurt Simmons. Simmons will be the pitcher today for the Cardinals. So quickly down that order again. Flood leading off. Brock batting second. White hitting third. Boyer in cleanup. Grote batting 5th. McCarver hitting 6th. Shannon 7th. Maxville 8th. And Simmons 9th. Now for the home team, the New York Yankees, playing shortstop leading off will be Phil Linz. Linz at shortstop. Batting number 2, Bobby Richardson. Richardson playing second base, hitting second. In center field, batting 3rd, Roger Maris. Maris, the center fielder. The cleanup man, Mickey Mantle. Mantle in right field. Hitting number 5, the catcher, Elston Howard. Howard catching. Batting number 6 for New York, Tommy Tresh. Tresh hitting 6th. He's playing left field. First base will be Joe Pepitone. Pepitone at first base. Playing third base and batting 8th will be Cletus Boyer. Boyer batting 8th, and Fountain is the pitcher. Quickly, the Yankee lineup again. Linz leading off. Richardson batting 2nd. Maris hitting 3rd. Mantle batting cleanup. Howard batting number 5. Tresh hitting 6th. Pepitone batting 7th. Boyer hitting 8th. And Boughton is the pitcher. The umpires are rotating again. Behind home plate today for the National League will be Ken Burkhardt. Umpiring at first base will be Hank Soar of the American League. Vinnie Smith of the National League's at second. Al Smith of the American League will work third base. Frank Sikori of the National League will work the left field line. And Bill McKinley of the American League will work the right field line. Boughton and Simmons are still warming up. Well, both managers are optimistic. Johnny Keane, the Cardinal manager, thinks that Big Yankee Stadium will not hurt the Cardinals. It'll help them. Cardinals have blazing outfield speed, and they're not a home run hitting team. They're a line drive type hitting ball club that led the National League in batting average. And he thinks the spacious areas here, with the sharp line drives the Cardinals hit, plus their speed in the infield and outfield, the big ballpark, will not hurt the Cardinals, but could be an advantage to them. And as Yogi puts it, I'd always rather play in my own ballpark. And Yogi says, I hope we can wrap it up in 3, but if we win at least 2, we'll be in good shape. Now they're out there at home plate. The managers are meeting before the ball game. We're just about ready for action. The color guard's out at Yankee Stadium in the center field area. And just a moment or two, we're going to have the playing of the national anthem. And so it's my pleasure now to turn the microphone over to the voice of the Cardinals for the last 20 years, the man who will be calling the play-by-play on the first half of the ball game for you, Mr. Harry Carey.
Thank you very much, Kurt Gowdy, and hello again, everybody. A cool day, as Kurt told you. The wind is blowing towards right field, so it should help all the left-handed hitters. So far, in the first 2 games of this World Series, the hitting stars are young Tim McCarver, the Cardinal catcher, batting .429, and Tommy Tresh, the star Yankee left fielder, who's batting .429. Only one other 400 hitter in the series, and that's the fine second baseman of the New York Yankees, Bobby Richardson. The color guard out in center field. The flag is about to be lifted, and in a moment we'll be hearing our national anthem. A crowd of about 68,000 on hand. Kurt Simmons continues to warm up for the St. Louis Cardinals, and now the sun breaks out from behind the clouds. The young Cardinal outfielders have heard so much about the shadows here at famous Yankee Stadium that they're a little bit concerned about it and wondering how the shadows here might be any different than they are in National League ballparks. Well, they're going to find out, because the sun has just come out now, and it has come out in its fullest glory. The temperature in the high 50s, perhaps even 60, bright sun shining, strong wind blowing towards right field. A capacity crowd of some 68 or 69,000 people. This is the pivotal third game. There go the Yankees onto the field. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Tony Martin will sing our national anthem.
Marine Barracks of the New York Naval Shipyard raises the chorus. Will you please rise? And Mr. Tony Martin, accompanied by the Vincent Lopez Orchestra, sings our national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tony Martin.
We pause 10 seconds for station identification.
With winter approaching, one name stands for reliability in heating, APCO, the American Furnace Company. Call them at Mission 7, 1300, KMOX, FM, St. Louis.
With Kurt Gowdy, this is Harry Carey from Yankee Stadium in New York. The third game of the World Series is about to get underway. Jim Bouton on the mound out there for the New York Yankees. Kurt Flood will be leading it off for the St. Louis Cardinals. Coaching at third base, Vern Benson, whose wife underwent major surgery in a hospital down in North Carolina. Coaching at third base for the St. Louis Cardinals, and Joe Schultz at first base. Around the Yankee infield is Joe Pepitone tossing the ball around. And Cletus Boyer at third base. Phil Linz at shortstop. Bobby Richardson at second base. And, of course, Joe Pepitone at first base. Elston Howard trotting back to his position behind the plate. The outfield for the Yankees, Tommy Tresh in left, Roger Maris in center, and Mickey Mantle in right. The sun is shining brightly now. Bouton just finishing up his warm-up tosses. Kurt Flood, who's had 2 out of 9 in this World Series, he's driven in 3 runs, batting .222. For the season, he hit .311 with 5 homers and 46 runs batted in. Bouton, as Kurt told you, lost a heartbreaker to Don Drysdale, 1-0 in the World Series last year. A very competitive young man, comes directly overhanded with a fine fastball, has a good change. Kurt Flood, ready to step into the batter's box, and the third game of this year's World Series is about to get underway. In a short series, of course, every game is pivotal. But with the series tied at a game apiece, this third game certainly is that, too. So there's Howard's throw down to second base. The ball goes around the horn, and we're all set to play baseball as Kurt Flood steps into the batter's box. Very fast, Flood. 26 years old. From Oakland, California. Bouton A right-hander, stockily built, looks down, gets a sign. Elston Howard in the crouch. The windup, the first pitch of the ball game. Strike, a good fastball. And boy, he was plenty fast on that. Directly overhanded. Jim Boughton. Now lives in Ridgewood, New Jersey. Born in Newark. Here's a pitch on the way. Curve, strike two, call. A sharp overhanded curveball caught the outside corner about belt high. Kenny Burkhardt, the plate umpire, he himself. He used to be a pitcher in the major leagues with the St. Louis Cardinals. Benny Smith, another one of the umpires, used to catch for the Pirates. Frank Sikori played in the National League. Here's a pitch. Foul back and out of play over this way. Hey, nice catch, and then he dropped it. A fan, he got that one right in the breadbasket. And he almost had himself a much coveted and treasured souvenir. After stopping it with his abdomen, it fell to a box below. So there's a first tough break of the day. It belongs to an unidentified fan. Here's a pitch to Flood. Swung on, a drive into right field. Mantle back. He's under the ball. He's going to get it. He does. Kurt Flood flies deep to Mantle in right center. That's one out and brings up Speedy Lou Brock. Batting .222. Identically the same as Kurt Flood with 2 out of 9. No homers and 3 RBIs in this World Series. For the season, he batted .315 with 14 homers and 58 runs batted in. Bright sun has engulfed the field now. Lou Brock stepping into that batter's box. Left-handed batter with good power, great speed. He'll be followed by Bill White, who'll be looking for his first hit of the World Series. Boughton gets ready into the wind of the fifth. It's a fastball, strike call. Directly overhanded, a blazing fastball, belt high over the outside corner. Jim Boughton just finished his 3rd year with the Yankees. Here's the pitch. The curveball is inside. The pattern of pitching to each of the first 2 hitters was the same. Started them off with a fastball and then went to the curve. The count evened up at a ball and a strike. 1 out. First inning of the 3rd game of the World Series. No score. The pitch. Change-up. Popped up on the infield. That's going to be easy. Clete Boyer getting under the ball, and he has it. Pulled him with a change-up that time, and Brock popped out to Cletus Boyer. That's 2 out. Nobody on base, and here's Bill White. Graduated from Hiram College. Looking for his first hit in this year's World Series. He's 0 for 7. During the season, he batted .303 with 21 homers and 102 runs batted in. A windup by Boughton, the pitch. And it's a little bit low and inside. A breaking ball. So that's the first time out of the first 3 hitters that he threw a breaking ball first. 1 ball and no strikes, 2 out and nobody on. Here's a pitch on the way. It's a good fastball, and there's Boughton losing his cap. Something you can be prepared for throughout this game. His directly overhanded motion, quite frequently, he knocks the cap off his head. 1 ball, 1 strike to pitch. He had a cut and he missed the fastball. Strike 2. Boughton, if you can go by a first inning performance, is going to be a tough man to beat here today. Very quick. 2 strikes and a ball on Bill White. 2 out and nobody on base. Boughton getting set. Here's the pitch on the way. Slow curve, and he almost chased it. He held up in time, and the pitch went low. You heard the reaction of the crowd, I'm sure. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That was a real tantalizer. And you might prepare yourself for a lot of those from Kurt Simmons also. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch to Bill White. Lined in the left center field. It's going to be caught. Tresh is there. He has it. Bill White lines to Tommy Tresh in left. So it's nothing across for the Cardinals in the top of the first. So at the middle of the first inning, the score, St. Louis nothing, Yankees nothing. off for the New York Yankees. Linz, he's had 3 out of 8 in the series, batting .375. He's had 1 homer, drove in a run with that home run. Fine utility infielder, the Yankees. Into the windup goes Curt Simmons, and the first pitch is a slow curve, a little bit low. Linz, during the regular season, hit 5 homers, drove in 24 runs, hit .250. Curt Simmons, who won 18 during the regular season, as did Jim Bouton. The pitch by the veteran left-hander is a fastball. Right in there, a strike call. That evens it up at a ball and a strike. Boyer at third, Grote at short, Maxville at second, White at first, McCarver behind the plate for the Cardinals. Simmons on the hill. In left field, Lou Brock. In center field, Curt Flood. In right field, Mike Shannon. The Cardinal outfield averages less than 26 years age per man. Shannon and Brock are 25, and Flood is 26. There's the windup, and the pitch is on the way. Slow curve, in there, a strike call. 2 strikes and a ball. Curt Simmons. There is poetic retribution. Back when he was 20 years old, he would have been in a World Series, but Uncle Sam called. Here's a pitch, a bouncing ball to Boyer's left. Great stop. Here's a throw. He's out. A pretty play. Kenny Boyer took a base hit away from Phil Linz with a sparkling glove hand pickup to his left. Followed with a perfect pay. 1 out. Here's Bobby Richardson, hitting .400 for the World Series. For the regular season, he hit .267. Had 4 homers and 50 RBI. Boyer starts the ball game with a sparkling play for the Cardinals. Simmons pitched to Richardson. Fastball high and outside. Simmons, who went in the service before he could pitch in the World Series in 1950, won 17 games that year and helped the Phillies win, but he couldn't play in the series. Here's a pitch swung on. A high pop foul out of play. That evens it up at a ball and a strike. 1 out, nobody on base, bottom half of the first inning, no score. Crowd of about 68 of 69,000 people, capacity. Simmons getting set. Veteran at age 35. Here's the pitch on the way to Bobby Richardson. A hot shot on the ground. Maxville on 1 hop to his right. Over to first, easy out. Richardson hit the ball sharply, but Maxville came up with it. Curt, that's what you see when Simmons pitches. He doesn't strike out many. He makes them hit the ball. So your outfield is busy and your infield is busy.
Well, that's what those 8 fellows are out there for, Harry.
That's the way he figures. That's his theory. Here's Roger Maris, left-handed batter hitting .333 in the World Series this year. Hit .281 during the regular season, the pitch. He didn't mean to swing a little pop fly. Maxville going out in the short right, and he's got it. Maris was trying to check his swing, but popped out to Maxville in short right field. So it is nothing across for the Yankees in the first. At the end of the first inning, the score, Cardinals nothing, Yankees nothing.
See us. We deliver the most beautiful new car, Chrysler 65. That's our car, and it could be yours. The most beautiful Chrysler ever built. See us. We deliver the car with 18 feet of comfort, 2 tons of security, more room, a better ride. See us. We deliver the big car that's easy to own. Easy to own because 7 Chrysler Newport models are priced only a few dollars a month more than some of the most popular smaller cars. Isn't this your year to move up? Then move up to Chrysler. See us. We deliver.
Join the car buyers who are making the easy move up to the all-new Chrysler. See your Chrysler dealer. He delivers. Kenny Boyer will lead it off for the St. Louis Cardinals. Boyer, away to a slow start as the cleanup man for the St. Louis Cardinals. He's only had 1 hit in the series, 1 out of 7. Driven in 1 run, batting .143. During the regular season, he led the major leagues in runs batted in with 119. Walloped 24 homers. hit .295. Boughton winding. Here's the first pitch. Fastball low and away. 1 ball, no strike. Nobody on, nobody out. Ball game in the top of the second inning with no score. Third game of the World Series here at famous Yankee Stadium. Here's Boughton's pitch to Boyer. High fastball, ball 2. 2 balls and no strike. Elston Howard behind the plate. The outfield plays Boyer straight away and deep. He likes to pull the ball, but can't hit with power to the opposite field also. 2 balls, no strikes. Right-handed batter straddling the plate. The pitch is on the way by Boughton. It's a strike, a fastball over the outside corner just below the belt. 2 balls and a strike. Nobody on, nobody out, no score. In the top of the second. Jim Boughton getting ready. The pitch is on the way. He had a cut and he missed. Strike 2. He chased a high fastball. That's the second time that Boughton has lost his cap. Let's keep a box score on that, too. See how many times during the course of 9 innings he has to lean over to pick up his cap. His directly overhanded pitching motion is what causes that. He knocks his cap off. Here's the pitch. Swung on. Pop fly in the infield. He got him on a curveball. Pepitone is there, and he has it. Boyer popped to Pepitone. So, 4 men in a row retired by Jim Boughton. He lost a 1-0 game to Don Drysdale in the World Series last year. It was perhaps the best game pitched both by the winner and by the loser in last year's World Series. Dick Grote, hitting .286 in the World Series with 2 out of 7, hit .292 during the regular season. Right-handed batter, likes to hit to the opposite field. Veteran shortstop who played in the World Series before. He's one of the few Cardinals who participated in the World Series. Here's the pitch, and it's high and outside. 1 ball and no strike. 1 out and nobody on, top half of the second inning with no score. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast wherever you are. Here's the pitch, swung and popped up. In foul territory over near the stands is Pepitone, can't reach it. Dick Grote, great basketball star at Duke University, signed originally by the Pittsburgh Pirates, played a stellar role in their pennant a couple of years ago, just as he has in the Cardinals' victory this year. 1 out and nobody on, the ball game in the second inning. 0-0. Grote the hitter. Jim Boughton getting ready. Leans forward. Here's the pitch on the way. High fastball. 2 balls and a strike on Dick Grote. Tim McCarver will be next. The outfield bunches Grote towards right field. They figure him to hit in that direction. Boyer wide of the bag at third. Linz is playing straight away. Richardson a shade closer to first base than to second. And Pepitone wide of the bag. 2 balls and a strike. The pitch is on the way. Popped up foul and out of play over this way into the upper deck and into the third tier here at Yankee Stadium. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Dick Grote the batter. Neither team has had a base runner yet. We're in the second. No score. Jim Boughton getting set. Now here's the pitch on the way. Swung late and he fouled it out of play into the stands. He had trouble getting around on that one. Boughton, the 6-footer, weighs 180 pounds. Went to school at Western Michigan at Kalamazoo. Won 18 and lost 13 for the Yankees this year. Here's a pitch. There's a drive way back, but it's curving into foul territory. Grote went the other way, pulled the ball, but fouled on the left field line. You know, the distances are very short down each line here at Yankee Stadium, but then they cut out, and it's a very expansive field. Got to have speed to play center field in this ballpark, which Roger Maris of the Yankees has and Kurt Flood of the Cardinals have. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Dick Grote waiting. And here's Boughton's pitch. Strike call, the curveball. Dick Grote is caught out on strikes. He thought the pitch may have been high. Said something to the plate umpire, Kenny Burkhardt, and now walks back to the dugout. With 2 away, 5 men in a row retired by Jim Bouton. And here's Tim McCarver, who in his first World Series at age 23 is hitting .429. He's had 1 run batted in, 3 out of 7. During the season, he batted .288. The pitch to the left-handed batter is a good strike, a fastball. Bouton very fast. Bouton, a 21-game winner last year, 18-13 this year. Now the pitch on the way. It's a curve a little bit low, and the count evens at a ball and a strike. 2 men out, nobody on base. Top half of the second inning, no score. We're in the 3rd game of this year's World Series. The Yankees have won 1, the Cardinals have won 1. Here's the pitch on the way to McCarver. High. 2 balls and a strike. Tim McCarver, the pride of Memphis, Tennessee. Digging into that batter's box. They play him straight away. Left-handed hitter who hits the ball to left field as frequently as he does to right. 2 balls, 1 strike. Bouton winds, the pitch is on the way. It's swung on and sliced foul, out of play. Into the upper tier. And the count is even. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Elston Howard behind the plate. One of the bell cows of this Yankee machine. Great performer. Tim McCarver straddling the plate, waiting. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 out, nobody on base, no score. Now McCarver steps out of the batter's box as Bouton takes a little time. Umpires down each foul line at every base. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch to McCarver. A let-up pitch, just barely missed. Boy, he's got a beautiful motion. Mind you, a lot of Carl Erskine, who used to pitch for the Dodgers and held the World Series strikeout record at 14 until Sandy Koufax of the Dodgers established a new record of 15 last year against these Yankees. Now the 3-2 pitch swung and fouled out of play. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, nobody on base. Tim McCarver, the batter. Mike Shannon would be next. Left-hand hitter digging in. Howard giving the sign out of a crouch. Clete Boyer very wide to the bag at third. Here's the pitch. Ball 4, he walked it. The fastball was low and outside. Now Mike Shannon, 25 years old, native St. Louisan, who's hit 1 home run. He has the Cardinal-only homer. He has driven in 2 runs, hitting .375 in his first World Series. Batted .261 during the regular season with 9 homers and 43 runs batted in. McCarver at first, 2 out. Shannon the batter. Bouton getting ready. For the first time, he'll pitch off the stretch. Foul back, out of play. 1 strike and no ball. Mike Shannon, a right-handed hitter. This boy was a great quarterback in football. Spent 1 year at the University of Missouri, then signed a professional baseball contract. The pitch. He missed a curveball, mile. Really fooled him on that one. Changed speeds, and Mike Shannon was way out in front and missed. So he's in the hole, 2 strikes or nothing. 2 men out. A runner at first base is Tim McCarver. We're in the top of the second inning here. Bouton has fanned 1 and walked 1. Hasn't allowed a hit as yet. McCarver a lead. There's the stretch. Now the pitch. A ground ball up the middle. A base hit. Here's McCarver around to second base. He's going to try for third. Here's Maris up with the ball. No play. McCarver goes into third base as Shannon singles to center. And the Cardinals have their first scoring chance. Boughton let a pitch get away. He had Shannon in the hole with 2 quick strikes. Looked like his curveball might have hung a little bit, and Shannon drilled it on the ground up the middle. McCarver hesitated a wee bit as he rounded second base. The ball didn't carry to Maris, and he had to charge in to grab it, and McCarver made third base easily. So there's the first hit of the ball game, the first scoring situation of the ball game. But there are 2 out. Runners at first and third, 2 away, and Dal Maxville, who's had 1 hit in his first World Series, 1 out of 4. The stretch, the pitch on the way, popped up on the infield. That'll end this inning. Pepitone getting under the ball, and he has it to retire the side. Maxville on the first pitch, popped to Pepitone. 1 hit, no runs, no errors, 2 left. At the middle of the second inning, the score, St. Louis nothing, New York nothing.
The big news here at the ballpark, of course, the game itself, but Whitey Ford. Ford had a little bit of a press conference, so to speak. They finally announced that Whitey Ford has a sore arm. I talked to Dr. Gaynor, who is a team physician for the New York Yankees, and Dr. Gaynor did not seem alarmed. He said it's a condition he's had for 4 or 5 years. It's a circulatory problem, and when the series is all over, we'll sit down, go over it thoroughly, and then make a decision. So it hasn't been a heel, it hasn't been a strawberry, it's been a sore arm that's kept Whitey Ford out of the World Series as regular as we are used to seeing him. Whitey had quite a line in the clubhouse after the game when, of course, the Yankees very happy to tie it up, go into the 7th game. As Whitey Ford was shaving, he looked over at Coach Jim Gleason, and he said, "Jim, here it is, the final game coming up." He said, "Did you think it would be like this when we went to spring training down in Hollywood, Florida, about 6 years ago?" Just about how long it seems the way they've been battling both these ball clubs. The clubs are very loose during batting practice. You didn't really feel a whole lot of tension. If there is any tension, they hit it pretty well. Johnny Keane of the St. Louis Cardinals, the manager, he puts it very simply. He says, "We're ready. We're happy to be here." Yogi, as only Yogi can say it, he says, "We're ready. We're real happy to be here. And at least we all know that we're going to go home after the game today." So that's how excited Yogi was about it. Gibson, the pitcher for the Cardinals, warming up right now, is sore all over is about the best way he explains it. He was hit with a line drive in the last game he pitched, and of course he's one of those guys who puts a lot of effort into his delivery. If you remember in the first game that he pitched here in St. Louis, he relied heavily on a fastball, worked very quickly. In the second game at Yankee Stadium, he started off with the curveball and then went to a fastball and racked up a lot of strikeouts. He certainly is within range and probably will break Sandy Koufax's total strikeout record in World Series. Gibson has 23. 22, Koufax has 23. And if Gibson is any kind of stuff at all, you certainly expect him to strike out more than 2 or 3. Stottlemyre, a youngster with a good sinker ball, and Yogi, he is a boy that Yogi wanted to pitch all along here at Busch Stadium. The right field foul line is 310 feet. The slot is 354 in right center. Dead center field 425. Left center 379, and down the line in left field 351. So with Stottlemyre pitching, Yogi feels that he keeps that ball down. And home runs are a big factor in this ballpark, and you need that fellow who can throw the sinker ball, and Stottlemyre certainly has that. The 7th game of the 1964 World Series, Bob Gibson against Mel Stottlemyre. Now, this final World Series game is being brought to you from Busch Stadium in St. Louis.
The cars are out. The results are in. Now you can see them. Now you can make your choice of the new 1965 automobiles. One of the best choices of all. New Dodge Coronet coming on big for 65. New Dodge Coronet. Hot new Dodge at a new lower price. How hot? Bring along your stopwatch and find out. How low priced? Bring along your Fairlane and Chevelle price lists and find out. New Dodge Coronet with big Dodge look and ride and feel. The kind of action and power that just naturally go with Dodge. How about styling? Every single coronet line is clean, bold, beautiful. Drive new Dodge Coronet, coming on big for 65 at your Dodge dealers now.
Home runs have been a big factor throughout this series. The Cardinals won the first game 9-5. The second one was won by New York 8-3. And then the third game won by Mickey Mantle's dramatic bottom of the ninth home run, 2-1. The Yankees won that one. Fourth game, 4-3. The Cardinals won it, a grand slammer by Ken Boyer. Fifth game won by St. Louis. McCarver hit a big home run. The sixth game yesterday, it was home runs by Maris and by Mantle. 8-3 was the score. When ball players come out to a ballpark, they kind of take their own weather report. You can say what the temperature is, and you can talk about the slight breeze, but they look at the flag to see who it's going to help. And right now, she's blown in, and it isn't going to help anybody. It'll help the pitchers, if anything, although the breeze is not that stiff. The grass in the infield is a bit high. It is not fast as the grass when you start to describe it, although the infield is hard. In the outfield, you can look for some bad hops because from the stands it looks very smooth, but there are little clumps of grass, and if the ball should happen to hit one of these clumps, it will not take a true hop. Boy, all the outfielders during batting practice were out checking that. Here are the lineups for the New York Yankees. Leading off and playing shortstop, it'll be Phil Linz. Linz at shortstop. Batting second, it'll be Bobby Richardson at second base. Richardson, second base. Batting third, Maris, Roger Maris. He'll be in center field. Batting fourth, Mantle, Mickey Mantle, in right field. Batting fifth, the catcher, Alston Howard. Howard, the catcher. Batting sixth, Joe Pepitone at first base. Pepitone, first base. Batting seventh, the left fielder, Tom Tresh. Tresh, in left field. Batting eighth, it'll be Clete Boyer. Boyer, third base. And batting ninth will be the pitcher, Stottlemyre, Mel Stottlemyre. For the St. Louis Cardinals, batting first will be the center fielder, Kurt Flood. Flood, center field. Batting second will be the left fielder, Lou Brock. Brock, left field. Batting third, the first baseman, Bill White. White at first base. Batting fourth, it'll be Ken Boyer, the third baseman. Boyer, third base. Batting fifth, the shortstop, Dick Grote. Grote at shortstop. Batting sixth, the catcher, Tim McCarver. McCarver, the catcher. Batting seventh will be the right fielder, Mike Shannon. Shannon, right field. And batting eighth will be the shortstop, second baseman, Maxwell, Del Maxwell, at second base. And batting ninth is the pitcher, Bob Gibson. Started to call Maxwell a shortstop and can't help but think about Julian Javier and Tony Kubek, who are out of the World Series. In fact, Kubek taking a lot of ribbon. He is sitting on the Yankee bench in his street clothes, and they're all asking him if the brown suit that he's wearing is his road uniform. Kubek replaced on the roster by young Mike Hegan. Linz has been doing such a great job at shortstop for the Yankees, and Del Maxwell filling in for the injured Julian Javier. It's always a big disappointment for a ball player to battle as hard and as long as ball players on both these clubs have battled and not be able to appear in a World Series. The umpires are walking out towards home plate, and this is the same crew that umpired. They'll be in the exact position, the same crew that umpired the first game with Frank Secori behind the plate. One of the great things about the rotation, everybody has moved around. They have different positions to work, but the series going 7 games, they now all come back to the original positions, and Frank Secori will be the umpire behind the plate. There is no tomorrow. This is it. And it'll be Bob Gibson and the Cardinal pitching staff against Mel Stottlemyre and the Yankee pitching staff. They will use everybody. Because if you don't pitch today, you'll be going next with about 92 days rest. The 7th game. But the ball players were just amazing as they took batting practice. No real sign of any pressure. They just were popping the ball on the roof. The Yankees, of course, very happy to have that short right field fence. Cardinals, this is a home park, so it was really nothing new to them. Bob Gibson continuing to throw down in the left field corner, and Stottlemyre throwing in the right field corner. Gibson throws very hard. A great fastball, slider, and a curveball. No trick pitches. Anytime he throws a change of pace, it's a little bit of under the heading of news, because he doesn't change speeds at all. If anything at all, he'll shift into a higher gear and really flip it up there. Stottlemyre, Johnny Keane made quite an observation when they asked him if the book that the Cardinals had on the Yankees, if it was as accurate as he thought it would be, or were there any surprises? And he said that Stottlemyre, they knew he was a real good sinker ball pitcher, but they didn't know that he had as good a curveball that he has. If you remember in the game that Stottlemyre pitched, his last one out, he had a real good curveball and was getting a lot of strikeouts with it, as it appeared the Cardinal hitters were looking for the sinker ball. The huddle breaks up around home plate. The color guard, standing in center field, the national anthem will be sung, and probably the first time in World Series history that I can remember, will be sung by the wife of a Cardinal coach now and former Redbird, Mrs. Red Shanedean. So the national anthem will be sung by Mrs. Red Shanedean, who is the president of the Pinch Hitters Club, to sing our national anthem on behalf of all the wives of the Cardinal players. Mrs. Red Shanedean anthem. We pause 10 seconds for station identification.
With winter approaching, one name stands for reliability in heating, AFCO, the American Furnace Company. Call them Mission 7 1300. KMOX, KMOX FM, St. Louis, your World Series station.
The seventh game of the 1964 World Series. Here it is, and to bring you the play-by-play, here he is, Phil Rizzuto.
Thank you, Joe. And Mrs. Shanedean really did a beautiful job on that Star-Spangled Banner, Joe.
She sure did, Phil, and that Pinch Hitters is a group to do a lot of charitable work around St. Louis, and I know they're awfully proud of her, and she did a great job.
She really did. And out on the mound right now, Big Bob Gibson, making his third appearance in this World Series. He's pitched in 2 ball games. He has won 1 and lost 1. He's pitched a total of 18 innings, allowed 14 hits and 4 earned runs. He struck out 22, as Joe told you. Has made 1 wild pitch, and he has hit 2 batters. So the big right-hander with only 2 days rest, same way with Mel Stottlemyre, who's loosening up down in the Yankee bullpen. Both pitchers going with just 2 days rest, but every other pitcher on both teams available, with the exception of Whitey Ford. Again, as Joe told you, Whitey came up with a sore arm, and the Yankees have kept that a pretty good secret. Down the coaching line at third base, Frank Crosetti, and at first base, Jimmy Gleason for the Yankees. And this exciting 7th game of the World Series just about ready to start as Phil Linz steps into the batter's box. Linz batting .192 in the series, has had 5 hits and 26 at-bats. ready for the first pitch of the ball game. And it's taken, strike one called, and a curveball on the first pitch by Bob Gibson. On deck, Bobby Richardson. Gibson kicks, delivers a fastball right in there, strike two call. Two quick strikes on the Yankee leadoff hitter, so Linz now wants to slow Gibson down a little bit, steps out, gets a little dirt. Back in the batter's box. Outfield straight away, not too deep on Linz. Here's the two-strike pitch. Check swing foul back into the crowd. He almost got the fastball by Linz. And it looked like Bill might have been looking for a breaking pitch there. Sun shining brightly here in St. Louis. Temperature at game time in the middle 70s. Again, the two-strike pitch. A broken back grounder to third. Ken Boyer on the big hop. Fires to first. One away. As Bill White really switched positions beautifully there, taking that throw on the inside part of the bag. That'll bring up Bobby Richardson. Bobby, batting .407, has 11 hits in 27 at-bats. He has more hits than any other player on either team in this series. Needs one more to tie a World Series record. Gibson's first pitch, inside corner, strike one call. That Gibson throwing nothing but strikes. And, of course, that's a good idea. When your arm might be a little tired, don't waste too many. Back with the next pitch. A foul down the right field line, and Richardson just trying to punch that ball. Bobby, a tough man, a fool at the plate. Strikes out very seldom, gets even fewer walks because he's up there swinging. Now the two-strike pitch. Curveball, strike three. He got him. And I tell you, Gibson has thrown 7 pitches, all of them strikes. They're a two-way. And, Joe, you were talking about a strikeout record, and what did he do there?
He ties it.
He tied it right there.
Bill, I'm sure it's like you said a minute ago. Just go as hard as long as you can. Don't waste any because they can come in with the whole staff.
All right, Joe, here's Roger Maris batting .192. Gibson's pitch, a ground ball to second base, a big hopper to Maxwell. Over to first, and there's 3 up and 3 down for the Yankees. And at the middle of the first inning, the score is the Yankees nothing and the Cardinals nothing.
This is it. That special time of year when automotive show windows promise great new cars inside. That promise pays off for you in a big way when you step in to see the new Dodge Polara coming on big for 65. One long look tells you, here's a beautiful way to leave the low-price field. A close-up look, and you know Polara's a big car, even before you take it out on the road. And when you do, Polaro says it all. Power, Polaro takes a back seat to no one. Room, stretch out. Response, Polaro's all go, all young, all Dodge. New Dodge Polara, going places fast. Find out fast. Slide behind the wheel of new Dodge Polara, coming on big for 65. Drive it at your Dodge dealers.
On the mound for the New York Yankees, Mel Stottlemyre. Mel, in his third ball game, he's pitched a total of 16 innings, given up 13 hits and 4 earned runs. He has not allowed any homers, has walked 4 and struck out 10. And the first batter for the Cardinals, Curt Flood, hitting .240, 6 for 25. Coaching at third, Vern Benson for the Cardinals, and at first, Joe Schultz. Boyer moves into third base, right-hand hitting Curt Flood. As Stottlemyre delivers his first pitch, and it's taken low, ball 1. That's the first ball of the ball game. That Gibson threw nothing but strikes in the first inning. Yankee outfield straight away on Flood. Next pitch, low, ball 2. Elston Howard rubbing up the ball now, walking out towards the mound before firing it back to Stottlemyre. On deck, Lou Brock. No ball game could be bigger than this one. Every pitch means so much. The 2-0 delivery. Taken, strike one call. 2 balls and a strike. No score. We're in the bottom of the first inning here at St. Louis, Missouri. Couldn't ask for better weather for this final game. Stottlemyre's next pitch, swing, ground ball, foul, just outside of first. And Kurt Flood just missed coming up with an extra base hit on an inside fastball. Swinging late, just bounced one outside the bag. Waiting now as the ball is being thrown in from the outfield. Mel Stottlemyre in his first year in the big leagues. A lot of poise, a lot of confidence out on the mound. Gets the sign from Elston Howard. Here's his 2-2 delivery. A curve outside, and it's a full count, 3-2. Cardinals with a very dangerous 1-2 punch. Flood and Brock. Here's the payoff pitch. Swinging another foul down the right field line. This one back into the crowd, out of play. Frank Sikori, plate umpire, dusting off home plate. Boyer has moved back at third base with a full count on Kurt Flood. Again, the pitch. Ground ball, high hopper. Boyer backs up, grabs it one-handed. The long throw, just in time on a long stretch by Pepitone, and it's one out. You cannot hold that ball even a fraction of a second longer than you have to with these Cardinal runners. And here is Lou Brock. Brock hitting .269, 7 for 26.
See how loose this kid was. He was making jokes. He gave Pepitone a message to give Stottlemyre, Phil.
The first pitch, he bunts. Close to the mound. No, Stottlemyre up, throws to first. They just did get him. Any place but back to the pitcher, he'd have a base hit.
He told Pepitone, he says, ask Stottlemyre if he knows today's weather forecast. And he said, what is it? He said, early shower.
Oh, pretty clever. All right, here is Bill White, who has had a rough series, but the Cardinal fans are behind him. He has had just one hit in 23 at-bats, batting 0-for-3. And if anybody is due in this series, it is Bill White. 2 out, nobody on. The pitch to White is a curve high, ball 1. No score in the bottom of the first inning. The wind a very little factor in today's ball game. Left-hand hitting Bill White. Ready, the curve is hit to straightaway center field, way back. That one is over Maris's head off the center field wall, and White is going in at second base with a stand-up double. And Joe, that has to be one of the hardest hit balls in this series.
It didn't get up or down. It just got out there. Maris didn't have a chance, and he played that carom perfectly. And White, I tell you one thing about him, he hasn't been getting a base hit, but he's been swinging, Phil.
He certainly has, Joe. And that ball took one short hop and hit the straightaway center field wall 425 feet away. A double for White. And here is Kenny Boyer. Boyer hitting .130 is 3 for 23 in this series. Cardinals have the first base runner in his 7th game of the World Series on at second base with 2 out in the bottom of the first inning. Stottlemyre pitching from a stretch position now to Kenny Boyer. He sets. His pitch is a curve in there, strike one call. On deck, Dick Grote. Boyer stands deep in that box, waves the bat around. Fastball is in there, strike 2 call. You know, you got to get used to these umpires, Joe. They're real good, but some of them wait just a little longer to give the sign.
I think Frank Sikori patterned himself after the late and great Larry Getz. He was deliberate right on top of it and was really absolutely sure.
I think it's great. But you don't want to make any snap judgments that might cost the ball game. All right, ready now. For the 2-strike pitch, he checked his swing on a low outside curve. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Stottlemyre almost got him fishing for that curveball. Bill White out at second base with 2 out. The young right-hander looks in for the sign. Glove on his knee, ball in back of him. Now he stretches. Delivers a curve, strike 3. Got him on a good curveball. Nothing across for the Cardinals. And at the end of the first inning, the score are the Yankees nothing and the Cardinals nothing.
Something big has happened in the automotive world. If you know cars, you know what I mean. The introduction of a great new series of automobiles from Dodge. All coming on big for 65. Take new Dodge Dart. We call it a compact. Coming from Dodge, that's saying plenty. You see, Dart's the Dodge-size compact. More space, more spunk, less spending. New Dodge Coronet. Hot new Dodge at a new lower price. How much lower? Considering Coronet's big size, you're in for a big surprise. New Dodge Polara. The big one from Dodge. Big and beautiful. Big and brawny. All new, all Dodge with Power Plus luxury. See them all. New from Dodge. Coming on big for 65 at your Dodge dealers now.
Mickey Mantle's the leader off for the Yankees. Here in the top of the second of the scoreless ball game, Bob Gibson threw only 6 warm-up pitches that time. He's saving his arm. First pitch to Mickey, a curve, a little low, ball 1. First ball that Gibson has thrown in the ball game. Mick, batting .350, has had 7 hits and 20 at-bats. Gibson's next pitch, fastball on the outside corner, 1-1. On deck, Elston Howard with Joe Pepitone to follow. 1-1 delivery. On the outside corner again. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Gibson said when he pitched to Mantle in New York, he tried to throw the fastball or everything away from Mickey, knowing that Mickey was having trouble reaching that outside pitch with that bad knee of his. Here's the windup. Fastball a little low. The count is even at 2-2. Yankee hitters are trying to slow Gibson down just a little bit, stepping out of the box between pitches. 2-2 delivery is a curve. Strike 3. Swing. And there's a record that Mr. Gibson has just broken, as Joe Garagiola told you. He needed 1 strikeout to tie Koufax's record for the most strikeouts in a series, and 2 to beat it, and that's his 2nd strikeout of the ball game. Here's Elston Howard. Ellie batting an even 300, 6 for 20. 1 out, no 1 on. Pitch to Howard, a curve, a little low, ball 1. Kurt Flood deep in center field. Gibson's pitch is a curve in there, strike called, 1-1. Gibson, a real fine, superbly trained athlete. Real great shape. His pitch, curve, low and away. 2 balls and a strike. One out, nobody on. Gibson kicks, delivers a ground ball in the hole through, a base hit to left field. The first Yankee base hit and the first Yankee base runner in this final game. Howard grounds a single just to the right of Dick Grote. Brings up Joe Pepitone. And listen to the crowd reaction. And Pepitone gets a big kick out of this. Doesn't bother Joe a bit. He's hitting .182, 4 for 22, but had the big grand slammer yesterday. Pitch to Joe. He checks his swing. It's over, strike ball.
He said in the clubhouse yesterday, he said, every park I play in, my fan club has to have a meeting.
Joe Pepitone, left-hand batter. Ready to pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 2. And Gibson trying to pitch away from the left-hand power hitter of the Yankees. Got that one on the outside part of the plate. On deck, Tommy Tresh. No score in the top of the second. One out, Elston Howard at first base. Bill White is playing in back of Howard about 3 steps. Stretched by Gibson. Delivers a foul back in the upper deck. Kurt Flood has moved a little bit over in right center field on Joe Pepitone. Gibson gets the sign. Howard leading away at first. Curve popped in the air alongside third. Kenny Boyer with the glasses down in foul territory is there. He's got it. And that's 2 away, and it brings up Tresh. Tommy, batting .250, is 5 for 20 in this series. Tresh, though, with 7 RBIs, leads both clubs in that department. Tresh had that dramatic 9th-inning home run with 2 out to tie up the ball game against Gibson. The curve is outside, ball 1. And that was the game in which Tim McCarver came up in the 10th inning to hit a 3-run homer. Howard at first with 2 out. Gibson's changeup curve is in there, strike 1. And boy, Tommy Tresh flinched 3 different times there. He had taken a stride and tried to bring the bat back, couldn't do it. A 1-1 count. Beautiful motion by Gibson on that one. He doesn't throw too many of them, and that's why it's such a big surprise to the hitter when he does throw one. Fastball, foul back. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And, of course, after you throw that changeup and then fire your good high hard one, it looks that much faster to the hitter. Now Gibson is ahead of Tresh. Goes into the set position. His pitch, line drive, out to left field. Base hit, blocked by Lou Brock. And how it started goes back. The throw comes over Maxfield's head, but not too far. Grote gave that ball a good try, but Tommy Tresh going to the opposite field got good wood on it just over his glove.
Phil's outfielders are making sure they're getting in front of that ball because those little clumps of grass give it that bad hop. You won't see, I would venture to say that most of the balls will not be fielded cleanly because you're going to have to knock it down. Base runners take that extra step, and outfielders make sure they get down.
And Joe was explaining that to you fans before the game started, and you could see Brock get down on both knees to block that with his chest or any part of his body. All right, here's Clete Boyer. Runners at first and second, 2 out, no score. Boyer hitting an even 200, 4 for 20. Gibson's curve is a little low, ball 1. Howard at second, Tresh at first. Gibson checks Howard at second. Delivers, it's a curve, low, ball 2, 2-0. On deck is Mel Stottlemyre, and even though there is not a base open, Gibson can afford to pitch very carefully to Clete Boyer. Runners leading off first and second. Gibson shook off one sign. Now he's got the one he likes. His pitch is a curve, and that one's in there. 2 balls, 1 strike. Nobody throws that fastball anymore when they're behind. Big right-hander sets. His pitch is a swing and a miss, strike 2, and he plays that one in there. I mean to tell you, he fired it right in on Boyer's fist. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, and 2 on here in the top of the second, no score. So Bob Gibson, even with only 2 days rest, can reach back for that little extra. He started a stretch, then stepped back off the rubber. Checks the sign again with McCarver. He's ready. His pitch, check swing, ground ball, foul. It hit Boyer in the batter's box. Boyer picked it up, flipped it to McCarver. McCarver didn't give the umpire much time to look at that ball. He wanted to give it right back to Gibson. Took it right out of Seguri's head, didn't he?
You get a little edge. You get a little spot on there. You want to try to get it out of that pitch as soon as you can. And Tim looked like a pickpocket on that one, didn't he?
A 2-2 count on Clete Boyer. Gibson working a little slow here. In a little bit of a jam with runners at first and second. He's nodding his head, but continues to look in for the sign, taking a long time. Now he steps on the rubber. Checks Howard. His pitch, a ground ball is short. Grote to his right, bobbles it, picks it up, can't make a play. All hands are safe. Dick Grote reached 3 times for that ball, and when he reached the first time, he took his eye off the ball to look and see if the second baseman were at second, and couldn't quite locate it. It's an error charged to Dick Grote, and the bases are loaded. And it brings up Mel Stottlemyre. Mel has had 1 hit in 7 at-bats, batting .143. And again, this fast infield is quite a factor in this ball game. Ball was only hit a step or 2 to Grote's right, but he had trouble getting over there. All right, here's the windup. Pitch to Stottlemyre. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Way out in front of a good slider thrown by Gibson. Boyer at first. Tresh at second. Howard at third with 2 out. Gibson quickly into the windup. His pitch, swing and a miss on another slider, strike 2. Quickly ahead of Stottlemyre. On deck, Phil Linz. Gibson is ready. Strike 3, swinging. That's the 3rd strikeout for Gibson, and a mighty big one. And at the middle of the 2nd inning, the score is the Yankees nothing and the Cardinals nothing.
Here it comes, coming on big for 65. New Dodge Polara. Beautiful way to leave the low-priced field. Polara's a big car with big ideas, young ideas, designed for young people of all ages. From stem to stern, Polara's long, clean lines promise beauty, pedigree. Open the door. Inviting? Slide in. Get set to enjoy all the richness and luxury of Polara's elegant interior. Room? All you need. And then some. And how about power? Polara's big engine gives you Dodge muscle, Dodge go, Dodge response anytime you want to move. Okay, your move. Drive new Dodge Polara, coming on big for 65, waiting for you at your Dodge dealers.
I'd like to ask Joe Garagiola a question. Joe, when Stottlemyre struck out, McCarver dropped the ball, and yet Stottlemyre did not run to first base.
It was a real good play. So what he did, he just tagged home plate and told the umpire, which was a force out really on Howard. But when you do that, you better alert the umpire just for, safety.
And that's the first time I ever saw that play.
Well, it saves you from throwing the ball to first base. He just tagged home plate and says it's a force out because you can run with 2 outs. I saw that happen one time where umpire just didn't see the play and said, I didn't see him tag home plate, and everybody was safe.
Well, you learn something every day, and right now, here is Dick Grote leading off. Grote batting .217, 5 for 23. Stottlemyre's first pitch is taken low and inside, ball 1. On deck, Tim McCarver. No score, bottom of the 2nd. Stottlemyre's pitch, ground ball. Pepitone is right, has it. Flips to Stottlemyre in time. And Pepitone was shading Grote over in the hole between first and second, knowing that Dick hits there quite often. And here is the red-hot Tim McCarver.
Just one step further on that play, Phil. It just shows you how cool this youngster is. Everybody's waiting for him to throw it, and he just made the easy play by tapping home plate and walking off.
He picks things up in a hurry. McCarver picking up a lot of base hits here in this series. 476, 10 for 21. A left-hand batter takes the strike right down the middle. On deck, Mike Shannon. Boyer is in on the edge of the infield grass. McCarver beat out an infield hit yesterday, hitting it between Boyer and Linz. The pitch is a curve. It's just outside. Ball 1, 1-1. Stottlemyre taking a little extra time. Nobody in a hurry. A long winter ahead for both teams. 1-1 pitch, foul back. McCarver trying to slice that ball to left field. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Another capacity crowd on hand today. Here's the 1 ball, 2 strike delivery. A curved line foul down the left field line. And boy, that McCarver went with that outside curveball. Still 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1 out, nobody on. Stottlemyre gets the sign from Howard. Short windup. Curve, this one high and outside, and that evens it up at 2-2. Perfect weather for this final game of the World Series. Now the 2-2 delivery is high and away, and it's ball 3, a full count. 3-2. Stottlemyre back to the rosin bag. Takes his glove off, rubs up the ball. Now he's ready on the pitching rubber. Here's the payoff pitch to McCarver. Way outside. That ball missed by 2 feet. And there is the first walk of the ball game for either pitcher. McCarver at first, and here is Mike Shannon. Shannon batting .208, 5-24. On deck, Dal Maxwell. Pepitone moves over to hold first against McCarver. With 1 out, no score in the bottom of the second. The stretch by Stottlemyre. His pitch is over as Shannon started to swing and then held up. Strike 1. Shannon stepped back to take a quick look at third base coach Vern Benson. Carver leads away at first. Here's the stretch. Pitch foul and back of the plate. Right back to one of the fans in the first row of box seats. 0-2 the count. Now Stottlemyre leans in to get the sign. He sets. Delivers a curve. Strike 3 swinging, and boy, he had Shannon way out in front of that pitch. Strikeout number 2 for Mel Stottlemyre. Brings up Dal Maxwell. Maxwell batting .177. He's 3 for 17. Right-hand batter. On deck, Bob Gibson. Pitch to Maxwell is a curve right in there. Strike 1 call. No score here in the bottom of the second inning. McCarver not too big a lead at first base. Stottlemyre checks him. Kicks, delivers a curve, fouled to the left of the plate. Strike 2.
There's a drive, way back. It might be. It could be. It is a home run.
Hello again, everybody. This is Harry Carey. With Jack Buck, I was behind the microphone as Gas House Baseball and the National League pennant returned to St. Louis for the first time in 18 years.
Hey, there's a drive. Way back. It's going to go to the wall. Holy cow. What run is this? I can't believe it. Roger Craig hit the left center field wall. The Cardinals are going to win this pennant.
Harry, I know we weren't as sure as you sounded with that prediction. You made it in April on a cool, windy Friday night in Frisco during the Cardinals' 3rd game of the year. And it wasn't until October and the last day of the season that it all came true. A team that at midseason had trailed by as many as 13 games battled back to win it all. in as thrilling and hectic a climax as baseball has ever known.
Perhaps thrills as great as those of summer '64 can never be completely recaptured, Jack, but we've tried, and you're about to hear what we feel are some of the highlights of the season as they sounded when the action took place.
Maybe we'd like to change a few words now after hearing them again, but this is what was heard on the Cardinals Baseball Network as the Redbirds fought their way to the flag.
Jack, it was a season in which every victory was awfully important and every defeat a real tragedy. But in looking back, now that the heat of battle has abated, one of the games that looms large in my mind is the come-from-behind victory we registered against Sandy Koufax and the Dodgers on a sultry mid-season Friday night in St. Louis.
That was a dandy, all right. We trailed 7-1 early in the ballgame, but instead of writing it off, the Redbirds came bouncing back, and after 3 hours and 15 minutes of baseball, we had moved to within a run, had runners at second and third with 2 out in the ninth, and had Bob Skinner at the plate against ex-Cardinal Bobby Miller.
Into the windup he goes. Here it is. A base hit. One run is in. Here's the winning run. The Cardinals win. The Cardinals win. The Cardinals win. Holy cow. The Cardinals win it. 8-7.
Without that one, who knows where our guys would have spent mid-October. One of my most vivid memories of the '64 season also occurred in July in Pittsburgh. It was our first and best rhubarb with the men in blue. Here's Harry.
There's a stretch. The pitch. A bouncing ball to the first baseman. Here's Brock trying to score. He knocks the catcher over and he's safe. Yes, hey. Brockville forgot about the play at the plate. And McCormick really had that plate blocked off. And Brock got in there and turned the somersault. He went head over heels and turned over. Hey, a man from third base on the play. Up to that pitch. I can't believe it, Harry.
I couldn't either, Jack, but it felt a little bit better when we went on to win that ball game.
I remember National League President Warren Giles sent you season's greetings before we finished rehashing that one. We had good days and bad ones as the season rolled along, and perhaps the lowest point of all occurred the evening of June 5th in Cincinnati as Glenn Hobby, just acquired from the Chicago Cubs, made his first Cardinal start. At the start of the evening, things looked wonderful. Not only did Hobby's arm appear to be good, but so did his bat.
Now the pitch on the way. There's a drive. Deep left field. Way back. It might be out of here. Harper near the fence. It could be. It is! A home run for Hobby.
We had a 4-1 lead in the ninth when Hobby ran out of gas. Roger Craig came striding out of the bullpen to face Tommy Harper. The bases were loaded. There was 1 out.
Craig gets set. Here's the windup. Here's the pitch on the way. He didn't mean to swing. A little roller down the third base. Right through Boyer's leg. 1 run in. 2 runs in. Another man goes to third. Harper didn't even want to swing. The ball was hit that softly. He fell away. The ball hit his bat, rolled down the third baseline. How it ever got through Boyer, he himself will never be able to tell you. He must have looked up to see what play he would have. And 2 runs score on it. And the tying run's now at third. And still only 1 out.
After that, Pinson was intentionally passed, and Bobby Shantz came on to face left-handed hitting Gordy Coleman. But instead it was a right-handed hitter, Darren Johnson, who stepped in, and Redbird fortunes were about to sink to a new low.
There's the line. Here's the pitch. There's a base hit up the middle, and the Reds are going to win the ball game. Here's the winning run scoring, the throw to the plate. The Reds win. Darren Johnson single to center. I don't know how you can lose some of these ball games, but we do. So the Reds, almost unbelievable. And it's all over. The Reds score 4 in the ninth and beat the Cardinals 5-4.
That was the second of a 4-game losing streak. But about that time, as the Cardinals sputtered and faltered, unable to gain momentum, another acquisition from the Cubs, Lou Brock, began to assert himself in all phases of the game. He was a consistent 300 hitter. Not a great outfielder, but a fellow with a flair for making the big play.
Slow ball swung on and drive back to left. Way back is Brock. He jumps. Holy cow, did he make the catch or not? Yeah, he's got the ball. The game is over. Lou Brock, a spectacular leap through the air. Boy, he jumped higher than the fence. He lost his cap. And very nonchalantly, he didn't show the ball at all. He walked over and picked up his cap. And it was only then that everybody realized that he had caught the ball. A spectacular catch to end the game with.
And oh, how he could run.
There's the stretch. And the pitch to Dick Gross. There goes a runner. Low into the dirt. There'll be no play. A stolen base for Brock. A curveball that broke into the dirt. So Brock has now stolen 16 bases already this year.
And his blinding speed seemed to ignite the sport as suddenly Gashouse baseball came back to Busch Stadium.
The pitch to Skinner. Swung on and a bouncing ball to first base. I don't think they'll get two. Out at second. Safe at first and the run scores. And the Phillies charge out and argue about the call. Now another man trying to score, and Brock is safe at the plate. Now Boyer's going to third, and the ball's thrown into left field. Boyer rounds third base.
Yes, Gashouse baseball was back. And suddenly the Cardinals were making an amazing drive. And the season moved into that final hectic week.
Remember how it was? You fans opened your morning paper on September 28th. Cincinnati led by 1 over the fading Phillies and by 1.5 over the onrushing Cardinals. An ironic twist was developing in St. Louis as the Cardinals got ready to host the Phillies. 1 year earlier, nearly to the day, St. Louis had opened a crucial homestand on a Monday night, that time against the Los Angeles Dodgers, who led us by a game. We lost all 3 on that occasion, and the Dodgers breezed home to win it all. This time, another homestand was opening on a late September Monday night, and again in the clutch. The way things started for the Cardinals, you had horrible visions of a rerun.
Bouncing ball, he's got a chance to beat it out. Hey, Boyer and Gross collide, and it goes for a hit.
But this was a different year. Bob Gibson shook that one off as Rookie of the Year Richie Allen stepped in.
There's the double play ball to Gross. Javier 1. First base 2. From Gross to Javier to White.
It was scoreless in the second when Bill White, a first-half flop and a second-half sensation, stepped to the plate.
Here's Bill White. There's a shot to right, a base hit. He might have to hold it first, and he does. The first Cardinal hit by White is a solid single to right.
Next, it was Julian Javier.
Javier digs in. The stretch. And the pitch. Ground ball up the middle, center field, base hit. White around second, on his way to third. The Cardinals have runners at first and third.
Veteran Chris Short got ahead of young Mike Shannon, 2 strikes, no balls.
Here's the stretch. And the pitch. There's a high fly ball, deep left field, way back. It's going to be caught. A run scores. Sacrifice fly.
The Cardinals never lost that lead. It was 5-1 in the ninth before the Phillies made their move. The first 2 men reached base against a tiring Gibson, and out of the bullpen came 41-year-old Barney Schultz. Harry Carey was at the microphone as Schultz faced Clay Dalrymple.
There's the pitch. Hot shot to White. He's got it. Second base, 1. First base, 2. Double play.
Johnny Harnstein faced the veteran knuckleballer next.
Barney Schultz winds. Here it is. Popped up. We got this ball game. Bill White waiting. And the Cardinals win. The Redbirds are only 1 game out of first place.
So, Jack, we had passed Philadelphia, but the idle Cincinnati club still led. The Cardinals simply couldn't afford to lose. Young Ray Sadecki got the pitching assignment the next night, and after the Cardinals had scrambled to a 3-2 sixth-inning lead, it was again Bill White who provided the insurance.
The pitch is made by Boozer, and there's a drive to deep right center field. Way back, near the clock. Home run for Bill White into the seats. White was looking for a ball to pull. He got a fastball, and he drilled it into the pavilion seats, just below the clock, beyond the 3:54 mark, and back about 5 rows to put the Cardinals out in front 4-2.
And again, the call went out to Barney Schultz. And, Jack, what a job he did in those final few days.
On that occasion, he worked beautifully through the 7th and 8th. We were sweating our ball game out and keeping an eye on the Reds as Schultz towed the rubber in the 9th.
Pete Rose is the hitter with a runner on first and 2 out on the bottom of the 9th at Cincinnati. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the signal given. Barney Schultz winds. Here's the pitch to Triandas now. He struck him out, swinging. Triandas goes down swinging. 2 more and it'll all be over.
Johnny Callison was next.
1 ball, no strike. Here's the pitch on the way. A high fly ball, deep left center field. Flood going out. Brock is there. Lou's got it. 2 out. That's 2 gone.
And it all ended on a high note.
Here's the pitch. A bouncing ball to Boyer. He's got it. Here's the throw. Cardinals win it. And look at those Redbirds bouncing around. The Cardinals have won their ball game, 4-2. Pittsburgh has won. Pittsburgh won this ball game. 2-0. It's over. Pittsburgh has just beat the Reds 2-0. The National League race is in a tie. Holy cow! Never has it been a more thrilling moment. Within 15 seconds after the Cardinals won, Mazeroski threw out Ruiz, and the Pirates shut out the Reds 2-0. The National League race is all tied up. And the Phillies in 3rd place stay only a game and a half out.
That set the scene for Wednesday night, with Kurt Simmons opposing Jim Bunning as our Cardinals went for the sweep. The honorary mayor of Memphis, Tennessee, Tim McCarver, gave us a 2nd inning lead.
2 balls and a strike. Here's a pitch. There's a drive. Way back. It might be. It could be. It is. A home run. What did I say about one on the roof? McCarver just hit his 9th home out of the air. The Cardinals lead 2-0.
And that lead stood up. Another lefty, rookie Gordon Richardson, relieved Simmons when the Phillies threatened mildly in the late going. Here's how it ended.
2 balls, 2 strikes. From the belt to pitch. Here it is. A bouncing ball. This should do it. The Cardinals are in first place. The Redbirds win it 8-5. Gordon Richardson being congratulated. As Bobby Wine bounced to Grote, who tossed to Javier for the force-out. And now the pressure has been put on by the Cardinals. The Cardinals have taken over first place, pending the outcome of the Cincinnati game.
That one really did some pending, until past 1 a.m., as Harry and I sat in a darkened and deserted Busch Stadium. We were receiving direct reports from Cincinnati on the progress of that game. It was in the top of the 16th, still a scoreless duel. A rookie catcher named Jerry May was hitting for the Pirates. And we, like you, heard this good news.
He gets a big run there at third. The ball is bunted on the squeeze. We score! And away! Jerry May executed a perfect squeeze bunt, and they were looking for anything but that, and the puck put on the suicide squeeze. Clendenin broke, and the ball was bunted perfectly along third, and the Pirates lead 1-0.
Harry Carey was, as usual, calm and collected self as we listened to the bottom of the 16th.
McNegan, upon occasion, has been called a hot dog. He calls himself that. But one time he said, "You think I'm a hot dog now? Wait till I win 20. One-two pitch. Ground ball. Schofield's got it at second. Throws. And it was off the bag, but Clendenin grabbed and tagged him. 1 out.
2 more. Let's go. 1, 2, 3 and out. No frills. You've done a tremendous job, Jim.
There's a ground ball. Hits the Schofield. The duck is up. Throw to first. 2 outs, Harry.
1 more, baby.
2
2 men out, 1 more out, and your Redbirds will be in first place. You can see the pressure on the Bucks. I mean, Burton is walking around in circles out in center field. Mota was doing the same thing in right. And Mazeroski drawing little designs with his feet down at second base. No ball, 2 strikes on Pinson. McBean is ready. Here comes the pitch to Veda. It's a ground ball to the right side. Mazeroski has it. You're in first place, Harry.
Hey!
Excited we all were, Jack. And now the Cardinals led by 1. But Thursday the Reds bounced back, and the lead was down to a slim half game as the last-place New York Mets came to town for the final 3 games of the season. On Friday, everybody lost. Gibson was shut out 1-0 by Al Jackson, and the Phillies came out of their trance and beat Cincinnati. Saturday, well, we'd rather not talk about Saturday. The Reds tied things while taking the day off, as a supposedly inept Mets bombed the Cardinals 15-5. So we were right back where we started on opening day, April the 14th, tied for the lead. And it all boiled down to October the 4th, 1964. And so the whole season had come down to 1 day, 1 game.
Still hopeful, trailing by 1, the Phillies went at it again in Cincinnati. While in St. Louis, a grim group of Redbirds behind Curt Simmons again faced a loose, relaxed bunch of Stengelites who knew they were going nowhere but home when it ended. But nobody in our club had done any packing. A second-inning Mike Shannon single and a fourth-inning Charlie Smith homer had things knotted at 1-1 as the Cardinals batted in the 4th. Dick Grote led off with a double, but McCarver and Shannon were unable to move him along. That brought Dal Maxfield to the plate. He was hitting only .222, and in the lineup only because of an injury to Javier. Too bad the youngster had to be hitting in the clutch.
There's the stretch. And the pitch to Maxwell. Here it is. Line drive, base hit. Here's the man going to try to score. Here's Jim Hickman up with the ball. And he scores. The Cardinals lead 2-1.
The Phillies led Cincinnati 4-0, and the Cardinals had a slim lead. It didn't hold up. With a runner at second and 1 away in the 5th, Simmons appeared to get Bobby Klaus on an easy pop fly. But wait a minute.
The delivery on the way. There's a high pop fly. That should be caught by somebody. Maxwell is there. He's under the ball. Oh, he lets it drop. And there's a runner on third holding up. Klaus winds up at second base. Shannon could have caught the ball. But Maxwell had called for it. And the wind grabbed it. Come on, Mike, take those kind. Gee, an easy pop fly. Now they have the leading run at second, the tying run at third.
They put those runners elsewhere in a hurry, thanks to a tough little competitor named Roy McMillan.
Infield in. Can Simmons pitch out of this? He's behind the hitter, 2-0. Now he's ready. Into the windup he goes, and here's the pitch on the way. Line drive's going to score both, and the Mets have taken the lead. Into the corner, McMillan's on his way to second base. A double to left, and the Cardinals trail 3-2. McMillan, a tough hitter in the clutch. And now two of the teams, right now, if everything would end the way it is now, there'd be a triple tie starting tomorrow in Philadelphia.
And so the Cardinals had to come from behind. But that was nothing new for our club. They'd been doing it all year. Lou Brock started it all with a walk. Bill White singled him to second. And then Kenny Boyer came to the plate. Have you ever heard anyone say about Boyer, oh, well, he can't get the big hit?
Now the stretch. And the pitch to Boyer. A hot shot. Left field. Base hit. The tying run is in. Here's another man racing for third. There goes Boyer to second with a double. The Cardinals have tied it up.
The Mets changed pitchers at this point, bringing ex-Cardinal farmhand Bill Wakefield into the fray.
And while all this was going on in St. Louis, the Phillies wrapped things up against Cincinnati as Richie Allen hit his second homer of the day, and the Phils jumped into an insurmountable 9-0 lead.
Grote bounced out as the tie-breaking run scored. McCarver walked and Shannon fanned. But Maxwell again came through with a single. That drove in the run that put us ahead 5-3. Bob Gibson was on the mound, pitching with only 1 day's rest. He had staggered through the 6th, walking home the run that made it 5-4. He was pitching with more heart than stuff. It was obvious the Cardinals needed more runs. After Flood went out to start the bottom of the inning, Lou Brock stepped up.
The windup now, the pitch is on the way. A line drive, base hit in the left center. He might be able to get a double out of it. He's around first. He's going to try for second. Here's Altman's throw. He is safe. So Brock doubles in the left center. He just took advantage of Altman's weak throwing arm. Here now is Bill White. A man in scoring position with 1 out. The Cardinals leading by a run, 5-4. The stretch. And the pitch. There's a drive. Way back. It might be. It could be. It is a home run. Listen to the crowd. Look at those Redbirds in that dugout. Everybody standing up. And the Cardinals lead 7-4 now. Where is that a happy dugout?
Gibson did the job in the 7th and again in the 8th. It was now 9-4 as the Mets came up for their 9th inning cuts. They KO'd Bob Gibson, who had gone as long and as hard as he could. With 2 outs and a run in, Barney Schultz was again in the ballgame, pitching to Ed Kranepool. Harry was working from a field box next to the Redbird dugout and with the Cardinals' official family. And in a jam-packed Busch Stadium, 18 years of frustration was about to be swept away in one thrilling, dramatic, unforgettable moment.
Listen to this crowd.
Come on! Let's go! Get him out!
Gusty Busch wasn't excited, was he?
Now the stretch. Ready. Everybody standing up. The pitch. A high pop ball. The curver's there. The Cardinals won the pennant. The Cardinals won the pennant. The Cardinals won the pennant. Everybody out. Johnny. Everybody congratulating everybody. I don't know if they'll ever get here. The Cardinals have just won the pennant. Mayhem on the field. Joe Schultz. Congratulations. Hey, Ray Washburn. Bob Skinner. Hey. Oh, hey, Tim. Timmy. Hey, Tim. Come here. How about the boys? That was the greatest thing I've ever had in my life. Okay. All right, let's hold it up. Hey, Jay. Oh, baby. Hold it. Take row. We made it, did we, Harry? The long haul. We finally made it. Congratulations. Okay. We'll see them all in the clubhouse in a moment.
That clubhouse was as wild as the impromptu on-the-field celebration you just heard. The first guy you got to, Harry, was the veteran up from Jacksonville who handled the bullpen heroics in those final frantic weeks, Barney Schultz.
Barney, you can talk a little more now. How you feeling?
Harry, I'm feeling great. Great.
What a thrill, huh?
Well, Harry, it's not so much a thrill as getting them out in the 9th inning. After all, we had a 7-run lead. But the fact that it was a pennant riding on every pitch, regardless of the lead that we had, was the greatest ball game I ever completed in my life.
Then Cardinal coach and now Redbird manager, Red Chainist, was a happy fellow, too.
What a thrill, huh?
Great. It's a good thing we won it this way. Of course, Cincinnati got beat today, but it wasn't like if we'd have won the first game here and got beat today and walked in it. This is more exciting, I think, Harry.
How about this ball cup in the World Series? What do you think?
Well, we got a good chance.
Bill White took the honors as the calmest Cardinal.
And you feel so cool, man.
Well, we won. That's why. We lose and I don't feel too good.
How do you feel about the World Series, Bill?
Well, we play them just like we played this season, Harry, one at a time. And, of course, we played the Yankees before spring training. And I think we know most of the personnel. I think they know most of ours.
Yeah.
So it should be a good series.
Bill, it's something for a team to bounce back after losing 2 ball games like you did to the Mets. The pressure, the chips are really down today, and you really banged out of it.
Well, we hadn't got too many hits in the other series, or we hadn't scored so many runs, so the law of averages said we got to get some runs. And we were fortunate to get good pitching from Gibson for a while, and then Barney Schultz came in, and it was just a good victory and a good one to win.
Congratulations on a great year, Bill.
Thank you, Harry.
Which isn't over yet, though.
No, we still got another week.
Jack, although most of it is unintelligible, my favorite shot, the one I think best depicts the hilarious frenzy of that Cardinal dressing room, is this interview with Mike Queller and Bob Uecker.
I talked to Mike without an interpreter. This takes something. Oh, hey, congratulations. Thank you. Wow, what are you going to say? Exactly. That's the right. Mucho dinero. Yeah, mucho dinero. Hey, you, Bob. Where is he? Bob Uecker, who's got everybody here. What do you got? You going to paint a house?
Here we are in the Cardinal clubhouse along with Jack Buck. This is beautiful, Harry. Beautiful. Bonita.
The proud Cardinal owner, August A. Busch, Jr., made a prediction following the clinching of the pennant.
Mr. Busch, congratulations. How do you feel?
I never was happier in all my livelong life, Harry, and by gosh, after 18 years, we're now able to return to our fine fans a real pennant team, and we're going to win the World Series.
The Cardinals set about trying to do that when the series opened October the 7th in St. Louis. The Cardinals routed Whitey Ford, pounded out 12 hits, and with Ray Sadecki getting relief help from Barney Schultz, went on to a 9-5 victory. The hero of the day was young Mike Shannon, who belted a homer off the scoreboard with a man on.
It wasn't so pleasant on Thursday, as the Yankees evened things up with an 8-3 victory behind rookie right-hander Mel Stottlemyre. A disputed call by umpire Bill McKinley gave the Yankees a big sixth-inning run and set up more. But Gibson ran out of gas in that sixth, and Redbird relievers just didn't have it. Sharing honors with Stottlemyre was harmonica-playing shortstop Phil Linz, who chipped in with 3 hits, one of them a homer.
Saturday, October the 10th, marked the third game of the series and the first in Yankee Stadium. Curt Simmons for the Cardinals and Jim Bouton for the Yankees. Both worked effectively. Termites seemed to have invaded the Cardinal bat rack in critical situations. Simmons drove in our only run, and we had a man reach third in the 6th, 7th, and 9th. In each of those situations, we failed to score. Simmons was lifted for a pinch hitter in the 9th, and Mickey Mantle hit what Barney Schultz called a non-knuckling knuckleball into the seats on the first pitch of the bottom of the 9th to give the Yankees a 2-1 victory and a 2-1 series lead.
The way the Yankees pounced on Ray Sadecki in the first inning of the fourth game, it appeared the series would not return to St. Louis. Ray faced 4 men. They all reached base, and we trailed Al Downing 3-0 through the first 5 innings. Carl Warwick started the 6th with a record-tying pinch single, and Flood also ripped a base hit. Then, after Brock went out, Bobby Richardson couldn't get rid of a potential double play ball. It was an error, and the bases were loaded, but only for a moment. On Downing's second pitch to him, Ken Boyer smacked a grand slammer to give us a 4-3 lead that we never relinquished, thanks to great relief pitching from Roger Craig and Ron Taylor. The series was tied again.
The 5th game was the most thrilling of the series, Jack. On a sunshiny Monday in New York, Gibson and Stottlemyre hooked up again, but with better results for Cardinal fans. Gibson was great. He led 2-0 as the Yankees batted in the 9th. An error put a runner on first with 1 away, but Gibson made the defensive play of the World Series to throw out Joe Pepitone. Tom Tresh, however, hit a high fastball into the right center field bleachers to tie things up. In the 10th, Tim McCarver became the hero, belting one out of the ballpark, scoring Boyer and White ahead of him, giving Gibson a 5-2 complete game victory and bringing the Cardinals home with a 3-2 series lead.
Everyone in St. Louis seemed confident the Cardinals would wrap it up on Wednesday, October 14th, in the 6th game. Everybody, that is, except Yankee right-hander Jim Bouton and his teammates. Joe Pepitone hit a grand slammer, Maris and Mantle belted back-to-back homers, and Bouton, utilizing a sharp curve to go with his good fastball, was never in serious trouble as the Bronx Bombers romped to an 8-3 victory.
And again, Cardinal hopes are back to one day, one game, October 15, 1964. 18 years to the day since Enos Slaughter raced home with a run that won the Cardinals the 1946 World's Championship. Again, the call went to Bob Gibson for St. Louis and Mel Stottlemyre for New York. And again, it was gas house baseball that made the difference for the Cardinals. Hooked up in a 0-0 fourth-inning tie, The Cardinals got a run when the Yankees messed up another double play grounder, this one hit by Tim McCarver. Tim moved to third on a Mike Shannon single and scored when a missed hit-and-run sign turned into a Cardinal double steal. A third run subsequently scored on another solid single by Dal Maxville. Boyer and Brock both later homered as Gibson, again working with 2 days' rest, was hit hard in the late innings, but battled his way to a complete game 9-5 win that ended at 3:41 p.m., sending St. Louis into its most delirious frenzy since the end of World War II. The St. Louis Cardinals were again champions of the world.
It has a good sound, Harry, and no team deserved victory more. I hope the fans have enjoyed our recap of the big ones.
I hope so too, Jack. But you know, the more I think about 1964, the more one point sticks out in my mind. The World Series was fine, a great one to win, of course. But I'm sure you'll agree that when, many years from now, we get together and reminisce about baseball, and the talk swings around to 1964, one fact will mean more than all the rest. 1964, the year...
The Cardinals won the pennant! The Cardinals won the pennant! The Cardinals won the pennant!
It's the New York Mets versus the Cincinnati Reds. Rheingold beer brings you National League Baseball with the New York Mets. Rheingold, New York City's largest selling beer. And what a remarkable thing that is. In New York, a city of so many different people with different tastes, one beer has become the favorite, Rheingold Extra Dry. We don't know why so many people like our beer, but we must be doing something right.
Today's game is also brought to you by WGY, your sports station for the Great Northeast. WGY brings you the full schedule of the Mets' regular season games live from major league parks throughout the country.
New York, coming up the second game of the series between the Mets and the Cincinnati Reds. And tonight it'll be two right-handers opposing each other. For the Cincinnati Reds, Sammy Ellis. For the New York Mets, Jack Hamilton. We'll be checking the starting lineups in a moment, and we'll be back with the start of tonight's game in just 1 minute. And now a word from Cool Filter King.
Hey, want to do your taste a refreshing favor? You do? Then don't settle for dull taste.
Go radio. Go radio. Go radio. Go radio. America sound have it. Go radio. Music, weather, sports, and news. Be around sound the people choose. Go radio. Go radio. Go radio. Go radio. America sound have it. Do 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 do. Do do Mother, father, daughter, son, doctor, farmer, everyone. Go radio. Go radio. Go radio.
Here at Shea Stadium in New York, the New York Mets have just taken the field. And quickly, the starting lineup in batting order for the Cincinnati Reds. Third baseman Tommy Helm, second baseman Pete Rose, center fielder Veda Princeton, and first baseman Don Pavletti. Right fielder Art Dempsey, left fielder Darren Johnson, shortstop Leo Cardenas, catcher Johnny Edwards, and pitcher Sammy Ellis. For the New York Mets, second baseman Ron Hutt, third baseman Ed Pursue, right fielder Johnny Lewis, first baseman Dick Stewart, left fielder Ed Kranepool, center fielder Cleon Jones, shortstop Roy McMillan, catcher Jerry Grody, and pitcher Jack Hamilton, who just now has arrived at the mound. Now at Shea Stadium in New York, ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Jack Hamilton, bare-armed as usual, turns to start his warm-up tosses. This broadcast comes to you through the courtesy of Rheingold Breweries Incorporated, the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation, and the Sun Oil Company, and is authorized under radio rights granted by the New York Mets solely for the entertainment of our audience. Any publication, reproduction, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the New York Mets is prohibited. Last night, the Cincinnati Reds won the opening game of this series. That was the first game of the year between these two teams, and accordingly, the Reds moved ahead of the Mets in the National League standings by a scant 6 percentage points. Coming into tonight's game, the Reds have won 13 and lost 15 for a percentage of .464. The Mets have won 11 and lost 13 for a percentage of .458. Both are 7 games behind the league-leading San Francisco Giants, who were defeated last night by the Los Angeles Dodgers 2-1 in Los Angeles in the opening game of that series. Right now, Tommy Helms is up to lead off, and here is Hamilton's first pitch, hit on the ground, foul, back at third and out of play. Taken on the coaching lines at third by Coach Dave Bristol of the Cincinnati Reds. On the lines at first for the Reds is Roy Sievers. It is a strike one count now to Tommy Helms, who is batting .248. He has 1 home run and 10 runs batted in. Playing third base these days for the Cincinnati Reds. Right-hander Hamilton's pitch is low and away for a ball. It's 1-1. Jack Hamilton has won 3 games, lost 2. His lifetime record against the Cincinnati Reds is 2 wins and 2 losses. Now a 1-1 delivery to Tommy Helms. Swung on and fouled out. Out of play. Jack Hamilton has beaten the Braves, the Cubs, and the Cardinals, and he has lost to the Braves and the Cubs. In his last start, last Friday, he pitched 6 1/3 innings against the Giants with no decision. That was the game that went 17 innings, finally won by the Giants in the 17th 5-4 on Davenport's homer. Here's a 1-2 pitch, hit on the ground to third base, taken by Ed Brissou, up with it, plays on, in time, and Helms has grounded out from Brissou to Dick Stewart. Again, Ken Boyer is here. He is in uniform, but did not participate in the pregame drills. He said that last night when Dr. Peter Lamont, the team physician, injected his right elbow with cortisone, he told him for several days not to hit or throw. Now it is Pete Rose, a switch hitter, up batting left against the right-hand pitcher. Pete Rose is hitting .274. He has 2 home runs and 14 runs batted in. And the pitch is in there for a called strike. Rose has been a tough man for the Mets to get out at any time. This pitch is low for a ball. It's 1-1. The Mets around the infield have Dick Stewart playing first base. And by the way, over 200 members of the Dick Stewart fan club met the big first baseman before tonight's game in the fan club room under the stand. Here's a pitch in for a called strike. 1-2. Manager Wes Weston of the Mets has gone back tonight to the lineup that he used so much in spring training. It's Cranepool in left field and Swoboda Stewart at first base. Here's a pitch high. It's 2-2. Cranepool and Swoboda were platooned a great deal in left field in spring training. Here's a 2-2 delivery. Swung on and fouled off down the left field line into the seats and out of play. The Mets around the infield have Dick Stewart at first, Ron Hunt at second, Roy McMillan at shortstop, and Ed Brissou at third. Ed Cranepool in left field, Cleon Jones in center, and Johnny Lewis in right. Jerry Grody is catching tonight. Now a 2-2 delivery. Outside for ball. It's a full count of 3-2 to Pete Rose, with Beta Pinson waiting in the on-deck circle for the Cincinnati Reds. The Reds are managed by former Met coach Don Hefner. Here's the payoff pitch. Outside, and Pete Rose draws a walk, throws the bat away, and runs down to first base, which is a habit of his. First base run of the ball game. Now Beta Pinson's coming up, playing center field tonight. He's hitting .336. He has 1 home run and 11 runs batted in. pitch is outside for a ball. This afternoon, the Houston Astros took both ends of a doubleheader from the Chicago Cubs. First game 5-1, the second game 4-2. Houston Astros are riding high with a record right now of 20 wins and 12 losses. Here's a pitch, and it's in there for a called strike. It's 1-1. The Dodgers are in third place, 4 games back of the Giants. They play each other again tonight in Los Angeles. Here is a leisurely throw over to first, not in time. Pete Rose is back safely. Pitch misses outside, 2-1 to Vada Pinson. The Mets are in 7th place with a record of 11 wins and 13 losses. Now the pitch is hit in the air to left field. Craneville going back, and he one-hands the ball for the out. All the way to second. Rose scampers back to first. No advance with 2 away. The ball was lined off the bat of left-hand batter Vada Pinson out into left field. Craneville ranged back, one-handed the ball, and then played it back in as Pete Rose had arrived at second and hustled back to the bag at first. Don Pavletic coming up, hitting .316 with 3 home runs and 8 runs batted in. He had a double and a homer here last night to drive in 2 runs. Playing first base in place of Tony Perez out with a shoulder bruise. Here's a pitch swung on and missed for strike one. Normally Perez is in there at first, or Gordon Coleman, one or the other. But manager Hefner decided to leave the hot bat in there, Don Pavletic. Got Art Shamsky in the lineup, too. Shamsky's out there on deck. He's been a hot bat of late for the Reds. Here's a pitch outside for a ball. It's 1-1. That pitcher, Tug McGraw, had x-rays taken today of his left elbow that bothered him last night, forcing him to leave the ball game. He's to be examined by Dr. Peter Lamont here at the ballpark tonight. Here's a pitch missing outside. It's 2-1 to Pavletic, who is a right-hand batter. Hamilton takes a moment, turning his back to the plate, looking around the outfield. Now comes back up to look in for a sign from Jerry Grody, the Mets catcher. Stewart holds against the runner at first, and here's the 2-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. It's 2-2. Now off the stretch, Hamilton with a 2-2 delivery, and it's inside low. Runs the count full at 3-2. There are 2 men out, so Pete Rose at first base will be moving on the pitch. No score, top half of the first inning. Single game here tomorrow afternoon between the Mets and the Reds will conclude the current homestand. Hamilton checks now. Rose is running. The pitch is swung on and fouled out to the right side, out of play. Might have been out of the strike zone outside, but Reddick didn't want to take any chances, so he got the end of the bat on it to foul it out. The count holds at 3-2. Now the pitch swung on and lined into right field for a base hit. Rose is on his way to third. The throw is lobbed in to Hunt at second from Johnny Lewis, and pulling up safely at third is Rose, who of course was running on the pitch, and Pavletic hit the 3-2 pitch on a line to right field for a base hit. Now it's Art Shamsky coming up. That's the first hit of the ball game for Pavletic. Shamsky is hitting .379. He has 6 home runs to lead the Reds in that department, and he has 12 runs batted in. Left-hand batter, and he has been red hot for the Reds. Hamilton now off the stretch with runners leading at first and third, and the pitch outside low for a ball. You never can tell about the development of ball players. Bing Devine, now the assistant to the president of the Mets, likes to tell about the days when he was the general manager in St. Louis, and Art Shamsky used to hang around there trying to get somebody to sign him. Up now for the Reds, and the pitch is low for a ball. 2-0 to Shamsky. Waiting on deck is Darren Johnson. Hamlin has gone behind 2-0. Here's the pitch. And he misses low and away, so it's 3 balls and no strikes now to Shamsky. He looks down to Coach Dave Bristol at third to see if he's taking on 3-0 or if he is free to swing away if he likes it. There are 2 men out. There is no score. Hamlin's pitch taken low, ball 4, and the bases are loaded. 2 walks have been issued here in the first inning by Hamilton. It will bring up Darren Johnson, who led the league in runs batted in last year. Johnson right now is hitting .144. He has 3 home runs and 5 runs batted in. Last year, Darren Johnson knocked in 130 runs and had 32 home runs. Pitch is outside for a ball. 1-0 the count for Johnson, and Jerry Grody, the catcher, calls time and goes to the mound. He wants to try to settle Hamilton down a little bit. The bases are loaded with 2 men out. There's action down in the Met bullpen now. Dennis Ryban and Gordon Richardson, a right-hander and a left-hander, throwing in the Met bullpen. Hamilton with the 1-0 pitch to Darren Johnson. High and tight. It's 2 balls and no strikes, and no place to put him. Leo Cardenas is waiting on deck for the Redbirds, or rather for the Red Legs. The Cincinnati Reds, manager Don Hefner. The 2-0 pitch swung on and fouled off. He ripped the 2-0 and fouled it off. So the count now is 2 balls and 1 strike. The American League, the Cleveland Indians are on top with a record of 19 wins and 6 losses. Baltimore in second place, 2 games out. We'll keep you posted on scores of other games as we go along here tonight. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. It's 2-2. Hamilton trying to pitch himself out of trouble here now. But he isn't out of it yet. Tugs at his cap. Again. Needs a big pitch in this circumstance. Here's a 2-2 delivery. Foul back and out of play. Darren Johnson got enough of it to stay alive at 2-2. Now Hamilton starts to work. 2-2 delivery. High for a ball. So it's a full count of 3-2. 2 men out, the bases loaded, and that means that all 3 runners will be moving on the pitch. You'll see the carousel spinning here. Hamilton turns to work off the stretch. Steps off the rubber. Goes to the Rosenbach. Runners take their leads at first, second, and third. They're running a payoff pitch, and it is low. He walks, and a run is forced in. Pete Rose comes across the plate, and the Reds lead by a score of 1-0. Bases are still loaded. 2 men out, and Leo Cardenas is coming up. The 3-2 pitch just missed. That's the 3rd walk issued this inning by Hamilton. Darren Johnson gets a run batted in for drawing the walk with the bases loaded. Leo Cardenas is a right-hand batter hitting .287. He has 2 home runs and 10 runs batted in. Hamlin works straight away. A swing and a miss for strike one. Hamlin takes a look. The runner at third. Here's the pitch. Swung on and pops up foul. It might be playable as Jody comes back to the barrier, but this one drifts into the stands out of play. 2-strike count to Leo Cardenas. Two men out, bases loaded. Athletic at third, Shamsky at second, Darren Johnson at first. The umpire behind the plate is Al Barlick, and Leo Cardenas has asked that Barlick examine the ball. He does, leaves it in play. Augie Donatelli is the umpire at first. Stan Landis at second, Mel Steiner at third. Here's a pitch high, and it's 1-2. Delivery. Swung on and hit in the air to short center field. Going out there is Hunt and McMillan. Hunt is behind McMillan, who makes the catch. McMillan taking it for the out. The Reds got a run on 1 hit, 3 walks, no errors, and 3 left. And the score at the end of a half inning is the Reds 1 and the Mets coming to bat. You ever stop to think of how many lonesome travelers there are here in yonder and how thirsty they get?
Well, I am a lonely and a lonesome traveler. I am a lonely and a lonesome traveler. I am a lonely and a lonesome traveler. I've been traveling on. I traveled here and then
From California to New York, the American folk singer travels here and yonder, carrying with him the music of the whole world and its people. And sometimes when the traveling gets thirsty, he puts down his guitar and accompanies himself with a cold beer, maybe Rheingold. And in New York City, where more songs and travelers stop than anywhere else in the world, more people buy Rheingold Extra Dry than any other beer. How come? Maybe it's the Oregon hops we use. Who knows? But we must be doing something right.
Now for the New York Mets, it'll be Ron Hunt coming up to lead off, facing right-hander Sammy Ellis. Ellis has won 1 game and lost 5 so far this year. Against the Mets last year, Ellis won 3 and lost 1. His lifetime record against the Mets is 5 wins and 1 loss. His only win this season for the Reds was over the Phillies, 3-2 on April 24th. He has lost to the Pirates twice, the Giants, the Dodgers, and the Braves. Now Ron Hunt, who has hit safely in his last 6 games. Over that stretch, he's gone 13 for 27. That's a mark of .481. He has reached base safely in his first at-bat in each of the last 5 games with 4 hits and a walk. Ron Hunt, a right-hand batter. Sammy Ellis, a right-hand pitcher. And it's in there for a called strike. The Reds on the field have Don Pavletic at first, Pete Rose at second, Leo Cardenas at short, and Tommy Helms at third. Darren Johnson in left, Veda Pinson in center, Art Shamsky in right. Johnny Edwards catching. Now the pitch swung on and hit in the air to right field. Art Shamsky moves over, he has it lined up, and Shamsky makes the catch. So Hunt flies off the right, 1 away, and Ed Brissou is coming up. Brissou is hitting an even .200. He has 1 home run and 5 runs batted in. Last night, the Mets were shut out by hard-throwing right-hander Jim Maloney of the Reds, who allowed them only 2 hits, one by Hunt and one by Ron Swoboda. Foul ball, back and out of play. Strike 1 is the count. Sammy Ellis gets his pass from Johnny Edwards. Breaking ball's high for a ball. 1-1. This afternoon, in the first game of a doubleheader at Wrigley Field in Chicago, the Houston Astros beat the Chicago Cubs 5-1. Dave Gusty all the way from the win. Ernie Rolio took the loss. Ted Abernathy relieved him in the 8th inning. Lee May and Rusty Staub at Houston home run. Here's a ground ball, and it's going to short. Taken by Cardenas and played on in time. Pitcher Sammy Ellis stabbed at the ball at the mound. Did not come up with it. Pursued grounds out short to first. 2 away, and Johnny Lewis is the batter. Lewis is hitting .260. 1 home run and 10 runs batted in. The second game of that doubleheader at Wrigley Field, Houston beats the Chicago Cubs 4-2. Robin Roberts got the win. Claude Ray-Roner lead him in the 7th. Dick Ellsworth took the loss. John Bateman had a home run for Houston, and Adolfo Phillips had one for Chicago. Tonight, at the end of an inning, the St. Louis Cardinals nothing, the Philadelphia Phillies nothing. Bob Gibson against Jim Bunning. The warm-ups in Pittsburgh, Ken Johnson for Atlanta and Vernon Law for the Pittsburgh Pirates. And the Giants play the Dodgers in a much later start in Los Angeles. Right here, the Cincinnati Reds are leading the Mets by a score of 1-0. Mets batting in the bottom half of the first inning. Here's a pitch high to Johnny Lewis. The American League, it's all-night action. The Yankees are in Detroit in the latest start. The end of 2.5 innings, Washington nothing, Cleveland nothing. Speed record against Sonny Siebert, and time has been called because of rain in Cleveland at the end of 2.5. There's a check swing foul ball. It's 1-1 to Johnny Lewis. The end of an inning and a half, Boston nothing, Baltimore nothing. Earl Wilson against Jim Palmer. First game of a twilight doubleheader in Kansas City, the California Angels nothing, Kansas City A's nothing. Marcelino Lopez against Hunter in the first game. And the Chicago White Sox are at Minnesota against the Twins, latest start. Here's a pitch high and away to Lewis, 2-1. Johnny Lewis batting number 3 in the Met batting order. Wide stance at the plate. 2-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. It's 2-2 now to Lewis with 2 away. And Dick Stewart waiting in the on-deck circle. As you know, here at Shea Stadium, there are certain dates set aside when fans can come in and meet their favorite players. And tonight was Dick Stewart Fan Club night here at the stadium. 2-2 delivery. Fouled off and out of play. Count holds at 2-2. Tomorrow afternoon's game starts at 2 p.m. And Jim O'Toole will be pitching for the Cincinnati Reds and Jack Fisher for the New York Mets. That will conclude this homestand. Right after tomorrow's game, the Mets will be flying directly to San Francisco. They'll take on the Giants on Friday night, Saturday afternoon, 2 on Sunday. 2-2 pitch. Swung on. Missed a strikeout for Sammy Ellis, his first of the ball game. He got the Mets in order with no runs, no hits, no errors, and none left. And the score at the end of an inning is the Reds 1 and the Mets nothing. When the Mets come back off of the road trip, they'll be in for 18 games on the next homestand. So perhaps you'd like to be about the business of getting your tickets for upcoming games at Shea Stadium, and there are a wide variety of convenient ticket locations where you can do that. For instance, the advanced ticket window here at Shea Stadium is open 7 days a week. It's open 8 to 6 on weekdays and 9 to 5 on Saturdays and Sundays. And there's a Mets ticket office at Grand Central Station at the foot of the 42nd Street and Vanderbilt Avenue ramp. Open weekdays 8 to 6 and Saturdays 8:30 to 4. There's another at Pennsylvania Station in the Long Island Railroad waiting room. Also open weekdays 8 to 6 and Saturdays 8:30 to 4. There's a Mets ticket office at Macy's in Huntington, Long Island, in the Walt Whitman Shopping Center, open during regular store hours. In addition, reservations for box and reserve seats may be made at all Howard Clothes stores during regular store hours, and also at any branch of the manufacturer's Hanover Trust Company during banking hours. Tickets may be obtained by mail by writing Ticket Manager, Shea Stadium, Flushing, New York. Box seats are $3.50 each. Reserve seats are $2.50 each, and close 25 cents additionally with each order to cover mailing costs. For the Cincinnati Reds, the number 8 man in the batting order, catcher Johnny Edwards, is up to lead off. Edwards is hitting .190. He has 2 home runs and 8 runs batted in. He is a left-hand batter. was a collegiate star at Ohio State University. Swing and a ground ball going through the hole into right field for a base hit. A leadoff single for Johnny Edwards. That will bring up Sammy Ellis, the pitcher who has been up 12 times and had 2 hits. He's hitting 167. The Reds are leading 1-0. Ellis is a left-hand batter, despite the fact that he is a right-hand pitcher. The Mets have to protect against the sacrifice possibility here. Stewart holds against the runner at first. Here's the pitch. Ellis squares and doesn't offer. It's low for a ball. He's in bunting position, did not offer. So it's ball 1 to Ellis. Tommy Helms, the leadoff man, next up, has moved out to the on-deck circle now. Here's the pitch. Outside, and again Ellis squared and did not offer. The first inning, the Reds got only 1 hit off of Jack Hamilton. That was by Don Pavletti. But Hamilton walked 3. He walked Aaron Johnson with the bases loaded to force him the run that the Reds got in the first inning. 2-0 pitch. Bunted up into the air, and it's taken a drop by Hamilton. He throws to second for the force to relay to first, and a double play. Hamilton wisely did not catch the ball in the air. He decoyed it, let it drop, took it on 1 hop, fired to McMillan and on to first because Ellis was not running at all at the plate. It's a double play that goes 1-6-3 if you're scoring. 2 men out and nobody on base. In bunting the ball, Ellis popped it right up toward the mound. Hamilton was underneath, and he just let it drop, seeing that Ellis was not running. Picked it up on the first hop and fired it on down to McMillan. And on the other end at first base was Ron Hutt. So make it 1-6-4 if you're scoring for the double play because Stewart was charging this position at first. Helms takes high for a ball. Two away, nobody on base. So it was a bit of fast thinking on the part of Jack Hamilton that resulted in that double play. Here's a swing and a drive in the air to deep center field. But Cleon Jones gets back there and camps, comes in a step and makes the catch. The side is out with no runs on 1 hit, no errors and none left. Score at the end of an inning and a half is the Reds 1 and the Mets nothing. Now here's a word from Sunoco.
It's the top of the evening to you when you tune to WGY, the tops in information, the tops in entertainment. At 6 o'clock, WGY brings you the complete news roundup. 15 minutes of national, international, and up-to-the-minute local news that has shaped today. At 6:20, it's time to visit Kelly's Corner for good talk and relaxing listening. The quiet charm of Kelly's Corner is compounded of music that blends easily with intimate dining, and stories of the odd, strange, and curious that are interspersed through the show. How about the title Tuxedo Junction? Bring out a nostalgic mood? Then you won't want to miss Kelly's Club at 8:05 on WGY. If you lived through the big band era, or one of the younger ones who have started the big revival, then this is the listening for you. We've been among the big bands, and we bring you the best of the never-to-be-duplicated era. Make every evening exciting listening time by tuning to WGY.
We're going to the bottom of the second. Before we do, we pause for station identification. This is the New York Mets Baseball Network.
This is the voice of the Mets in the great Northeast, WGY Schenectady, a General Electric station. The time is 8:30.
This is Lindsey Nelson with Ralph Tanner and Bob Murphy here at Shea Stadium in New York, and Dick Stewart is coming up to lead off for the Mets. Dick Stewart is hitting 136. He has 1 home run and 2 runs batted in. Earlier this year, of course, was on the disabled list with a pull muscle in the rib cage. Has played very little. This is only the 9th game in which he has participated. He's been up only 22 times. Right-hand power hitter facing right-hand pitcher Sammy Ellis. And it's a swing and a miss to strike 1. Sammy Ellis is 25 years of age. Last year, he won 22 games for the Cincinnati Reds and lost 10. This year, he's won 1 and lost 5. Swinging a foul ball back and out of play. A 2-strike count to Stewart. Yogi Berra on the coaching lines at first for the Mets. And Whitey Herzog is the Mets coach at third. That is the usual alignment of manager Wes Weston. Coach Sheriff Robinson stays in the dugout with the manager. Coach Harvey Haddock is in the bullpen. Here's a pitch, and it's high. 1-2. Center fielder Veda Preston has moved way around toward left as the Reds play Dick Stewart to pull. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and loose into right field. Coming on is Shamsky. He makes the catch of the liner for the out. One away. That'll bring up Ed Cranepool, playing left field tonight, hitting .200. He has 4 home runs and 13 runs batted in. Say, next Sunday, the greatest Irish football and hurling players will assemble at Gaelic Park in the Bronx to compete in games for the annual Cardinals Pitching Charities Program. Ryan Gold Breweries has made it possible for 15 of Ireland's greatest athletes to come here to compete in these rough and tumble games, including Christy Ring, the Babe Ruth of hurling. See this Ryan Gold sports special next Sunday at Gaelic Park. That pitch is low for a ball. One-0 delivery. Swung on and foul back, gets out of play. 1-1 to Cranepool. The Cincinnati Reds are leading here by a score of 1-0. Little tight across the letters, driving Cranepool out. It's 2-1. Sammy Ellis looks for his sign. Pitch is a little high, so he goes behind 3-1 to Ed Cranepool. Ellis is set to work. 3-1 pitch. In there for a foul strike. It's 3-2. Al Barlick is umpiring behind the plate tonight. He really sounds off on the strike call. He's the senior umpire in the National League. He was a protege of the late Bill Clem, who kept him right at his side when Al first came up. Payoff pitch, swung on and fouled off out of play. Full count of 3-2. If you've ever seen an umpire tutored meticulously in every phase of the trade, that is the way that Bill Clem tutored Al Barlick. Now the 3-2 delivery. It's fouled on the left field line and in the seats out of play. Given a run by third baseman Tommy Helms, but he can't get to it. So the count continues at 3-2. You'll recall that Jock O'Connell, the National League umpire for many years, retired at the close of last season. Here's a payoff pitch. Low, and Cranepool draws a walk. I'll bring up Cleon Jones. It's the first time the Mets have had a base runner since the second inning last night when Swoboda got a base hit. Because after that, Jim Maloney pitched perfect baseball. And Sammy Ellis tonight had retired 4 consecutive batters until Cranepool drew his walk. Cleon Jones up, hitting .304 with 2 homers and 12 runs batted in. Johnny Edwards walks a few steps out in front of the plate, looking into the dugout, and Don Hefner is repositioning his outfielders. He wants his right fielder, Art Shamsky, moved over toward the line. He's playing Cleon Jones to go to the opposite field. Of course, Don Hefner would know these Met ball players as well as anybody. For the last 2 years, he was a Met coach. Now the pitch. And it's low for a ball. We're sorry to say that last year, Jock O'Connell retired. There had been the discussion about seniority because while Barlick began as a National League umpire before Conlon did, 1957, Barlick was out of action with a heart condition for the year. Here's a 1-0 pitch, and it's high for a ball. 2-0. Cleon Jones at the plate with 1 man out and a runner at first. Cincinnati leading the Mets by a score of 1-0 in the bottom half of the second inning. First baseman Don Pavletic holds against the runner Cranepool. The 2-0 delivery to Jones. Swung on it on the ground to short. Could be a double play. Cardenas over to Rose for 1. Throw to first. A double play. So the side is retired. It goes 6-4-3 if you're scoring. No runs, no hits, no errors, and none left. Score at the end of 2 full innings is the Reds 1 and the Mets nothing. One of the big occasions at Shea Stadium each year is the occasion when the old-timers come back to play a brief game and to be introduced to the fans. It's always a nostalgic occasion. Good day for fathers to bring sons out and show them who the heroes were in their day. Well, this year it's going to be observed at night. Instead of Old Timers Day, it'll be Old Timers Night on Saturday, July 30th. And the number one guest of honor will be the Mets' greatest old-timer, Casey Stengel, because that will be Casey's 76th birthday. And in honor of Casey, the 1950 All-Star baseball game will be reenacted. That was the first one that Casey ever managed in. It was a 14-inning classic. Ralph Kiner hit a home run to tie it up in the 9th inning, and then Red Shane hit a home run to win it for the National Leaguers in the 14th. Leo DeRocher, who is bringing his Chicago Cubs in for a regularly scheduled game that night, will manage the National Leaguers. Casey will manage the American Leaguers. That's Saturday evening, July 30th. Old Timers Night. Tickets are now on sale. Coming in here now for the play-by-play, Mr. Ralph Kiner.
Thank you, Lindsay, and hi there, everyone. And what do you mean by old timers? It's the top of the third. A 1-0 game. The Reds lead, and the first batter up will be Pete Rose for Cincinnati. And Jack Hamilton's first pitch is hit down the first. Taken by...
Good afternoon, baseball fans. This is Jim Simpson, along with Tony Kubek. Welcome to Busch Memorial Stadium in St. Louis in the 1966 All-Star Baseball Game. Brought to you by Chrysler Corporation, makers of Plymouth, Dodge, Chrysler, Imperial, and Dodge trucks. By Gillette, the people who know men best. By Winston Filter Cigarettes. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should. And by the Brewers of Falstaff Beer, the choicest product of the Brewers' art. Well, this is a brand new stadium here in St. Louis, and this is the site of the 1966 All-Star Baseball Game, and no matter who wins or loses, it will be certain that it will be said it was a hot, hot day. Yesterday, the temperature reached 105 degrees. The temperature today already well above 100. We've tried to reach the Weather Bureau, and the line is busy, but they expect temperatures in St. Louis today between 105 and 108 degrees. Already power has gone off in the city in some sections yesterday. It's expected to go off today, and they're running a little short of water. So no matter what happens on the All-Star field today between the American and National League, everybody will remember this one as the hot one in St. Louis in 1966. This broadcast is authorized under broadcast rights granted by the Commissioner of Baseball solely for the entertainment of our listening audience. And any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express consent of the Commissioner of Baseball is prohibited. Well, on this sunny afternoon, working with us again, as he does all year long, is the former Yankee shortstop Tony Kubek. And Tony, the 1966 All-Star Game is just moments away.
Right, Jim. Thank you very much. And here quickly is a rundown of the starting lineups for the American League, leading off of the Detroit Tigers at shortstop Dick McAuliffe. In center field, also from the Detroit Ball Club, Al Kaline in center field. In left field of the Baltimore Orioles, Frank Robinson. In right field, Tony Oliva of the Minnesota Twins. Brooks Robinson batting fifth and playing third base, also of the Baltimore Orioles. And the rookie George Scott at first base from the Boston Red Sox. Catching for the American League is Bill Freehan of the Detroit Tigers. At second base, batting eighth, Bobby Knock of the California Angels. And pitching from the Detroit Tigers, Dennis McLain. For the National League, leading off, Willie Mays in center field of the San Francisco Giants. In right field, Roberto Clemente, the Pittsburgh Pirates. In left field, Henry Aaron of the Atlanta Braves, batting third. At first base, Willie McCovey, San Francisco Giants. At third base, Ron Santo of the Chicago Cubs, batting fifth. The catcher, Joe Torre of the Atlanta Braves, batting sixth. At second base, a replacement for the injured Joe Morgan from the Houston Ball Club, Jim Lefevre, a switch hitter of the Los Angeles Dodgers, batting seventh at second base.
From the Cincinnati Redlegs, Leo Cardinals at shortstop, batting 8th. And the pitcher, we all know him, Sandy Koufax of the Los Angeles Dodgers.
All right, Tony, and in a moment, Stan Musial, who has participated in 24 All-Star games, will introduce this year's All-Star squads. The prospect of 2 fine pennant races this year is causing the turnstiles at Major League Baseball parks to swing at a record rate. Latest figures show attendance in both the National and American leagues is running well ahead of last year, when an all-time high of 22.5 million paying fans established a new high for the major leagues. Through July the 4th, both leagues showed attendance gains of about 20%. So they're headed for another record total gain. One more word here on this hot, hot afternoon about the heat. The umpires are lined up this way. Al Barlick of the National League is behind home plate. At first base, Frank Umont of the American League. At second base, Ed Vargo of the National League. At third base, Jim Honocek of the American League. In right field down the line, Bob Engel of the National League. In left field down the line, Jerry Neudecker of the American League. But because of the heat, at the end of 5, they will switch. Al Barlick will go from behind the plate to third base. Jim Honocek will come from third in behind home plate. Ed Vargo will go from second to first, and Frank Umont will go from first to second. That is in deference to the heat. Being escorted to the mound now is Miss Jane Morgan, along with Stan the Man Musial. And, of course, it is Mr. Musial of St. Louis, even now vice president of the Cardinal Ball Club, that is getting the big hand. And Stan will introduce the entire squads before Miss Jane Morgan will come onto the field to sing the national anthem. The 3-day flight of the Man Gemini 10 is scheduled Monday, July the 18th. For full and comprehensive coverage of this, the most complex mission, followed on NBC radio and television starting at 4 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time, Monday, July the 18th. Down to our left, in their road uniforms, the All-Star squad of the American League, making its way out to the third base line. And now Stan Musial calls the National Leaguers out. And they'll be coming from the first base dugout. And, of course, being a National League park, you will hear perhaps a greater amount of applause for them. The National League has won 14 of the last 19 All-Star games. They have won 7 of the last 8. And when they won last year, 6-5, that put them ahead of the American League, 18 games to 17 with 1 tie. The National League has finally overtaken the American League, and Sam Mealy, the manager of the American League, has said here in St. Louis, he will go with everyone, except, of course, his pitchers, and by law he cannot more than 3 innings, that it takes to win. He is not going to substitute for the sake of getting men into the ball game. He'll go with what he considers to be his best lineup. Earlier today, Tony Kubek talked with manager Hank Bauer. And, of course, manager Hank Bauer manages the Baltimore Orioles, who are now 8 games on top in the American League. And this is what Tony and Hank talked about.
Hank, you presently have an 8-game lead over the rest of the American League, and people are calling you a push-button manager. How does that make you feel?
Well, I don't know what they mean by push-button manager, Tony. I never played for one of them fellas, you know. He just looked at you and said, hey, you go play. And that's just about what I've been doing. I put F. Robinson number 3 and B. Robinson number 4, and if there's a right-hand pitcher, I put Powell 5th. I put Aparicio leading off, and then I fill in the rest of it. And so far, we've been very fortunate with my good pen.
Henry, they said that your pitching would not be strong enough down through the year, and I know you're getting some good years from people like Steve Barber, who was at the All-Star game today. Good relief work from the bullpen. Is your pitching going to last the rest of the year?
Well, Tony, we've got it set up where we think we've got good pitching. For one reason, I go 6 or 7 innings with my starter, and if we're good, then I go over to Stu Miller and Eddie Fisher, and I know a lot of people say that I go to the bullpen pretty quick, and I think I've got a reason to when I got Stu Miller and Eddie Fisher sitting out there.
Hank, talking about Eddie Fisher, this looks like the type of trade the Yankees used to make in the middle of the year when they seemed like they needed a player, and all of a sudden they could come up with somebody. Do you have this kind of thinking in mind when you got Eddie Fisher?
Well, first of all, Tony, we were looking for a starter, and actually, when we went looking for a starter, they wanted probably half of my ball club, and I knew that the White Sox was looking for a second baseman, and Adair had a wonderful 2 years with Baltimore while I was there, and we brought this kid up, Davy Johnson, who's done a good job. So we had pretty good value in A there, and the White Sox were looking for a second baseman, and they were willing to part with Fisher because, from what I've heard, Stanky didn't want two knuckleballers in the bullpen. He had Wilhelm and Fisher, and he traded Fisher.
Hank, talking about a Yankee-type trade with the Eddie Fisher-Adair trade, let me ask you this. What's happening to the Yankees? You played for them in their successful years, as I did, and now you're playing against them, managing against them. What is the difference in this ball club?
Well, I think all year, Tony, they've had pretty good pitching. I think it's just lack of consistent hitting. Mantle got hot there for a while, and they were winning, but it's just it's not the old Yankee way they play. It used to be one guy cool off, the other one pick him up, but they don't have that type of ball club no more. And I think this is the reason why Baltimore's been a little successful, is that maybe Frank or Brooks goes into a rut and Powell hits, and we've always got one guy in the lineup that's pretty hot.
Hank, you're talking about the power of the Yankees in the past and the power of the Baltimore Orioles presently with Bauer, Brooks, Robinson, Blefary, with Powell rather, the Robinson boys. Let me ask you this. What about the inner defense? I know this is so important. How about the Aparicios, the people that don't get the credit due to them? And, of course, second baseman Brooks Robinson at third base. How about the defense?
Well, Tony, I think Little Louie today is having one of his best years, I'd say, in the last 5 or 6 years. He's playing real good shortstop. He's hitting about 250. He's getting on base for guys like Frank and Brooks. And as I said, he's having a good year. Davy Johnson, to me, is going to be one of the best second baseman in baseball. Right at the present, I think he's got a lot to learn. He's got good speed. He's got a lot of range. But as I said, he's inexperienced, and I think will make a real good second baseman. Now you're talking about defense. I've got a little center fielder that, he doesn't hit him very much, but he can catch anything that goes up in the air, and that's Paul Blair. And I think you need defense to win these baseball games also.
Hank, let's talk a little bit about today's game. In fact, let's project a little bit farther than that. With your 8-game lead, let's talk about next year's All-Star game a little bit. You may be the manager in that ball game.
I hope you're right, Tony. I don't know too much about these All-Star games. I played in 3 and I coached in 1, but I think a ball game like this is up for grabs for anybody. Everybody thinks that the National League is so much superior to the American League, and I disagree with them for one reason, Tony. They play with a round bat and a round ball in both leagues.
Hank Bauer, thank you so much. Continued success the rest of the year, and we hope to see you next year in the All-Star game managing this ball club.
Thank you very much, Tony.
In St. Louis, the starting lineups are now being given. We'll run down them again for you in just a moment. But right now, we'll be back with more pregame color on the 1966 All-Star Baseball game right after this message from Plymouth.
Ride with the winner, Plymouth. Ride with the winner now. Ride with the winner, Plymouth. Ride with the winner now.
Plymouth has been winning top stock car races all over the country. Winner of the Daytona 500, the Rockingham 500, the Atlanta 500. Plymouth, winner of the Darlington 400, the Yankee 300 at Indianapolis, and the grueling Charlotte 600. Of course, you can't buy these race cars at your Plymouth dealers. They are specially modified just for stock car racing. But the same engineering know-how that gives the Racing Emmy such a record of performance and reliability goes into every Plymouth you can buy at your Plymouth dealers. Ride with the winner. Plymouth, a great car by Chrysler Corporation.
Ride with the winner, Plymouth. Ride with the winner now.
For the 1966 All-Star game in St. Louis, this is Jim Simpson along with Tony Kubek. And introduced at home plate, the honorary coaches today, Ted Williams for the American League and Casey Stengel for the National League. And Tony Kubek, we've been saying it all along. We will repeat it all afternoon. It is hot. You have played in temperatures such as this before. What can we look for as an effect on the players?
Well, Jim, the people that most worry about this heat, of course, are the pitchers and the catchers. But as we know, the starting pitcher is not allowed, according to all-star rules, to go more than 3 innings. The only time a pitcher might go more than 3 innings is in the event of an extra inning ball game. The catchers also worry considerably about this heat, and I talked to Joe Torre and Bill Freehand, the starting catchers for the National American Leagues, and they're kind of hoping that managers Walt Alston and Sam Mealy leave some of the late inning catching chores for some of those catchers that they took along. But Sam Mealy's plan up till this time is to go along with his starting 8 regulars and go as long as he can. He wants desperately to win this and even up this all-star competition.
All right, Tony, let us now set the defense for you. The National League, of course, is the home team here at a brand new and beautiful stadium in St. Louis. At first base will be Willie McCovey of San Francisco. Down at second base, Jim Lefebvre of the Los Angeles Dodgers. And by the way, Joe Morgan was selected as the starting second baseman, but was hit on the knee in batting practice by a batted ball and could not play. However, we noticed in the All-Star introductions by Stan Musial, Joe Morgan was here in civilian clothes and was introduced. But Lefebvre of the Dodgers is at second. Leo Cardenas of the Cincinnati Reds is at shortstop. Ron Santo, who was actually hit in the face by a pitched ball and suffered a fractured cheekbone some weeks ago, has recovered and is hitting well and is at third base. In left field, Hank Aaron. In center field, Willie Mays. In right field, Roberto Clemente. Behind the plate, Joe Torre. And the pitcher, of course, is Sandy Koufax. Now, Koufax has made 3 appearances for the National League, but has only worked a total of 3 innings in his All-Star career. He's won 1 ball game and lost none. And, Tony, I don't believe there are too many that did not know what Sandy Koufax throws, but for those who don't, a rundown on Sandy Koufax.
Jim, Sandy Koufax basically is a fastball, curveball pitcher, but it goes much further than that. He's got an overabundance of speed on his fastball, and his curveball just keeps breaking, and the hitter just doesn't have the time to ever catch up to it. So you'll see guys swinging at his curveball in the dirt, and that fastball that'll be up in their eyes with that extra speed and that rising type fastball.
All right, Tony, we'll run down the batting lineup for the American League, which will be first up here in just a moment. But now we pause 10 seconds for station identification.
This is WGY, WGFM, Schenectady. It's year-end closeout time at Schenectady Plymouth. Stop in and save today at Schenectady Plymouth, your quality award-winning dealer at 1016 State Street in downtown Schenectady.
The National League team has not yet taken the field. Here is the American League lineup as the National Leaguers warm up along the sidelines. Leading off and playing shortstop, Dick McCullough from Detroit, hitting .283. Batting second, also from Detroit, in center field, Al Kaline, hitting .325 with 21 home runs and quite a streak before this All-Star game. Batting third, in his 7th All-Star game, the first in the American League, is Frank Robinson, playing left field, hitting .312. In answer to some questions, yes, other players have played on All-Star squads for both leagues, including Jim Bunning, who is in this ball club, and this ball game, now in the National League. Batting cleanup, he's won the batting title in the American League the last 2 years in a row from Minnesota, Tony Oliva, hitting .314 now. Batting fifth, a former most valuable player, Brooks Robinson of the Baltimore Orioles, hitting .295, and he's got 70 RBIs. Batting sixth, he was at Pittsfield of the Eastern League last year, George Scott at first base from the Boston Red Sox, hitting .271. Batting seventh, Bill Freehan of Detroit. Batting eighth, the catcher, or rather the second baseman, Bobby Knopp of California, and the pitcher will be Danny McLean, batting ninth from Detroit. And now down to our right, the Vice President of the United States, his coat off on this hot afternoon, will throw out the first ball. Right now, Mr. Humphrey is simply making some motions as if to throw on behalf of the press. And now the National League squad takes the field. Behind the plate will be Joe Torre as Sandy Koufax walks slowly across the mound. And Tony, again, a rundown. How long can the pitchers play and how long can the players play according to All-Star rules?
According to All-Star rules, as I mentioned before, Jim, the starting pitcher can go only 3 innings. A pitcher, the only time he can go over 3 innings is if the ball game goes into extra innings. As far as the starting regulars for both teams, the teams that were voted in by the players of the American and National Leagues, they must play a minimum of 3 innings, and as I mentioned, Sam Mealy plans to play his 9 or his starting 8 for the entire 9 innings. Of course, with this heat, it's hard to say. Talked to Tim McCarver, and Sunday they played a ball game here, the St. Louis Cardinals did, and it was 116 degrees on the field.
I have nothing to say. That is hot. Sandy Koufax making his warm-ups now, and Dick McCullough. 13 home runs, 35 RBIs, 11 doubles, and 7 triples. Steps around to the left-handed side of the plate, watching Koufax throw a curveball before stepping in. The first 2 men up will be wearing the gray of the Detroit Tigers, Dick McCullough and Al Kaline. Strange as it may seem, with the top batting averages of the National Leaguers and their high RBIs, the American Leaguers have not been out-muscled, out-slugged by much. It is very close in total runs scored and in total home runs. The National League is the slight favorite in this ball game. Koufax is ready, wipes his brow. McAuliffe steps in. The shortstop hitting .283 on the season. And now the 1966 All-Star Baseball game from St. Louis is underway as Sandy Koufax gets the side. The windup. First pitch is hit high in the air. Maybe a play on it. Off third base comes Ron Santo, waving away Joe Torre, the catcher, and there's one down. McAuliffe fouls to Santo, and here is Al Kaline, .325 hitter with those 21 home runs, and this is his 12th All-Star game. Right out of high school into the major leagues, and a veteran All-Star performer.
Kaline, of course, in recent weeks has been very hot with the bat, Jim, and in one streak he had 11 home runs in 14 ball games. So he's one of the hottest hitters. Well, of course, you can't say he's one of the hottest hitters. They're all hot. They have to be to make this type of team.
Strike one. Koufax took a little off that pitch and caught Kaline at the knees. Now, remember, we have a National League umpire, Al Barlick, behind the plate for the first 5 innings, and Jim Harnachik, an American League umpire, will be behind the plate for the last 4. You and I, the crowd, as Kaline swings and misses. It's strike 2.
You can see we mentioned earlier about Koufax's rising fastball. Well, Kaline right that time swung at a pitch that was up in his eyes. Koufax fastball when he's right takes off.
This one is popped high in the air. It may make the stands, but over comes Willie McCovey, giving chase and has it right at the stands. 2 down. Koufax has 2 of them on foul outs. That will bring up Frank Robinson. National Leaguers have known him for some time. For the American League, this is his first season. He's burning it up, hitting .312, 21 home runs, 56 RBIs, 19 doubles, 5 stolen bases. And the Baltimore Orioles are 8 games on top in the American League race. And to show you how hot it is, we're keeping score here. When we go to pick up the pens, they slide and slip. It's difficult to hold on to them. Koufax throws. Robinson hits it high, but not too deep. Hank Aaron is back, nearing the warning track, and has it for the 3rd out. No runs, no hits, no errors, and none left. The score at the end of the first half of the first inning, the American League nothing, the National League nothing.
Winston tastes good. Like your cigarette should. Make your cigarette Winston.
When I change to Winston, I change for good. 'Cause I got the taste like I knew I would. Winston tastes good like it should. When you change to Winston, you change for good. 'Cause Winston tastes good. Like your cigarette should.
Make your cigarette
Winston.
This is Tony Kubek along with Jim Simpson coming to you from St. Louis' new ballpark, Memorial Stadium. And to give you a brief rundown on this ballpark, it's completely encircled. The dimensions down both lines are 330 feet. Dead center field is 414 feet. The power slots right and left center field, 386 feet. The playing surface is very hard. It's been sun-baked for the past few weeks. The ball goes through the infield very quickly. The ball does carry fairly well in this ballpark.
All right, stepping in for the National League, Tony, in the bottom of the first with no scores, Willie Mays, leading off and playing center field. And for those of you who may say, hey, wait a minute, why is he leading off? Walt Alston said, I did it in 1960. He got 4 hits, and I want as much speed as I can at the top of the batting order. So Willie Mays will lead it off, 277 on the year, facing Denny McLain, the Detroit right-hander, making his first All-Star appearance. And Denny took something off his curveball on that one, a slow curve, and Mays was out in front of it, strike 1. McLain has never appeared in an All-Star game before. He's only 22. His father-in-law is Lou Boudreau, who today is seeing McLain pitch in the majors for the first time. He's here in St. Louis. McLain throws fastball this time, catching the outside corner, and it is quickly strike 2 to Mays. Sandy Koufax retired the side in the top of this inning on 5 pitches.
And the number one hitters for both of these teams didn't waste any time. McAuliffe, of course, popped the ball up, and Mays had a vicious cut at a slow curveball from Dennis McLean.
McLean throws inside with the fastball this time. It is 1-2. And that is the first ball thrown by either pitcher that is missed being in the strike zone. Mays will be followed by Roberto Clemente of Pittsburgh and Hank Aaron of Atlanta. 1-2 pitch from McLean. He got him looking on the outside corner. Looked like a hard slider, but Mays is out.
It'll be interesting to see if McLean pitches the same type of pattern he has in the games we've seen him previously this year. It takes him a few innings before he really gains his control. He's a hard thrower, has a good fastball, and Charlie Dressen taught him the slow curveball, and this makes his fastball that much more effective.
Here's Roberto Clemente of Pittsburgh, 328 on the year, 13 home runs, 56 RBIs. This is Roberto's 7th game. He has won the batting championship a couple of times here in the National League. We are in the bottom of the first. There's no score in this 1966 All-Star baseball game. One down in the bottom of the inning. McLean's pitch is a fastball right down the middle. Clemente taking all the way. It's strike one.
The infield is playing McLean about straight away. McAuliffe, the shortstop, is playing him up the middle. And Knott, the second baseman for the American League, shading him slightly toward right field.
Hit into center field. Al Kaline stops, now starts in, and is there and has it for the second out. That will bring up Hank Aaron, hitting .289, 26 home runs, and 67 RBIs. His 11th All-Star game. The defense, George Scott is down at first from Boston. Bobby Knopf of California is at second. Dick McAuliffe of Detroit is at short. Brooks Robinson of Baltimore is at third. Frank Robinson of Baltimore is in left field. Al Kaline of Detroit in center. Tony Oliva of Minnesota is over in right. Bill Freehan, your catcher from Detroit. And McLean from Detroit, the pitcher. 2 down, bottom of the first, no score. McLean's first pitch, curveball. Same first pitch he gave to Willie Mays. Over, strike one.
You talk about setting defenses, Jim. The most difficult thing in All-Star or World Series play is setting up a defense and a pattern of pitching. There's a strike, slider on the outside corner there. And the most difficult thing when you haven't seen a player all year long is to establish a pitching pattern for your pitcher so that you can play your infield strategically. Play them where that good hitter is going to hit the ball most often. This becomes difficult when you see these players so infrequently.
The 2-strike pitch bounces in the dirt alongside of the plate. Bill Freehan drops off to his right and keeps the ball in play. For those of you who may have just joined us, may we again remind you that the temperature today is expected to reach 108 degrees. 1-2 the count to Aaron. 2 down, bottom of the first, no score. Another curveball. This one hangs high, and it's 2-2 to Aaron. Willie McCovey is on deck. Vice President of the United States is here. The entertainer Jane Morgan sang the national anthem, and we have a packed house of more than 50,000. 2-2 pitch, and he's called out on strikes. Second strikeout for McLean is off to a good start, as both pitches are. No runs, no hits, no errors, and none left. And the score at the end of the first inning is the American League nothing and the National League nothing.
That's Bugles and Drums, and you'll hear that each evening Monday through Friday at 5:45 on WGY when I bring you Spotlight on Sports, the only full 15-minute radio program in the area devoted exclusively to sports news of the day. This is Bill Carpenter inviting you to hear Sports Spotlight each day and to tune in Mondays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. for 2 new programs of auto racing news, Northeast Racing Roundup on Mondays and Speedway Highlights on Thursdays. And these programs are only part of WGY's extensive and intensive coverage of sports. Monday through Friday at 6:15, horse racing fans will like Howard Tupper's Track Talk. Golf enthusiasts will enjoy Bill Edwardson's Golf Talk on Thursdays at 6:35 p.m. with questions from golfers and answers from pros. All this, plus Mets baseball and national sports coverage from NBC on WGY, your reliable station for sports in 26 counties of New York and New England.
We said it's expected to get up to 108. We move now to the top of the second inning. Tony Oliva of Minnesota, Brooks Robinson of Baltimore, and George Scott of Boston to face Sandy Koufax, who threw just 5 pitches in the first inning. Koufax's first start in All-Star play, believe it or not. Oliva is a left-handed batter. He has won the last 2 American League batting championships. facing Koufax, takes strike on the outside. And, of course, Tony faced Sandy Koufax in the World Series last October.
Both Tonys, this one and the one hitting right now.
How did you make out?
Neither one of us fared too well, as most hitters don't.
Swing and a miss by Oliva, and it is strike 2. And Koufax has thrown nothing but strikes. We're in the top of the second. There's no score and none down. Bertie Tebbetts is coaching at third and Hank Bauer at first. Took something off that pitch. It's up high, and it's 1-2 to Tony Oliva. In the first inning, McAuliffe hit the first pitch and fouled to Santo at third. Al Kaline fouled out to McCovey just near the right field stands, and then Frank Robinson lifted a lazy fly to left. And in 5 pitches, Koufax had the American League down. Here's Oliva. 1-2 the count. Waits, hits this one straight up in the air, and again McCovey may have the chance as he comes over the first base line. And it hits on a rail in back of a television camera and bounces almost back out to the mound where Koufax, who has already gotten a new ball from Al Barlick, picks it up and throws it out of play. Count is 1-2 to Oliva.
As Jim mentioned earlier, Ted Williams is one of the honorary coaches along with Casey Stengel, and Ted Williams, as he most often does, spent all of his time in batting practice behind the batting cage, and he made comments on every hitter and almost every pitch for the press, for the radio and sports announcers. And he feels this is a real good background. He said he'd love to get up there and hit in this ballpark.
High from Koufax, it's 2-2. And Tony, you'll have to say that the radio and press are still in awe of the splendid splinter, Ted Williams, because they were talking to Ted as much as they were to any of the top all-stars who are still in the midst of their careers. Koufax taking his time in this 100-degree heat. 2-2 is the count to Oliva. First man up in the second. There's no score, and he hits this one high and foul. Back comes Torrey near the screen, but it bounces 2 rows in, and the count remains 2-2.
The official temperature reading at game time is 100 degrees at the airport here in St. Louis. Down on the playing field with the absence of any wind whatsoever, I would guess, Jim, it's probably more like 108.
And you'll get no argument at all out of me.
Would you believe 107?
I'll take the 8. 2-2 is the count. Oliva hangs in there. 314 on the year with 49 RBIs, 17 home runs, a lot of power, and a good man with his wrist. He can control that bat. Takes up high, and now Koufax has gone all the way with Oliva. It is 3-2.
We mentioned Tony Oliva facing Koufax in last year's World Series, and I had a chance to talk to him about Koufax's curveball. Many pitchers have good curveballs, as does Dennis McLain. But Koufax's curveball just keeps breaking, and you think you've got it as a hitter, and it disappears.
Line drive to center field. Willie Mays started back and now takes it with that patented basket catch, shoulder high, and there's one down. Oliva lines to Mays, and that will bring up Brooks Robinson. Brooks again at third base for the American Leaguers with 70 RBIs on the year. 295 is batting average, 17 home runs. Our most valuable player in the American League, and with one down and no score in the top of the second, Robinson faces Koufax and takes high. Brooks, of course, bats from the right side. Oliva was a left-hander. Both teams are predominantly right-handed hitting. The only switch hitters on the National League squad. Koufax waits. High, a change-up, got way away from him and brought an ooh from the crowd as Torrey had to straighten up and reach up for the pitch. It's ball 2.
That's one of the rare off-speed pitches you'll see Koufax throw. He's basically, as we mentioned, fastball, hard curveball. He took something off this pitch.
There's a line drive to left field. Coming in quickly is Aaron, and it gets by him as he tries for the shoestring catch, rolling to the wall. Robinson is around first, around second. He'll go for third. Here's the throw from Aaron into third to the cutoff man. And it is a 3-base hit for Brooks Robinson. Aaron tried for the shoestring catch. The ball tipped his glove. It would have been a great catch had he made it, but the ball went all the way through and rolled to the wall. And Robinson is on third with a triple. And that will bring up George Scott. The first baseman from Boston, who just a year ago, Tony, was in the Eastern League playing for Pittsfield, and here he is in the All-Star game with a chance to drive in the first run of the ball game.
And in just 3 short months, Jim, he already has the American League pitchers in awe. They talk about the ball he hit in Yankee Stadium, the ball he hit in the Baltimore ballpark. He can hit them a long way.
Koufax gives him the fastball, but it's up high, ball 1. Brooks Robinson is at third with the potential first run of this ball game. There's no score. We're in the top of the second. 1 man out. Oliva lined to Mays to lead off the inning. Scott, a right-handed batter, takes inside and low from Koufax. Was not changed up on him yet, and it's 2-0.
The National League infield has moved to about the halfway depth. The shortstop, Cardenas, and the second baseman, Lefevre, are about halfway. Santo, the third baseman, McCovey, are playing a little bit closer into the hitter. They're going to try and cut the run down at the plate.
Koufax throws, and Scott swings and misses on the fastball. It's 2-1. That one was about shoulder high, and Mr. Scott took a real rip at it. 18 home runs, 54 RBIs, 6 triples, and 13 doubles for his .271 average. High and inside, and it's 3-1, and Koufax, who got the side on 5 pitches, has thrown a bundle here in the second inning. He went all the way with Oliva, who kept fouling the ball off before lining out. Robinson has tripled, and now Scott has worked the count to 3-1. The Dodgers left-hander has the sign and throws, and strike 2. Scott was swinging on the 3-1 pitch and took a good cut, but missed it, and it's 3-2. On deck is Bill Freehand, the Detroit catcher. And as Tony said, in this heat, it's the catchers who will really suffer. Ground ball at the plate, bouncing back and over the screen. Actually hit by the plate and then hopped up and went over the screen, the backstop. Still 3-2.
Hank Bauer, the first base coach, yelled into Scott to try and cut down his swing off Koufax. Scott, of course, is a hard swinger. He has that long home run type swing, and Bauer walked halfway up the line and alerted him to the fact that Koufax does throw hard, as everyone well knows, and he's trying to get him to punch that ball and hit it somewhere to score this run.
Here's a 3-2 pitch from Koufax. It's straight up in the air. This one, McCovey will have a play on in foul territory by the first base coach's box, and he's got it, and that's 2 down. And Koufax is almost out of trouble, if you can be in an all-star game.
And you can see the American League hitters have been a little bit late on Koufax's fastball. McAuliffe fouled out to the third baseman, Kaline to the first baseman, and now Scott to the first baseman. They're a little bit late.
Here's Bill Freehand, the Detroit catcher. 8 home runs, 30 RBIs, .248. His batting average in the irregular American League season, now with 2 down, and Brooks Robinson still perched at third base. No score. Top of the second inning. Bertie Tebbetts walks over and says a few words to Robinson at third. Sandy Koufax can work 3 innings, his first all-star start. Just then, Jim Lefevre shifted to his left on Freehand, and there's a wild pitch. Gets over the head of Torrey, comes back, and Robinson scores.
And the pitch actually was a breaking ball that did absolutely nothing. It was high and over Torrey's head, and Torrey leaped up into the air. The ball bounced off his glove, but he had no chance, and it scored as a wild pitch.
Well, Sandy almost cut loose with one of those, you'll recall, Tony, a little while ago, and it brought the ooze from the crowd. Another breaking pitch. It was way up high. And this time, Torrey, who is no small man, well over 6 feet, leaped up and leaped for the ball, and it went over his outstretched glove. Just ticked it. Rolled to the screen, and Robinson scored, and the American League is in front, 1-0. The count is 1 ball to Freehand, who fouls this one to the screen, and it's 1-1.
On the triple by Robinson, it appeared that Henry Aaron did not get a real good jump. The ball was hit well on the line. Aaron hesitated just somewhat, tried to come in and make a shoestring catch, and of course the ball got by him. I think, Jim, that with this shirt sleeve crowd, predominantly white shirts, the ball may be a little bit difficult to pick up off the bat for the defensive team.
There's a line drive to right. Clementi's coming over and takes it on a basket catch for the 3rd out. 1 run on 1 hit. No errors and none left. And at the end of an inning and a half, the score, the American League 1, the National League, nothing. Say, have you ever been spoiled? I mean really spoiled by something that's so good you just can't go back to the way things were before. Well, if you have, you know what a great feeling it is. But if you haven't, you're going to get a chance to find out what it's like as early as tomorrow morning. You know how? by shaving with the Gillette Super Stainless Blade, also known as the Spoiler. The Spoiler isn't just a new razor blade, it's a whole new standard of shaving. The Gillette Super Stainless has a miracle plastic coating baked onto the edge, a coating invented and patented by Gillette. When you shave with this new blade, you can actually feel how much less pool there is. And that's when you'll become spoiled, so completely spoiled that you'll never go back to your old way of shaving, no matter how much you liked it before. So after the game, why don't you go out and get yourself the Spoiler, the Gillette Super Stainless Blade. You might as well get started getting spoiled right away. In St. Louis, for the bottom of the second inning of the All-Star game for 1966, the American League is on top. On a triple by Brooks Robinson that skipped by Hank Aaron and a wild pitch by Sandy Koufax. Denny McLain, here in the bottom of the second, will face Willie McCovey, Ron Santo, and Joe Torre. And McLain got Mays and Aaron, two of the game's best hitters, looking on third strikes in the first inning. The third man, Clemente, flied to center. First pitch, McCovey made a move toward the ball, but it was outside. The scoreboard is yet to show a ball or a strike. We did not see Al Barlick go up with the right hand, so we'll call it outside. There's a foul back. There's strike one. That is up, but as yet, Tony, it only says strike one.
Jim, thus far, all we've talked about is Koufax, good fastball and good curve. Well, this fella on the mound for the American League, Dennis McLain, also is one of the hardest throwers in baseball.
Here's the pitch, and now that one is low, and the scoreboard is now up to snuff. It is 2-1 on Willie McCovey. 296 on the year, 17 home runs, including a couple in a game against Cincinnati Saturday, carried by NBC Television. 49 RBIs. 1 run on 1 hit, no errors for the American League, 0-0-0 for the National League, and this one is hit sky high in the air. Brooks Robinson, standing on the grass, has it for the first out. McCovey pops to Robinson at third. Here is Ron Santo. And when you start talking about intestinal fortitude, give a lot of credit to Mr. Santo of the Chicago Cubs. Fractured cheekbone in a long hitting streak, sent to the hospital, but back in a little more than a week with the Chicago Cubs, and he picked right up where he left off, hitting .311, 18 home runs, 40 RBIs. This is Ron's fourth game. The Cubs, third baseman.
When Stan Musial introduced the National League All-Star team, the biggest hands went, of course, to the St. Louis favorites, McCarver and Kurt Flood of this ball club. A very close second was Ron Santo,
who lines the ball to Brooks Robinson at the left field line and back at third base, and they're 2 down. Mr. Robinson has done that all his life. He is quite a third baseman. No mistake about that.
Right, Jimmy went almost into foul territory for that ball, backhanded it, made the play look easy, as he always does.
Here is Joe Torre, the All-Star catcher, 21 home runs, 53 RBIs, hitting .286. This is his fourth game. And Joe this year has also played a little first base, but he's been selected as the All-Star catcher. 2 down in the bottom of the second inning as Torre takes a strike on the inside corner around the knees from Denny McLain. The score, the American League 1, the National League nothing.
Rebellion girl. Does this time of year make you want to head out from the herd and go galloping off in exciting new directions? Well, come on. Dodge Charger is for you.
Charger, America's first full-size fastback. With sleek styling outside, man-size comfort inside. Standard, a big, powerful V8. Disappearing headlights, tachometer, and luxury interiors, too. Plus fold-down rear seats that give you luggage room by the wagon load. Dodge Charger. Looks like a high-priced thoroughbred, but costs only a few dollars more than those pony-sized cars comparably equipped.
After all, why settle for a pony when a full-size Charger costs so little more? Load up. The Dodge Rebellion wants you.
This is Jim Simpson along with Tony Kubek back in St. Louis, where the American League leads at the end of 2 by the score of 1-0. 1 run on 1 hit, No errors for the American League. No runs, no hits, no errors for the National League. And now we pause 30 seconds for station identification.
This is WGY, WGFM, Schenectady.